Vhumad God chapter 38:16 to chapter 3900. The people of Peerless City had arrived. Many people screamed. Even the people from the Thunder God City, the Golden Crow clan, and the New Moon clan stopped and frowned. Eldest senior brother, what should we do next? We'll listen to you. Shui Tiancheng, Guili, Shirbufan, Wang Xiaofeng, and the others were among them. Lin Xian looked around and didn't see Shen Jingqiu. He asked, "Where is Qiu Er?" Senior sister Jingqiu has something to do, so she didn't come with us. However, she will go to planet Tianming. Wang Xiaofeng said. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. Then, he turned his head and looked at the people of Thunder God City, Golden Crow clan, and New Moon clan. He asked, "Someone is provoking Peerless City. What should you do?" Kill. Guili pulled out a ghost sword. Shirbufan, Shui Tiancheng, and the others also pulled out their swords. Kill. Their killing intent shook the sky and the 9 heavens. Very good. Lin Xian also raised his sword, his eyes bursting with killing intent. He drew a spatial crack in front of him, and those who crossed the line would be killed without mercy. A cold voice sounded. The people of Peerless City were filled with killing intent. The people around were completely stunned. Song Tianya was too handsome and too powerful. Not only was Lin Wudi strong, but the geniuses of Peerless City were also very powerful. The people of New Moon clan had ugly expressions. They knew that it was impossible to kill the other party today. They could only look at the Golden Crow clan and Thunder God City. Seniors, do you really want to see the other party be so arrogant? They were trying to provoke the minor saints. Although there were many geniuses from Peerless City, none of them were minor saints. As long as a minor saint made a move, they could definitely defeat them. The people around were also in an uproar. Lin Xian frowned. These people of New Moon clan were really courting death. Did they really think that he wouldn't dare to make a move? Senior brother Lin, don't worry. Shui Tiancheng stood out and looked forward. Minor saints, right? Do you really think that Peerless City doesn't have any? Senior brother Hongya will arrive soon, and the other second-generation senior brothers will also come. At that time, they will spar with the minor saints. Fu Hongya too? Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Fu Hongya was too strong. Ordinary minor saints were no match for her. The other party was threatening him. Indeed, the faces of the people of the Thunder Saint City turned ugly. Even the experts of the Golden Crow clan furrowed their brows. The atmosphere was heavy for a moment. Those people in the distance didn't know whether to fight or not. However, no one dared to speak. However, a person spoke. It was that witch. She walked up to him with a smile. He smiled and said, "Gentlemen, do you still want to fight?" Hearing this, Lei Xingqing's face turned even darker. The elite of the Golden Crow tribe also snorted coldly. The demoness laughed. "I know you are all geniuses. If you want to fight, it won't be too late to fight another day. I have a suggestion. Why don't we stop here today? 3 days later, there will be a heavenly devil overturning domain in the vicinity. I wonder if everyone is interested in watching it." Heavenly demon cover. Many people's expressions changed, revealing a wisp of surprise. "Is your demonic palace inviting us?" The little saint of Thunder God said. The little saints from Myriad Demon City were also tempted. The demoness said with a smile. "Naturally. Not only you, we also want to invite the whole world. However, it's only limited to the young geniuses. Elders, please don't compete with us juniors." "Alright, then I'll give the demoness face." 3 days later, right? I'll go back and prepare. The little saint of Thunder God City turned around and left with his people. The people of Myriad Demon City also left. The experts of the New Moon clan and the Golden Crow clan also left. The demoness looked at Lin Xian and said with a smile. "Lin Gongzi's strength is so strong. 3 days later, he must not miss it." The demoness also left, leaving only the people of Wushuang City. These people breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Xian asked, "What is the heavenly demon cover?" Shui Tianchen said it was a method of the demonic palace. It was rumored that the demonic palace was in the heavenly demon cover. It didn't have a fixed location, but was always floating. Lin Xian was surprised that the demonic palace was so mysterious. Guili also frowned. What do these demons want to do? Invite so many young geniuses and experts to the heavenly demon cover. Don't tell me they want to capture all these young geniuses and monopolize the heavenly fate star. Hearing this, many people sucked in a cold breath. However, Shirbufan shook his head. What you said is feasible, but have you thought about the consequences? If so many geniuses died in the saint cities, they would join hands to destroy the demonic palace. At that time, the demonic palace would be in a very miserable state. So I think they don't want to kill geniuses. But I don't know what they are planning. Should we go and take a look 3 days later? All right. Lin Xian nodded. Now, let's set up camp in this world. Whoever wants to go 3 days later, come with me. Then, everyone set up camp. The news of the heavenly demon cover was also spread out. The young geniuses on the 4 moons were greatly tempted. It was rumored that the heavenly demon cover was very mysterious. It was a floating world. The demonic palace was inside. It was rumored that the demonic palace was a very ancient palace. Tens of thousands of years ago, it was obtained and refined by a powerful demon, forming the demonic palace. There were many secrets inside. If they could go in, they might be able to investigate. So, the large families of the saint cities sent their geniuses to prepare to go. Outer realm. In a pitch-black starry sky, the witch and the others rushed back. The witch took out a token with the word demon written on it. She gently shook it, and the void in front of her rippled. The witch and the others walked in. After entering, the scenery changed greatly. Inside, there were palaces, pavilions, mountains, and rivers. Of course, they were all dyed with a layer of black demonic qi. This was the place where the demons lived. Greetings, witch. The people in the demonic palace bowed. The witch flew all the way until she came to a palace and walked in. Protector, the news has been spread. That person has been investigated. It's Lin Wudi. He should be here in 3 days. Not only him, we've also invited the 4 moons. Most of the young geniuses who came to participate in the heavenly fate star will come. At that time, we'll know if there's hope. In front of her, there were 4 figures. They were sitting cross-legged in the void. When they heard the witch's words, they opened their eyes. Understood. One of the elders said in a deep voice. The witch said, I'm sorry to disturb the 4 elders. I'll take my leave now. After saying that, she turned around and left. However, at this moment, another elder spoke. Ying. The witch stopped, turned her head, and asked respectfully, Protector, is there anything else? Are you unhappy that we didn't choose you? Ying didn't dare to. The witch knelt on the ground. One of the figures landed and turned into an old woman. He was wearing a black cloak and was leaning on a purple walking stick as he walked over. This matter is really too important to the demonic palace. Therefore, we have to treat it seriously. You're talented, but you're not the most suitable candidate. 3 days later, in the outer realm. The young geniuses and experts on the 4 moons rose into the air and followed the witch to the outer realm. At this moment, the outer realm was incomparably dark. There was no light at all. Everyone knew that this was the sky demon shroud. Lin Xian felt the terrifying demonic qi and was extremely shocked. Was this the demon race? Suddenly, he felt the great destruction spear in his body tremble. It also emitted a shocking demonic qi that penetrated his body. Don't be agitated. It's not the time for you to attack. Lin Xian suppressed the demonic qi and comforted it. The Great Destruction Spear. The Great Destruction Spear was the sacred weapon of the great demon race. It was passed down from generations of great demons. It was abnormally ancient. Previously, Lin Xian had killed a great demon and forcefully snatched it. He used the great dragon sword soul to cleanse it every day, causing the demonic will inside to dissipate. In its place, it was incomparably close to him. Lin Xian could use it with ease now. At this moment, the demonic qi released by the Great Destruction Spear must have been infected by the Sky Demon Shroud. In front, the witch smiled and said, Everyone, please follow me. She took out the Sky Demon token and shook it gently. Instantly, a crack opened in the sky demon's shroud, and the witch walked in. The others also followed suit. After entering, everyone exclaimed. The sky demon's shroud was too vast. It was a world of its own. Mountains and rivers, a magnificent scene. Moreover, whether it was the mountains, rivers, or trees, they were all covered in a layer of demonic chi. They felt a terrifying suppression here. If they attacked here, they would probably use 30% of the duck's strength. The northern demon frowned. The crimson dragon also muttered. What a strange place. The black mountain also came, but he had already entered the black earth. It seemed that he didn't care. In addition to the northern demon and the crimson dragon, Bufan and Wang Xiafeng from the water sky city also came. They also followed Lin Xian. After the group of people entered, they looked around. The people in the sky demon shroud were all from the demon race. At this moment, they also came out and looked around curiously. The geniuses of the demon race also came up to interact with the surrounding experts and geniuses. On Lin Xian's side, another person also flew over. It was a tall man with a monstrous demonic aura. He was wearing a black armor and had an extraordinary bearing. This must be Lin Gongzi. I've long heard of your great name. Now that I've met you, you're indeed extraordinary. The tall man looked at Lin Xian, his eyes shining brightly. Lin Xian said. You flatter me. It's just some rumors. Don't take it seriously. Lin Gongzi, let me introduce you. This is one of the top geniuses of our demonic palace. His name is Mo Ku. The witch floated over and introduced Lin Xian to Lin Xian with a smile. She became Lin Xian's guide. When the others saw this, they all frowned, especially Lei Shunqing and the Golden Crow tribe. They all harrumphed coldly. A cold glint appeared in their eyes. What did the other party mean? Did the other party think that Lin Wudi was the best among them? Otherwise, why would the witch stay by his side and not come to them? Although the ones who received them were all young and beautiful women, and some dazzling geniuses, compared to the witch, their status was still lacking. One day, I'll teach this kid a lesson. The people of Thunder God City gritted their teeth. A few young geniuses of the Golden Crow tribe burst out with cold-killing intent in their eyes. Everyone, please follow me. Speaking until here, the witch whistled softly. Countless demonic crows flew over from afar. Those demonic crows were completely black. After landing, these geniuses walked up and flew in the sky with them. The mountains and rivers below became small. Everyone also felt a demonic wind blowing over. After flying for a while, the demonic aura in front of them suddenly filled the air. There was a palace floating inside, faintly discernible. The aura emitted shocked everyone, instantly attracting countless gazes. What was that? There was a floating palace there. Could it be that that was the legendary demonic palace? Countless screams rang out. The eyes of the geniuses of Thunder God City and the Golden Crow tribe burst out with bright light. They stared straight ahead. Lin Xian was also surprised. This was the demonic palace, right? It indeed had a mysterious aura. He used the heavenly secret divine eye to observe, but found that it was blocked by a layer of demonic aura. The crimson dragon also muttered. It was rumored that the demonic palace contained endless secrets. If they could enter it, perhaps, he chuckled. Lin Xian glared at him. Don't mess around, this is the territory of the demon race. Don't worry, I know. The crimson dragon shook his head. It seemed that he was still unwilling to give up. The witch smiled. She waved her hand and led the demonic crows away from the demonic palace, flying into the distance. At the same time, she said that this place was the core of the demon race. Our demon race was named after this place. Next, everyone went to other places to take a look. Then, they landed in the palace below. The experts of the demon race invited these geniuses. Everyone walked into the palace. Everyone, this way please. The witch led them in, but soon, someone came out and whispered a few words. The witch smiled. I know. She said, this way please. She changed her direction and walked to the other side. Everyone was surprised. Could it be that there was someone else ahead? Lin Xian asked curiously. Is there a guest in the demonic palace? Yes, there is. Moreover, he just arrived. I didn't know. The witch said with a smile. What kind of guest is this? How dare he be so arrogant? The people of Thunder God City snorted. They were unhappy as they felt that they were being ignored. The skyprite of the Golden Crow race snorted coldly. Witch, can you tell us? His voice was incomparably sharp, as if there was no room for doubt. The demoness glanced at the prodigy from the Golden Crow tribe and a smile appeared on her face. She also knew that this genius from the Golden Crow race was extremely terrifying. His dermic powers reached the heavens. His name was Jean Potian. The witch stopped and looked at Jean Potian with a smile. This person had a great background. He came from the Great Desolate Mansion. He was the previous Huangzi of the Great Desolate Mansion. Huang Shisan. What? It's him. Everyone was shocked. Jean Potian's face changed. The previous Huangzi. The people of Thunder God City were shocked. They had heard of him long ago, but they didn't expect him to come. At this moment, these young skyprides were extremely shocked. Lin Xian was surprised. Who is this Huang Shisan? Is he very powerful? He didn't know much about the major forces in the second astral realm. Wang Xiafeng said, of course he's powerful. The witch looked at Lin Xian and smiled. Lin Gongzi, are you not familiar with Huang Shisan? Let me introduce him to you. Huang Shisan is from the Great Desolate Mansion. He is the previous Huangzi of the Great Desolate Mansion. The Great Desolate Mansion is also a member of the Saint City. Do you understand now? Thank you for the information. Lin Xian nodded. He was surprised. The previous Huangzi was the chief disciple and a leading figure. What is he doing here? He doesn't seem to be from the younger generation. Lin Gongzi probably didn't know that Huang Shisan was as famous as Fu Hongye in the past. His name shook the second astral realm, and his cultivation base was unfathomable. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air when he heard this. He was well aware of how powerful his senior brother, Fu Hongye, was. Some of the small saints were shocked. They didn't expect Huang Shisan to be as famous as Fu Hongye. It seemed like he had underestimated Huang Shisan. When the others heard Fu Hongye's name, they swallowed their saliva in shock. Huang Shisan was definitely someone they looked up to. Fortunately, Huang Shisan wasn't from their generation, so they didn't have to face him directly. At this moment, a skypride of the New Moon clan spoke. Could you introduce us to Huang Shisan? Yeah, it wasn't easy to meet such a legendary figure. Demon City and Thunder God City also spoke. Even Jean Potian was tempted. The legendary Huang Shisan of the previous generation, how powerful was he? Well, I'll give it a try. The Shisan said a few words to Imo Ke and led the way. The group walked towards the east. After passing through a few buildings, they finally arrived at a great hall. The great hall was majestic, and laughter could be heard from time to time. However, it was blocked by a screen and a formation. They couldn't see it at all. They could only vaguely see a tall figure sitting there with his legs crossed. What a terrifying aura. They could feel the exuberant chi and blood of the person standing outside. It was as if they were melting in a furnace. Everyone, please wait for a moment. I'll give it a try. The Shisan walked in while the others waited anxiously. Many of them were excited. After waiting for a while, the Shisan came out with an unnatural expression. They didn't notice it and asked eagerly, "Can we go in now?" The people of the New Moon clan asked. The people of Demon City and Thunder God City also said the same thing. Yes, Shisan, please lead the way. The Shisan took a deep breath and smiled. Everyone, young Master Huang said that it's inconvenient for him. Why don't I bring you to visit other places? Everyone was stunned when they heard that. The Crimson Dragon snorted coldly. Wow, he's so arrogant. Lin Xian frowned as well. This Huang Shisan was way too arrogant, wasn't he? How dare he avoid meeting with so many geniuses? Come to think of it, after all, the other party was an influential figure from a few hundred years ago. Looking at them now, it was like a big brother looking at a little brother. He probably wouldn't be interested. The surrounding geniuses immediately understood what was going on, and their faces turned ugly. He didn't want to see them. They were so angry that they were trembling. Which one of them wasn't a genius? Now that they had gathered together, it was truly a terrifying group of people. They even dared to challenge an elder of the Little Saint realm. But now, the other party had completely ignored them and directly disappeared. How arrogant was this? However, they also knew that the other party was the last generation's Huangzi, equally famous as Xianxia, so he indeed had the right to be arrogant. However, the feeling of being looked down upon was really too unpleasant. The top genius of the Golden Crow race, Jin Padian, stepped out and said, "Jin Wuzu, Jin Padian." When he heard that the previous prince was here, he specially came to meet him. His voice was like a clap of thunder, spreading into the crowd. The surrounding geniuses were stunned. They didn't expect the expert of the Golden Crow race to be so bold. Even those from the demon race were taken aback. The witch and Mo quickly went in. They were afraid that Xianxia would be angry. After a while, the two of them walked out. This time, a figure walked out behind the two of them. That person's body emitted incomparable light, and his aura was abnormally strong. Could it be that Xianxia had come out? Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect the genius of the Golden Crow race to be so respected. Jean Potion's face was also filled with joy. Did you see that? This was the strength of the Golden Crow race. Others couldn't invite him out, but he could. Emoku said. Young Master Huang had something important to do inside and couldn't leave. So, he drew an avatar and came to meet everyone. Why didn't they welcome him? As soon as those words came out, everyone was very uncomfortable. They had to welcome a mere avatar. Everyone was unhappy. However, no one dared to object. That was because the aura of an incarnation was already very terrifying. Greetings, young Master Huang. With someone taking the lead, the others didn't dare to be careless and bowed to him. Emoku, who was by the side, started introducing to young Master Huang. This was the genius of Lei Shen, the genius of the New Moon race. This was the genius of the Golden Crow race, Jin Padian. Hearing that, the figure in front of him turned and stared at Jin Padian. Jin Padian immediately tensed up and revealed a look of shock. To be honest, he was too stunned. Previously, in his opinion, an incarnation was nothing. He didn't think much of it. But now, he felt that all his secrets were seen through by the other party. This avatar wasn't something he could resist. Therefore, he put away his arrogance. This was Lin Gongzi, Lin Wudi. Emoku started to introduce Lin Xian and the others. Xianxia frowned after hearing that. Lin Wudi? You're overestimating yourself. How dare you call yourself invincible? His eyes were filled with disdain. Lin Xian furrowed his brows. The people from Peerless City also looked displeased. Was this guy looking down on them? Seeing that, the surrounding people were overjoyed. This was great. Some of them were prepared to create a small conflict like Lei Shen. It would be best to let Xianxia and Lin Wudi fight. This way, it would be the best. A genius of Lei Shen City sneered. Young Master Huang didn't know that Lin Wudi was very arrogant. Yeah, it was said that he didn't care about any of the Sacred City's geniuses. A person of the New Moon race sneered. Young Master Huang probably didn't know that Lin Wudi was the chief disciple of Wushuang City. Wushuang City, hearing that, Xianxia's eyes shone with a cold light, enveloping Lin Xian. Suddenly, Lin Xian felt a great pressure. The hearts of Shirbufan and the others from Water Sky City were beating wildly. You're from Wushuang City? He said coldly. That's right. Lin Xian's face darkened and he nodded. The other party was too aggressive. Kid, you're too arrogant. Don't think that you have the right to be arrogant just because you're the chief disciple. From now on, you're not allowed to call yourself invincible. If you dare to call me that again, I'll break your legs the next time I see you. Everyone's face changed when they heard that. The people of Wushuang City narrowed their eyes. Lin Xian's face darkened and he sneered. My name has nothing to do with you. This guy dared to talk back to Xianxia. Does he want to die? Everyone was shocked. Even Jin Padian was stunned. To be honest, when he faced Xianxia, he didn't dare to fight back. He didn't expect that Xianxia would dare to fight back. The people of the New Moon clan sneered. Great, this brat doesn't know what's good for him. It would be best if he angered Huang 13. Then, he would be killed mercilessly, but at the same time, they were shocked. Lin Xian was too strong, even when he was facing Huang 13. If they didn't get rid of him today, they would be suppressed for the rest of their lives. To be honest, they targeted Lin Xian and wanted to kill Lin Xian because they were afraid of Lin Xian. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Huang 13 sneered. You dare to provoke me? Look at them, who dares to go against me? You don't know what's good for you. You think I won't dare to touch you just because you're from Wushuang City? Kid, let me tell you why. Even I don't dare to use the word invincible. Who do you think you are? That was Huang 13's mentality. He was high and mighty, and other than a few people, he didn't put the others in his eyes. Even someone like him didn't dare to call himself invincible. How could an ant use it? That was why he was dissatisfied. What a joke. There were many things you didn't dare to use, but why couldn't others use it? There was no such logic in this world. Lin Xian didn't back down. His heart of martial arts was very firm. His goal was to become a great emperor. He wanted to surpass all ancient times and stand above everything. How could he change his mind just because of a few words from Huang 13? If that's the case, what's the point of walking the path of a great emperor? He might as well go home and sell sweet potatoes. Kid, do you know who you're facing? Huang 13's face darkened, and a shocking killing intent emerged. At that moment, everyone felt their hair stand on end. Even the people from the demonic palace changed their faces. The woman gave Lin Xian a look, telling him not to act rashly. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He couldn't back down under such a strong gaze. Kid, you're arrogant, but you don't know what's good for you. Even your senior brother, Fu Hongya, didn't dare to talk to me like that. You, Huang 13 took a step forward. You have two choices. First, kneel down and kowtow, admit your mistake, and take back your words. And from now on, they were not allowed to use the word invincible. Secondly, you can persevere. However, I will personally kill you. Today, I will let you die in the desolate spring. Choose for yourself. As soon as he said this, the faces of the people from Peerless City changed. The Northern Demon and Crimson Dragon's faces darkened. This was too arrogant. They hadn't provoked the other party, and they didn't even know each other. Just because Lin Xian gave them a title, the other party wanted to kill them. This king is so angry. The Crimson Dragon gnashed its teeth, while Lin Xian's expression turned even colder. To be honest, he didn't understand why the other party was targeting him. Although it was a little arrogant of him to use the title of invincible, so what? This was his own matter. Why would the other party target him like this? Perhaps there were other reasons other than the word invincible. Could it be because of his identity? At the thought of this, he quickly sent a voice transmission. Who knew about Desolate 13's past? Sure. Sui Tianchen thought for a while and said, I've heard of it. 500 years ago, there were a few people who were very outstanding. Senior brother Fu Hongya was one of them, and the other was Desolate 13. At that time, the two of them were at the peak of their power and they even fought many times. Desolate 13 didn't seem to have the upper hand against senior brother Fu Hongyu. Understood. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Desolate 13 had been defeated by Fu Hongya, and he hated the entire Peerless City. Now that they were the newcomers of Peerless City, they would naturally be suppressed by the other party. Lin Xian sneered after he understood this. Two choices? What a bold claim. The Great Desolate Mansion can't control Peerless City, let me tell you now. My choice. I choose the third choice. I will not change Invincible Lin's title, nor will I apologize to you, nor will I die in your hands. Lin Xian's voice resounded through the 9 heavens, and everyone was moved. Many people were shocked. Invincible Lin was too strong, and his martial will was too firm. His future was immeasurable. Moreover, they were impressed by his courage. Some of them sneered. Haha. How dare you provoke Desolate 13? Let's see how you're going to die this time. You don't have a third choice. Since you don't want to kowtow and apologize, I'll have to do it myself. A terrifying aura appeared in Desolate 13's hand. Do you have the audacity to attack me? Aren't you from the same generation as senior brother Fu Hongyu? Are you going to attack the younger generation? You're really something. Did you lose to senior brother Fu Hongyu back then? That's why you want to target our peerless city in particular. Shut up. You're courting death. Desolate 13 was completely enraged. Who told you that I lost to Fu Hongya? The killing intent on his body became even more terrifying. Lin Xian wasn't afraid, and his body shone with golden light. I'm right. If you're really capable, go and fight senior brother Fu. Let's see if you're a match for him. Now you're bullying the younger generation. What kind of ability are you? I look down on you. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with disdain. What a sharp-tongued brat. I didn't expect someone like you to appear in Peerless City after a few hundred years. You're too arrogant. Today, I'll have to teach you a lesson. How should you face the experts of your generation? I'm not going to bully you. My incarnation is at the 5th heaven. If you can defeat my incarnation, I'll let you go. If you can't, then you'll have to prepare to die. Desolate 13 was completely enraged. His eyes were filled with killing intent, and he looked like he was about to attack. Young Master Huang, this isn't a good idea. The demon lady walked out with a frown. This time, she had brought these geniuses here for an extremely important matter. It was related to their demonic palace, especially Lin Xian, who they thought highly of. If Lin Xian were to be killed or beaten to the point that not even his bones remained, then their plan would be ruined. You don't have to care about this matter. It has nothing to do with demonic palace. I'm just teaching this brat a lesson. Desolate 13's voice was cold. Even though he was in demonic palace, he still didn't give the demon lady any face. Brat, are you ready to die? Desolate 13's voice was cold as he looked ahead again. Lin Xian's face was cold. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon was furious. Damn it, Grandpa Dragon will teach you a lesson. He wanted to rush out, but he was stopped by the Northern Demon. Don't be rash. The demon lady frowned. Young Master Huang, this is demonic palace, leave some leeway for us in the future. Leave some leeway. What can you do if I go all out today? Desolate 13 turned around and stared at the demon lady. The demon lady's body tensed up as if she was facing a formidable enemy. Those from demonic palace were shocked as well. They rushed forward to persuade the demon lady. This was a ruthless and powerful person. Although he was just an incarnation, no one dared to provoke him. After all, his real body was still here. The demon lady might not be able to stop such a person. Humph, the witch was also angered to the point where her small face became ice cold. When had they ever suffered such humiliation in their own territory? She shouted, Lin Gongzi, let's go. As he spoke, he wanted to leave with Lin Xian. Did I allow you to leave? Either you kowtow and apologize, change your title, or you die. There was no other choice. Baron Mountain took a step forward and blocked the path. At the same time, his terrifying aura sealed the entire area. The surrounding geniuses trembled in fear and quickly backed off. This was a person who was crazy to the extreme. Lin Xian turned around and stared at Huang Shan. You really want to fight me? You want to use your incarnation? That's right. Do you dare? Lin Xian laughed. Why wouldn't I? However, I'm afraid that I'll kill your incarnation and you'll come out with your real body. How about this? You can come out with your real body and suppress your cultivation base. We'll be on the same level. I'll kill you like a dog. Lin Xian's words were shocking. Thousands of lightning bolts fell from the sky. My real body? You're not worthy. Unless your senior brother Fu Hongya is here, none of you will fight with my real body. I'm already giving you face by using my incarnation to fight with you. At this point, the clone attacked, not giving Lin Xian any choice at all. A palm struck out, shattering heaven and earth. Not good. Beside Lin Xian, the faces of Shirbufan and the others changed. They could feel a violent force trying to destroy them. Step back. I'll fight him. Lin Xian waved his hand and asked everyone to step back. At the same time, he shouted and punched out. Boom, his palm collided with his opponent's, causing heaven and earth to shatter. A terrifying aura swept out in all directions. The surrounding geniuses were all pushed back by the force. The witch screamed. He's crazy. He's really crazy. She was dissatisfied with Huang Shan's strength, but she did not expect Lin Xian to accept the challenge. In her opinion, none of the young geniuses dared to fight against someone like Huang Shan. Even if it was just an incarnation, they would not be able to defeat it. However, Lin Xian wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he continued to attack. Could the other party really withstand it? She wanted to make a move, but at that moment, an aged voice rang out in her ears. Don't stop them, let them fight. It just so happens that we want to see how talented this kid is. Hearing this, the witch's body shook. She transmitted her voice and said, Yes, Protector, I understand. She knew that the 4 great protectors of the demonic palace had already begun to watch the battle from the surroundings. If the 2 of you want to fight, sure. My demonic palace will provide the venue. At this point, she waved her hand and activated the formation. The boundless demonic chi in the surroundings transformed into strange runes that shrouded the entire area. They have activated a supreme defensive formation. The others also retreated to the distance, nervously watching the battle. Boom, Lin Xian made his move. His entire body was like a kuanping. His speed was extremely fast as he charged forward. Daring to take the initiative to attack me, your courage is commendable, but today you will die without a doubt. Huang Shan sneered. Although it was just a clone, he was extremely confident. He raised his palm and struck forward. A thunderous sound was heard, and the void was shattered by his attack. Boom, Lin Xian struck out tens of fists that shone brightly in the sky. They were like tens of suns as they collided with the opponent's palm. Heaven and earth shattered. The 2 forces came from all directions. At this moment, everyone was stunned. They didn't expect that Lin Xian would really make his move. Moreover, from the looks of it, Lin Xian was able to go against Huang Shan. Although it was just a clone, it was too incredible. Huang Shan was already famous 500 years ago. Not to mention now. This kid was so strong. Jing Potion's face turned serious. The people from Lei Shunqing and Thousand Demons City narrowed their eyes. The people from the demonic palace were also stunned. Even the experts from the demonic palace who were watching the battle in the dark were shocked. The 4 great protectors were interested. This kid was incredible. If he meets the last condition, then this person, we must get our hands on him. Even though it was just a simple exchange of blows, everyone could tell that Lin Xian's talent and his physique were simply way too strong. Blocking the opponent's palm, Lin Xian sneered. Is this your strength? You said that you wanted to kill me, but that's all you got. What, Huang Shan? That's just an empty title. You don't deserve to be on the same level as my senior brother Hong Yi. Ignorant. Huang Shan snorted. His eyes shone brightly. He charged forward. His palm was like a ball of fire that danced. It was so bright that everyone couldn't open their eyes. One could imagine how terrifying that palm was. Kill, Lin Xian didn't dodge. He waved his 9 suns divine fist and fought back. His golden fist exploded. At the same time, the black qilin tattoo on his body jumped. It was a human-shaped qilin. Huang Shan's palm was pushed back. The Crimson Dragon exclaimed. Damn, is it really just a clone? How can it be so strong? The North Demons were shocked too. They knew how strong Lin Xian's physique was. But now, there was someone who could fight against Lin Xian's physique. And it was just a clone. That was unbelievable. One had to admit that Huang Shan was too strong. Lin Xian noticed it too. But he wasn't afraid. Huang Shan was a generation older than him. It was normal for him to be strong. But he was confident that he could destroy Huang Shan's clone. Buzz, Lin Xian summoned the 5 elemental laws and formed a sword. He slashed down. The palm was sliced open. What a terrifying sword technique. Everyone was shocked. They had seen how terrifying it was, but it still couldn't block the sword. Lin Xian's sword chi was even more terrifying than his physique. Huang Shan was stunned too. His eyes shone brightly. He raised his hand and slashed out a blade. That blade was like the river Styx. It rolled in the sky and could kill gods and Buddhas. The surrounding geniuses were all trembling. That blade seemed to be able to cut them in half. The blade and sword clashed. In the blink of an eye, 30 moves had passed. The void was shattered, and the ground was sunken. It was like the end of the world. Lin Xian crossed his arms and slammed down. An immortal pagoda appeared in the endless demonic aura and slammed down. In an instant, it shattered the desolate blade. Not only that, it even sent Huangshisan's clone flying. What is that? It's too scary. Some people's pupils shrank. Even the people of the older generation from the demonic palace exclaimed in surprise. The aura brought forth by the pagoda was truly too extraordinary. Why did it feel like the hidden immortal pagoda? Some people's mouths were dry. They had read about the hidden immortal pagoda in ancient books. The pagoda that Lin Xian had conjured right now was simply too similar. Could it be that he had seen the hidden immortal pagoda before? These people were dumbfounded. Arg, Huangshisan raised his head and roared. The desolate's aura on his body continued to gather, and the laws of nature gathered together to form a peerless saber that he held in his hand. Slash, he slashed out more than 30 times, shattering heaven and earth. The void collapsed silently. The illusory hidden immortal pagoda clashed once again. The hidden immortal pagoda shook violently as if it was going to shatter at any moment. Lin Xian's expression changed. The hidden immortal pagoda was so powerful that it had never failed. But now, it was showing signs of collapsing under Lin Xian's long blade. How powerful was he? Lin Xian harumphed coldly. The great dragon sword spirit in his body was activated, emitting a monstrous sword chi. The illusory hidden immortal pagoda became more solid. Not only that, the sky in the other 4 directions was shattered, and 3 more immortal burying pagoda appeared. The pagoda suppressed Huangshisan together. The surrounding people were so scared that they almost peed their pants. This method was too strong. This Lin Wudi's divine ability was too terrifying. For hidden immortal pagoda. Even Jean Potion's eyelids were twitching. It would be difficult for him to escape. This should be Lin Xian's strongest skill. Huang Chuetian guessed. Otherwise, he would not dare to believe it. The New Moon clan, Lei Shincheng, and the people of Demon City were gritting their teeth. The 4 illusory hidden immortal pagoda rushed down. Even the powerful Huangshisan was trembling. His eyes were filled with shock. An ant in his eyes actually had such ability. It was really beyond his expectations. You're strong, but I won't lose. With a roar, his body suddenly enlarged, turning into a giant that could support the heavens and the earth. This giant was too strange. There were countless chains on his body, as if he was locked in the void. However, he could still move. He slapped out his palm, which was as big as the sky, and sent one of the hidden immortal pagoda flying. At the same time, he continued to attack. This was the power of desolation. The demoness screamed. Emoka's expression was solemn. How could there be such power in the world? This Huangshisan was really terrifying. After an intense collision, the giant sent the 4 desolation pagoda flying. However, he did not feel good. Many cracks appeared on his body, as if his body was about to shatter. However, he did not shatter in the end. His body shrunk and returned to normal. He looked at Lin Xian. What other tricks do you have up your sleeves? Otherwise, I'll take your life. You are very strong and worthy of my full strength. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a resolute light. He felt his blood boiling. It had been a long time since he last fought. He wasn't going to hold back. He was going to unleash all of his power and divine abilities to the fullest. Jean Potian didn't believe that this guy was bragging. The people of Thunder City were smirking. However, the dark red divine dragon sucked in a breath of cold air. F*CK, this is also a battle maniac. They knew. As well. They knew how strong Lin Xian. If he was to fight too? These people would probably be dumbfounded. He crossed his arms and endless power gathered in front of him again. This time, a huge cauldron was formed. The dragon pattern cauldron appeared, bringing with it a shocking power. Everyone was stunned. What kind of power was this? Why did it feel like it was no weaker than the hidden immortal pagoda? What kind of power did this kid have? It was too strange. They did not know that the great dragon sword spirit could transform everything. After Lin Xian created the dragon pattern cauldron, he grabbed it and threw it forward. This was something that was even more frightening than an ancient mountain. The void could not withstand it in an instant. Boom, Huangshan was sent flying, crashing into countless mountains and rivers. Lin Xian stomped his feet and leaped up like a giant ape. The dragon pattern cauldron in his hand kept attacking. Huangshan was defeated. He could not fight back at all. No way. Huangshan was suppressed. Everyone's eyes almost popped out. Although it was just a clone, who could suppress it, but Lin Xian did it. Ah, Huangshan roared in anger. He wanted to fight back, but Lin Xian's aura was too strong. His divine body was fully activated, and the black Qilin tattoo covered his body. The dragon pattern cauldron in his hand was incomparably heavy. The two dragons seemed to come alive, and they could destroy heaven and earth. Boom, another intense collision occurred. Huangshan was sent flying, crashing into the ground so deep that the bottom couldn't be seen. Everyone's scalp went numb. They wanted to see how Huangshan was doing. However, Lin Xian's pupils shrank. Not good. He moved sideways and at the same time, turned around and attacked. Behind him, a biting cold aura hit him and sent him flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the dragon pattern cauldron red. He turned around and saw Huangshan turn into a stream of light, charging at him. Go to hell, brat. Huangshan's hair was disheveled, and his body was surrounded by light. He was like a demon king, full of murderous intent. Obviously, the loss he suffered just now had made him go berserk. Some people were terrified that Lin Wudi was injured. The people of Demon City and Thunder God City sneered. That's right. How could Lin Wudi defeat Huangshan? That's right. Just one of his clones could kill him. Kid, it's useless. Although your divine ability is strong, you can't kill me. But I, on the other hand, can take your life. Huangshan emitted a biting cold light and turned into two blades. His attacks were extremely sharp. This technique could be called a divine weapon. Lin Xian's body was trembling, and his blood was boiling. Buzz, another attack. The dragon pattern cauldron was shattered by the two blades. Lin Xian retreated. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his body turned into rays of sword qi, swimming around him. Sword, with a roar, the dragon sword's soul let out a loud dragon roar. Thousands of rays of sword qi rushed out of Lin Xian's body. They moved between heaven and earth, turning into a sea of swords. With a wave of his arm, the sky full of sword qi slashed forward, drowning Huangshan. Damn, he's too violent. Every sword could kill a sage. With so many sword qi attacking at the same time, everyone was shocked. This Lin Wudi was really too strong. Could it be that he really had the charm of a young great emperor? Damn it, who could suppress such a person? At this moment, the experts were shocked. The people of Saint City gasped. Perhaps only their chief disciples, the peerless geniuses, could suppress Lin Wudi. Roar, in front of them, there was a roar, and the ground shook. The sky full of sword qi was torn apart, and a figure rushed out. Kid, you've angered me. I'm going to tear you into pieces. At this moment, countless rays of sword qi appeared on Huangshan's body. It was unusually cold, and turned into a torrent. It fought against the sky full of sword qi. This person is too powerful. The dark divine dragon exclaimed. He had never seen anyone who could go against Lin Xian to such an extent. This person was too strong. The crimson dragon had followed Lin Xian all the way. He knew that Lin Xian had many powerful enemies. However, each of them was earth-shattering. For example, the Great Demon and Yan Nantian had powerful backgrounds. One was a mortal enemy, and the other was the successor of a great emperor. That was why he was able to fight Lin Xian to a standstill. But now, Lin Xian was able to do the same with just a clone. This was unbelievable. Is this your true strength? Interesting. Don't disappoint me. You'd better not disappoint me. Lin Xian sneered. Everyone was stunned. Was Lin Wudi just toying with Lin Xian? If that was the case, it was too scary. Stop pretending. I'll kill you now. The sky was filled with saber light. Both of Huangshan's arms released divine power, turning into two sabers that surrounded Lin Xian. "Kill!" Lin Xian roared. He charged into the sky and clashed with the two sabers. Boom! Everyone's ears were about to be torn apart. In the next moment, a figure was sent flying. In the sky, countless laws were shattered. Cracks appeared on Huang Shisan's arms as he was sent flying. "Kill!" Lin Xian waved his arms. Endless sword chi turned into dragons, qilins, phoenixes, and all kinds of other forms that appeared in the sky. Lin Xian seemed to have created a world of sword chi that pressed down from the sky. Huang Shisan was suppressed again. And this time, his injuries were worse. If he didn't use his saber light to defend himself, his body would have been torn to pieces. The surrounding people were stunned. Lin Wudi's sword was actually so strong. They had never seen it before. They used to think that Lin Xian had a strong physique and powerful skills. But now, they were facing a formidable enemy. It seemed that they had to find a way to defend against Lin Xian's sword chi. "I won't lose. My only opponent is Vhumad." Desolate 13 roared. Terrifying runes appeared on his body as he soared into the sky. They formed one terrifying vortex after another, sucking away all of the sword chi. He formed a seal with his palm and slapped it over. Everywhere it passed, everything withered, as if it had turned into desolation. The Great Desolation Scripture, someone cried out in alarm, and the expressions of the others also changed. This was the ultimate skill of the Great Desolation Mansion. Now that it was being executed, it was truly incomparably torrential. Huang Shisan was too strong. Yes, he had the capital to laugh at everything. "I feel that he is a very powerful enemy on the path to becoming a great emperor." Hearing this, everyone nodded. Indeed, if one wanted to walk the path of the great emperor, then it would no longer be a competition between those of the same generation. Instead, one would have to contend with countless experts from all over the universe. He even had to compete with some of the toppled monsters. Everyone could become a great emperor. No one would know until the very last moment. The strength that Huang Shisan had displayed had left them in despair. "Kill!" Huang Shisan roared and charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian also displayed various divine abilities. The great dragon sword soul manifested all things, causing the entire world to shatter. In an instant, a great battle broke out. Everyone was shocked. This Lin Wudi was too much of a freak. Yes, he could actually contend against the Great Desolation Scripture. What was he cultivating? He had just entered the holy city. Could it be that he had already mastered a peerless divine ability before entering the holy city? These people were all stunned. Some people stared at Lin Xian with fiery gazes. Lin Xian must have some heaven-shaking secrets on him. Not only that, Lin Xian soared into the sky and stood above the 9 heavens. His body shone brightly, and endless sword chi crackled around him. As it swam around him, his aura became even more powerful. Lin Xian then charged down from the 9 heavens. He took to the air like an eagle and turned into countless streaks of dragon-shaped sword aura, piercing through the void below. Each of the sword chi was too cold. It was like a peerless divine sword, burning and glowing. Boom, boom. Boom, Huang Shisan was annihilated once again. When the sword chi disappeared, the radiance on Huang Shisan's body dimmed. Cracks appeared on his body. "Kid, it's really surprising that you could force me to this extent." Huang Shisan was incomparably ferocious. "I admit that you're strong. You're definitely among the younger generation." How could Baron 13 say something like that? Did he recognize Lin Wudi's strength? The surrounding people were stunned. Jing Padian was dumbfounded. This was an unparalleled honor. Lei Shenqing and the people of Demon City gritted their teeth. They were envious of Huang Shisan. "You can be proud of yourself for being able to fight with my clone to this extent. However, it's impossible for you to defeat me unless your senior brother is here. Even if Fu Hong is here, she might not be able to defeat me. Also, don't think that you're the best among your peers. The chief disciple of my great desolate mansion will be born soon. At that time, he will take your head on behalf of me." Is the peerless genius of the great desolate mansion going to be born, the great desolate talisman and the chief disciple of Wushuang City? Is it similar to the battle between Huang Shisan and Fu Hongye 500 years ago? Everyone was excited. If that's the case, they're looking forward to it. Who would be the chief disciple of these two sects soared to the sky this time? While everyone was still in a daze, Huangshan turned around and walked towards the main hall. It seemed like he didn't want to fight with Lin Xian anymore. Lin Xian sneered. Are you trying to push me away? Are you trying to run away without a fight? Do you think you can stand and leave as you wish? Do you think you're the one who calls the shots in this world? Since we're going to fight, let's fight to the end. Damn, Lin Wudi is still not letting go. He's too arrogant. He's going overboard. Some people sneered. Even the experts of the Sky Demon Palace shook their heads. They thought that Lin Xian shouldn't try to fight again. Sure enough, Huangshan suddenly turned around. His eyes were glowing with a terrifying light. Brat, do you want to die? I don't want to fight now because I think you're a good opponent. I'll leave you to the chief disciple of the great desolate mansion. Could it be that you want to be killed right now? Do you think you can kill me? With your personality, you won't hesitate to kill me. Lin Xian sneered. You forced me to kneel down and kowtow to you. You even wanted to kill me. Now, you're leaving in the middle of the fight. What's the meaning of this? Why don't you kneel down and kowtow to me too? Or I'll kill your clone. Otherwise, I'll fight you to the death. Lin Xian's words were too shocking. The surrounding people wanted to kneel down. Who would dare to treat Huangshan like this? Indeed, it was an unfair fight. Huangshan was looking down on everyone. The crowd didn't think much of it because Huangshan was too strong. However, Lin Xian was still unconvinced. Huangshan was infuriated. You're courting death, he roared angrily and used the Great Desolation scripture again. At the same time, a cold snort was heard from the main hall. Then, a ray of light flew out. It turned into a weapon and was held in his hand. The Baron Sky Halberd. Huangshan was really angry. Obviously, his real body had given him a weapon. The Baron Sky Halberd was a terrifying sacred weapon from the first prince's residence. It was given to Huangshan. Did he finally use it? It seemed like the Baron Sky Halberd wanted to end the battle immediately. Buzz, the Baron Sky Halberd shook and the void shattered. A terrifying murderous aura swept across the 9 heavens. At that moment, the faces of the geniuses changed. Even the elders of the Heavenly Demon Palace looked solemn. It was a terrifying weapon that was famous in the second astral boundary. It had been stained with the blood of countless experts. Was it going to be stained with Lin Wudi's blood again? Die! With a roar, the Baron Sky Halberd turned into a torrent and slashed down, trying to split Lin Xian in half. Oh no, Lin Wudi was in danger. They might be split in half, or even killed. Everyone exclaimed. The dark red godly dragon and the northern godly demon were also nervous because the threat this weapon posed to them was too great. Buzz, Lin Xian roared and wrapped his arms around the Baron Sky Halberd. The Baron Sky Halberd floated in his arms. No way, Lin Xian caught it with his hands. Was he going to take the sacred weapon with his bare hands? Moreover, it was a peerless weapon like the Baron Sky Halberd. Everyone was stunned. Huangshan was also stunned. How could his opponent block his attack? Was this a joke? Go to hell. He exerted force on the Baron Sky Halberd and swung it down mercilessly. It was as if a peerless beast had come back to life. The aura it exuded sent chills down everyone's spines. Lin Xian waved his arm and used stellar transposition to send the Baron Sky Halberd flying. At the same time, he quickly retreated. The reason for that was because the baleful aura on the desolate Sky Halberd had split open, shattering a part of the void into nothingness and dodging the attack. At the same time, the sword will erupted with an incomparable aura. The sound of the collision was intense in the void. Humph, it's useless. You can't block my desolate sky-painted halberd. Desolate Shersan's cold voice rang out. The two of them had already exchanged over 100 moves, causing the heavens and earth to shatter. The Baron Sky Halberd was not affected at all, and the unparalleled sword was also blooming with a biting cold light. Lin Xian sneered. Who said I was going to deal with Baron Heaven-painted halberd? I just need to kill this clone of yours. Upon saying this, the unrivaled sword emitted a piercing sound. Dazzling sword chi exploded, transforming into 48,000 streaks of sword light. Get lost. Huangshan roared. His barren sky halberd turned into a windmill and blocked most of the sword lights. It's useless. With this sacred artifact, even a clone of mine can kill all of you. At this moment, Xianxia was full of confidence. Is that so? Lin Xian sneered. Suddenly, he activated the stellar transposition, a secret technique of the unparalleled secret technique. Its power increased by 5 times in an instant. The stellar transposition could divert all energy. At this moment, he used all of his energy on the barren sky-painted halberd. The barren sky-painted halberd trembled violently and turned around, cutting half of the clone's body. Xianxia was scared out of his wits. He could not understand why his weapon would attack him. In a hurry, he could only dodge. However, one of his arms was still cut off. Xianxia was injured. That's impossible. How did he do it? Everyone was shocked. Xianxia's eyes were filled with killing intent. How dare you use such a despicable method? He was too shocked. Lin Xian sneered. This is a peerless superpower. You just don't understand it. As he spoke, the sword light in his hand became sharper. At the same time, he activated his eye technique and continuously attacked the clone's soul. The clone was already injured. Now that one of his arms was cut off, it could be said that his vitality was greatly damaged. The light on the clone was already very dim. It would not be long before it disappeared. The experts of the demonic palace were shocked and secretly watched. The 4 protectors were also shocked. This was not an ordinary clone. This was definitely Xianxia's clone that he had cultivated for hundreds of years. If the clone was killed, it would have a huge impact on the mountain. It might even hurt Xianxia's body. Moreover, the hundreds of years of cultivation would be wasted. They wondered if this kid could do it. Prepare to attack. Xianxia might go crazy. We must stop him. We don't have to do it. Let the other elders do it. The 4 protectors discussed in a low voice. Although Xianxia was strong, they did not think much of him. After all, these people were old monsters who had lived for thousands of years. They could be said to be living fossils. Sure enough, the 4 living fossils were right. Xianxia's clone became weaker and weaker. In the end, it was cut by Lin Xian's sword twice. 2 sword wounds appeared on its body. It was almost cut in half. The surrounding people were all shocked. They didn't expect such an outcome. Initially, they thought that Lin Xian would be defeated after the desolate heaven halberd appeared. There was even a possibility that he would be killed. Who would have thought that Lin Xian would become stronger as the battle went on? He did not manage to hurt Xianxia earlier, but instead, he attacked at the last moment. This caused Xianxia to be severely injured. Boom! Lin Xian seized the opportunity and used stellar transposition to change the direction of the desolate heaven halberd. At the same time, he struck out his sword. The unparalleled sword flew out and clashed with the desolate heaven halberd. I will not lose. Ant, die for me! Xianxia roared. However, Lin Xian was way too domineering at this moment. Every single move he made was akin to a true dragon. In the end, he actually managed to smash Xianxia into pieces with a single punch. Arg! Xianxia's clone roared crazily, trying to heal himself. However, Lin Xian's punches rained down on it like raindrops. It turned into 1,000 dragons picture and flew towards Xianxia's clone, smashing it into pieces. Damn it! How dare you, you're courting death. The person in the palace could not hold it in any longer. He roared, causing the 9 heavens and 10 lands to tremble. Countless cracks appeared on the 1,000 dragons picture and it exploded. Lin Xian was sent flying by the force of the explosion. He summoned the dragon pattern cauldron in front of him to block the shockwave. Many of the surrounding geniuses were vomiting blood. Their faces were filled with fear. Oh no, Xianxia's real body must have made a move. Sure enough, they saw a figure walking out of the palace. With a single step, he appeared in front of them and shattered the 1,000 dragons picture. It was a tall and sturdy man. He looked exactly the same as Xianxia's clone, but his aura was even more terrifying. It was definitely the aura of a small saint. Like a demonic god, he stood in the void and glared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian felt that his qi and blood were about to freeze. It was not a good feeling. He roared, and the great dragon sword soul began to circulate in his body. At the same time, he looked at Huang Shisan fearlessly. You dared to kill my clone? How dare you? Huang Shisan snorted coldly. His voice was like 1,000 claps of thunder, causing people's hearts to beat wildly. Lin Xian wasn't afraid of Huang Shisan since he wanted to kill him. He looked at Huang Shisan and said coldly. What? You're not convinced? You can fight me with your real body. Suppress your cultivation and fight me at the same level. I can kill you like a dog. You think you can kill me? Huang Shisan took a step forward, and the 9 heavens and 10 earths cracked. At this moment, everyone's hair stood on end. The people of Thunder God City, Demon City, and even the experts of the Golden Crow tribe were trembling. They felt like they had to kneel down and worship Huang Shisan. What kind of power was this? The will of a minor saint could crush everything. Lin Wudi probably wouldn't be able to withstand it. Maybe he would take the initiative to kneel down. Some people were shocked. Lin Xian. He felt a powerful will. It was as if it wanted to make him float. Humph, a dragon roar came from his body, and the aura that burst out was enough to shatter heaven and earth. His body was as straight as a javelin. You're too naive to think that you can make things difficult for me with just the will of a minor saint. Fight me if you have the guts. Get lost if you don't. I'll fulfill your wish. Huang Shisan said coldly, and the law on his body spread out. It seemed like he wanted to suppress his cultivation and fight Lin Xian to the death. However, at this moment, a few elders of the demonic palace flew over from afar. They asked the two of them to stop. Why are the two young masters so angry? While the witch was trying to persuade Lin Xian, the other two elders of the demonic palace started to talk to Huang Shisan through voice transmission. No one knew what they were promising. Huang Shisan's eyes lit up when he heard it. He looked at Lin Xian. Kid, you're lucky. I'll spare your life this time. However, I won't let you off for killing my clone. In a few months, the heavenly fate star will open. At that time, the chief disciple of the great desolate mansion will bring my order to cut off your head. Enjoy the last few months of your life. Huang Shisan turned around and left, disappearing from everyone's sight with his desolate heaven halberd. The Demon King had finally left. Many of the geniuses heaved a sigh of relief. The pressure from the other party was too great. At the same time, they guessed that if this news were to spread, it would shock many people. Lin Xian actually managed to kill one of Desolate 13's clones. This was too heaven-defying, some people sneered. Lin Wudi wouldn't live for long. That's right, since he dared to offend Huang Shisan, he would die without a doubt. Due to Huang Shisan's status, he wouldn't do it himself. However, there were many geniuses in the great desolate mansion, especially the current chief disciple, who was said to be an extraordinary person. He was known as the second Huang 13. If he made a move, Lin Wudi would have no way to survive. Everyone was discussing animatedly as they kept looking at Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly and was not afraid at all. The chief disciple of the great desolate mansion? He was still too inexperienced to kill him. No matter what kind of genius you were, if you dared to make a move against him, he would definitely send you to the Yellow Springs. He even swore that as long as he had the chance to enter the Little Saint realm, he would personally kill Huang 13. Next, the people of the demonic palace went up to calm them down and began to change the atmosphere. The witch even suggested that they go around the demonic palace to take a look. This scene shocked many people. Everyone nodded their heads in agreement. The demonic palace was a mysterious palace that had been passed down since ancient times. Even if they couldn't enter, it was already a great opportunity to look at it from the outside. Everyone sat on the black demonic crows and flew towards the demonic palace. Soon, they saw the mysterious palace floating between the heavens and the earth again. The vast aura made them greatly astonished. This time, they were very close to the palace and could stand at the corner of the palace wall. Therefore, they could see the traces of time on the palace wall. For example, there were various palm shadows and sword marks. It was very terrifying. These were all left behind by the great battle of the great saints in the past. You can try to touch it outside. The demonic palace will give you a special privilege," the witch said with a smile. Hearing this, the people were even more shocked. Finally, someone reached out and touched the black palace wall. Someone couldn't wait and started to try. Sure enough, there were runes on the palace wall that shrouded the person's hand. Everyone was shocked. What a mysterious aura. I seem to feel a different Great Tao will. Great, it might be able to improve my Great Tao laws. These people were shocked and tried one after another. At the same time, the 4 protectors had already entered the demonic palace. They were guarding an ancient statue. That statue was completely made of divine crystals. It emitted an unparalleled divine secret. The witch had already ordered people to start experimenting, but so far, no one met the requirements. Buzz, just as he finished speaking, a light suddenly appeared in the eyes of the divine crystal statue. Although it wasn't very bright, it was incomparably strange. Seeing this scene, the 4 protectors were shocked. Who was trying it outside? Soon, news came. It was a genius of the Thousand Fiend City. It was a dark-type crocodile. Remember his identity and wait for our decision. The 4 protectors sent out the news. Not long after, the light in the eyes of the divine crystal statue became stronger again. It was much stronger than before. If it was like a firefly before, then it was like a lamp now. Who is it? An elder hurriedly asked. The news came. It was Jean Podian of the Golden Crow race. This Jean Podian was really extraordinary. He could actually stimulate it to this extent. He really met the requirements. One of the protectors nodded. The other one also nodded. However, one of the protectors said, "Actually, it would be best if we could get Xianxia. Sigh, what a pity. If it was 500 years ago, we could have tried. But now, Xianxia is too strong. Moreover, he has the desolate sky halberd. We might not be able to subdue him instantly. If he asks for help from the great desolate mansion, then the matter will be exposed. So, we have to choose someone below the minor saint realm." Next, a few more geniuses made their moves. All of them caused changes in the statue. Some of the eyes of the statue were like fireflies, while others were like lamps. For example, Jean Podian, the princess of the New Moon race, and a few other famous sky prides. However, the 4 protectors had been waiting for Lin Xian to make his move. In the Lin Xian pavilion, Shirbufan and the others in the Water Sky City had also made their moves. Lin Xian was also curious. He also placed his hand on the wall. He felt a strange energy surging into his body. At the same time, the great destruction spear in his body started to move again. Endless demonic chi turned his entire arm pitch black. Boom, Lin Xian did not trigger any more terrifying heaven and earth vision. However, the people in the demonic palace were extremely shocked. The 4 protectors were completely stunned. They stood up immediately, their bodies trembling like zombies. Because at this moment, the statue changed again. The gaze from before was like a bright lamp, causing them to be moved. But now, its gaze was like 2 suns that illuminated the 9 heavens. If it weren't for the mysterious demonic palace, the light would have spread. How was this possible? Wasn't it too strong? The 4 elders were dumbfounded. This scene was completely out of their expectations. Even an old voice came from the statue. That voice was incomparably excited and trembling. Who is this person? Find him for me. We must get him at all costs. Yes, Patriarch. The 4 protectors knelt on the ground. If anyone else saw this scene, they would definitely be scared out of their wits. These 4 protectors had very high statuses in the demonic palace. They were living fossils. Even the palace master of the demonic palace had to be respectful when he saw these 4 protectors. But at this moment, the 4 protectors were kneeling on the ground. Just what was inside this statue? Who was trying it just now? The 4 protectors stood up and asked anxiously. The news outside had spread. It was Lin Wudi. Lin Wudi. It was indeed him. The 4 protectors' eyes shone with a piercing light. They also began to observe secretly. They saw that Lin Xian's arm had turned completely black. Furthermore, that demonic chi caused them to be greatly moved. Could it be that this person was also from the demon clan? Ying said that he had once used a black spear and recorded it with a formation. The other protector, an old woman, opened her hand. The formation flickered, and the scene of Lin Xian's battle appeared. Inside, Lin Xian was indeed wielding a black spear. It was pitch black and emanated a monstrous demonic aura. After the other three protectors saw it, they gasped. Could this be the legendary demonic Dao sacred artifact, the Spear of Annihilation? It couldn't be wrong. He actually had the Spear of Annihilation. Could he be a great demon? Thinking of this possibility, the four protectors were shocked. How could they not know about great demons? They were the most terrifying and mysterious of the demon race. There were very few people in the great demon clan, and every time, one of them would come out and sweep through all four directions. Could it be that this generation's great demon was Lin Wudi? If that was the case, Lin Wudi had hidden his strength too well. That's great. There's hope for the old ancestor. If we can obtain this great demon's successor, then our demonic palace will be able to regain our glory from 10,000 years ago. The four protectors were incomparably excited, and the ancient voice once again sounded from the statue behind them. What a pure demonic aura. I must obtain it. No matter the cost. It was time to prepare to take action. They had to take him away without anyone noticing. The four protectors had already started discussing how they were going to make their move. Lin Wudi was too dazzling, and he was the third-generation chief disciple of Wushuang City. In the future, he might very well be the second Vhumad. Peerless City places great importance on this matter, so we can't act openly. Otherwise, Peerless City will definitely fight us to the death. Especially today, when Yi Shiwen had killed Huang Shisan's clone in such a domineering manner. If word of this spread out, Yi Shiwen would be even more excited. He was a genius, but he had offended many people. Thunder God City, Thousand Demon City, New Moon Clan, Golden Crow Clan, and now Great Desolate Prefecture. These people would definitely not let Lin Wudi grow so smoothly. What do you mean? The elders looked over. The protector's eyes glinted coldly. Let's get someone else to do the dirty work. Let the sacred city take action while we secretly snatch Lin Wudi. That way, even if Lin Wudi disappeared in the end, no one would think that it was us. Even if Peerless City was angry, they would only fight with those few who were born. A few elders were secretly making arrangements here. Outside, Lin Xian still did not know that he had been targeted. At this moment, he was sensing the aura. Perhaps he could use it to comprehend the law of demons. However, there was not enough time. The witch directly led everyone away. The reason was that this was their most important place, and they couldn't stay for too long. Everyone sighed, and Lin Xian shook his head slightly. Then, he left. After all, this was their territory. No one would dare to be presumptuous here. Then, everyone left. Even the four protectors were prepared to make a move here. However, after thinking about it, they gave up. If they made a move here, Peerless City would definitely suspect them, so they could only let them leave safely. After everyone returned, the news spread out. Some people who had just arrived were even more shocked. What did you say? Lin Wudi killed one of Huang Shisan's clones? Impossible. Was Huang Shisan the incomparably powerful genius 500 years ago? He should be a little saint now. Moreover, he was extremely terrifying among little saints. Yes, he was as famous as Vhumad. If you said that Vhumad did it, I would believe it. But how could Lin Wudi do it? He was only a fourth heaven saint. Where did he get the strength from? No one believed it. However, more and more people said that they saw it with their own eyes. This made the others have no choice but to believe it. This Lin Wudi was too heaven-defying. Now, he could kill Huang Shisan's clone. This was the second Vhumad. Once she grew up, who could fight against her? The major sects in the sacred city felt the pressure. It couldn't be helped. Vhumad and Huang Shisan were unparalleled existences even among the top geniuses. Back then, they were so dazzling on the Pilgrim leaderboard. Even now, the two of them had been removed from the Pilgrim leaderboard. Countless elders felt their hair stand on end. There was no doubt that such people would become sacred kings in the future. Lin Xian was called the second Vhumad. One could imagine how high the evaluation was. However, there was also news that Lin Wuti was definitely not Huang Shisan's match. Yes, his senior brother Fu Hongya was more likely. I heard that the Grand Baron Mansion has sent news that their chief disciple of this generation will make a strong move. Moreover, they're going to behead Lin Wuti. This was getting more and more interesting. The battle between the Grand Prince's mansion and Peerless City's chief disciple? I'm looking forward to it. Perhaps someone would want to take Lin Wuti's life even before he entered the celestial fate planet. Lin Wuti had offended many major sections. Moreover, the disappearance of the 10 little saints back then was related to him. How could the sacred city be willing to accept this? Someone sneered. What's going on? Are they going to make a move? Did you get some insider information? Those people discussed excitedly. On the other side, Aqua Sky City was also nervous. What should we do? It seems that they're going to make a move on us. Damn it, are these people crazy? Are they going to send out a little saint? What should we do? Wang Xiaofeng and the others were also very nervous. Lin Xian also frowned. After he came back, the news about him spread around. This was nothing to him because it was not the first time he caused the world to exclaim. However, the news that came out made him treat it seriously. Some news said that some saint cities would join hands to capture him and ask about the whereabouts of the missing minor saints. Those were minor saints. Even in the saint cities, they were the core strength. It was not easy to cultivate one. Now that 10 of them had disappeared, these saint cities could not bear it. Indeed, there was a mysterious force in Thunder God City, Demon City, and Golden Crow Clan, saying that they wanted to join hands to capture Lin Xian. Who was this force? Outsiders did not know. 10 days later, the people of Demonic Palace returned with a smile on their faces. They had convinced those people that they would join hands to capture Lin Wuti. Hearing those words, a smile appeared on the Fiend Palace's protector's face. Demon Girl felt incredulous. She asked, Protectors, is it really so easy to succeed? Will these people believe us? Ying, you are too naive. Do you really think they are doing this just for the 4 minor saints? They want to get Lin Wuti's secret. Yes, Lin Wuti had only joined the saint cities for a few years, but he was already so powerful. He must have had a peerless divine ability that was not weaker than the Great Desolation scripture. Who wouldn't want such an inheritance? Indeed, Lin Wuti was too strong. He could fight against the heavens. Killing people who were 4 realms higher was not a problem for him. This was definitely a peerless inheritance. Therefore, these experts of the saint cities were all thinking about the inheritance. This was the main reason why they took action. As for asking about the 4 minor saints, it was just a superficial lie. After all, they had to have a legitimate reason to take action. But don't worry, Lin Wuti will be ours in the end. Everything he has and his secrets will belong to our demonic palace. These people revealed a devilish smile. On this day, a major event happened in the Moon World. Thunder God City, Demon City, Golden Crow Clan, and New Moon Clan joined hands, forming an army and charging towards Lin Wuti's residence. They locked down Lin Wuti's residence. This matter immediately caused a stir in the entire world, and everyone knew about it. Quick, go and take a look. Something big has happened. Were these sacred cities really going to attack Lin Wuti? Had they brought forward the Saint War? They were truly stunned. The way they saw it, Lin Wuti would be captured and assassinated after they entered celestial fate. But he hadn't expected that the holy cities would make their move 2 months before the heavenly fate star would open. This time, the people on the 4 moons gathered again. They wanted to see what would happen to Lin Wuti. After all, such a character was simply too dazzling. If he matured, he would be like the sun in the sky. If he died, the entire starfield would sigh. Lin Xian and the others were also nervous in their mansion, as if they were facing a great enemy. Damn it, they really did it. Shui Tiancheng, Sherbufan and the others were incomparably shocked. The Crimson Dragon roared, this was going too far, kid, let's attack together and kill them. The northern demons also stood up. Brother Lin, we will fight you until the end. Lin Xian frowned. No, it seemed that the enemy had sent out a few minor saints. It was obvious that they wanted to kill him. He couldn't lose his life for nothing. Indeed, the minor saints were too strong for them. If the minor saints attacked, they wouldn't be able to stop them. Unless they cooperated with Black Mountain and the Grand Sage Tower to kill them. But last time, it was a secret move. It was his trump card, and he didn't want to reveal it. Moreover, there were other armies besides the minor saints this time. There was no way they could stop the minor saints, let alone kill them. There was only one plan left, and that was to ask for help from Peerless City. Did they really think that they didn't have any minor saints on their side? Next, Lin Xian began to send a message to Peerless City, explaining the situation on his side. Then, they began to wait patiently. Outside the mansion, there was a huge army. Each of them was like a devil god, exuding an unparalleled aura. There were even more onlookers around. They were 100,000 miles away, and they didn't dare to come closer. Once the battle broke out, they would retreat even further. This distance was nothing to them. They could clearly see everything that was happening in front of them. In front of them, the people of Thunder God City, Myriad Demon City, Golden Crow Clan, and New Moon Clan were gathered together. A young genius of Thunder God City jumped out and sneered. "Lin Wudy, get out here," his voice was like thunder, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. The genius of Thunder God City was too cool. These days, they were suppressed by Lin Wudy to the point that they couldn't breathe. Lin Wudy was too dazzling, and they couldn't resist him at all. They didn't expect that they would finally get the chance. So what if Lin Wudy was a genius? After today, there would be no Lin Wudy in this world. Lin Wudy, are you deaf? Get out here. The genius of Thunder God City shouted crazily, trying to vent his anger. On the other side, the people of New Moon Clan also jumped out. What's wrong? Weren't you very powerful before? Why are you acting like a coward now? Lin Wudy, come out. Tell us what happened in the past, and we'll spare your life. The people of Myriad Demon City also came out and sneered. The experts of Golden Crow Clan harumphed. Come out and kneel down. Let us collect your soul, and we'll spare your life. Otherwise, we'll take action and judge you. You'll die without a doubt. In the distance, those people felt their scalps go numb. Although Lin Wudy was strong, he couldn't fight against so many Saint Realm experts. Moreover, there were a few minor saints this time. This Lin Wudy wouldn't be able to escape this time. However, no matter how many people shouted, no one came out from the mansion. Only the formation shrouded everything. Not coming out? Do you think we can't do anything to you if you don't come out? Jean Padian walked out with a ferocious look in his eyes. To be honest, he had always thought of himself as a genius and didn't put anyone in his eyes. However, the experience in Demonic Palace 2 days ago had given him a huge blow. Facing Huang Shisan's incarnation, he didn't dare to resist. However, the ant in his eyes, Lin Xian, killed Huang Shisan's incarnation in a domineering manner. In comparison, he was completely inferior to Huang Shisan. He couldn't accept it at all. Today, he came here to vent his anger. He harumphed coldly and waved his hand. Monstrous flames swept down and enveloped the formation in an instant. At the same time, a huge crack appeared on the mansion below. Why don't you dare to come out? Jean Padian sneered. Aren't you very powerful? Come out and fight me if you have the guts. He continued to clamor. I see that you used despicable means to kill Huang Shisan's incarnation. Right now, he really wanted to slander Lin Xian. He also wanted to deny Lin Xian's battle achievements. That way, he would be able to calm down. Otherwise, wouldn't it mean that he was inferior to Lin Xian? Lin Wudy? He doesn't even have the courage to confront us. Such a person has no future. The people of the New Moon Clan also walked out. The others sneered. Some of them attacked continuously, wanting to capture Lin Xian by force. At the same time, everyone was watching the battle. There were a few terrifying figures in the distance. One of them was the princess of the New Moon Clan. Gao Yu. The little maid beside her frowned. This person won't be able to survive. The first prince is really reckless. He actually dares to get involved. Gao Yu's eyes flashed coldly. She asked, where are our people? Did they do anything? The little maid said, according to your orders, we have warned our people, but no one did anything. However, most of them were just watching. Sure enough, there were some people behind Gao Yu. They were also from the New Moon clan, but they did not attack Lin Xian. Because Gao Yu did not allow it. The ones who attacked were the first prince of the New Moon clan and his people. The first prince was the one who killed Gao Yu. However, his plan was ruined by Lin Xian. Hence, the first prince hated Lin Xian. Now that there was a chance to kill Lin Xian, the first prince did not hesitate to attack. Behind Gao Yu, an elder frowned. Princess, do you really think this kid is good? This is a situation where death is certain. I don't know if he can survive, but I know that this kid is very strange. Moreover, he saved me before. We also promised him that we will not attack him again. Hence, whether he is dead or alive, we have to keep our promise. The people from the surrounding holy cities attacked the mansion below in a frenzy. They didn't kill him in one blow, but kept attacking. It seemed like they wanted to create tension and force the person inside to come out. It was like a cat playing with a mouse. They wanted to play each other to death. Rumbling sounds rang out from the mansion as a terrifying aura filled the air. The faces of the people from Peerless City turned ugly. Eldest senior brother, let's fight it out with them. Even senior brother Lin had to kill his way out and fight them to the death. These people gritted their teeth. The other party was too despicable. It was obvious that they did not put Wushuang City in their eyes. In Water Sky City, Shibufan, Wang Xiaofeng, and the others also looked at Lin Xian. Senior brother Lin, as long as you give the order, we will do our best. The North Demon and the Crimson Dragon couldn't take it anymore. Kid, show them what you're made of. Lin Xian frowned. His expression was extremely solemn. These people didn't even dare to breathe loudly in front of him. They were suppressed by him to the point that they couldn't even lift their heads. But now, they dared to be so arrogant in front of him. What did this mean? This meant that the other party was very confident. They were trying to provoke him. Don't go out first. Wait here for the people from Saint City to arrive. Ruffian Dragon, you should set up more formations as well. Hearing this, the people from Water Sky City said that they were going to let these people continue being arrogant. The Dark Rainbow Godly Dragon was angry too. That's right, kid. I can't take this lying down. Naturally, I won't let them continue being arrogant. However, these people are here for me. I can't drag you into danger. Wait here. I'll go out and meet them. But senior brother Lin. Those people still wanted to say something. Lin Xian turned his head and said. Alright, since I'm the head disciple and you're willing to listen to me, you have to listen to my orders now. Just stay in the mansion. Don't worry. They can't kill me. Also, the people from Wushuang City will be here soon. When the time comes, we'll counterattack. Buzz. Lin Xian walked out. What should we do? Guili and the people from Water Sky City looked at each other. Beiyao said, you guys should listen to brother Lin. Since he said so, he should be confident. Ruzalong, hurry up and set up the formations. We can wait. But when it's time to attack, we can't be careless. Outside, the clamor continued. The most arrogant ones were the people from Thunder God City. Their genius Lei Chong and top genius Lei Qian had died in the hands of the other party. This made them so angry that their lungs were about to explode. Now, they naturally wanted to take revenge. A genius from Thunder God City stood in the void like a thunder god, looking down at the mansion below. He sneered, what Lin Wudi? You still don't dare to come out? How disappointing. What happened to your arrogant attitude in the past? Weren't you insufferably arrogant and crushing your peers? Now that we're here, you don't dare to come out. Thunder God City is too arrogant. The people in the distance whispered. Some people said, I know that person. His nickname is Sword of Lightning. His sword skills are superb, with an incomparably violent aura. He was also a 5th heavenly layer genius. Lin Wudi couldn't come out. Didn't he see that there were so many experts around? There were even small saints. If he dared to come out, he would definitely die. Everyone was discussing. However, they didn't know that Lin Xian had already come out and was hiding in the void. At this moment, Lin Xian stared at Sword of Lightning, his eyes emitting a biting cold killing intent. He had seen this person before. When he was in Sky Demon-covered region, Lin Xian had provoked him and Desolate 13's incarnation. He didn't expect that Lin Xian wouldn't dare to make a move now. Sword of Lightning still didn't know that Lin Xian had come and caught up with him. At this moment, he had a cold and arrogant smile on his face. Lin Wuti, it's fine if you don't come out. You must have relatives and friends, right? You must have senior brothers and sisters. When those people come to this world, I'll cut off their heads one by one. At that time, I'll see if you dare to come out or not. All of these people died because of you. Speaking of this, his body emitted a ferocious killing intent. When the others heard this, their scalps went numb. This was too ruthless. He was going to kill them all. Lin Xian's eyes also emitted a biting cold killing intent. This person had touched his reverse scale, therefore, he didn't hold back anymore. He was ready to attack. With a stomp of his foot, he instantly turned into a stream of light and rushed forward, emitting an incomparable light. In an instant, he arrived in front of Sword of Lightning. Sword of Lightning was still sneering before, but when he saw the figure in front of him, it was golden like a god of war. He was scared out of his wits. Lin Wuti, how dare you come out? He was so scared that he peed his pants. The reason why he dared to stand here was because he had bet that Lin Wuti wouldn't dare to come out. With so many minor saints here, Lin Wuti would definitely die if he came out. However, he didn't expect that Lin Wuti would dare to come out and attack him. Run, although Sword of Lightning was arrogant before, he didn't even have the courage to fight Lin Wuti now. He turned around and turned into a sword light, trying to escape. How could Lin Xian let him escape? He waved his fists, unleashing an unparalleled aura. That surge of energy shattered the lightning sword's body into pieces. Even his soul was burned by the Nine Suns' divine fire. Arg, with a scream, Sword of Lightning was destroyed. This sudden turn of events caused everyone to be stupefied. The people from other sacred cities were stunned. Those who were watching from afar were also stunned. Who did it? They turned their heads and looked over. The next moment, exclamations were heard. Lin Wuti, it's actually you, heavens, he still dares to come out. No way, isn't he too strong? He killed a genius of Thunder God City in front of the experts of Thunder God City. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Lin Xian stepped on Sword of Lightning's corpse and sneered. Why? Weren't you very arrogant before? You want to kill me and my friends. Why don't you try? When he spoke, the killing intent on his body was incomparable. Damn brat, you're courting death. The people of Thunder God City have gone crazy. Another genius from their side had fallen, and it was done by Lin Wuti. All of a sudden, these people rushed up, emitting an unparalleled killing intent. Terrifying lightning interweaved between heaven and earth. It was a scene of destruction. Lin Xian roared, let's see who dares to move. The people of Thunder God City were disdainful at first. They had to kill Lin Wuti today. But soon, they realized that something was wrong. A terrifying aura suddenly emerged from the mansion below. Although it wasn't obvious, it made the minor saints shudder. Wait. The minor saints of Thunder God City waved their hands and stopped the group. Those geniuses did not know what was going on. However, when they looked down at the mansion below, they could feel their hair standing on end. There was no reason for it. They were just terrified. Damn it, what exactly was in the mansion below? The people of the Thousand Demon City, the Golden Crow tribe, and the New Moon clan were also dumbstruck. In the distance, those people were also stunned. Thunder God City's people actually didn't make a move. Why did they suddenly become so careful? An expert snorted coldly. Couldn't they feel that Lin Xian's residence was different? There was an extremely terrifying aura coming from it. Could it be that Peerless City's top fighters had already arrived at Lin Wuti's side? That was very likely the case. Otherwise, why would Lin Wuti chase him out? The people of Thunder God City were bewildered. One of the elders gritted his teeth and said. Could it be that the elders of Peerless City had come? The aura below was naturally released by He Shan. Lin Xian wanted to play the empty fort strategy to stall for time. As long as the experts from Wushuang City arrived, he would be able to relax. Before that, he wanted to hold off so many experts alone. No, this time only the younger generation came. Why? You guys don't want to fight? Come on then. I'll take it alone. If I take a step back, I'm not Lin Wuti. Lin Xian waved his hand, looking very domineering. Damn it, there's a trap. The experts of Thunder God City frowned. No one was fearless of death, not even Lin Wuti. There must be something wrong with the other party's action. If they made a move, they would give the experts of Peerless City a chance to take action. This time, the expert who came was very unusual. Perhaps, he was an extremely terrifying existence among the small saints. If they really let such an existence take action, they would be in trouble. Kid, do you think we'll jump into your trap just because you want us to? What an idiot. That's right, how could we fall into your trap? The people of Thunder God City and Thousand Demon City sneered. Oh, not going to take action? Lin Xian also smiled. Then why are you guys here? Weren't you guys very arrogant before, asking me to kneel down and take it back? Now that I'm here, why aren't you guys taking action? Lin Xian looked around and stared at the people of Thousand Demon City. Since you guys aren't taking action, then I'll take action. You were the one who wanted to kill me just now. After saying that, Lin Xian turned into a stream of light and rushed out again. It was too sudden. No one expected that Lin Xian would start a massacre again. Damn it, how dare you! This time, the people of Thousand Demon City roared, hurry up and take action. Those people attacked crazily. However, they realized that it was too late. Lin Xian dodged all the attacks and retreated to his original place. On the side of Thousand Demon City, a powerful demon saint's eyes were wide open. He was split into two, and his soul was instantly extinguished. The broken corpse fell to the ground below, causing the world to sink and turn into the abyss of hell. Another one died. These people were crazy. The eyes of the people of Thousand Demon City instantly turned red. Damn it, kill him! In an instant, two people charged over. One of them opened his mouth and stuck out a tongue. The tongue was very red and had a monstrous blood aura. It was extremely terrifying. It was like a sword light between heaven and earth, causing people to tremble involuntarily. It was a toad that had cultivated into a spirit. It had reached the fifth firmament demon sage realm. On the other side was a Tibetan mastiff. It was extremely terrifying. Its terrifying claws covered the sky and the earth, causing people's hair to stand on end. Lin Xian sneered and attacked forcefully. On his fists, there was a biting cold sword light as he slashed out. With one strike, the two people's attacks were destroyed. Then, the two people's bodies were torn apart by the violent energy. How was that possible? Before the two of them died, they couldn't believe that the two of them couldn't stop the other party even if they joined forces. There were people from the New Moon race who wanted to kill me just now, right? After killing the people of Thousand Demon City, Lin Xian didn't stop. Instead, he turned his head and stared at the person from the New Moon race. The woman from the New Moon race screamed in fright. Her face was pale as she quickly retreated. The people from the New Moon race also rushed over and protected the woman. Damn kid, try touching one of them. This time, the other party wouldn't dare to make a move with all the protection, right? Lin Xian sneered. I'm going to make a move today. What can you do to me? Suddenly, an unparalleled golden light burst out from his eyes. The woman who was protected by countless people suddenly hugged her head and screamed in pain, rolling in the air. In the next moment, her body stiffened and she stopped breathing. Dead. Another elite had died. How was that possible? He didn't even make a move. The people from the New Moon race were stunned. They had been guarding against Lin Wuti for a long time, but the other party didn't move at all. It was as if he had killed a level 5 elite on their side with just a glance. Could a glance kill? Damn it, it was an ocular technique. His ocular technique was actually so powerful, an elder screamed. The others were in an uproar, looking at Lin Xian, incomparably terrified. This person was too heaven-defying, a super strong physique, terrifying sword skills, and now even a complaint could crush everything. This was simply a demon king, sweeping through everything. Quickly protect him. The people on the Golden Crow tribe's side also moved quickly, protecting the person who provoked them previously. At the same time, on their bodies, golden flames surged into the sky, forming a sun that suspended above their heads, protecting that person's soul as well. This time, let's see what you can do. With layers of protection, Lin Wudi could not get close at all. Moreover, the soul was also protected. Even if he used an ocular technique, it would probably have no effect this time. Everyone thought that Lin Wudi would not make a move again. Looking at the other party's appearance as if they were facing a great enemy, Lin Xian smiled. This is your capital to be arrogant. Facing me alone, you are so cowardly. You also dare to be arrogant in front of me. Do you think that I can't kill him if you protect him? If I want to kill someone, even the heavens can't stop me. Lin Xian sneered. This time, he did not use an ocular technique, but cast stellar transposition. A strange power quietly surged forward. With a clang, a person beside that man suddenly unsheathed a long blade and slashed over. With a miserable cry, that person was struck, blood instantly dyed red. Damn it, the Golden Crow tribe side was in a panic, not knowing what the saint had done. Good opportunity. Lin Xian snorted coldly and cast stellar transposition. Immediately, the Golden Crow sun condensed by these people suddenly descended. It enveloped that man. Boom, he smashed his head into pieces. The headless corpse fell down, the soul also burned to ashes in the raging fire. No. Damn it. How is this possible? I don't believe it. The people on the Golden Crow tribe side were splashed with blood. Their faces were full of horror. What method was this? Those people in the distance were also in an uproar. Did he use an ocular technique? No, it's not an ocular technique. Especially when that long blade was unsheathed, why do I feel that there is a spy within the Golden Crow tribe? What if he killed his own people? These people discussed animatedly with fear on their faces. This kind of inexplicable death made them very uneasy. As soon as Lin Xian came out, he killed the 4 powerhouses in a domineering manner. These people who had once provoked him had all died at his hands. Do you want to continue fighting with me, or do you want to scram? His eyes were filled with killing intent. Damn it. Damn it. Lei Shunqing and the people from the Demon City gritted their teeth in anger. The people of the Golden Crow clan and the New Moon clan looked even more ferocious. They had charged in aggressively, and they should have been able to capture the other party easily. Who would have thought that the other party would be completely unharmed? On the other hand, they had lost 4 experts. This was simply unimaginable. What to do? These people were communicating with each other through voice transmission. They wished they could attack immediately. Don't be rash. The aura of the mansion below is very strange. It might be a holy venerate. If there really is such a person and he finds a reason to attack, none of us will be able to leave alive. There's no need to rush. We've already sent people down to investigate. We'll know whether or not there are any experts soon. The people from the Demon City said. The others were also discussing. They were waiting anxiously. Not long after, the eyes of the people from the Demon City suddenly burst with a piercing cold light. They had investigated clearly. There were no experts below. This kid was deliberately mystifying. Kill him. The people of the Golden Crow clan and the New Moon clan were shocked. How did the Demon City know? Suddenly, the people of the Thunder God City were shocked. Could it be that void beast? They knew that the people from the Demon City were all from the Demon clan. Many of them had strange abilities. For example, there was a void divine beast that could hide in the void and investigate everything. Perhaps it was that void divine beast that had discovered the situation below. Thinking of this, they all laughed. That's great. Lin Wudi, go to hell, deliberately mystifying. Do you think you can be saved like this? These people erupted with unparalleled killing intent that swept in all directions. Lin Xian was instantly enveloped. Kill, Jean Padian roared and charged over. He had long been unable to bear it. The other party actually dared to kill the people of the Golden Crow clan. Unforgivable. Get lost, Lin Xian snorted coldly, and a domineering force surged from his body like a peerless beast. Jean Padian slapped out with both palms, colliding with Lin Xian's power. In the next moment, he was sent flying, and his palms were split open. How could he be so strong? Golden Heaven Crushing Sword was astonished. He was extremely confident in his own body. The body and flame power of the Golden Crow clan were enough to burn everything, but now, he was injured by the other party. Moreover, what frightened him even more was that the other party was still going to attack. Lin Xian succeeded in his attack and attacked aggressively. He wanted to kill Jean Padian. But soon, he turned into a Kuanpeng and dodged quickly. Fortunately, he changed his direction. A large golden hand reached out and burned the void where he was originally. A small saint of the Golden Crow clan, damn it. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine. He instantly entered the Grand Sage Tower. With a clang, the Grand Sage Tower was sent flying, trembling continuously. The 9 heavens and 10 lands were collapsing. Lin Xian was inside. His face was pale, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. It was another small saint. Yes, it was a small saint from Thunder God City. The small saint's face was extremely cold. What kind of Dharma treasure was it that blocked his attack? He stared at the tower between heaven and earth. They originally thought that it would not be easy to take down the other party if they worked together. However, the other party suddenly changed his direction and dodged the attack of the Golden Crow clan small saint. Then, he hid in the tower and blocked the attack of the Thunder God small saint. This was simply unbelievable. A small saint could kill a level 4 ant with just a glance. How could the other party survive until now? This person had a lot of secrets and treasures. He had to get his hands on him. At this moment, the small saints attacked crazily with fire in their hearts. The Great Sage Pagoda trembled uncontrollably and rolled far away. However, it was not damaged at all. This made the others even more jealous. This was definitely a top Saint Chi treasure, hurry up and capture him. Below, in the mansion, the people waited nervously. Suddenly, their pupils constricted. Oh no, these people are attacking. Could it be that we've been discovered? The expressions of the Northern Demon and the others changed drastically. The Crimson Dragon slammed down. Kill, he rushed out, and the array he had set up exploded. Terrifying sword chi, saber light, flames, and all kinds of acquired energy surged over instantly and engulfed a small saint. The small saint sneered. You can't hurt me at all. His body shone with boundless light, and his law surged, knocking away all the energy. Then, he pointed a finger at the Crimson Dragon. The Crimson Dragon's hair stood on end. He swung his tail and dodged the attack. That violent energy still caused him intense pain all over his body. Damn it, if I become a minor saint, I will roast all of you and eat you. Old thing, if you can't kill me, then kill your disciples and grand-disciples. The Crimson Dragon roared angrily and attacked the other people from the Saint City. Those people were also frantically trying to defend themselves. For a moment, screams filled the air as all kinds of strange energy erupted. Retreat! Those people in the distance retreated frantically. They did not expect that a great battle would break out in an instant. They retreated a few million miles away. The void in front of them had completely sunk. Humph, how dare a bunch of young ants fight against us? The little saint of the Jinwu clan sneered. His eyes shone with golden light. The monstrous flames caused Shui Tiancheng and the others to retreat frantically. They were no match for him. An illusion of a divine technique appeared on the Northern Demon's body. The tree branches enveloped Shui Tiancheng, Wang Xiaofeng, and the others, healing their injuries and providing them with strong vitality. At the same time, he quickly transmitted his voice. Master, aren't you going to make a move? There's no need for me to make a move. The people of Wushuang City are here. Black Mountain turned into a stream of light and disappeared between heaven and earth. The Northern Demon was stunned for a moment, then his face was filled with joy. In the next moment, the void shattered. Countless formations formed a spatial gate, and a few figures rushed out from it. How dare you attack my Wushuang City? You've gone too far. Kill. After the few figures came down, they were extremely angry. They attacked crazily and blocked the little saints. There are elders. The experts are here. In Water Sky City, Shirbufan, Ghostly, and the others exclaimed. This is great, the little saints are no longer a threat. Kill them. These people rushed forward. The Crimson Dragon controlled all kinds of formations to assist these people in the battle. At the same time, he also rushed toward an expert of the Lightning God realm, killing in all directions. The Dragon Clan's divine ability was extremely powerful. It tore apart a person's body in an instant. The person's internal organs were destroyed, and half of his body was swallowed by the Crimson Dragon. Crawling snake, go to hell. On the demon city's side, a demon beast rushed over and blasted the Crimson Dragon with a violent force, sending the Crimson Dragon flying. However, he returned with an even more powerful stance. You're the snake. This daddy wants you to kneel. He roared, and a terrifying power surged out. The demonic beast's pupils shrank. What kind of power was this? Why was his soul trembling? This was bad. This person's bloodline was much stronger than his. He turned around and fled. The dark red holy dragon spat out a dragon flame and burned it to ashes. Guili, Zishui Tiancheng, and the others joined the battle too. However, as they had just joined the sacred city, they were unable to compete with the experienced geniuses of the other sacred cities. For a moment, they also received attacks and counterattacks. Fortunately, the formations set up by the Crimson Dragon were very profound and could assist them. This time around, Peerless City had also sent some second-generation disciples to lead them on a killing spree. Lin Xian was even more powerful. Without the threat of a minor saint, he left the Grand Sage Tower and began to plunder his targets. Buzz, he came in front of the person closest to him. The person was terrified. No, don't kill me. I'm not here to target you. Before he could finish his words, he was slapped into a bloody mist. This was a genius of the New Moon clan, who was instantly killed by Lin Xian. Lin Xian pulled out the unparalleled sword and the Great Destruction Spear. With a swing of his sword, he split the expert of Myriad Demon City in half. With another swing, he sent a genius of the Golden Crow clan flying. That genius was torn into pieces. The miserable sound made one's scalp tingle. Thousands of miles away, everyone was terrified. They didn't dare to go. However, they could still see the situation in front of them through the formation. Had a big fight already started, the experts of Peerless City had arrived. The minor saints were stopped. Lin Wudi was about to start a massacre. They were stunned. Originally, it was a siege against Lin Xian. However, it was no longer like that now. Lin Xian would probably kill all the people of the sacred city. Sure enough, Lin Xian was like a demonic god, walking in the void. Wherever he passed, he would kill all gods and Buddhas that stood in his way. No one could block a single strike from him. The power of the great dragon sword spirit filled his entire body, causing his every move to be incomparably violent. At this moment, Lin Xian's heart was overflowing with killing intent. How could he hold back? Buzz, suddenly, there was a loud noise. Wang Xiaofeng vomited blood and was sent flying. There was a lot of frost around her. However, the two experts of the Golden Crow clan began to attack her. In an instant, she fell into an extremely dangerous situation. Kill, Lin Xian tore through the void and came to Wang Xiaofeng's side. Buzz, the Great Destruction Spear and the unparalleled sword flew out together, splitting the two experts of the Golden Crow clan. The Great Dragon Sword's soul kept roaring, charging at the bodies and souls of the two experts, killing them directly. Too strong, everyone's hair stood on end. The minor saints were even crazier. How dare you? They were all frightened. The strength of the other party was beyond their expectations. They reckoned that the people they brought with them were no match for the other party. Other than them, only the chief disciples or the extremely heaven-defying geniuses could contend against the other party. Damn it, I'm going to kill you. Jean Padian rushed over again. He transformed into his true form, a huge golden crow, and dove down. The claws emitted a cold metallic light that was comparable to a divine weapon. Boom, Lin Xian attacked. Violent energy erupted and sent Jean Padian flying again. One of the huge claws was destroyed, while the other was cut down. Jean Padian screamed. Lin Xian did not pursue him. Instead, he went to the side of the New Moon clan. Sword Chi swept across, cutting a few of them in half. At the same time, he activated his eye technique, the Blue Sea Holy Tide. Terrifying light swept out in all directions like a tide. In an instant, countless people in the sky screamed and fell from the sky. One person, sweeping away thousands of troops, as if he was invincible. He looked down on everyone. In the distance, those people were completely stunned. The elders of the New Moon clan and the little maid were also shocked. It can't be. He can really do it. The little maid was terrified. The elders also frowned. It seemed like the people on the first prince's side were in trouble. However, there were also people who were unhappy. No matter what, those people were their clansmen. They were the New Moon clan's people. How could they be willing to be slaughtered mercilessly at this moment? Princess, do you want me to save him? One of them asked. Gao Yu snorted coldly. Have you forgotten who sent the human world to kill me? You want to save him? Gao Yu turned around and stared at the middle-aged man. Her eyes were filled with killing intent. Yes, I know. The middle-aged man's scalp went numb and he retreated. However, Gao Yu's gaze did not move away from him. 16th Elder, I've always been suspicious of how the first prince could know my whereabouts and control it so accurately. It seems like we have a spy on our side. Don't you think so? 16th Elder broke out in a cold sweat when he heard this. He knelt on the ground with a thud. Princess, I'm definitely not a traitor. Is that so? Take him away for interrogation and search his soul. I think we'll know who the traitor is, right? Men, take down Elder 16 for me. The surrounding experts immediately attacked. 16th Elder wanted to resist, but he was pressed to the ground in an instant. The laws in his body were sealed, and he couldn't use any power at all. Princess, spare me. 16th Elder exclaimed. Gao Yu snorted and took him away for interrogation. He had long suspected that there was something wrong with them. There must be a spy planted by the first prince. Now, he finally found him. Gao Yu turned her head and looked into the distance. This has nothing to do with us. If the first prince wants to make a move, let him do it. I want to see how long he can be smug. Listen up, from today onwards, no one from our branch is allowed to be enemies with Lin Wudi. Those who violate will be killed without mercy. Yes, Princess. We understand. The people of the New Moon Lord lowered their heads. In fact, even without Gao Yu's reminder, they didn't dare to provoke Lin Xian anymore. He was too strong. At this moment, more than a dozen fifth heaven experts had fallen at his hands, and it was still going on. The people of the holy city were crazy, their hearts were bleeding. Although they were the holy city with tens of thousands of years of heritage, they had a strong foundation. But they couldn't afford to lose so much. Moreover, if they died on the Destiny Star, it would be bearable. After all, there was danger in going against the heavens to snatch treasures. But now, the Destiny Star hadn't even opened, and so many of their geniuses had fallen. How could they bear it? They fought back crazily. Some even wanted to attack and kill Lin Xian. But this time, Wushuang City sent a few small saint elders and a few core disciples of the second generation. They were abnormally strong. One of them was the third disciple of the second generation. He was called Soul Chaser, and his strength was abnormally terrifying. Under his leadership, the other experts of the holy city couldn't care less about attacking. They could only protect themselves. Seeing that Lin Xian was about to kill and sweep away everything, however, at this moment, an unforeseen event occurred. The ground below was originally shattered and sunken, but suddenly, a few black pillars of light shot out from the mountain of corpses and sea of blood. It pierced through heaven and earth. One after another, there were a total of 72 streaks, covering the sky and hiding the earth, shocking everyone. The unparalleled aura shocked them even more. Damn it, what's going on? Did these people from Wushuang City set up another shocking array? The people of Peerless City were also stunned. Was it set up by their senior brother's friends? Many people had forgotten about the Crimson Dragon. The Crimson Dragon said, "Wow, it's not me. Could it be the guy from Black Mountain?" Wasn't this a little too extravagant? Before he could finish his words, the sky suddenly darkened, and streak after streak of starlight poured down. A total of 36 streaks of starlight shrouded the entire sky. 36 celestial dippers and 72 earthly fiends. What was this? Many of the little saints were terrified. They frantically retreated. This formation was too extraordinary, containing the profound mysteries of heaven and earth. It was unknown who set it up. Was it to surround and kill them? It was as if they were facing a great enemy. Lin Xian was also stunned. What a powerful formation. It seemed that those holy cities were doomed. He wanted to chase after them with the little saints. However, as soon as he flew into the sky, a streak of starlight shrouded him. Immediately after, 36 streaks of starlight formed a chain and bound him. What was going on? Was it targeted at Lin Wudi? At this moment, everyone was stunned. Who was it? It was not Thunder God City, nor was it Demon City. Then who was it? The expressions of the powerhouses of Peerless City changed drastically. They attacked frantically. However, at this moment, 36 celestial spirits and 72 earthly spirits worked together and directly shrouded Lin Xian. Then, 9 streaks of starlight were torn apart and disappeared. What was going on? Lin Wudi disappeared. At this moment, heaven and earth shook. No one knew who did it. Lin Xian was suppressed by this force. He also felt that the situation was not good. The great dragon sword soul in his body circulated and attacked several times, but it did not break through. One could imagine how terrifying the formation was. Who was it? Who wanted to capture him? Thunder God City, Demon City, the Golden Crow clan, or the New Moon clan? No matter how he thought about it, he felt that it was unlikely. Because if these people had such terrifying means, they would have used it from the beginning. Why wait until after he killed so many elites? Who was it? Could it be that there were still hidden enemies? In an instant, he thought of the human realm. However, he also felt that something was not right. If the human realm wanted to kill him, they should have killed him on the spot. While he was thinking, he felt that the array formation around him was rumbling, as if it had undergone a change. Could it be that someone was going to appear? He was secretly vigilant. Even though he was bound, Lin Xian wasn't afraid at all. He had the great dragon sword soul in his body and some trump cards. He wanted to see who dared to attack him. Around him, the black pillars of light disappeared, and the starlight in the sky gradually gathered, forming 36 chains and 72 runes that attached to his body and sealed his power. However, Lin Xian could already see the surrounding scene clearly. The next moment, he was dumbfounded. Where was this? He was too shocked. The black mountain range, the black trees, everything carried a monstrous demonic aura. This was the Sky Demon Overturn region. Why was he here? Could it be that the people of the Sky Demon Palace saved him? Soon, he saw many people walking over. They were all people of the Sky Demon Palace. He saw the witch and Moku. He was about to greet them, but the witch's expression was cold. Take them away. She waved her hand, and soon, the people of the Sky Demon Palace suppressed Lin Xian and flew into the distance. Lin Xian's heart instantly sank. What was going on? From the looks of it, it wasn't the people from the demonic palace who saved him, but the people from the demonic palace who sealed him. He had never offended the Sky Demon Palace. Moreover, the other party had been very friendly to him before. Why would they suddenly capture him? Damn it, was the other party plotting to steal something from him? Thinking about it, the only thing that could arouse the interest of the Sky Demon Palace was the great spear of destruction in Lin Xian's hands. Or could it be that the matter of him killing the great demon had failed, and the Sky Demon Palace and the great demon clan had a relationship? He did not know. Soon, he was suppressed by the crowd and came to the front. There was a floating palace in front of him, emitting a mysterious aura. The Sky Demon Palace. This time, Lin Xian was shocked again. What was the other party planning? Reporting to the guardian, the person has been brought here. The witch knelt on one knee and said respectfully. The door of the Sky Demon Palace opened. 4 figures that could not be any older walked out. These 4 people were like zombies, making one's scalp tingle. 4 living fossils, and abnormally terrifying. They were extremely terrifying experts of the Sky Demon Palace. Lin Xian's heart sank. Although he had a trump card, would he be able to succeed against such powerful people? The 4 protectors moved like ghosts, floating over to Lin Xian's side. They circled Lin Xian and sized him up continuously. Furthermore, they nodded and revealed satisfied smiles. Very good, very good. You are truly the best in the world. Lin Xian felt goosebumps all over his body from being stared at. Do these four old fellows have some special hobbies? Do they want to do something special to me? Lin Xian felt somewhat disgusted. Why are you all capturing me? Is your celestial demon palace prepared to bear the consequences of capturing me? Lin Xian's voice was piercingly cold. Little doll, stop struggling. I know that you have many trump cards and even some incredible secrets. However, it is useless. This time, the experts of our celestial demon palace are all out. Not to mention you, we can even capture a holy venerate. Just cooperate with us obediently and avoid some physical pain. We are giving you a great opportunity. You should be grateful to us. After Lin Xian heard that, he felt extremely startled. This time, the other party had the strength to capture a holy venerate, damn it. What are these people trying to do? What opportunity? I don't need it. I am different from you celestial demon palace people. I am not a member of the demon race. I do not need your opportunities. Brat, stop hiding. Do you really think that we cannot tell that you have the great destruction spear? You should be this generation's great demon inheritor, right? One of the protectors revealed a gaze that seemed to control the world. It was like he had seen through all of Lin Xian's secrets. Lin Xian felt stunned. What's going on? Was I misunderstood? Damn. This great demon even made me take the blame for his death. Does your celestial demon palace have a grudge with the great demon race? There is no grudge. However, you are pretty good and very suitable for us. Don't worry. We will make you an existence even more horrifying than the great demon inheritor. At that time, you will be respected by all demons. The eyes of the four elders shone with startling light. The other celestial demon palace people also became excited. Bring him in. The four protectors personally grabbed Lin Xian's limbs and carried him into the celestial demon palace. The doors of the Sky Demon Hall slowly opened. The four protectors led Lin Xian in. Then, the heavy door closed. Lin Xian was shocked. What did these four old monsters want to do with him? At the same time, he was surprised. This was his first time in the demonic palace. The last time he was here, he had only been outside the city walls, and he had already felt an inconceivable power. Now that he had entered, he wondered what kind of place he would be in. Moreover, what made him even more curious was what kind of secret was hidden within. As soon as he entered, Lin Xian was stunned. The aura within the palace was simply too terrifying. All sorts of great daos of heaven and earth floated up and down. The divine chains of laws turned into rainbows that circled around him. This place was simply a paradise on earth. Lin Xian was too shocked. He remembered that Aqua Sky City once said that the Sky Demon Palace was a very mysterious palace in ancient times. However, it was later obtained by a powerful demon and transformed into the Sky Demon Palace. Now that he had come in, it was indeed extraordinary. The four protectors were expressionless. They stepped on the great Tao Golden Lotus and walked inside. Along the way, Lin Xian was even more shocked because he discovered that on both sides of the Sky Demon Palace, countless great daos interweaved and carried many weapons. Those were all sacred artifacts. A golden long saber emitted an incomparably dazzling light. There was also a dark red long sword dripping with blood that pierced through the void. A fan emitted multicolored light. Endless laws surrounded it and floated there. There were all kinds of terrifying scenes on it, as if a peerless beast was sleeping. A bell was incomparably mysterious. It automatically emitted a sound like the sound of an immortal from the 9 heavens, mysterious and unfathomable. These were all extremely terrifying sacred artifacts. Now, they were actually floating here. The Sky Demon Palace was indeed the core place of the demon race. There were really too many treasures inside. Even Lin Xian was extremely jealous. Moreover, he discovered that in addition to these sacred artifacts, there were all kinds of rare materials. Some of them had been extinct for tens of thousands of years. But here, they had them. In addition to these, there were all kinds of medicinal herbs and natural treasures. He discovered a few extinct medicinal herbs. If he could get them, he would definitely be able to refine a peerless sacred pill. However, the four protectors did not have any expression at all. They turned into a gust of wind and quickly walked into the main hall. this sky demon palace was very generous. It was as if it was a world of its own. After walking inside, Lin Xian was even more shocked. There were even more treasures here. Moreover, there were piles of nerves. These were all peerless god crystals, and at the center of them all was a statue made of peerless god crystals. When Lin Xian entered, the eyes of the statue actually shone with an incomparably terrifying green light. It was as if two long swords were staring at Lin Xian. Lin Xian instantly felt his hair stand on end. He felt his body stiffen, as if these two gazes could devour him. So scary. What was this? Was this statue still alive? The four protectors also put Lin Xian down. Then, the four of them respectfully knelt on the ground and kept worshipping the statue. Greetings to the demon ancestor. The person had been brought here. The demon ancestor. Could this be an ancestor of the demon race? Lin Xian was too shocked. This was definitely the trump card of the Sky Demon Palace. Why would they bring him here? He did not know, but he could see that this ancestor of the demon ancestor was very old. It could be said that his life was already at its end. Even if he was sealed with divine crystals, he would not live for more than a few months. Very well, you can leave. Without my orders, no one can come in. The nerve statue in front of them emitted a spiritual fluctuation. Yes. The four protectors respectfully left, leaving only Lin Xian standing there. After a while, the four protectors completely left the Sky Demon Palace. The green light in the eyes of the nerve statue in front of them suddenly magnified. Like two green suns, they stared at Lin Xian. Good, very good. A super strong physique, and I can feel a pure demonic chi. I heard that your name is Lin Wudi, the top young genius of the second astral realm. Ha 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 ha, the heavens did not destroy me. I finally found the hope of rebirth. In the entire Sky Demon Palace, countless laws were surging. It was too terrifying. This aura could devour everything. Lin Xian was shocked. Who was this person? He had definitely surpassed a small saint. Was he a sacred sovereign? He carefully sensed and was stunned. He was probably more terrifying than a sacred sovereign. Could it be that he was a saint king? What was he trying to do? He was dying, but he had taken a fancy to his body. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air as he thought of something. Possession, this old thing wanted to possess his body and take over his soul. Damn it. His eyes shone with a cold light as he tried to break free from the seal. But it was obvious that he couldn't do it. The four protectors were four saint sovereigns. They were abnormally strong. Lin Xian couldn't break the seal they cast. Not to mention, there was also a saint king. Damn it, Hey Shan, are you there? Revive quickly and use the Great Sage Pagoda to break it open, at least help me break the seal. Lin Xian roared in his heart. Hey Shan seemed to have stopped moving. F***ck, this guy couldn't have escaped, right? Lin Xian's face darkened. At this moment, Hey Shan's voice rang in his mind. Kid, what are you shouting for? You can't escape now. Even if you get out of the demonic palace, can you get out of the demonic covered region? This was an existence at the level of a sacred city. Do you want to take on a saint city alone? If I was at my peak, I would definitely be able to. But now, even if we work together, we can't do it. But I can't just sit here and wait for death. That's not my style. Lin Xian roared in his heart. Hey Shan shook his head and said, don't you think this is an opportunity? You only have one path now, and that is to be possessed by him and then kill his soul. After you receive his soul message, pretend to be possessed and then order the demons around. This is the only chance you have to survive. Otherwise, the demons will never let you go. After saying that, Hey Shan went silent. Lin Xian was shocked when he heard that. What a bold idea, but thinking about it, Hey Shan was right. This was his only way out. Damn it, these demons are actually plotting against me, damn it. In the next moment, his entire body trembled because he realized that the two balls of green light had drilled into his brain. He felt that his soul was being attacked endlessly. It was obvious that the other party couldn't wait any longer and had started to possess him. As expected of a saint king, it entered his brain in an instant and suppressed his soul. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party was exhausted, his soul would have been extinguished. damn it, counterattack, Lin Xian roared and activated his heavenly secret divine eyes. A pair of golden eyes appeared in his mind and blocked the attack. What a strange pair of eyes. They even have a strange eye technique. Very good, I'm more and more satisfied with you. I hope you're full of treasures. Don't let me down. Don't worry. After you die, I will make good use of your body. Maybe I can break through to the great sage realm. He might even be able to break through to the extreme Tao and become a true great emperor. The old ancestor of the devil race was incomparably excited. He felt that this was a great gift from the heavens. Damn it, great dragon sword spirit, kill, Lin Xian mobilized the great dragon sword soul. Boom. Boom, the great dragon sword spirit rushed out, turned into a sword light and rushed out. The old ancestor of the demon race was startled and almost got hit by the sword light. He moved some distance away and floated in the void, staring coldly at the great dragon sword soul. What was that? He was too shocked. The aura coming from the other party was too terrifying. I didn't expect you to have such a treasure in your body. It really surprises me. Alright, I'll kill you properly. I won't let you suffer any pain. He turned into a streak of black light and pounced down, while Lin Xian was suppressed. Although he had the great dragon sword spirit and the heavenly secret divine eyes, he was only a sage. An early stage fourth heaven sage. And the other party was a sage king. The gap between the two was too big. A dead camel was bigger than a horse. A centipede would die but not fall down. A sage king, even when on the verge of death, could easily kill a sage venerable. Not to mention a sage fourth heaven follower. At this moment, Lin Xian felt a great sense of danger. He knew that Heishan couldn't help him. This was a battle of life and death. He had to rely on himself. The great dragon sword spirit and the heavenly secret divine eyes were extremely mysterious. It was impossible for the other party to kill him in a short period of time. Since that was the case, Lin Xian decided to go all out. Old thing, do you think you can take over my body? Today, I'll kill you. Lin Xian was also angry. His eyes were red. The great dragon sword spirit could feel his emotions and kept roaring. The heavenly secret divine eyes had turned blood red. Useless brat, although you have treasures, you're too weak. An ant with a divine weapon can't kill a giant dragon. So, you'd better die obediently. Only I can unleash your potential to the limit. The demon ancestor revealed a sinister smile. Lin Xian sneered. My cultivation is indeed inferior to yours, but you want to kill me? Impossible, old thing, you've made a fatal mistake. If it was any other place, I might have really been killed by you. But this demonic palace. However, in the demon palace, there are many treasures and treasures piled up like mountains. These are all sources of energy that make me strong, so, I'll let you see who's going to kill who. At this point, Lin Xian roared. The great dragon sword spirit seemed to have a soul and emitted countless dragon-shaped sword chi. These dragon-shaped sword chi turned into dragon claws and grabbed in all directions, rushing out of his body. In an instant, he grabbed all the natural treasures in the demonic palace and refined them with all his might. The great Tao between heaven and earth surged and lotuses bloomed. All kinds of energy crazily poured into Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian felt that his body was about to explode. Although he was absorbing the great dragon sword spirit, he was still a carrier. In an instant, countless cracks appeared on his body and blood dyed the 9 heavens red. Lin Xian and Yang Tian roared as he resisted with all his might. Kill, the great dragon sword spirit roared. After receiving this energy, it actually recovered temporarily. In fact, such a situation had happened before. Back then, the great dragon sword spirit split open the nest of 10,000 dragons with a sword. At that time, several sages joined forces. Until now, no one helped. However, Lin Xian could absorb these resources and the power of the great dragon sword spirit increased again. No, damn it, how was this possible? The demon race's patriarch was also furious. He could feel the power of the dragon sword shadow increasing rapidly. And it was getting stronger and stronger. It could threaten him. He would not allow the other party to do so. He attacked crazily. In the next moment, the two intertwined and fought continuously. At this moment, Lin Xian also activated his Fecta Divine Eyes and locked onto Spring and Autumn. He wanted to lock onto the other party's soul. This was a difficult battle. It was abnormally dangerous. Outside the Demon Palace, the four great guardians, the elders of the Demon Palace, and countless geniuses were all waiting there. They looked ahead at the floating palace with nervousness and uneasiness in their eyes. "I wonder how the patriarch is doing?" an elder asked. The others were also discussing spiritedly. The four protectors, on the other hand, said that the old ancestor's strength was exceedingly great even though he did not have much lifespan left. Although his lifespan was not long, it was not something that a young man could contend against. As soon as these words were said, those people nodded. Indeed, their patriarch was a sage king. The demonic palace was also one of the factions in the holy city, but their situation was very awkward. The old sage king was about to die, but the new sage king had not broken through yet. The four protectors were also unable to take that final step. If there was no new sage king to inherit the throne, the demonic palace would be in danger. At best, they would fall out of the holy city, and at worst, they would be replaced by other holy cities. They would kill them and take their resources. This was a crisis of extermination. They had to find a new way. In the end, they found a way, and that was to possess someone. They had to find someone with an extremely powerful bloodline and possess that person. Their old ancestor knew a long-lost demonic technique called the 9 Revolutions Undying Technique. If the physical body withered, they would possess someone else's body. If the soul withered, they would absorb someone else's soul. Then, they would undergo an unbelievable transformation. This way, they could prolong their lifespan and live a second life. Originally, the demonic palace could have chosen a prodigy as the carrier for such a matter. However, the old ancestor of the demonic palace was unwilling to give up. Since he decided to take a gamble, he had to find the best body. Perhaps, not only could he obtain a new life, but he could also improve by leaps and bounds. The people of the demonic palace naturally had the same idea. If their old ancestor could improve further, the demonic palace would also sweep through the second astral realm. They might even be able to surpass those holy cities. Therefore, they came up with 2 plans. They looked for a few young people in the clan as candidates. At the same time, they were crazily searching for the various geniuses outside. Finally, they locked onto Lin Xian and found an unusually pure demonic aura on Lin Xian's body. They even mistook Lin Xian for a great demon. They knew that great demons were extremely terrifying geniuses of the demonic palace. The old ancestor of the demonic palace naturally wanted to occupy such a body. Thus, the scene from before had occurred. Day after day passed, and the people of the demonic palace were somewhat anxious. It had already been 7 days. Why hadn't their old ancestor come out yet? Could it be that something had happened? Impossible. What could have happened to the old ancestor? Perhaps the old ancestor was adapting to that body. They could only comfort themselves with such thoughts. At this moment, a figure stood there motionlessly in the demonic palace. His handsome face was as sharp as a knife. His eyes, however, were filled with chaos, without any luster. This person was none other than Lin Xian. A battle of life and death was taking place in his mind. Of course, it was between him and Forefather Celestial. Lin Xian absorbed the surrounding heavenly materials and earthly treasures to provide energy to the great dragon sword soul, allowing him to finally gain the upper hand. However, the celestial fiend Forefather was indeed a saint king. Even though he was on the verge of death, he was still extraordinarily powerful. They were unable to kill him in a short period of time. However, it was fortunate that the sage king did not leave immediately. Instead, he continued to hold on bitterly, wanting to fight back. He longed for this body too much, because it did not have much lifespan left. If he missed this opportunity, he would regret it for the rest of his life. This gave Lin Xian an opportunity. Lin Xian sneered as he activated the great dragon sword soul with all his might. He was still afraid that the other party would escape. Another 7 days passed. This time, old ancestor Sky Devil was terrified because the power of his opponent's dragon flight sword was increasing. On his side, his soul was getting dimmer and dimmer. It would dissipate at any time. Damn it, he knew that he had underestimated the other party's secret treasure. He wanted to escape. However, how could Lin Xian give him the chance to escape? Lin Xian had already set up layers of defense with his dragon-shaped sword Qi. Old ghost, don't you think it's too late to escape now? How dare you possess my body? Today, I will let you know why the flowers are so red. Boom, the great dragon sword soul erupted and slashed forward. Old ancestor Sky Devil's soul was impacted and he screamed crazily. Damn brat, how dare you hurt me? Do you know who I am? When I dominated the world, your grandfather was not even born yet. Old bastard, don't be so arrogant. You have no strength left. If you still have strength, do you still have to threaten me? Didn't the Sage King's Majesty kill me in seconds? Now that you dare to threaten me, it shows that you are strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Lin Xian sneered and attacked crazily. The dragon roared and the heavenly secret divine eyes also interfered. After fighting for 3 days, old ancestor Sky Devil screamed again, telling him to stop. Brat, how about I shake hands with you and make peace with you? I won't possess you anymore. Furthermore, I'll give you 1/5 of the Celestial Demon Palace's treasures and let you leave safely. Old ancestor Sky Devil felt that Xiao Chen's offer was already very generous. First, he spared Xiao Chen's life. Then, he gave him 1/5 of the treasures. Although it was only 1/5, it was enough to make any holy venerate jealous. Even the Sage Kings would be envious. After all, the Celestial Demon Palace was the accumulation of the demon race for countless years. However, Lin Xian laughed. Old thing, you are still so stingy when it comes to saving your life. This young master does not care about 1/5. After I kill you, the entire Celestial Demon Palace will be mine. What do you think I will choose, damn it? How dare you plot against my Celestial Demon Palace's things? This time, the demon race's old ancestor was truly enraged. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Why wouldn't I dare? You were the one who plotted against me first. I was just giving you a taste of your own medicine. Old man, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Lin Xian activated the Great Dragon Sword Soul and unleashed it completely. He wanted to kill the other party in one strike. On the other side, old ancestor Sky Devil was also enraged. He decided to fight with his back to the wall. If he did not succeed, he would die trying. His soul suddenly burned and turned into an old figure. It was a pale demon with a monstrous aura. It fought with the Great Dragon Sword Soul. Outside, the experts of the Celestial Demon Palace were about to collapse from waiting. It had been almost a month. Why hadn't their old ancestor come out yet? Could it be that there was really a problem? They looked at the 4 great protectors. Should we go in and take a look? That's right, protectors. Nothing must go wrong. Otherwise, our Celestial Demon Palace will be finished. The 4 great protectors looked at each other and saw the worry in each other's eyes. However, they still shook their heads. No, the old ancestor said that no one was allowed to go in. Perhaps the old ancestor had other plans. They should wait patiently. They believed in the old ancestor's strength. They had no choice but to wait. They waited for another day. Suddenly, rumbling sounds came from the Celestial Demon Palace in front of them. The 2 demonic doors slowly opened. Rays of light flowed out from inside. The doors opened, the experts of the Celestial Demon Palace raised their heads. Their eyes were burning with passion. Even the 4 great protectors were excited. Did the old ancestor succeed? They hurriedly surrounded him. The sound of footsteps could be heard from inside the Celestial Demon Palace. It was unusually crisp. Then, a figure walked out. It was a handsome young man. His black hair reached his waist. His eyes were piercingly cold. There was a sinister smile on his face. Old ancestor? The 4 great protectors shouted in bewilderment. Mo-kun, it feels so good outside. I can finally see this world again. The handsome young man's eyes shone with a cold light. His robes fluttered without any wind, and a monstrous aura surged out. Ancestor, one of the protectors was so excited that he knelt on the ground because his name was Mo-kun. Since the other party was able to shout it out, it meant that this was no longer the young man from before. This was their ancestor. Although his body was still the same body, his soul had already changed. It was really the ancestor. The other protectors also knelt. Behind them, the experts of the demonic palace knelt on the ground. Greetings, Ancestor. The ancestor's fortune filled the heavens, and he ruled the galaxy for thousands of generations. The people of the demonic palace were too excited. They could feel the powerful vitality of the figure in front of them. This was their ancestor. It was equivalent to coming back to life. Their demonic palace could finally shine again. The handsome young man raised his head and laughed loudly. His eyes shone with a cold light as he looked down at the demon experts kneeling on the ground. At this moment, he felt like a king descending to the earth. Lin Xian was still shocked. That's right, he was still Lin Xian. Although he acted like before and said such strange words. It was because Lin Xian had cut off the soul of the celestial fiend ancestor in the previous battle and forcefully collected it. He knew about the celestial fiend ancestor's life and the demon race. Therefore, only then could he call out the protector's name. The process this time was still very dangerous. If he was not careful, he would be killed by the other party. Fortunately, there were too many treasures in the demonic palace. It was enough for the dragon sword soul to continue erupting with power. In addition, the celestial fiend ancestor was really too old. In the end, he succeeded. Not only that, this time, the dragon sword soul absorbed the power, and his body was also cleansed by those heavenly materials and earthly treasures. His soul had also been sublimated, so his cultivation had broken through again, reaching the middle stage of the fourth heaven. It had only been a few years since his last breakthrough. This speed was absolutely heaven-defying. The people outside would probably be scared silly when they found out. However, Lin Xian was still acting like the demon race's ancestor. That was because he was carrying out Black Mountain's plan, which was to impersonate the other party's old ancestor. Because this was the only way to survive. Otherwise, if the demonic palace knew that their old ancestor had died in his hands, they would probably hunt him down to the heavens and earth. Therefore, he would continue to act as the ancestor of the demon race, which would be of great benefit to him. First of all, he was the ancestor of the devil race, so he could command the entire demonic palace. What a powerful force this was. In the future, when he faced Lei Shinchin, the demon city, and the Golden Crow clan, he would not be as passive as before. Furthermore, he could also use the resources in the demonic palace. The resources in the demonic palace were simply too abundant. Therefore, how could Lin Xian miss out on such a great opportunity? Lin Xian looked at the group of demon race experts kneeling at his feet and raised his hands. Rise, all of you. The four great protectors and the experts of the demon race stood up and looked ahead with fiery eyes. This included the witch and Moku. They were equally shocked. To be honest, they were still unable to adapt because they were too familiar with this face. Previously, he was a genius of the same generation as them, but now they had to kneel. Lin Xian said loudly. This time, not only did I possess the other party's body, but I also merged with his soul. I used his soul to nourish my withered soul. Therefore, I have changed a little. I am not the same person as before, but a new person. I am the new demonic ancestor. Not only do I have my previous memories, but I also have part of the previous Lin Wudi's memories and emotions. Therefore, a new me will appear in the future. Moreover, this possession is equivalent to being reborn. My cultivation is not at its peak yet, so I have to go out and train. Hearing this, the people of the demonic palace were stunned. Was this still their ancestor with the emotions of the previous Lin Wudi? These people were bewildered, and some even looked doubtful. Ancestor, is what you said true? Humph, an extremely terrifying aura rose from Lin Xian's body. This aura was too violent, and it directly pressed down on the demon expert, causing him to lie on the ground. He prostrated himself on the ground. Ancestor, please spare my life. The others were still doubtful, but at this moment, after feeling this aura, they did not dare to say anything. It was too terrifying. It was exactly the same as their ancestor's aura. At first, they thought that something would go wrong, but now it seemed that nothing had happened. Their ancestor was still so terrifying. Lin Xian snorted coldly. It was just a little emotional impact. How dare you doubt me? We don't dare. The four guardians and the others knelt on the ground again. Humph. You don't dare. This is just a warning. The next time anyone doubts me, I will kill them without mercy. Lin Xian's voice was merciless. He was imitating the demonic ancestor. He had seen the other party's memories and knew that the demonic ancestor was a decisive and terrifying demonic king. As long as someone dared to defy him, whether it was other people or his own race, he would kill them mercilessly. Therefore, at this moment, when he showed his anger, these people were incomparably afraid. Lin Xian continued. When I go out to train, I will not use the identity of the demonic ancestor. I will continue to use the identity of Lin Wudi. This is a very good disguise. Otherwise, the other demonic kings will kill me mercilessly when they know that I am still alive. You must keep this a secret for me. If anyone dares to leak what happened today, I will let them know how powerful I am. Ancestor, don't worry, we will not leak a word. These people quickly knelt down. Lin Xian nodded satisfactorily. Since he wanted to disguise himself as the other party, he had to act very well. This Lin Wudi was hunted down by many demonic kings. Given Lin Wudi's character, what do you think will happen if he is still alive? Everyone was shocked. The witch thought for a moment and then said, let's go back. Lin Xian laughed. That's right. Let's go back and kill. Lin Xian waved his hand. Immediately, the demon experts below were excited. Were they going to follow the ancestor and conquer the world? Although at this moment, they felt that Lin Xian was taking revenge, no one doubted it. Because of Lin Xian's occasionally biting cold gaze and the monstrous aura that he exuded, they knew that no one could imitate this aura. This was the aura of a true demonic king. A young man definitely could not do it. Therefore, there was no doubt that this was their ancestor. Since they knew this, they would definitely follow him wholeheartedly. Even if their ancestor's personality and emotions were a little different from before. But so what? As long as he could lead the demonic palace to glory, it was enough. Lin Xian led the demon army and rushed forward. Soon, he stepped into a demon palace. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the demonic qi on his body overflowed. He had the Great Destruction Spear, so he had been carrying a trace of demonic qi for a long time. Moreover, the Great Dragon Sword Soul could evolve all things and demonic qi without any problem. As for the aura of a Saint King, there was no need to worry. He could leave it to He Shan. He Shan was a great sage. He could even release the aura of a great sage, let alone the aura of a Saint King. It was very easy to deceive these people. With a wave of his hand, endless demonic qi formed one after another pitch-black demonic platform that floated in the void. The demonic platform was engraved with complicated demonic runes that flickered with black light. When everyone saw this scene, they were even more convinced that this was the divine ability of their old ancestor. This was called the General Appointment Stage. It was the divine ability of the Heavenly Devil Old Ancestor. Lin Xian had seen all the memories of the Heavenly Devil Old Ancestor before. Regarding these divine abilities, he could use the Great Dragon Sword Soul to evolve them. As for his soul, it was completely unaffected. In fact, he didn't even receive a trace of emotional impact. Because he had the Great Dragon Sword Soul, he could destroy everything. Therefore, after he saw the memories of the Heavenly Devil Old Ancestor, he eliminated all the factors that could affect him. The current him was still the same as before. He hadn't changed at all. It was just that he had obtained the inheritance of the Heavenly Devil Old Ancestor. Old Ancestor, I'm willing to follow you. A demonic figure stood out and said in a sonorous voice. Countless people behind him roared crazily. I'm willing too. Old Ancestor, let me fight. A black mass of people rushed over. They were too excited. It would be a supreme honor to be able to fight with the Old Ancestor. There was no need to mobilize all of them. Just a few people would be enough to deal with them. Lin Xian began to pick the generals. He pointed at a demonic figure. Immediately, that person was overjoyed and thanked the Old Ancestor. A demonic figure flashed and came to the General Appointment Stage. He was very excited. The others were even more envious. They desperately released their demonic qi, hoping to be chosen. Lin Xian picked a few more generals. These were all small saints. Then, he picked some experts below the small saint realm. Seeing that the team was about ready, Lin Xian waved his hand. Follow me. Those people rose into the air and followed behind Lin Xian out of the Heavenly Devil Palace. Moon World. It had been more than a month since the last battle between Wushuang City and the other saint cities. However, the battle had not died down. Instead, it was getting more and more intense. Because Lin Xian had disappeared. This was simply earth-shattering news. Lin Wudi's name resounded throughout the Eight Desolates, causing countless people to exclaim in admiration. He was definitely an incomparably dazzling genius. Entering the celestial fate planet was a great opportunity. He might even be able to obtain a heaven-defying destiny. Yet now, he had actually disappeared. Furthermore, he was nowhere to be found. Even if he was dead, his corpse was nowhere to be seen. In fact, they didn't even know who had taken him away. The people of the Peerless City were naturally furious. They cast suspicious gazes at the Thunder God City, the Thousand Demon City, the Golden Crow Tribe, and the New Moon Tribe, and began to crazily suppress them. The forces of the Holy City were incomparably depressed because they didn't even make a move. However, Lin Xian's disappearance made them incomparably excited. This great enemy was finally dead. They also organized their forces and prepared to fight back. After all, they had suffered heavy losses in the previous battle. This grudge must be returned. If Peerless City could call for reinforcements, why couldn't they? Therefore, many experts came to these saint cities in a short period of time. The atmosphere became tense again. On this day, the Thunder God City, the Thousand Demon City, the Golden Crow Tribe, and the New Moon Tribe besieged Peerless City's residents again. The number of people was twice as much as before. For a moment, Peerless City was in danger. The 4 people on the moon were excited once again. Damn, it can't be, right? Another battle? Peerless City was in danger. That's right. This time, the saint cities had called for experts. They reckoned that it would be an earth-shattering battle. The faces of the people of Peerless City were incomparably ugly. Damn it, these people actually dared to make a move. Kill them. Don't be rash. Some people frowned. For example, Zhou Ming was frowning. This time, the other party came aggressively and was well prepared. If they fought head-on, they were afraid that they would suffer heavy losses. Yes, think of a way. While they were discussing, the Thunder God City and the Thousand Demon City had already begun to make their move. They directly charged over. Damn it, fight it out with them. The Dark Rainbow Divine Dragon roared. The Northern Demon City was also filled with murderous intent. Lin Xian's inexplicable disappearance made them very worried. They had also gone missing before, and each of them ended up in a miserable state. They did not want what happened to them to happen to Lin Xian. The battle broke out, and it was unusually intense. The people of Thunder God City sneered and attacked crazily. Not long after, Wang Xiaofeng, Shibu Fan, and the others from Water Sky City were injured. Even the Crimson Dragon, the Northern Demon City, was injured. Even the elders of Peerless City were injured. Their bodies were stained with blood, and it was unusually tragic. The onlookers were in an uproar. It's over. Is Peerless City going to be destroyed? Wasn't Peerless City very powerful before? How dare you kill our people? Today, all of you will die. The people of Thunder God City sneered. If Lin Wudi dies, you won't live either. The people of Thousand Demon City were also filled with murderous intent. The experts of the Golden Crow Tribe were even colder. They knelt down obediently and accepted their deaths. The first prince of the New Moon clan was also sneering. Great, that scourge is finally dead. This time, they were able to attack Peerless City. They felt that they were doing something earth-shattering. Did you see that? Their first prince was the strongest. Princess Gao Yu could not be compared to their first prince. The people of Peerless City were gnashing their teeth. They knew that they were in a very dangerous situation. Today would probably be a bloody battle. Hun Hun said coldly. We will break out of the encirclement later. We will contact the Saint City and ask them to support us. Those minor saints also said that we will tear open a crack. You guys can run later. The people of Water Sky City gritted their teeth. The Northern Demon City's expression was cold. The Crimson Dragon snorted coldly. Ben Huang would not run away. Ben Huang would turn them all into barbecued skewers. Alright, send them to hell. The people from the 4 great holy cities surrounded them. Their auras were monstrous. This was a situation where they must die. Some people of Peerless City were in despair. The surrounding people also shook their heads and sighed. There was no hope. There would be no change in the situation. Some people even knew that the 4 saint cities had sealed off all the routes that Peerless City could ask for help. This was an inescapable trap. No one could survive. However, the situation still changed. Just when everyone thought that Peerless City was doomed. In the distant sky, rumbling thunder could be heard. Then, countless dark clouds rushed over. From afar, it looked like a black wave hitting the void. What was that? Many people were frightened. They all turned their heads to look. Dark clouds, some of them screamed. No, why does this aura feel so terrifying? Indeed, those black waves were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived in the vicinity and covered the entire sky. Those were black demonic clouds. They were incomparably dark and frightening. They also emitted a monstrous aura. What a terrifying demonic aura. Are these demonic clouds from the demonic palace? Are they also coming to take action? Thunder God City and Demon City also stopped and frowned as they looked into the distance. What's going on? Why are the people from Demonic City here? Are they here to help Wushuang City, or are they here to take a share of the loot? I wonder why the fellow Taoists from the demonic palace are here. A warrior from Thunder God City walked out and asked in a deep voice. No one answered. The demonic clouds in the sky rolled and a black beam shot down, directly enveloping this person. With a boom, a thunderous sound resounded. An expert from Thunder God City was split into 2. His body was penetrated by the demonic aura. He couldn't be more dead. What's going on? Everyone was in an uproar, including the people from Thunder God City. They roared crazily. How dare you attack us? The people from Demon City, Golden Crow Clan, New Moon Clan and Demon City were also facing a great enemy. Are they really here to help Wushuang City? The people of Wushuang City were also stunned. Did the demonic palace come to help? A glimmer of hope rose in their hearts. Do you really want to be enemies with us? Thunder God City, a few more people stood out. However, the only reply they got was a black beam that was like a black lightning, constantly attacking. Another 3 corpses fell down. Everyone went crazy. This group of demon kings was really crazy. They were indeed from the demon race. They were so ruthless that they didn't even put Thunder God in their eyes. Thunder God City was so angry that he vomited blood. Damn demonic palace, you've gone too far. Do you really think that my Thunder God City is afraid of you? A small saint walked out. Demon City, Golden Crow Clan, New Moon Clan, and the First Prince's men also walked out. They said that it's too much. Wushuang City will definitely die today. Even if you attack, it's useless. Is that so? Whoever dares to touch Wushuang City, I'll tear him into pieces. If you don't believe me, then try. A cold voice came from the sky. Immediately after, the demonic clouds churned and a figure appeared in the sky. Everyone raised their heads to look. In the next moment, they were all stupefied. How could this be? It's him. Didn't Lin Wudi disappear inexplicably? Why did he appear here again? The world was in an uproar. Thunder God's people were also stunned. Peerless City's people were also stunned, but soon after, they cheered. It's Senior Brother Lin. Senior Brother Lin is still alive. This is great. The Crimson Dragon and the North Demon heaved a sigh of relief. F***ck, where did that brat go? He scared Ben Huang to death. The elders and the others heaved a sigh of relief. As long as he was alive, there was still hope. You didn't die. The eyes of the people from Thunder God City almost popped out. They were about to go crazy from anger. On the side of the Demon City, they were also so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood. The eyes of the Golden Crow tribe elite exploded with killing intent. Damn it, they had always thought that the other party was dead, so they were very happy. But now, the other party had jumped out alive. Their hearts were filled with hatred. Brat, go to hell now. A small saint from Thunder God City attacked aggressively. He wanted to capture the other party, kill him, and then take the other party's secrets. "How dare you!" Below, the people from Peerless City roared. Before they could do anything, a demonic saber slashed down from the sky, directly splitting the palm. A miserable cry rang out. That small saint roared crazily. "Who dares to hurt me? Get out here!" He was about to go crazy from anger. Someone actually dared to hurt him. The others were also shocked. Was there any other elite behind Lin Xian? Lin Xian waved his hand. "Come out." The endless demonic clouds rolled, and a crack was torn open. Then, one figure after another appeared. Every one of them was pitch black with a monstrous aura, like countless demon gods. They stood in the sky. So many of them, they were all elites of the demonic palace. Heavens, why are there so many of them? These people were crazy. The small saint from Thunder God City was also dumbfounded. The people from the other sacred cities were also dumbfounded. Even the people from Peerless City were stunned. So many elites of the demonic palace came with Lin Xian. Lin Xian looked down and sneered. "Didn't you say who hurt you? They are the ones who hurt you. Now that they have come out, what are you going to do?" The small saint from Thunder God City was so angry that he vomited blood. He opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. Previously, he was injured and mad, so he naturally had to say something ruthless. In his opinion, even if a small saint from the demonic palace came, so what? He was still not afraid. He couldn't defeat them, but he still had his companions. But he didn't expect that so many elites from the demonic palace would come. He didn't dare to say anything. If these elites attacked together, he would be blasted into pieces. "Why? Are you not talking anymore? Weren't you very arrogant before? Didn't you want to kill me? I'm standing right here. Come and try to kill me." Lin Xian walked down, his eyes fixed on the small saint. The small saint's face was gloomy. "Damn it. An ant dares to threaten me. I'm so angry, kid, don't be so arrogant. I'm here to kill you. Thunder God City won't dare to do anything." On the other side, the experts from the Golden Crow race rushed over. Lin Xian didn't dodge at all. He stood with his hands behind his back and a cold smile on his face. Those demon generals above had attacked. Courting death. Boundless devil chi churned in his hand, forming a black spear, which he thrust downwards. Devil descends. A terrifying aura spread across the sky. At this moment, even the small saints were frightened. The pupils of the expert from the Golden Crow race shrunk and he retreated. But it was too late. A long spear like the Nether River slashed down and penetrated his body. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the berserk power caused his body to explode. Arg. A miserable cry was heard, making people's scalp go numb. The expert from the Golden Crow race transformed into his true form. Endless flaming feathers scattered in the void. "Damn it. How dare you hurt my people?" The experts from the Golden Crow race were furious and rushed up. Some of them were protecting Lin Xian while some of them were bursting with endless flames. They wanted to attack Lin Xian. At that moment, the demon general above let out a furious roar. "Kill!" Along with his voice, the surrounding experts of the demonic palace moved. They took a step forward together. Heaven and earth were collapsing. Countless cracks spread across the sky. The scene was too terrifying. This was the army of the demonic world. If they attacked together, the world would be bathed in blood. The people of the Golden Crow race also stopped. Their bodies were trembling and their scalps were numb. Damn it. This bunch of lunatics. To be honest, the Golden Crow race had always looked down on the world and didn't put anyone in their eyes. But at this moment, the army of the demonic world had really frightened them. There were many of them and there were even more experts. When they attacked together, the aura formed by their joint attack made them unable to resist. "Why, demonic palace, why are you helping this kid?" The people on the side of the first prince of the New Moon clan also roared crazily. They thought that they would be able to suppress Gao Yu, but they did not expect the situation to change. If they were to suffer a loss, their status in the family would be greatly reduced. Then, they would not be able to suppress Gao Yu, they would not even be able to protect themselves. In the sky, the demonic figures looked at them with disdain, but no one answered. Only Lin Xian sneered. Why? Are you surprised and desperate? Then let's slowly despair. Kill them all. Buzz. As Lin Xian's voice fell, the demonic figures in the sky attacked again. They turned into a black flood and rushed down from the sky. The entire world trembled because of it. At this moment, everyone was going crazy. They could not understand why the demonic palace would listen to Lin Xian. This was unbelievable. If Lin Wudi had a good relationship with the demonic palace, it would be fine if he could mobilize 1 or 2 elders. But now, the demonic army was so powerful that it was not something that an ordinary person could mobilize. Why could Lin Wudi do it? Damn kid, you can't do this. We are not convinced. The new moon race roared. A figure from the Golden Crow race rushed out. It was Jean Podian. Kid, fight me one-on-one if you can. What kind of ability is it to let other forces attack you, one-on-one? Lin Xian smiled. A month ago, when the 4 forces came to kill me, did you let me fight one-on-one? Did you give me a chance to fight one-on-one? Didn't you bully me with your numbers? Why are you unhappy when the same thing happens to you today? What do you have to be unhappy about? This was to give him a taste of his own medicine. Feel despair. Attack, Lin Xian did not care. One-on-one? He was not interested. He was here to kill. Buzz buzz buzz, the demonic army rushed out, showing an unparalleled aura. Looking from afar, there were black phantoms that connected the sky and the earth. It was terrifying. The onlookers all retreated extremely far away, their bodies trembling. The battle in front had broken out. Damn it, let's fight it out with them. Thunder Saint City's people also roared crazily. However, they still underestimated the other party. Lin Xian had selected a few very powerful devil generals. When those people attacked together, it was truly earth-shattering. At that instant, the Thunder God City and the other factions suffered heavy losses. Damn it, how could he be so strong? Their faces were filled with terror. 2 of them were even little saints, and their blood sprayed out in all directions. Lin Xian arrived at the area of the Thunder God City. He raised his hand and shot out a devil general platform. He grabbed it and directly smashed it down. The demon general platform was over 10,000 zhong tall, like a grinding mountain, which blasted the 2 geniuses of the Thunder God City into a bloody mist. That soul was shattered by the demonic qi. Previously, Lin Xian had been able to kill these geniuses like slaughtering dogs before he had advanced. Now that he had advanced by a small level, his strength had become even stronger than before. Now, if he wanted to fight a top expert like Lei Qian, he wouldn't even need to use Wushuang City's secret technique to kill him easily. Damn it, how could he be so strong? Retreat quickly. The geniuses of the Thunder God City retreated frantically. Those experts also roared and rushed over. They must kill Lin Xian. However, there were 2 devil generals standing beside Lin Xian. One of them was holding a devil blade, while the other was holding a devil spear. The 2 of them attacked, sweeping across all directions. Wherever they passed, everything was destroyed. Thunder God City and the others were beaten to the point of vomiting blood. Some of them were killed mercilessly. Blood and corpses fell from the sky. It was a scene of destruction. No, damn it, retreat quickly, the little saints of the Thunder God City roared crazily. They turned around and fled. They had no choice. Previously, they came aggressively, thinking that they could destroy the people of Wushuang City. Who would have thought that the army of the devil world was too terrifying? If they continued to fight, they would be completely annihilated. How could Lin Xian let them escape? He said coldly. Go, kill them. Soon, a group of black torrents rushed out from the endless army of the devil world, chasing after the people of the Thunder God City. As for Lin Xian, he rushed towards the demon city. This is a misunderstanding. A 2-headed giant elephant shook its head crazily. Lin Gongzi, we are not here to attack you. We are here to see if you have returned. See if I have returned. Lin Xian sneered. Then open your eyes wide and see if I have returned. Speaking of this, he attacked crazily. With a slash, he cut off the head of the other party. He grabbed the head and pulled it in front of him. See clearly now, awe, that beast screamed crazily. It was too terrifying. He was a devil king, don't kill me. I beg you, let me live. The head was begging for mercy. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Golden light burst out from his eyes. He cut off the head of the other party and destroyed the soul. I once gave you a way out, but what did you do? You came back again, now, you want me to give you a way out. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Lin Xian's expression was cold. He rushed towards the demon city and started killing. The two demon generals continued to attack. Leave quickly. The demon city could not resist and retreated crazily. Lin Xian also sent out a team to kill the other party. Next was the Golden Crow tribe. Every member of the Golden Crow tribe was very powerful. At this moment, there were already a few powerhouses who had transformed into their true forms. The huge Golden Crow covered the sky. With a light flap of its wings, it brought about a monstrous sea of fire. The people of the Sky Demon Palace pushed the demonic clouds in the sky to fight against the Golden Crow. Lin Xian came to Jean Potion's side. Were you the one who said that you wanted to fight me one-on-one? I will give you a chance now. He felt his hair stand on end. Fighting one-on-one with Jean Potion was just an excuse to stall for time. He did not expect that Jean Potion would really come to kill him. Why, you don't dare. If you don't dare, I will immediately activate these two demon generals to kill you. Trash is not qualified to stand in front of me. Buzz. Boom. The two demon generals released demonic chi. Their killing intent made Jean Potion almost kneel on the ground. These two demon generals were really too terrifying. Jean Potion wanted to ask for help, but he realized that the powerhouses on his side were all pinned down. They were even in danger and could not help him. He only had one choice now, and that was to fight with Lin Xian. Only by winning could he get out of here alive. Fine, I will fight with you. You have to promise that these two demon generals will not interfere. Don't worry, I don't need them to kill you. Lin Xian waved his hand. The two demon generals respectfully retreated to the distance and watched the battle silently. Jean Potion heaved a sigh of relief. Without the terrifying demonic chi, he was confident that he could fight against Jean Potion. Kid, I was on par with you last time because I did not use all my trump cards. This time I will kill you with my own hands. Jean Potion's eyes lit up. He knew that he had to go all out. He could not hold back anymore. Kill, with a furious roar, Jean Potion rushed out. He turned into a golden beam of light and rushed forward. The flames on his body were extremely terrifying and could easily pierce through the void. His aura made some people tremble. Even those who were watching the battle from afar screamed. Lin Woody was going to fight one-on-one. He was going to fight Jean Potion one-on-one, the Dark Rainbow Dragon and the others also exclaimed. Kid, kill this golden-haired guy. We haven't eaten golden crow meat in a long time. If we kill him, we'll be in for a treat. The Crimson Dragon was drooling. The North Demon's eyes were also shining. The Golden Crow tribe's elites were so angry that they vomited blood. Do you think we're food? These people are really despicable. Buzz, Lin Xian raised his hand and his aura exploded. A black spear appeared in his hand. The Great Spear of Destruction released an unparalleled power. In an instant, it shattered Jean Potion's monstrous flames. At the same time, the spear pierced through Jean Potion's body. Then, it nailed him in the void. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Those spectators in the distance had their eyes wide open, and their faces were filled with fear. In fact, some of the people who were fighting in the surroundings even stopped what they were doing and turned their heads around. Soon, exclamations sounded in the sky. Heavens! What did they just see? Jean Potion was sent flying by a spear. It was unbelievable. That's heaven-shattering. It was extremely powerful. Moreover, Lin Xian had used all his strength in that attack. However, the outcome was extremely miserable. His body was pierced through. Is this Lin Woody? At this moment, everyone looked up at the sky. In their eyes, there was a handsome young man who stood alone in the world. He held a spear in one hand and pierced through the elites. The elites of the Sky Demon Palace were also extremely excited when they saw this scene. Although the old ancestor was only at the 4th celestial level now, he was still able to kill geniuses with ease. In this state, it wouldn't take long for him to return to his peak and dominate the world. How is that possible? Gene Potion's body trembled. His eyes were wide open. I can't believe it. I can't even block a single attack. Damn it, why is his attack so powerful? I hate it. He really regretted it. Why did he have to fight the other party one-on-one? Furthermore, what made him even more alarmed was that his opponent's strength was much stronger than a month ago. A month ago, he was still able to contend with the other party. But now, he was actually unable to withstand even a single attack. What a piece of trash. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The Great Destruction Spear trembled, tearing his opponent's body apart. His soul was also torn apart in an instant. Dead. Jean Padian was killed. Everyone went crazy. No. How dare you? The experts of the Golden Crow tribe also roared crazily. They looked at Jean Padian, his shattered body, and his lifeless soul and roared madly. Damn it, Jean Padian was the hope of the future, someone they thought highly of, but now he died here. How were they going to explain themselves when they returned? I'll fight it out with you. At that instant, another genius of the Golden Crow tribe let out a furious roar. Its pair of wings turned into 2 desolate sabers, and he held them in his hands. As the 2 sabers fell, the sky cracked and the earth collapsed. This man was no weaker than Jean Padian. And from the looks of it, he was even stronger. The bloodline of the Golden Crow tribe was really too heaven-defying. Countless people screamed. Those who were in the Saint Realm were also extremely shocked. You want to die? I'll fulfill your wish, Lin Xian snorted coldly, took a step forward, and waved the Great Destruction Spear in his hand again. Terrifying demonic chi surged into the sky like a black demonic cloud, sweeping through the 9 heavens. Puff, blood splattered, and a scream was heard. The scene froze again. That person was pierced through by the spear. Then, he was torn apart, and his soul was destroyed. At this moment, everyone went crazy. Another genius had died. This Lin Wudi was too strong. Now, who could defeat him? Damn it, let's go, let's break out. The experts of the Golden Crow tribe roared crazily. They did not even dare to think about revenge now. The other party was too strong. The experts of the Sky Demon Palace were as numerous as the clouds. But Lin Wudi had killed 2 of them by himself, and he had done so in 2 moves. If they continued to fight, their people would definitely die. Go, chase after them. Lin Xian waved his hand again, and countless demons rushed over to chase after the people of the Golden Crow tribe. The people who were watching from afar were stunned. The people of Peerless City were also shocked. In Aqua Sky City, Sherbufan, Gueli, and the others trembled. Was the other party already so strong? They felt a sense of powerlessness. These days, they had been cultivating in the Holy City, and their strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Compared to when they had just entered the Saint Realm, there was an earth-shaking change. It could be said that they were like 2 different people. Therefore, a sense of pride rose in their hearts. They felt that they were no longer weaker than Lin Xian. They could compete with Lin Xian, and even surpass him. After all, Lin Xian had been outside all this time. How could he compare to the cultivation effect of the Saint Realm? However, a month ago, when they saw Lin Xian, they were shocked. Because Lin Xian was stronger than they had imagined. Now, they were completely shocked. Lin Xian had become so strong that he could easily kill an expert like Jean Padian. This made Sherbufan and the others unable to believe it. They were strong, but at most, they were only at the level of Lei Chong. Compared to an expert like Jean Padian, they were too far away. However, such an expert was like an ant in front of Lin Xian. This person was too strong. He was one of the most dazzling figures of his generation. I am afraid that I will never be able to catch up to him in this lifetime. In Aqua Sky City, Sherbufan shook his head and sighed. They also thought that they were the top geniuses, but at this moment, they felt bitter. The other warriors of Peerless City were screaming crazily. So cool, this is our big senior brother. Big senior brother is invincible, big senior brother, kill them all. Previously, they were besieged by the 4 great sacred cities, and it was very dangerous and they were angry. Now that Lin Xian could avenge them, they were naturally very excited. Even the second-generation disciples and the elders of Peerless City were dumbfounded. Did this kid need them to save him? He could probably wipe out the entire situation alone. How boring. Let the strongest genius of the Golden Crow tribe come. Lin Xian held the blood-dripping spear in his hand and looked around. Finally, he stared at the people of the New Moon tribe. The people of the New Moon tribe felt their scalps go numb. They were so scared that they almost wet their pants. They could resist such a demon king. Retreat quickly. They ran away crazily. Go, kill them. Lin Xian waved his hand and sent out a team to chase after them. In an instant, a great battle broke out in all directions. The demonic army was very obedient. At this moment, they chased after them crazily. Even if Lei Shunqing and the others broke out, they were still pursued. Soon, the sky was dyed red with blood. In short, it was very tragic. Among the crowd, there were some people on Gao Yu's side. At this moment, they saw the miserable end of the people on the first prince's side. Their scalps went numb. Now they knew why their princess said to never be enemies with Lin Wuti. This person was simply invincible. Lin Xian's domineering arrival brought the demonic palace's army and swept through the 4 holy cities. The 4 holy cities originally had an overbearing aura, suppressing everything. But now, they were running away like stray dogs. Not only that, they were being hunted down by the demonic army. Many of them had died. It was a disaster. It was like the end of the world. Corpses were falling from the sky. The sage blood had pierced through everything, causing the ground to sink and the sky to shatter. Lin Xian didn't have to worry about the matter of hunting them down at all, leaving it to the army of the demonic realm. He landed in front of the people from the Shadowless sect. Are you guys okay? Lin Xian asked. Then, he looked at the elders and second-generation disciples. Thank you for coming to help. We're fine. Senior brother Lin, you're so cool. The third-generation disciples of Wushuang City were excited. The second-generation disciples were surprised as well. They had heard about junior brother Lin's strength, but they had never seen it with their own eyes. After seeing it today, they were shocked. The elders of Wushuang City nodded their heads. They were very satisfied with Lin Xian. The North Demon and the Crimson Dragon walked up. Kid, what happened to you? How did you become so strong? Also, how did you control these demonic world people? He was really too surprised. The others also looked over, their eyes filled with doubt. Lin Xian said. It's a long story. Wait a moment. As he spoke, he walked into the distance. Momentarily, those devil generals and experts from the Sky Devil Hall all gathered over. They wanted to kneel down, but they were stopped by Lin Xian. Remember, don't go overboard outside. I'm not the old ancestor now. I'm Lin Wuti. You can't be so respectful to me. Do you understand? If you do, you'll attract the attention of the Sage King. We understand. The demonic general said respectfully. Then, they said, we'll call you young master from now on. Young master, what should we do next? Continue to hunt down the people who attacked me this time. After that, return to the demonic-covered region and do your own things. Don't ruin your lives and plans because of me. I'll go out and gain some experience. This time I'll enter Celestial Fate Planet and see if there are any opportunities. You don't have to follow me. Yes, Patriarch. We know. Those people from the demonic palace nodded respectfully. Then, someone took out a storage ring. Young master, there are some cultivation resources here, as well as some formations and weapons. There are also some tokens. You can summon us directly. If there is any danger, young master, you must inform us immediately. We will come to your aid. These people were still a little worried. Lin Xian said, got it. His expression was incomparably cold, and there was a biting chill in his eyes. It was a kind of disdainful gaze that looked down on the world and did not put anything in its eyes. After these demon generals finished reading, their scalps went numb. They knew that they had been overly worried. The man in front of him was Forefather Celestial. What had he not experienced? Therefore, they hurriedly informed him, not daring to disturb their ancestors' cultivation. Lin Xian kept the storage ring and strode towards Peerless City. Let's go in. We just have to wait for Celestial Fate Planet to open. The experts of the demonic palace will help us do the rest. Sure enough, in the following days, experts fell from time to time. Even small saints fell. Everyone was incomparably terrified. Was the demonic palace going to fight to the death? Thunder God City, Myriad Demon City, Golden Crow Clan, and the first prince of the New Moon Clan all screamed crazily. Don't go too far, demonic palace. Damn it, how dare you kill our people? We will never let you go. However, these experts of the demon race sneered. They only obeyed the orders of their forefather. As for the consequences, they did not need to consider. We will beg for mercy, we will admit defeat, okay? These people screamed crazily. But it was still useless. In the end, all the people from the 4 major sects were killed. Blood flowed like rivers, and corpses piled up like mountains. This world was almost shattered. It could not bear the fall of so many saints. At this moment, the world was in an uproar. The sacred cities and sects that came to participate in Celestial Fate Planet were all terrified. Lin Wudi was too terrifying. Damn it, they must not provoke this demon king. He was already very terrifying, and he was the chief disciple of Peerless City. Now, he had the help of the experts of the demon realm. Who could stop him in the future? Everyone was horrified and warned their disciples one after another. They must not be enemies with Lin Wudi. However, some people snorted. Lin Wudi was too arrogant. Too strong, was easy to break. The sacred cities would not let him go. Yes, although many experts died this time, to the sacred cities, it was not enough to hurt their foundation. Moreover, as far as I know, the strongest geniuses of the sacred cities did not come. When they come, Lin Wudi will undoubtedly die. Sure enough, Thunder God City said that the body of Lightning Spirit would come. Lin Wudi, wash your neck and wait for me to personally cut off your head. This was the son of Lightning Spirit's words. On the Myriad Demon City's side, 9-headed Qilin also spoke. When the Celestial Fate Star opens, Lin Wudi will die. The Golden Crow tribe also announced that the 7th Crown Prince of the Golden Crow tribe would come and suppress Lin Wudi. The first prince of the Crescent Moon clan was furious. It was said that the first prince of the Crescent Moon clan would personally come. In an instant, the world was in an uproar. The son of Lightning Spirit, 9-headed Qilin, the 7th Crown Prince of the Golden Crow tribe, and the first prince of the Crescent Moon clan. All 4 of them were top experts who shocked the world. Now, they were finally going to come out. Lin Wudi was in danger. That's right, none of these 4 people were weaker than him in terms of talent, and their cultivations were stronger than his. What could he use to fight against the 4 of them? Moreover, he had provoked 4 experts at the same time. He would die without a doubt. In addition to the 4 sacred cities, the other sacred cities also sent their chief disciples or top geniuses. In an instant, it could be said that countless people were waiting for the day when Celestial Fate Planet would open. Lin Xian was still not afraid. He also said that no matter who it was, if they dared to provoke him, he would kill them all. Lin Xian had been looking forward to fighting these top experts for a long time. Moreover, he did not care about their threats. At this moment, a banquet had already begun in his residence. The corpses of the experts from Myriad Demon City and the Golden Crow tribe had been brought back and made into soup, stir-fried vegetables, and barbecued skewers. In short, all kinds of delicious food. They were going to eat to their heart's content today. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were already used to it. However, it was the first time the people from Peerless City had eaten it. This was the corpse of a small saint. They were stunned. Even the second-generation disciples and the elders of Peerless City twitched their mouths. This Lin Wudi was really bold. However, after they took the first bite, all their worries disappeared. Who cares? He was already killed anyway. Eating some meat was nothing. Moreover, the golden crow meat and the other demonic beasts' meat were too delicious. They felt that they had lived their lives in vain. It was getting closer and closer to the opening of the Celestial Fate Star. There was less than a month left. More and more geniuses arrived. The people of the moon world were also excited. On this day, a spirit boat streaked across the sky and descended from the sky. It was glowing with a rainbow light. The laws filled the air, and there was a mysterious aura. This shocking scene naturally attracted the attention of others. Many people chased after it. Of course, they were just curious if another earth-shattering powerhouse had arrived. However, someone spread the news. It turned out that some people had been following the spirit boat silently. They saw a beautiful woman walk out of the spirit boat. She was like a fairy. However, they only took a quick glance before the goddess-like woman disappeared. Could it be that a goddess had descended to the world? This news instantly spread throughout the world. Which sacred city's goddess was she from? For a moment, countless people were discussing. However, no one knew where she came from. Her beautiful appearance made countless people's hearts flutter. Soon, news spread that the goddess had descended to the moon world and was staying in a famous mountain. Should they pay her a visit? Some of the geniuses instantly had an idea. They had to seize such a good opportunity. Perhaps they could even get close to her. For a moment, countless people prepared to pay her a visit. Lin Xian and the others naturally received the news. Some people were also extremely excited. Eldest senior brother, do you want to go and take a look? Someone suggested. Lin Xian thought about it and decided that it was fine. After all, there weren't many things happening recently. He also wanted to see what kind of woman could make the world go crazy. Northern Demon, Ruzalong, let's go together. Northern Demon said, I won't go. I'll go into seclusion for a while. The Crimson Dragon was very excited. Alright, let's go. We've eaten all the meat in the Golden House recently. Let's see if there are any new prey. Everyone was speechless. They were all going to see the beauty, but Northern Demon was different. What a glutton. After discussing for a while, Lin Xian prepared to go with the Crimson Dragon, Sherbufan, Ghostly, and some disciples of Peerless City. Instead, the North Demon, Stillwater Sky City, Wang Xiaofeng, and the others stayed behind to continue cultivating. The Crescent Moon Lake was a very mysterious place in the moon world. There was a crescent-shaped lake embedded in the ground, emitting a bright light. Near the Crescent Moon Lake, a row of palaces appeared. They were magnificent, and the lights inside were bright red. Outside, there were even more figures moving about. This was the place where the goddess had temporarily resided upon her arrival. When Lin Xian arrived, his expression was a little unnatural. This was because when he first came to the moon world, he came here. Later on, something happened between him and the princess of the New Moon clan. Suddenly, that beautiful figure appeared in his mind. At that time, although it was only a quick glance, he had seen it clearly. That woman wouldn't come here, right? Lin Xian muttered softly as he looked around. To be honest, he still felt a little guilty. Brat, what are you looking for? The divine dragon asked curiously. Are you looking for prey? Let's see which demonic beast is tasty and we'll kill it together. Everyone was speechless. Lin Xian tried to cover it up. Yes, I'm looking for prey. But these are too ordinary. I'll treat you to dragon meat. That was the top existence among the demonic beasts. Their meat would definitely be delicious. When everyone heard this, they started to salivate. The Crimson Dragon jumped up. F***ck, you dare to eat dragon meat? Ben Huang will fight it out with you. He spat out flames that engulfed the entire area. Everyone's scalps went numb. They just remembered that this was also a dragon. Alright, then we won't eat dragon meat. How about Qilin meat or phoenix meat? Hearing this, the Crimson Dragon nodded in satisfaction. As for the passers-by, their scalps went numb. They all looked at Lin Xian strangely. Who is this guy? How arrogant. Many of them were newcomers, so they didn't know Lin Xian. Perhaps they had heard of the legends and hadn't seen him in person. Of course, some of them trembled and almost knelt on the ground when they saw Lin Xian. Then, they quickly ran away. Soon, they arrived in front of the palaces and prepared to enter. The people in front quickly flew into the distance. What's going on? They grabbed a person and asked. When that person saw Lin Xian, he almost cried. Great Demon King, please spare me. I didn't provoke you. Am I that scary? Lin Xian's face darkened. Why is my reputation not so good recently? He said, I won't do anything to you. Tell me what's going on first. Aren't they here to see the goddess? Why are they all running away? The latest news is that the goddess is going to Crescent Lake, so these people are going to the lake. Great Demon King, please spare my life. That person looked pitiful. Lin Xian waved his hand. Go, go, go. That person hurriedly ran away as if he had been pardoned. Crescent Lake again. Lin Xian's expression was a little strange. He really didn't want to go to that place. However, Shirbufan, Ghostly, and the others were very tempted. Let's go, senior brother Lin. They quickly soared into the sky. Lin Xian could only follow. At the same time, a piece of news quietly spread. The Great Demon King is here. No way, what is he here for? Is he here to capture the goddess? That's possible. He's the Great Demon King among demons. He's probably here to capture her. This Great Demon King is really scary. Some people were puzzled. What Great Demon King? Is he very powerful? Those who knew the inside story nodded. Very powerful. Who is the Great Demon King? Tell me. Those people shook their heads. I can't say, I can't say. The people who had just arrived were puzzled. If someone is so terrifying, could it be that he's even more terrifying than the geniuses of the Holy City? Crescent Lake. The night was even more sacred and bright. At this moment, in the center of the lake, there was a 7-colored spirit boat floating there, emitting a mysterious light. Beside the lake stood countless skype rides. Some people had even begun to enter the Crescent Lake. Some people also took out 5-colored spirit boats. Some people condensed laws under their feet, forming a divine bridge that connected to the center of the lake. Lin Xian and the others also came. When they arrived, they saw the people around them crazily rushing to the center of the lake. They were shocked. Who is this goddess? She's able to make these people go crazy. They're blocked. Ghostly was shocked. No matter what methods the people in front of him used, they were all blocked. A 7-colored light formed a barrier, blocking everyone. Soon, a little maid walked out of the 7-colored spirit boat. Our holy daughter. We're only here to participate in the Heavenly Fate Star competition. We didn't expect to cause such a big commotion. Greetings, fairy. We're only here because we heard about the holy daughter. We hope you can tell us. At this moment, even those geniuses were extremely respectful towards this little maidservant. However, they only received 2 words in reply. No. This caused everyone to go into an uproar. No way, this goddess was putting on such airs. Sigh, why would she want to see you? Some geniuses were unable to keep their faces. Among them, someone said, isn't this goddess a bit too heartless? That's right, so many of us have come from afar. No matter what, shouldn't she at least give us a chance? That little maid merely shook her head. This caused everyone to go into an uproar. So many geniuses had come. Could it be that they couldn't even see her face? I'm the core of Thunder God City. Quickly go and report this. A person stood out. Beneath his feet was a sea of lightning, carrying him. He was extraordinarily mighty. That little maid snorted coldly and refused to see him. The face of that genius from Thunder God City immediately turned red. Damn it, he thought that she would definitely meet him since he was someone from Holy City. However, who would have thought that her attitude would be so domineering? Following that, the people from Thousand Demon City also came. Even the people from New Moon Clan also tried. However, they all refused to see her. Even the Holy City did not give her face. This goddess was truly too domineering. Why do I feel like the Great Demon King has found an opponent? The crowd began to discuss spiritedly. Even Lin Xian was surprised. This goddess truly had a personality. The surrounding people also stopped on the shore. Their expressions were ugly. Right now, they could neither leave nor go. Furthermore, no one dared to rashly try. Being rejected was the same as being publicly slapped in the face. They could not afford to lose face like this. Boom. Boom, suddenly, the space in the distance shattered. A powerful energy gushed out from it. It was a lightning dragon. It was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as it bobbed up and down in the sky. A terrifying aura swept out in all directions. Was that a dragon? Many people cried out in alarm. Soon, they discovered that it wasn't. That lightning dragon was merely an illusion. On top of that lightning dragon stood a man. His hands were behind his back. Lightning was surging all over his body. His eyes were emitting an incomparable aura. Who was this person? Countless people screamed. That was because his aura was simply too powerful. It was so powerful that it caused them to be alarmed. They wanted nothing more than to kneel down. The people from Thunder God City also cried out in alarm. Eldest senior brother. One by one, they all surrounded him and bowed respectfully. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Could it be that this was the chief disciple of this generation of Thunder God City, Thunder Spirit Body? Lei Zhen, everyone was going crazy. Who would have thought that such a peerless character would appear on the shore? Those geniuses sensed it, and they felt as if they were facing a great enemy. Even Lin Xian and the others were shocked. Was this the lightning spirit body? It was truly too powerful. Both Guili and Sherbufan wore solemn expressions. They could feel that their bodies were about to be penetrated by the lightning from their opponent's body. Lin Xian also raised his head to look, his eyes bursting with a piercing cold light. Lei Zhen, the other party, had a lightning spiritual body and was truly powerful. No wonder Thunder God City had been so confident before. It was just that he didn't expect to meet the other party here. The Crimson Dragon snorted coldly. It was very unhappy. What was he pretending for? He actually dared to use lightning to transform into a dragon and even dared to step on it. He was really courting death. Lei Zhen's appearance really surprised everyone. Lei Zhen stood with his hands behind his back, looking disdainfully at the surroundings. It was as if he didn't put anyone in his eyes. At this moment, the void trembled once again. Following that, a moon descended from the sky. It was also a crescent moon, and it was a crescent moon spiritual boat. Those who didn't know would think that the crescent moon lake had flown into the sky. That crescent moon spiritual boat emitted a bright aura. Similarly, there was a figure standing on top of it. It was a man in golden armor, and his aura was powerful. His body exuded boundless majesty. Who was this? Everyone could feel that the aura of this man in golden armor was also very powerful. Greetings to the Crown Prince. Those from the New Moon clan knelt on one knee respectfully. The surrounding people exclaimed in surprise. Was this the Crown Prince of the Star Moon clan? The other party had actually come too. Lin Xian's face turned cold, and his eyes were bursting with killing intent. According to Gao Yu, the Crown Prince was the one who had gone against him many times. Moreover, the Crown Prince seemed to have a deep relationship with the human world. His eyes were bursting with killing intent. The Crown Prince didn't notice it. After he appeared, he looked at Lei Zhen. At the same time, Lei Zhen also turned his head, and his eyes were bursting with radiance. Their gazes clashed in the air, and the void within 100,000 miles collapsed in an instant. Although the New Moon clan and the Thunder God City had cooperated before, both the Crown Prince and Lei Zhen were top-notch geniuses. They had never placed others in their eyes. Now, the two of them were really at loggerheads, and their auras were neither of them backing down. Interesting. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It seemed that those legendary opponents had appeared. He wondered if the nine-headed Qilin of the Thousand Demon City and the seventh prince of the Golden Crow clan had come. He looked around and didn't see the two of them. However, there were also experts from the two holy cities who had come. In the distance, there was a man with a burly figure, and his body was glowing brightly. He was like an overlord, and he looked extraordinary. He should be an expert from the Thousand Demon clan. His appearance was also shocking. At the same time, the identity of this expert from the Demon clan was spread. It turned out that this was a dragon horse, and it had the aura of the Dragon clan. It also had the bloodline of the Heavenly Horse clan, and it could be said to be unusually powerful and terrifying. The nine-headed Qilin didn't come? Lin Xian looked at the dragon horse, and his eyes glowed coldly. He could see that the dragon horse's aura was also very powerful, and it was much more powerful than the other beasts from before. At the same time, he looked around and realized that there was a chariot rolling over from afar. The chariot was burning with golden flames, and a man bathed in divine flames was sitting on the chariot, as if he was the god of fire. His arrival caused countless people to turn their heads. Is that the Golden Crow divine flame? This is an expert from the Golden Crow clan. Is that the seventh prince of the Golden Crow clan? Everyone was puzzled, and even Lin Xian's eyes glowed with golden light. He stared fixedly at the figure bathed in flames. He could feel that this person was very powerful, and the flames on his body were too terrifying. It was like a sun walking in the world. The golden chariot flew over quickly and directly landed on the crescent moon lake. It shone brightly like the sun, and it was particularly eye-catching. Heavens, the top experts of the holy city were really here. If it wasn't for the goddess' sudden appearance and causing a commotion, these people would probably only be able to see her when they entered the heavenly fate planet. Lin Xian and the others were also surprised. These were all future enemies, and at the same time, they realized that there were far more experts. They realized that there was another spirit boat on the crescent moon lake. It carried a primordial aura, and a man in a black robe stood on it. His face was incomparably cold, as if he was the demon king. Who is this? Everyone was discussing. Someone exclaimed. He's an expert from the great desolate mansion. His name is Xiafeng. Although he's not the chief disciple, he's still very powerful. Yeah, I didn't expect the great desolate mansion to appear. I remember that Lin Wudi killed one of Huang Shisan's clones in the Sky Demon Overturn region. That angered the great desolate mansion. If Xiafeng were to meet Lin Wudi, it would definitely be an earth-shattering battle. Everyone was discussing and some of their faces changed. They knew that Lin Wudi had already arrived. He was hiding in the crowd, but he hadn't shown himself yet. Great desolate mansion? I'll destroy you later. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. Things were getting more and more interesting. With so many geniuses here, his blood was boiling. Guili and Sherbufan whispered, Senior brother Lin, you have to be careful. They might target you. Lin Xian said, Don't worry, it's best if they don't attack. If they do, I don't mind eliminating them in advance. The appearance of peerless experts and top geniuses caused an uproar. This time, everyone believed that even the goddess wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure and would come out. Everyone looked at the seven-colored spiritual boat in the center of the crescent moon lake. However, the seven-colored spiritual boat was floating there quietly. No one came out. No way, this goddess is so arrogant. Does she think she can withstand so much pressure? Not to mention the other geniuses, just the lightning spiritual physique alone was enough to suppress him. Indeed, Lei Zhen had a special physique and was the chief disciple of this generation. His identity was terrifying. There's someone who's so arrogant that he doesn't want to come out. A cultivator from the Thunder God City came out. Humph, our chief disciple is here. Are you not going to give us face? The cultivator from the Thunder God City said coldly. The Golden Crow clan, Myriad Demon City, and Great Desolate Mansion were also aggressive. That little maid's expression also changed. She had to admit that this true appearance was extremely powerful. She could only enter the spiritual boat and ask. After a while, the little maid came out and said loudly, Our saintess said that since everyone is so enthusiastic, she won't ignore them. However, the celestial fate star is about to open, and our saintess doesn't have much time to cultivate. How about this? Hearing this, the crowd was in an uproar. The other party didn't come out. Moreover, he only saw one person. A single man and a single woman in a spirit boat. Perhaps something wonderful could happen. Immediately, many people's eyes lit up. Of course, most of them sighed. They knew that they didn't have the qualifications to do so. Perhaps this person would be chosen from the Thunder God City, the Demon City, the Golden Crow tribe, or the other powerful holy cities. Sure enough, the Thunder Spirit Ganoderma body walked out and said in a clear voice, Give this spot to me. Although this was a discussion, there was no room for doubt in his tone. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. The people from the Thunder God City all straightened their backs. Their chief disciple had already appeared with a top-notch physique and bloodline. Who would they be afraid of? However, the expressions of the several other peak experts sunk. The first prince of the New Moon clan laughed loudly. Is that so? But I also hope to get this spot. Why don't you let me have it, Brother Lei Zhan? I am willing to use a saint artifact to exchange for it. Needless to say, it was a big deal. A saint artifact was something that was beyond the reach of a saint. In the hands of these people, it was just an item to be exchanged. Needless to say, the gap was too big. Humph, I am definitely going to take this spot. No one can snatch it from me. On the golden chariot, the figure bathed in fire stood out. His voice was cold. Between heaven and earth, the flames were burning. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. The genius of the Golden Crow tribe had appeared. He stood up, not giving any face to the first prince and Lei Zhan. On the other hand, the experts of the Great Desolation Mansion and the other experts sneered. Although they didn't say anything, it was impossible for them to snatch the spot away with just a few words. Lei Zhan's face darkened. He had the Thunder Spirit Ganoderma body and was the chief disciple of this generation. His status was extremely noble. In the Holy City, no one could refuse his invitation. However, after coming out, he realized that there were many people in this world who didn't give him face. Especially this expert from the Golden Crow tribe. His domineering attitude made him extremely unhappy. He took a step forward and the lightning energy on his body swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. What if I want to take it by force? Thunderclouds rolled and the great Tao spread under his feet. It seemed that the other party was going to use his strength to suppress the others. The surrounding people were stunned. Could it be that these top geniuses were going to have a great battle today? Just thinking about it made their blood boil. Do you think I am afraid of you? The expert from the Golden Crow tribe took a step forward. The sky was filled with boundless divine flames, fighting against the terrifying lightning. His name was Jin Kongjue. He was also a terrifying genius. Their auras became stronger and stronger as they clashed in the sky. A great battle was about to break out. At this moment, the little maidservant said, "Stop fighting. Our saintess has already been chosen." The crowd was in an uproar. Someone has already been chosen. Who is it? Lei Zhan and Jin Kongjue also looked over. Who is it? They asked in unison. The first prince of the New Moon clan, Xia Feng, and the others were also paying close attention. Each of them was extremely confident. They thought that they were unparalleled in the world. The other party would definitely invite them. The little maidservant looked around and asked, "Is Lin Gongzi here?" Lin Gongzi? Everyone was stunned. Even Lei Zhan, Jin Kongjue, and the others were stunned. None of them had the surname Lin. Suddenly, someone screamed. Could it be that Lin Wudi? The crowd was in an uproar. Some of the top geniuses' eyes were filled with killing intent. The little maidservant nodded. That's right. It's Lin Gongzi. Is he here? Our saintess wants to meet with Lin Gongzi? Everyone was going crazy. Lei Zhan, Jin Kongjue, and the others were about to fight for a spot. But who would have thought that the saintess did not even care about them? She only wanted to meet one person. That was Lin Wudi. It was a slap in the face, a slap in the face. Sure enough, those top geniuses' faces darkened instantly. Lin Wudi. Damn it, it's this guy again. Previously, they had suffered losses in the hands of this guy. Moreover, some minor saints had fallen. They did not expect him to jump out and compete with them again. What was more infuriating was that the saintess had paid attention to him without even showing up. She even wanted to invite him personally. Didn't this mean that they were inferior to the other party? Even Lin Xian was stunned. To be honest, he had originally wanted to watch a great battle and analyze the battle strength of Lei Zhan and the other experts through the battle. But he did not expect her to want to see him. Who was this goddess? Why did she want to see him? Lin Xian was on his guard. He thought of many things. For example, when the demoness invited him to the Sky Demon Palace. He was happy, but he did not expect it to be a trap. This time, would it be another big trap? Sure, Bufan and Ghostly, who were beside him, were also stunned. Senior brother Lin was too powerful. Yes, it was enviable. There were so many experts, top geniuses, and legendary physiques, but the goddess did not care. It was a great honor for her to want to see senior brother Lin. Kid, your luck with women is here. Hurry up and take advantage of it. The Crimson Dragon was also winking at him. Lin Xian rolled his eyes at him helplessly, then walked out. As he walked out, everyone turned to look at him. Some of them exclaimed. It was the Demon King. He was really here. Some of them were confused. Who was this person? Was he Lin Wudy? Was he strong? Was he stronger than the Lightning Spirit Constitution and the First Prince and the others? Why did the goddess want to see him? Soon, they learned some things from the others, and immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. This was a fierce person. No wonder he was called the Demon King. It was him. He was here. The geniuses of Thunder God City, Thousand Demon City, Golden Crow Tribe, and Xianxia Tribe narrowed their eyes. They did not expect this fiend to be here. As for Lei Zhen, an extremely terrifying radiance exploded from his eyes as he stared fixedly at Lin Xian. The space around Lin Xian shattered in an instant, forming a huge black hole that was bobbing up and down. The surrounding people retreated frantically. It was too scary. These people had a grudge with Lin Xian, and they would definitely come to blows if they didn't get along. They had to quickly put some distance between them so that they wouldn't be affected. Lin Xian snorted coldly. His body radiated a dazzling light, making him look like a peerless god of war. He froze a part of the world. His gaze was like a heavenly blade as it swept forth. He did not fear those people in the slightest. You're Lin Xian? Lei Zhen said coldly. Daring to kill a genius of my lightning god level, your guts are not small. The First Prince let out a cold snort, and similarly, a piercing killing intent burst forth from his eyes. As for Jin Kongjue of the Golden Crow clan, he was even more powerful. He directly descended from the sky and arrived above Lin Xian. His cold voice sounded. Brat, how dare you kill a member of the Golden Crow clan? Kneel down and accept your death. The dragon horse from the Demon City also stepped forward, emitting a powerful demonic aura. I want to see what means you have to dare to go against my Thousand Demon City. Even Xie Feng from the Great Desolation Mansion cast his gaze over. His gaze was like two black demonic blades slicing through the void. It's over. Lin Wudy is in danger. Yes, no matter how strong he was, he couldn't stop so many geniuses. Today, he would probably die here with a grudge. Who would have thought that he actually dared to come out? Discussions sounded one after another. Many people shook their heads and sighed. Indeed, Lin Xian had killed many geniuses before. But this time, the ones who came were completely different from the previous ones. This time, they were all top-notch geniuses. Whether it was bloodline talent or strength, they were not weaker than Lin Xian. Lin Xian could contend against one of them. But with 5 of them attacking together, could Lin Xian contend against them? Not to mention Lin Xian, perhaps no one in the world could contend against them. However, Lin Xian's performance was beyond everyone's expectations. He first looked at Lei Zhen and sneered. You dare to speak to me like this, your guts are not small. You're courting death. Lei Zhen was furious. Since when did someone dare to speak to him like this? He wanted to be angry, but he realized that Lin Xian had already turned his head and ignored him. Lin Xian turned his gaze and looked at the First Prince. Don't think that no one knows what you've done. Sometimes, the heavens are watching what people do. Get out of my sight now. Otherwise, I don't care if you're the First Prince or the Second Prince. I'll make you a soul under my blade. Humph. The First Prince's face darkened completely. He was so angry that his body was trembling. Lin Xian turned his gaze again and looked up. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Do you know how many sages from your Golden Crow tribe have become my delicacies? Moreover, I realized that your Golden Crow tribe's meat is very delicious. So, you're dead. You'll definitely become my lunch. Ah, Jin Kongjue was furious. Lin Xian actually wanted to eat him. Go to hell, he stomped his feet and the terrifying Golden Crow feet rushed down together with the monstrous flames. In an instant, they enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly and struck out with his palm. His palm emitted a dazzling light. The laws combined with the divine fire met the attack head-on. The two collided and turned into a sea of fire, drowning the space. The terrifying wave swept out in all directions, causing everyone to continuously retreat. In the next moment, Lin Xian retracted his hand. Blood dripped from the sky. Who was injured? Everyone was shocked. Soon, they realized that the sole of Jin Kongjue's foot had cracked. Fresh blood was flowing down from above. Damn it, Jin Kongjue was trembling with anger. He did not attack again because the previous attack had shocked him. Lin Xian was able to injure him. It was too shocking, Lin Xian was just SOSO. Lin Xian sneered and looked at the Lama again. Is he from the Thousand Demon City? Why? Did the nine-headed Qilin not come? Doesn't he have 9 heads? Does he want to be a 9-headed tortoise? Get him out here quickly, the Lama was furious. Who do you think you are? Are you worthy of our senior brother 9-headed Qilin? I can kill you. Its hooves stomped in the sky, shattering the void for thousands of miles. At this moment, it was like a peerless beast. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian sneered. Tell your senior brother 9-headed Qilin to wash his neck and wait for me. I will chop off all 9 of his heads and boil them into a pot of soup. You are courting death. The Lama was furious. It opened its mouth and spat out a torrent. It was a purple demonic wind. It was abnormally terrifying. It was like a pillar of light that reached the sky and instantly rushed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian did not dodge at all. Instead, he rushed out with a huge golden hand and grabbed forward. He directly grabbed the purple demonic wind in his hand. Then, he closed his 5 fingers and the demonic wind was squeezed into a purple light ball. It spun in Xiaochen's palm, unable to escape from Xiaochen's palm. In the end, the demonic wind was extinguished in his hand. How dare you show off in front of me with such petty tricks? Lin Xian sneered. He did not care about these experts at all. This scene made the surrounding people feel like they were going crazy. Damn, isn't this Lin Wudi too strong? Facing so many top experts, he was not afraid at all. Instead, he mocked and ridiculed them. Some of the newcomers' eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Is this the great demon king that you all speak of? Why do I feel that he is so monstrous? Is there such a terrifying person in the world? To be honest, they all thought that Lin Xian was dead for sure. But now, it seemed that Lin Xian was still very strong. He was indeed as arrogant as the rumors said. But do you think that you can still survive today? Lei Zhen walked out. The first prince, Long Ma, and Jin Kongjue all surrounded him. These 4 experts seemed to want to fight. Do you want to fight? Grandpa Long wants to eat roasted golden crow today. The Crimson Dragon rushed forward. Shirbufan, Guili, and the people of Wushuang City also came to Lin Xian's side. They looked as if they were facing a great enemy. To be honest, they were extremely nervous because this scene was even more terrifying than a month ago. Don't worry, you don't have to fight. Lin Xian waved his hand, telling his junior brothers to calm down. At the same time, he glanced around. What, you want to fight me? You're courting death. Didn't I teach you a lesson not long ago? Who wants to fight? Go ahead, but you have to think carefully about whether you can bear the consequences. Lin Xian said casually, but when it fell into the ears of the others, it was like a sudden clap of thunder. Everyone was terrified. They would never forget the scene of Lin Xian leading the heavenly demon army and killing everyone. In fact, quite a few little saints had fallen in that battle. Thinking of this, everyone was terrified. Sure enough, Lei Zhen, the first prince, and the others' faces darkened. The other party was threatening them. Kid, what's the point of using the force behind you? If you have the ability, use your own strength. You are not our opponent at all. Lei Zhen snorted coldly. The first prince also had a look of disdain. Is Lin Wudi like this? Is he as timid as a mouse? He doesn't even dare to fight with us. He only knows how to use the people behind him to threaten us. Lin Xian laughed. You guys have the face to talk about me? Don't you guys think that you're the top geniuses and don't put anyone in your eyes? Why do all 4 of you have to join hands to fight me? What right do despicable and shameless people like you have to talk about me? You're courting death. Jin Kongjue was so angry that his whole body was trembling. Long Ma's face was also gloomy. The first prince and Lei Zhen also looked unfriendly. She was indeed eloquent, but she was too reckless. At this moment, the pitch-black figure on the black-scaled boat in the distance coldly spoke. Lin Xian glanced at the other party. If you didn't speak, I would have forgotten about your existence. Are you the chief disciple of the great desolate mansion? Lin Xian looked into the distance. Evil Wind harumphed coldly. I don't need the chief disciple of my great desolate mansion to kill you. I can do it myself. A black storm rose from his body, easily tearing the void apart. You're not the head disciple, so why aren't you scramming? You're just a piece of trash. What qualifications do you have to talk to me? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Everyone else went crazy. What the F***ck, this guy was too daring. Evil Wind is a top-notch expert. Everyone almost fainted from fright. Evil Wind's face turned completely cold. You're courting death. He waved his hand and an endless storm swept out, tearing the sky apart. Boom, Lin Xian didn't move at all. Golden light burst out from his eyes as he slashed forward. Two large spatial rifts were formed, and the black storm was completely swallowed up. Lin Xian sneered. Whoever wants to fight, go ahead. I'll send you to hell in advance today. The light on his body was monstrous, making him look like a golden god of war. Everyone closed their eyes. Is a battle about to break out? The surrounding people frantically retreated. At the same time, they were extremely excited. However, to their disappointment, no one made a move. At this moment, not only Lei Zhen, Jin Kongjue, Long Ma, but also the others, their faces were gloomy. What was going on? Could it be that these geniuses were scared? Or were they scared? Why aren't they making a move? Lin Xian smiled as well. Wasn't he full of confidence and competence just now? Why didn't anyone make a move? What a bunch of trash, brat, continue to be arrogant. I'll let you jump around for 2 more days. When we enter planet Tianming, it'll be your death. Lei Zhen spoke. He returned to his cold arrogance, his hands behind his back as lightning surrounded his body. On the other side, the crown prince smiled. Killing you now is too easy. It won't be too late to kill you after we enter planet Tianming. That's right, Long Ma. Jin Kongjue also sneered. When planet Tianming opens, it'll be your death. To be honest, they also wanted to make a move now, but they had many concerns. First, Lin Wudi's performance was too strong. They might not be able to take him down in a short time. Moreover, even if they killed him, how would they deal with the demonic palace's army? They didn't want to provoke such trouble. Those demonic palace's people were all crazy. Therefore, they decided to wait until they entered planet Tianming. Planet Tianming wasn't a place that anyone could enter. Moreover, the demonic palace's army wouldn't be able to enter at all. After they entered, they would kill the other party. They wouldn't have any worries at all. Thinking of this, the few of them sneered. At this moment, the maidservant in the distance spoke. Ling Gongzi, our saintess has been waiting for you for a long time. Are you coming or not? Forget it, I won't go. Lin Xian shook his head. This scene caused everyone to be stupefied. Even Lei Zhen and the others were shocked. Lin Wudi actually rejected them. This was too unbelievable. One had to know that they had done everything possible to see the saintess face. However, Lin Wudi actually rejected them. Damn it, this guy is pretending, damn it, I really want to be struck by lightning. Lei Zhen clenched his teeth. Jin Kongjue and the others also rolled their eyes. Even the little maidservant was stunned. Then, she puffed up her cheeks and said, "What are you doing?" She puffed up her cheeks and glared at Lin Xian. This guy is too despicable. He actually dared to reject their saintess. Lin Xian merely shrugged his shoulders in response to her angry gaze. Truth be told, he was also keeping an eye out for her. He didn't dare to casually provoke this mysterious force. However, at this moment, a beautiful voice came from the 7-colored spiritual vessel. What's wrong, Lin Gongzi? Are you afraid? This isn't the Central Emperor that I know. Moreover, this person actually knows his title. This is an old friend. Suddenly, a beautiful figure appeared in his mind. Could it be her? Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Hearing this, Lin Xian was stunned. This voice is so familiar. Since the saintess has invited me, I will respectfully accept. He walked forward with a bright smile on his face. This scene caused everyone to be stunned. Lei Zhan and the others were about to go crazy. Damn it, aren't you not going in? They originally thought that they had another chance. However, they didn't expect Lin Xian to change his mind again. This arrogant and cunning guy, I will kill him sooner or later. Jin Kongjua's eyes lit up with a fierce light. Long Ma and the others were also fuming with anger. The maidservant also glared at Lin Xian. However, she was ignored by Lin Xian. Come in. The maidservant led the way and led Lin Xian into the spiritual vessel. The interior of the spirit boat was simple and unadorned. It was filled with the fragrance of a young girl. In front of him was a young girl with her back to him. She stood there with an ancient scroll in her hand. When she heard the voice behind her, she didn't turn around. Shuang, you can leave first. I have something to discuss with Lin Gongzi. Yes, holy maiden. The little maid left, but before she left, she warned Lin Xian not to go overboard. Otherwise, she would teach him a lesson. Lin Xian smiled. After Shuang left, only Lin Xian and the mysterious girl were left. Qingqing, is that you? Lin Xian's eyes were filled with excitement. The girl in front of him also turned around with a beautiful smile. Brother Xian, it's been a long time. It's really you. Lin Xian's heart was filled with excitement. That's right, the beautiful girl in front of him was Murong Qingqing. Lin Xian hadn't seen her for a long time since they parted in the true spirit world. He didn't even have any news about her. Later, he met Shen Jingqiu, but he still didn't have any news about Murong Qingqing. He didn't expect to meet Murong Qingqing again here. Qingqing. Brother Xian. The two of them hugged each other tightly. After a long time, Murong Qingqing raised her head again. Her beautiful face was filled with tears. Lin Xian wiped away his tears. Silly girl, what are you crying for? Am I not coming? Speaking up to here, he raised his hand and formed a formation. Then, he picked up Murong Qingqing and walked inside. Inside the hibiscus tent, they spent the night together. After a round of lovemaking, the two of them talked about their past. Brother Xian, you've suffered. Hearing about Lin Xian's legendary experience, Murong Qingqing was very worried. It's nothing. I'm already here. Lin Xian rubbed Murong Qingqing's little face. At the same time, he was also surprised. Murong Qingqing was now a prodigy of a holy city. Furthermore, he had gained the attention of the Sage King and had been taken in as a personal disciple. It could be said that his status was extraordinary. This time, he had also come to participate in the Heavenly Fate Planet competition. Outside, everyone was waiting anxiously. They wanted to know if there would be a second lucky person after Lin Xian came out. However, after waiting for an entire day, they realized that Lin Xian still hadn't appeared. At night, these people stood by the lake, their hearts sinking into the lake. Damn it, a single man and a single woman, and it had already been a day. What could the two of them do in the same room? They simply could not imagine it. Even the maidservant looked on in shock, and couldn't hold back any longer. Worried that her holy daughter might be in danger, she transmitted a message to Meng Hao. Lin Wudi was rumored to be a demon king. Shuang, don't worry. Come in, Murong Qingqing replied from inside. After Shuang heard this, she hurried in. In the next moment, she was stunned. Damn it, how dare he be disrespectful to the holy daughter. She realized that Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing were very close. Lin Xian was even holding Murong Qingqing in his arms. Ah, damn it, I'll fight you. Shuang pulled out a long sword that emitted a biting cold light. However, Murong Qingqing said in a delicate voice, Shuang, don't be impulsive. This Lin Gongzi is the person I told you about. Hearing this, Shuang threw her long sword on the ground with a clang. Her face was full of surprise. She had always been by Murong Qingqing's side. Naturally, she knew about Murong Qingqing's past. She knew that Murong Qingqing had a sweetheart. She just didn't expect that it would be this demon king. Brother Xian, I want to accompany you for a while. Why don't you stay here and wait for the destined star to open together? Murong Qingqing said coquettishly as she held Lin Xian's arm. Shuang was almost scared silly. To be honest, in her eyes, Murong Qingqing had always been a cold queen with unparalleled talent. She was a cold fairy. But now, Morong Qingqing was showing a charm that she had never seen before. If those peerless geniuses outside saw Morong Qingqing like this, they would probably go crazy with jealousy. Not only Lei Zhan and the others outside, but some of the top geniuses of the Kunlun Pavilion would probably vomit blood in anger. That's right, they were from the Kunlun Pavilion. Morong Qingqing was the holy daughter of the Kunlun Pavilion. The Kunlun Pavilion was also a holy city. Outside are a few of my junior brothers and Rizalong. I'll send them a voice transmission and tell them not to wait for me. Lin Xian sent a voice transmission to the people outside. The Crimson Dragon, Sherbufan, and the others were stunned when they heard it. The Crimson Dragon said, "Brat, are you being held hostage?" He was very worried. After all, the demonic palace had done such things before. Lin Xian smiled and said, "You're thinking too much. Do you know who I'm with? It's Qingqing. Don't worry, we'll meet again on planet Tianming." The Crimson Dragon was also surprised when he heard it. Morong Qingqing? Forget it, I'll let this brat have some fun for 2 days. The Crimson Dragon waved his dragon claws and said, "Go, go. Don't worry about this brat, he won't die." The people of Peerless City were stunned. At this moment, the 7-colored spirit boat turned into a stream of light and left the crescent lake, disappearing into the sky. Damn, this demon king couldn't have been captured again, right? It's possible, he better not come back. Some people were so angry that they gritted their teeth. Only the Crimson Dragon knew that this brat had gone to have some fun. Very soon, the news spread. The mysterious woman from the domain met Lin Wudi, and the two of them left hand in hand. This Lin Wudi was too charming. He actually overshadowed Lei Zhan, Jin Kongjue, and the Crown Prince. Sounds of discussion rang out one after another. They were too shocked. Of course, there were also people who sneered. He was captured last time, I don't think he'll be able to come back this time. The people of Peerless City were also worried. However, Anhong rushed back in time to explain the situation, and the people of Peerless City heaved a sigh of relief. What happened outside had nothing to do with Lin Xian anymore. These days, Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing were together. There was no need to mention how good the days were. And today, planet Tianming was finally going to open. In the center of the 4 moons, a mysterious star was unsealed, and it emitted endless light. At this moment, the elites on the moons were also excited. They were finally going to enter planet Tianming to find their destiny. After entering, I'll kill Lin Wudi first, Lei Zhan said boldly. On the other side, 9-headed Qilin also arrived. He was a handsome man. His original body had 9 heads, but after transforming into his human form, he had a handsome appearance. However, no one dared to look down on him. Everyone knew that 9 heads meant that he had 9 lives. He was practically immortal. When he arrived, he also said that he would cut Lin Xian into pieces. At the same time, the chief disciple of the Great Desolate Mansion also arrived, along with some of the top elites of the sacred city. At this moment, they all rose into the sky and entered planet Tianming. We're going. Peerless City, Stillwater Sky City, and the others rose into the sky and flew toward planet Tianming. The North Yao and the Crimson Dragon moved alone because there was an old monster beside them, Heishan. Heishan had already left when Lin Xian met Morong Qingqing. The Crimson Dragon looked at Heishan and smiled. You were a great sage before, so you must have been to planet Tianming before. I can't go wrong following you. Tell me, where are the treasures on planet Tianming? Heishan had an unfathomable look on his face. He had recovered a little during this period of time and had turned into an old man in a black robe. He looked very mysterious. He said, Tianming, I can't tell you. Disciple, after we go in, you have to follow me closely. Hearing that, the North Demon nodded. The Crimson Dragon vomited blood. Damn, you old thing, you can't go too far, Heishan smiled. The North Demon is my disciple, so I will naturally bring him along. Why don't you be my disciple too? You want to be Benhuang's master and take advantage of me? No way. The Crimson Dragon gritted his teeth in anger. Alright, it's about time. Let's go. Heishan waved his hand, and the 3 of them also rose into the air. At this moment, everyone moved. On a spirit boat, Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing stood there holding hands. They looked ahead. Tianming planet had opened. It was time to go in. Murong Qingqing turned her head and looked at the little maid. Shuang'er, wait outside. Holy maiden, you must be careful. Shuang'er didn't go in. She steered the spirit boat and waited outside. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing turned into a ray of light and flew toward the mysterious planet in front of them. In the next moment, they entered the planet and were enveloped by a mysterious power. This was a strange world. Sunlight shone down from above like a waterfall, and strings of light circled around the surroundings. In the distance, savage beasts roared. The mountain range stretched into the clouds. The grass and trees were fresh and blooming with spiritual light. Lin Xian felt that the aura of the great Tao here was very strong. It was much more lively than the outside world. This must be Tianming planet. It was a very magical world. He looked around and frowned slightly. Besides the miraculous nature of this world, what surprised him was that Murong Qingqing, who was right next to him, had already disappeared. It seemed that they were teleported randomly. However, he wasn't worried. With Qingqing's strength, there would be no problem. Moreover, they would meet on Tianming planet sooner or later. It was better to figure out what was so magical about Tianming planet first. In another place, a waterfall of stars hung in the sky. A beautiful woman appeared. She was none other than Murong Qingqing. She looked around and frowned. Brother Xian wasn't by her side. Random teleportation, the Northern Goblin, the Crimson Dragon, and the others were also separated. Black Mountain entered as well. Looking at the scenery around him, a look of vicissitudes appeared in his eyes. He was finally here again. What a nostalgic memory. He rose up into the air and flew off into the distance. Before long, he set up a spell formation in a mountain range and waited there. Everyone was randomly teleported to different corners of the world. They were all amazed at the strange scene around them. Roar, between heaven and earth, a series of exclamations rang out. The mountains and rivers shook, and the blood of many sages churned. The skyprides were also shocked. Was there such a terrifying existence in this world? What was that? Someone exclaimed. In the distant horizon, there was a blurry figure. It was incomparably blood-red, and as it walked, it crushed mountains and rivers. Even from millions of miles away, the aura it emitted was still enough to make one's hair stand on end. The celestial fate planet was truly dangerous. No wonder not just anyone could enter. Everyone was on high alert. They had to be more careful. Outside the celestial fate planet, some powerful elders and small saints were also waiting silently. It had finally opened. They wondered who would be able to obtain the heaven-defying heavens will this time. Only those below the small saint realm could enter the celestial fate planet. Of course, if you suppressed your cultivation, you could also enter. However, under normal circumstances, these elders would not enter. After all, they had been to the celestial fate planet and obtained the heavens will when they were young. Moreover, they knew that it was incomparably dangerous. There was a mysterious existence there. Normally, they would not dare to set foot in this place. Why is there someone else? Suddenly, someone turned his head and looked into the distance with a surprised expression. Most of the people had already entered. Is there someone else coming from afar? Who is this person? They all turned their heads to look, only to see a green light streaking across the void between heaven and earth, instantly arriving nearby. Is she finally here? That was really close. The starlight streaked across the sky and formed a beautiful figure. She exhaled and entered the celestial fate planet. If I'm not mistaken, this girl should be the holy maiden of the spiritual clan. An elder of the New Moon clan frowned. The person next to him nodded. Yes, it was her, Xianxia. She was also a disciple of Peerless City. But why did she come so late? She almost didn't enter. I don't know. Perhaps she was delayed by something. Although she's also a pearl like our princess, I don't think she'll be able to keep up with our princess this time. After about a day, the celestial fate planet was finally sealed again. During this period of time, no one could enter, and no one could come out. At the same time, the geniuses inside the celestial fate planet felt a change in the great Tao. They felt their laws automatically emerge and revolve around them. At the same time, they clearly noticed that there were some changes happening around them. Hazy flowers bloomed one after another, emitting the aura of the great Tao. Tao flowers. A voice suddenly sounded in everyone's minds. Flowers of the Great Path appeared around Xianxia as well. There were 4 of them, but the 4th one was not as bright as the first 3. Could it be that it had something to do with cultivation? Xian was a mid-4th layer cultivator, which was why he could condense 4 Tao flowers. As the chief disciple of the sacred city, the city would give him some information before he came. He also had some information about the celestial fate planet. After entering, the Tao flowers would be formed according to the laws of one's cultivation. The Tao flowers weren't just a symbol of strength, but also a kind of resource. One could take others' Tao flowers to strengthen oneself. The more Tao flowers one had, the deeper one's understanding of the laws. It could even directly improve one's comprehension of the laws. Moreover, the celestial fate planet had something very special, the Bronze Gate. No one knew who had created the gate, but it was very mysterious. Opening the gate would lead one to a very strange place. Inside, one could use Tao flowers to exchange for precious natural treasures or secret manuals. The items inside the gate were incomparably precious. Some were even extinct in the outside world. Outside the celestial fate planet, they might not be found anywhere else. That was why countless people coveted the gate. Therefore, in the early stages, one had to seize Tao flowers to strengthen oneself. In the later stages, one had to fight for the 3 lives destiny stone. Only by stepping on the 3 lives destiny stone would one be able to see their own destiny. Therefore, whether it was the early or the later stages, it was incomparably tragic. Xian took a deep breath. This information went through his mind, and his eyes burst with a piercing light. There were 2 options for hunting others for their Tao flowers. First, they could kill their opponent and take their Tao flowers by force. Second, they could admit defeat and offer up their Tao flowers of their own accord. This was an act of self-preservation. Even though only geniuses and experts were allowed to enter the second astral world, there were so many of them and countless living beings. Therefore, the number of people entering this time would be unimaginable. Therefore, as long as one was strong enough, they could definitely obtain enough Tao flowers. In a mountain range surrounded by spirit springs, ancient trees towered into the sky. One of the ancient trees wasn't very tall, only half a meter tall. However, its shape was very strange. It looked like a ferocious tiger lying there. This time, it was a miraculous spirit herb called the true tiger herb. It seemed to be 10,000 years old. It was definitely an ancient herb. At this moment, 3 figures descended. When they saw the true tiger herb, their eyes blazed with fervent light. Great, I didn't expect our luck to be so good. How about we split it evenly? The 3 of them weren't from the same sect, but they were very close. After some discussion, they decided to split the precious true tiger herb equally. The 3 of them strode forward. They didn't let their guard down, because there was bound to be danger around such a spirit herb. It was either guarded by monster beasts or broken formations. As expected, when they approached, the true tiger herb suddenly swayed. Countless rays of light danced in the air. These were the laws of the great Tao. They intertwined to form the phantom of a ferocious tiger. Spiritual chi from all directions condensed into the phantom. Soon, they formed into a huge monster. It seemed that the true tiger herb had gained sentience. One of them cried out in surprise. Indeed, it wasn't just animals that could cultivate sentience. Even plants could cultivate sentience. The true tiger herb was clearly a powerful creature. He naturally wouldn't allow it to threaten him. What's there to contend with? It's just a herb. One of them walked out with a disdainful expression. He was a mid-5th level expert. The other 2 were the same. 5 Tao flowers circled around them, making for an abnormally hazy sight. Join forces. The 3 of them attacked together, clashing with the tiger phantom. The battle shook the heavens and the earth. The 3 of them were all extremely terrifying geniuses. So, when the 3 of them joined forces, they easily killed the tiger phantom. Then, the 3 of them grinned hideously and walked towards the ancient tree. The true tiger ancient medicine uprooted the tree and turned into a gust of demonic wind, trying to escape. Do you want to leave? Follow us obediently. Being able to be consumed by us is a great honor for you. One of them lashed out with a long whip, which turned into a boundless python, cutting off a part of the world. The other two also stopped him. The three of them sealed off the space. It was impossible for the ancient tree to escape. At this moment, a voice came from afar. Was it the true tiger ancient medicine? It was really an unexpected discovery. Who was it? The three experts abruptly turned their heads. One of them emitted a biting cold killing intent. Who was it? Get lost, how dare you meddle in our affairs, is this treasure something you can even dream of having? The other two also sneered. That figure descended from the sky. How dare these three ants act so arrogantly in front of me? The 3/5 celestial layer experts were stunned. Did someone just call them ants? They were all mid-5th heavenly layer experts. How powerful were they? Could it be that there was a late 5th heavenly layer expert? They looked up one after another, and soon, they were all stunned. This was because the 5 Dao flowers in the sky were all mid-5th stratum cultivators, just like them. How could someone like that be qualified to call them ants? However, when they saw the other party, they were terrified. You're Wan Xiao. The three of them trembled, and their eyes were filled with deep shock. Thunder God City's Wan Xiao, a core disciple. He was very powerful and could definitely be ranked in the top 5 among the core disciples. Such a person was not someone they could resist. So it's Brother Wang. The three of them revealed ugly smiles. Since Brother Wang has taken a fancy to Wan Xiao, then the three of us will gift him to you. Farewell. With that, the three of them turned around and wanted to leave. In the sky, a man descended. His face was a little pale, and his eyes were filled with infinite coldness. Just the three of you ants are worthy of being called brothers with me. Do you think I need you to give me what I want? He pulled out an ancient saber and slashed forward. Damn it, don't go too far. That's right, although you're powerful, the three of us aren't necessarily afraid of you. The three of them roared crazily. They attacked together. So what if you're a top genius? We're all in the same realm. Can't the three of us defeat you? Even if they couldn't defeat you, they could leave calmly. However, the three of them despaired. A saber light flashed, and the three of them were split in half and fell to the ground. Their faces were filled with shock. Before they died, they didn't believe that the other party could kill the three of them with a single slash. They were indeed trash. Wang Xiao put away his saber and reached out with his hand. On the hand of lightning, there were 5 seals. He directly sealed the true tiger ancient medicine, and then grabbed it into his storage ring. The next moment, he looked up into the distance. It was time to meet up with senior brother Lei Zhen. He turned into a stream of light and rushed forward. In another mountain range, a mighty man stepped on a lightning dragon with his hands behind his back. He didn't need to make a move at all. The lightning dragon roared in all directions and directly blasted 4/5 firmament experts into pieces. There were still 2 survivors. They knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing. Spare our lives. Young Master Lei, we're willing to be your slaves. Please. These 2 people were also powerhouses outside and could sweep through a region. However, in front of Lei Zhen, they were as weak as ants. They had no ability to resist at all. Lei Zhen glanced at the 2 of them. With their strength, they weren't worthy of being his slaves. In a flash, 2 lightning sabers appeared and killed the 2 of them. What trash! The Dao flowers beside him changed again. There were now 50 of them. In other words, Lei Zhen had killed many experts not long after entering. Only 50 flowers were too few. Lei Zhen looked into the distance and frowned slightly. According to their intelligence, obtaining 3,000 Dao flowers could condense a heavenly Dao golden lotus. Once the heavenly Dao golden lotus was condensed, it would form a mysterious connection with the laws of this world, thereby strengthening one's own laws. The cultivation speed would be so fast that it was unbelievable. However, it wasn't easy to condense a Dao golden lotus because it was impossible to just kill and not exchange. The treasures behind the bronze door were coveted. Therefore, some experts would exchange for Dao flowers after gathering enough of them. Therefore, it was very difficult to form a heavenly Tao golden lotus. However, Leijian was confident that he could do it. Not only did he want to condense one, but he wanted to condense many. Fu Hongya of Wushuang City, a dazzling genius, was said to have condensed 6 heavenly Tao golden lotuses. As he walked, golden lotuses bloomed in the sky, accompanied by the laws of heaven and earth. It was extremely powerful. Huang Shisan of the Great Desolate Mansion had also successfully condensed 5 heavenly Tao golden lotuses. These were the remaining ones after these people exchanged for the treasures and cultivation techniques they wanted. One could only imagine how powerful those people were back then. As for Leijian, he didn't think that he would lose to Fu Hongya, Huang Shisan, and the others. Therefore, his goal was to condense at least 6 heavenly Tao golden lotuses. If possible, he would try for the 7th heavenly Tao golden lotus. He had to surpass Fu Hongya. Retracting his thoughts, Leijian knew that he still had a long way to go. He had to hurry and find more people to hunt. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed in the distance and came close to him. Someone was coming. Leijian's eyes lit up, and soon, he smiled. "Greetings, senior brother Leijian." Endless lightning transformed into a man, who knelt on one knee in the void with great respect. He was Wang Xiao, who had displayed his skills previously. Wang Xiao was powerful and could kill 3 experts of the same level with a single slash. But now, he was extremely respectful to Leijian. One could imagine how heaven-defying Leijian's strength was. "Since you're here, I have a mission for you. Please tell me, senior brother. Gather the people of Thunder God City. You will lead a group to find Lin Wudi. Once you find him, send me his location. I want to cut off his head personally." "Senior brother, he's just an ant. Do you need to kill him personally?" "I can kill him." Wang Xiao raised his head, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Endless lightning saber phantoms surged around his body. "I said that I want to kill him personally, and I will do it." "Yes, I know." Wang Xiao stood up and took out a lightning stone. There were strange runes on it, and under his control, it bloomed with endless lightning. It was like a lightning sun, floating in the sky. This was a signal to gather the cultivators of Thunder God City. Everyone within 50 million miles could see it, and even those further away could see it. Those people would rush over here. As for exposing their location, they were not worried at all. With Leijian here, anyone who dared to come here to kill them would be sent to hell. Lin Xian also began to move. His heavenly fortune divine eyes shone brightly and covered the entire area. He rushed forward. 3 million miles away, he landed. There was a team of 3 in front of him. They were hunting a demonic beast. From the looks of it, he was trying to steal the blood of the other party. When they saw someone descend, they were furious. Who dared to snatch something from them, then, they were terrified. "Great Demon King, please spare our lives. Great Demon King, we're not peak geniuses. We're not worthy for you to attack us." The 3 of them were so scared that they were about to cry. "Damn it, why did he meet Lin Wudi here?" Lin Xian frowned slightly. 3 people at the early stage of the 5th firmament were considered prodigies outside, and could even be considered core disciples. However, in this place, it was somewhat lacking. "I won't kill you, but hand over your Dao flowers." The 3 nodded profusely and hurriedly handed over the Dao flower, thanking the Great Demon King for sparing their lives. Indeed, this was the law of the jungle. The strong preyed on the weak. There was no difference between the strong killing the weak and squashing an ant. For a powerhouse like Lin Xian to only take the Dao flowers was already very kind. The 3 of them knew that, so they were deeply grateful and quickly left. Lin Xian collected 15 Dao flowers and felt the changes in his body. There was some effect, but it was too weak. It seemed that he needed more Dao flowers. It would be best if he could form a heavenly Dao golden lotus. Moreover, Lin Xian was even more curious about what was behind the bronze door. With a flicker, Lin Xian disappeared into the sky again. A sea of fire filled the air. There were 100,000 mountains of fire here, each of them abnormally terrifying. Molten lava rolled down from the sky. It was a sea of fire, and there were countless fire attribute warriors in the surroundings. Yang He was also here. He was ranked in the top 10 among the core disciples of Wushuang City. His previous cultivation had also allowed him to break through to the early 5th heavenly layer. Moreover, he was a melee fighter and needed that kind of yang power, such as the fire of the sun or the flames of the 100,000 mountains of fire, to further improve his bloodline and physique. Therefore, he was ecstatic when he came here. There were many people around who had the same idea as him, about a few thousand people. Among them, the strongest were at the middle 5th heavenly layer, the weakest were at the late 4th heavenly layer, and most of them were at the early 5th heavenly layer. These people scattered in different areas began to bathe in the flames and even refine the fire crystals. Suddenly, countless figures descended from the sky like demons from the 100,000 mountains. Damn it, who were these people? There were so many of them. There were too many, as if there were 100,000 heavenly soldiers. The saints below all looked up. Xianxia was also shocked, revealing a look of shock. No, this was not a person, it was formed by flames. Who were they? What a powerful divine ability. The 100,000 fire demons directly sealed the flame mountain. Several figures descended from the sky. There were not many of them, a total of 13 people, but the law of fire on their bodies was very terrifying. There were 2 people in the lead, a man and a woman. The man carried a fiery red long sword on his back and was incomparably handsome. The woman was wearing a flame-long dress, and there were 2 fire snakes coiled around her hands. The flames she spat out easily pierced through the void. It was the flying fire python clan, someone exclaimed. After the others heard it, their faces became incomparably ugly. Even Xianxia frowned. Although the flying fire python was not from the holy city, it was still a very powerful clan under the holy city. Moreover, the 13 flying fire python experts above were very strong. Half of them were actually at the middle 5th heavenly layer. In particular, the 2 at the front were even more shocking. The 2 of them were very famous. The man with the fiery red long sword on his back was called Qi Lin, and the woman with the fire snakes on her hands was called Shi Wu. Both of them were famous top geniuses. At this moment, the 2 of them appeared together, which really made everyone feel frightened. However, there were also some experts below. They frowned and asked, I wonder what the flying fire python clan means by sealing this place? This was an ownerless land. Anyone could come here. Don't go too far. A few people stood out. The aura on their bodies was also incomparably powerful. The people in the sky laughed. Among them, Shiwu walked out. She revealed a smile. Of course, we flying fire pythons will not be so domineering. We naturally want to share this place with everyone. When these words came out, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Great, since that was the case, they would not be polite. A few people wanted to take action. The other thousands of people also prepared to cultivate again. However, at this moment, the man with the long sword on his back, Qi Lin, walked out. We have taken a liking to this place. We allow you to be here. Shouldn't you also express your gratitude? What do you want? Someone asked. Qi Lin said, we don't want your treasures. We only want you to help us with one thing. Among the 100,000 flaming mountains, there was a nearly 20,000-year-old flaming lotus. What? A nearly 20,000-year-old flaming lotus? Hearing that, many people's eyes lit up. That was a peerless treasure. After eating it, they might be able to immediately advance by a realm. However, more people were puzzled. Why would the other party be so kind? Xianxia also frowned. Sure enough, Qi Lin said, however, it's very dangerous to get the flaming lotus. We need everyone to work together. Who wants to go and scout the way? Many people's expressions changed. Damn it, were they treating them like lab rats? The 100,000 flaming mountains seemed to have existed for tens of thousands of years. They looked very dangerous. They were only active in the outer regions. Who knew what was in the depths? Perhaps just the terrifying flames alone could burn them to ashes. We don't want the flaming lotus. You can go by yourselves. These people said coldly. Humph. The flying fire python clan sneered. That's not up to you. Now, everyone listen to our orders and obediently scout the way for us. Otherwise, you'll die a terrible death. Finally, they bared their fangs. Damn it. The people below were furious. Flying fire pythons were powerful, but there were only 13 of them. Could they fight against thousands of people? Everyone, unite. It was obvious that there was a leader. It was a tall man with monstrous flames on his body. His body seemed to be made of stone, and there were even many cracks. Those were not cracks, but a kind of physique. Within the crack, the law of fire was emitting an even more scarlet color. That person was called Giant Lava. There were 2 other people. One was a relatively young man with a ring of flames under his feet. He was extraordinarily mighty. The other was a middle-aged woman wearing a flaming robe. Her aura was also terrifying. The 3 of them were very powerful. They were like dazzling stars among thousands of people. At this moment, the 3 of them stood out. The thousands of people around them nodded. Yes, that's right. They would definitely not scalp away for them. Courting death. A group of ants dares to resist us? The flying fire python clan sneered. You 3 are the leaders, right? Then we'll kill you 3 first. Let's see who dares to resist. Snake Dance and Chi Lin did not make a move. They just watched coldly. Behind them, a flying python charged out. He turned into a withered man, holding a double-edged sword in his hand, which was surrounded by flames. Die for me. He charged downwards at an extremely fast speed, tearing apart the void in an instant. Humph, Mo snorted coldly. The flames on his body surged into the sky and the fire law within those cracks became even more terrifying. He punched forward like a meteor, creating a sea of fire that was tens of thousands of meters long. Boom. Boom, kill. The man who came down was very extraordinary. The sharp blade in his hand cut through the flames and rushed to the side of the giant lava. After exchanging over 1,000 blows, Go Rong forced his opponent back. The shriveled man's vital energy and blood roiled. His body cracked open and he coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. A wisp of shock appeared in his eyes. Several thousand people cried out in alarm. This was great. What flying flame python race? They were nothing more than this. That's right, what's there to be arrogant about? Yang Hao also heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that he didn't need to do anything, damn it. The shriveled man roared angrily. Flames erupted from his body, and countless scales appeared on his body, as well as a giant python tail. It looked like he was about to fight with his life on the line. However, at this moment, Chi Lin spoke. You can leave. Yes. That man's body trembled and he hurriedly retreated. Chi Lin walked out and looked down. You dare to hurt my flying flame python race? You're courting death. With a clang, the flame sword on his back flew out and was held in his hand. He slashed down with the sword. Below, the man with the magma-like physique also roared crazily. He naturally knew how powerful the other party was. Therefore, he didn't hold back at all and went all out. His body was filled with the aura of fire. There was a feeling of splitting heaven and earth. His fists danced as if he wanted to break through the sky. Boom. Boom, it was a huge collision that seemed like the end of the world. The surrounding people were incomparably nervous. Suddenly, they were so frightened that they almost knelt on the ground. It turned out that Zhu Rong had fallen to the ground and was split into 2 by a sword. Even his soul was destroyed. He was dead, killed with a sword. The members of the Flying Python clan were actually so powerful. An ant that couldn't even withstand a single blow. Chi Lin put away his treasure sword with a cold smile on his face. The other few thousand people collapsed. Damn it, let me do it. The man who was stepping on the flame wheel rushed up. A flame spear appeared in his hand, and he charged forward. I'll play with you. Shiwu walked out. The 2 fire snakes in her hands suddenly enlarged and turned into 2 divine whips that danced non-stop. After 3 moves, the other party was defeated. How could he be so strong? On their side, another expert was injured. Although he didn't die, he was seriously injured and almost died. The surrounding people were about to despair. The 3rd middle-aged woman made a move, but she was also defeated. Everyone went crazy. Even the three great experts were no match for the other party. Damn it, let's join forces. We have so many people. I don't believe that we can't defeat these people. They roared crazily as their strength erupted. Yang Hao was the same. His eyes erupted with a piercing cold light. He didn't make a move earlier, but that didn't mean that his strength was weak. He had to make a move now. At least, he had to kill his way out. Thousands of saints made a move. Even the flying flame python race was moved. Young master, please make a move. Qi Lin said respectfully. In the void, an explosion sounded. Then, golden flames erupted for 9 days, forming a huge golden crow phantom that blotted out the sky. It spread its wings, and endless flame feathers fell, sending thousands of people flying. For a moment, all kinds of screams sounded. The thousands of saints wailed. Who was it? It was too strong. It defeated so many of them in an instant, they looked up with difficulty, and in the next moment, their scalps went numb. What a terrifying phantom. It was a powerhouse of the Golden Crow race. Do you know how powerful it is? If you don't want to die, you should obediently explore the way. Qi Lin sneered. In front of him, the Golden Crow had transformed into a man. He was extremely young. There was a piercing cold light in his eyes. Greetings, young master. The people of the flying flame python race hurriedly bowed. Although the other party was very young, his background was terrifying. They had to curry favor with him. Because behind him stood an earth-shattering genius. Next, thousands of people became captives and were forced to enter the 100,000 flaming mountains. Yang Hao also wanted to make a move, but he was also injured. The Golden Crow powerhouse in the sky was too strong. He was no match for him at all. Therefore, he could only look for an opportunity. The depths of the 100,000 flaming mountains were indeed extremely dangerous. The thousands of people were forced to try one by one to find a safe path. Among them, some people took a wrong step and were burned to ashes. Some people had half of their bodies destroyed and escaped with serious injuries. In the end, they were killed by a sword strike. Whoever dared to escape would die. Damn it. Damn it. Those who were still alive roared crazily. Their hearts were filled with unwillingness. Please, spare us. Some people began to beg for mercy, but it was useless. These people were ruthless. Finally, these people were about to lose all hope. Yang Hao's eyes were also filled with killing intent. When it was finally his turn, his strength erupted and shot up into the sky. He wanted to leave. You want to leave? Shiwu sneered and swept out the flame divine whip in her hand. Yang Hao roared like a small sun and blasted away the flame divine whip. He wanted to leave. There was actually a hidden expert. Shiwu was too surprised. Previously, the 3 experts who resisted were defeated or killed by them. She did not expect there to be a hidden expert. The other party could actually break free from her flame divine whip. Great, a good opportunity. Yang Hao's eyes were filled with excitement. He knew that his unexpected burst of strength had finally torn apart the other party's defense line. Next, he would leave this place. Ant, are you trying to escape? A golden crow claw slammed down from the sky and hit Yang Hao's body. Yang Hao's body shattered and fell to the ground, screaming miserably. Blood dyed the ground red. The surrounding people felt their scalps go numb. They originally thought that if someone escaped, they might be able to call for help. But now, their hopes had been dashed. This Golden Crow race expert was really too strong. How dare you escape in front of me? The Golden Crow sneered. Qi Lin and Shiwu also walked up. They were extremely angry. Someone dared to almost successfully escape from under their noses. This made them feel ashamed. Qi Lin pulled out his sword and slashed a few times. Yang Hao's body that had just healed split open again. Shiwu sneered. The flame divine whip in her hand danced and lashed at Yang Hao. Yang Hao felt that he was about to die. Damn it, how dare you touch me? My senior brother will definitely not let you off. How dare you threaten us? The members of the Flying Fire Python clan laughed when they heard this. Then tell us, who is your senior brother? Their eyes were filled with disdain. How powerful could an ant's senior brother be? He was just a slightly bigger ant. They could easily crush him to death with their hands. Humph, my senior brother is Lin Wudi. You'd better let us go. Otherwise, if you continue to torture us, you'll be dead. Xianxia said through gritted teeth. What? Lin Wudi. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding people were stunned. Hope appeared in the eyes of the thousands of captured saints. This person was actually from Peerless City. That was great, they might have a chance to live. The people of the Flying Fire Python clan were stunned. Soon, they frowned. It was Lin Wudi. Truth be told, when they heard that name, they were all shocked. That was because that person was truly too powerful. The expert from the Golden Crow race coldly snorted when he heard that. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Who did you say it was? Your senior brother is Lin Wudi. He walked over with a murderous aura around him. Xianxia didn't say anything else. He just stared at the other party with a pair of angry eyes. Beside him, Snake Dance said, Young master, you didn't hear wrong. It's Lin Wudi. He was Lin Wudi's junior brother, a member of Peerless City. There was a path to heaven, but you didn't take it. There was no door to hell, but you barged in. Lin Wudi dared to kill the people of the Golden Crow race. We'll kill him sooner or later. As for you, I'll torture you to death. And all of you, you'll be buried with him. The young man from the Golden Crow race had a cruel look in his eyes. Oh no, the people around felt their scalps go numb. Why? We didn't provoke you. That's right, we have nothing to do with Lin Wudi. Who cares if you have anything to do with us? The young man from the Golden Crow race attacked and instantly smashed the bodies of the two people. Their internal organs flowed all over the ground. He sneered. Do I need a reason to kill you? Xianxia was also burned by a ball of flame. He let out a miserable cry. Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. I'll torture you for a few hundred years and let you know the consequences of living a life worse than death. Not only you, but anyone who has anything to do with Lin Wudi, I'll tear them to pieces. He let out a sinister laugh. Outside the 100,000 Flames Mountain, a few figures quickly flew out with shields. Some of them sensed a huge energy fluctuation in front of them and instantly left. Some people also stopped. There were so many Flames Mountains that were sealed by an array formation. It seemed that there were treasures ahead. The figure was none other than Lin Xian. He had rushed all the way and arrived near the 100,000 Flames Mountains. When he saw the array formation, he activated his heavenly secret divine eye and looked inside. In the next moment, he was stunned. Then, anger burned in his eyes and the divine fire on his body jumped. With a roar, he rushed over. There were some people near the Flames Mountains. They also felt that there might be treasures in the array formation. They were about to discuss whether they could break the array formation or sneak in quietly. But suddenly, the heavens shook and the earth shook. The 100,000 Flames Mountains seemed to erupt at the same time. What happened? These people raised their heads, panic written all over their faces. In the next moment, they screamed. Because they realized that the array formation that they thought was difficult to break was actually broken. Like a shooting star, a human figure rushed inside at high speed. How strong was that person to break such a terrifying array formation with one punch? The surrounding people were all stunned. Let's go and take a look. They followed him stealthily. Inside the 100,000 Flames Mountains, the flying fire pythons began to torture those people. Xianxia was even burned by the flames. However, at that moment, their bodies swayed and they almost fell to the ground. What's going on? What happened? Qi Lin roared crazily. Oh no, the surrounding array formation is broken. Go and see who dares to attack our array formation. Do they want to die? Kill them and bring their corpses back. Snake Dance gave the order. Two experts of the Flying Fire Python clan rushed over and rushed into the distance. However, not long after they took off, they screamed and flew back. Their bodies fell to the ground and were torn into pieces. Their souls were destroyed by a punch. They were dead, the others were also stunned. Even the people who were being tortured were stunned. What's going on? Is someone coming? Those flying fire pythons are so powerful. Who are they? They could kill with one punch. Moreover, they could kill with one punch. Who is it? Soon, they saw a golden figure descending from the sky, bringing with it a powerful force. The light made it impossible for them to see clearly. You hurt my junior brother? You're courting death. The figure in the sky reached out a big golden hand and beat the two flying fire pythons next to him into a bloody mist. At the same time, he grabbed Yang Hao. Senior brother Lin. Yang Hao trembled with excitement. He was seriously injured, but he didn't die because these people wanted to torture him for hundreds of years. Otherwise, he would have been killed long ago. When he spoke, a large amount of blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth, piercing through the void. Lin Xian's face was extremely cold. Don't speak. He struck out the 5 elemental law. The wood elemental law circulated quickly, bringing along a strong vitality. It surrounded Yang Hao's body. At the same time, he took out a bottle of elixir from his storage ring and fed it to Yang Hao. Yang Hao's damaged body began to heal, and his pale face regained its rosy color. Soon, his injuries were healed by 70 to 80%. Senior brother Lin. Yang Hao was so excited that he was about to cry. The others were also dumbfounded. This person was too strong. He actually healed a seriously injured and dying person in an instant. Moreover, Yang Hao called him senior brother. Senior brother Lin? Could it be Lin Wudi? Everyone was dumbfounded. It's really you. Those from the Flying Fire Python clan were scared out of their wits. They quickly retreated as if they were facing a great enemy. Even Qi Lin and Shi Wu had solemn expressions on their faces. This was the legendary Great Demon King. The young man from the Golden Crow clan walked out, his eyes shining with a cold light. Lin Wudi, it's really you. Great, you came to die. Now, kneel down and follow me back. He was too excited. He was very excited to find a disciple from Peerless City. He did not expect to attract Lin Wudi. If he could capture Lin Wudi, it would be a great merit. Which side are you on? Lin Xian stared at the man from the Golden Crow clan, his eyes shining with a cold light. Sure enough, the Golden Crow clan was behind this. Shi Wu walked out and smiled. So it's Lin Gongzi. There must be some misunderstanding. Lin Gongzi, listen to my explanation. Who do you think you are to talk to me? Get lost, Lin Xian snorted and ignored her. Previously, he saw everything with his Tianji divine eyes outside the blazing mountain. His junior brother was tortured by the Flying Fire Python clan. How could it be a misunderstanding, junior brother? What do you think is going on? Lin Xian looked at Yang Hao. Yang Hao told Lin Xian about what had happened. After Lin Xian heard it, his face turned completely cold. They were really taking advantage of their power to bully others. They were actually using the lives of these saints as an experiment to find a way out. Ruthless and shameless indeed, young master, what should we do? Shi Wu and the others could only look at the Golden Crow clan's youth. The young man from the Golden Crow clan sneered. What's there to be afraid of? No matter how strong Lin Wudi is, can he defeat my crown prince? Our crown prince has arrived on planet Tianming. As long as he met Lin Wudi, he would be able to tear him to pieces. There was nothing to be afraid of for someone who was about to die. Your crown prince? That means you're not the crown prince. You're just a servant, a mere slave dares to be impudent in front of me? Lin Xian's roar shook the 9 heavens. The people of the Flying Fire Python trembled and almost knelt down. Even the Golden Crow was taken aback by the sudden change. Soon, he was so angry that his whole body started to tremble. Damn it, you dare to call me a slave? He was really mad. To be honest, he was indeed a subordinate of the 7th prince, but so what? His status was much higher than some of the geniuses of the Golden Crow clan. Because he was the crown prince's subordinate. Who would dare to call him a slave? Yet now, there was actually someone who was so reckless as to say those 2 words. What are you waiting for? Go, kill him for me. The young man waved his hand. Qi Lin and Shi Wu looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and waved their hands. They had no choice. Lin Wudi would definitely find out that they had tortured Yang Hao. He would definitely not let them go. Therefore, they had to quickly hug the thighs of the Golden Crow clan to survive. Qi Lin and Shiwu did not move. The remaining members of the Flying Fire Python clan all rushed over. They also knew how strong Lin Xian was. Therefore, they did not hold back. In an instant, all sorts of gnomological mystical abilities blotted out the sky and covered the earth as they rushed towards Lin Xian. The thousands of people on the ground trembled. Although there were only a dozen of them, they were too strong. The thousands of saints who had suppressed them before could not even raise their heads. Would Lin Wudi be able to withstand it? Lin Xian's body bloomed with light. He punched out, and like a sun, it instantly enveloped the 10 Flying Fire Python clan geniuses. There was a boom. Today, there was an earth-shaking sound. Many cracks appeared on the 100,000 Fire Feast mountain. Heaven and earth were shattered and sunk. The sun exploded, and a rain of blood fell from the sky. Accompanying it were all kinds of bones and internal organs. Dead, they were all dead, everyone went crazy. They looked at this scene in disbelief. Previously, the dozen or so flying fire pythons could wipe out a group, but now, they could not even block a punch from the other party. What kind of power was this? You're courting death. Qi Lin was furious. He had brought all the elite experts this time. They were all dead in an instant. How was he going to explain it when he returned? With a clang, the flame sword on his back flew out and was held in his hand. Go to hell. The sword slashed over. Senior brother Lin, be careful. This is a terrifying Dharma treasure. Yang Hao exclaimed. The others were also nervous. Indeed, a powerful expert had been cut in half by a single sword strike. One could imagine how powerful Qi Lin was. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. His eyes burst with a piercing light. He reached out his golden hand and directly grabbed the flying sword. Then, he grabbed it. There was a slash. One of Qi Lin's arms was forcefully pulled off. Blood splattered everywhere. Qi Lin retreated in horror. Kill him, although his arm was broken, he could still control the sacred artifact. The flame sword burst out with an unparalleled light and spun wildly. However, Lin Xian grabbed it tightly. How dare an ant compete with the bright moon? Lin Xian roared, and the power in his body burst out. He also grabbed the hidden sword with his other hand. Then, he roared at the sky. Bang! Bang, bang! Cracks appeared on the flame sword. Then, there were more and more cracks. With a bang, it split in half from the middle. How was that possible? The sacred artifact was broken. These people were crazy. That was a sacred artifact. How could this guy do that? Qi Lin also fell to the ground and vomited blood. This scene almost made him faint from fright. Shiwu also retreated in horror. She looked at the young man from the Golden Crow tribe. Young master, please take him down. His strength was about the same as Qi Lin's. Qi Lin was easily defeated. She was no match for him. Now, she could only rely on this expert from the Golden Crow tribe. Don't be afraid. I'll kill him. The young man walked out with a biting cold murderous intent. With a furious roar, 2 golden claws appeared on his palms. They covered the sky and the earth. Go to hell for me. His strength was above Qi Lin's, so he was confident that he could kill him. This time, he had a treasure in his hand. It was given to him by the 7th prince. That was a powerful weapon. With that thing to protect his life, he had nothing to worry about. You're just a slave. How dare you attack me? Let your master come. Lin Xian snorted and attacked crazily. He slapped out a palm print, which took the shape of a 5 elements mountain. It carried with it a monstrous natural law as it blasted out. It collided with the opponent's Golden Crow claws. The two collided 5 times in a row. The youth from the Golden Crow tribe screamed and retreated. His claws were shattered. His flesh was badly mangled and his bones were exposed. A slave is a slave. You don't have the right to fight with me. Kneel down obediently. Tell me where your master is. I'll kill him now. Lin Xian's large hand slammed down once more. You're courting death. The youth from the Golden Crow tribe roared crazily. How can the difference be so big? He couldn't believe it. The flames on his body spread, causing his claws to heal again. He attacked crazily. The aura on his body was majestic. Every time he landed, it was like a divine mountain. However, after 3 moves, he was sent flying again with a horrified expression. He felt that he couldn't defeat his opponent at all. This is unbelievable. Before this, he had never taken Lin Xian seriously. However, the cruelty of reality made him despair. Qi Lin and Shi Wu were also stunned. Their biggest backer, the Golden Crow tribe, was powerless in the hands of their opponent. They felt that they were about to collapse. The thousands of saints were dumbfounded. Is this the legendary invincible Lin? He's too strong. Yang Hao clenched his fists in excitement. Bang! Bang, bang! Lin Xian waved his hands continuously, hitting the youth from the Golden Crow tribe and forcing him to retreat. Many of his bones were broken and blood flowed out. Damn it! The youth had drawn the Golden Crow's body and wanted to escape. However, he was slashed down by Lin Xian and half of his wing was cut off. There was also a huge crack on his body, nearly cutting him in half at the waist. How dare you kill me? My master won't let you go. The youth from the Golden Crow tribe screamed. Lin Xian sneered. Is your master the 7th prince? He won't let me off, but I won't let him off either. A mere servant has no right to be arrogant in front of me. Lin Xian sent out 2 more slaps, smashing his opponent's body into pieces. However, the other party did not die. Lin Xian summoned a 5 elements mountain to suppress the other party. Then, he turned to look at Snake Dance. Snake Dance was so frightened that her legs went soft, and she fell to the ground. No, I beg you, don't kill me. Her face was filled with fear. Now, she no longer had her previous high and mighty attitude. I won't kill you? Give me a reason not to kill you. Lin Xian sneered. These people had abused their power to bully others and had even dared to torture his junior brother. How could he be merciful? Snake Dance bit her lips. Her eyes seemed as if they were about to drip with tears. She tore open her clothes a little. I can serve young master. I can give myself to young master. Like a wild cat, she crawled over to Lin Xian's side. Lin Xian sneered and lifted her chin with one hand. You? You don't have the right to do that. Snake Dance's last hope disappeared. She couldn't believe that Lin Xian wouldn't take a fancy to her. What kind of joke was this? She felt humiliated. One had to know that her beauty was enough to make countless geniuses of the Flying Fire Python tribe go crazy. Some geniuses from the Holy City were also jealous of her. But now, she had taken the initiative to offer herself to him, but he didn't even look at her. This huge blow almost made Snake Dance die from anger. It's time to send you on your way. A killing sword appeared in Lin Xian's hand. Snake Dance trembled in fear. On the other side, Qi Lin's face was pale. No, you can't kill us. No matter how they screamed, it was useless. Lin Xian's sword was about to fall. At this moment, Yang Hao said, Senior brother, wait. They said that there's a 20,000-year-old flame lotus in the 100,000 flaming mountains. They threatened us before because they wanted to obtain the flame lotus. Oh? A 20,000-year-old flame lotus. Lin Xian stopped the sword in his hand, and a fiery light bloomed in his eyes. This age was extremely attractive to him. Seeing that Lin Xian was interested, Snake Dance seemed to have found hope and crawled over again. Young master, we know about the flame lotus. We'll help you find it. Please spare our lives. Interesting. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Good, then let's see how you perform. Thank you, young master. Snake Dance stood up, her eyes shining. On the other side, Qi Lin also heaved a sigh of relief. The two of them wanted to command the thousands of saints, but they were interrupted by Lin Xian. I don't like to involve innocent people. You're not allowed to use them. As soon as he said this, the thousands of saints heaved a sigh of relief. But Snake Dance and Qi Lin's expressions changed. Young master, without them leading the way, we won't be able to find a safe path. Hearing this, Lin Xian smiled. Why? Don't the two of you like to force others to lead the way? Today, I'll let the two of you have a taste of that. After hearing this, the two of them were so frightened that they almost knelt on the ground. Letting the two of them lead the way, when they thought of the scene where those people were mercilessly burned to death, they felt cold all over. Young master, this isn't good. Qi Lin's expression was uglier than crying. Snake Dance's face was also pale. Young master, please spare our lives. Humph. You don't have the qualifications to bargain with me. If you want to live, obediently lead the way now. Otherwise, I'll immediately kill the two of you. I don't keep trash here. Young master, don't do anything. We'll just lead the way. The two of them were scared out of their wits. They didn't doubt it at all. Lin Wudi was so powerful. He had killed many geniuses in the holy city. Some that even they didn't dare to provoke had all died in his hands. Such a person was a fearless demon king. Therefore, they chose to lead the way. This way, they might still have a way out. Lin Xian moved the five-element mountain away and then kicked the Golden Crow youth. Get up, don't play dead. Lead the way for me. How dare you? The Golden Crow youth was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. What was his identity? He was the 7th prince's subordinate and was usually arrogant in the river district. But now, he was going to be a prisoner. He was unwilling to accept it. However, after a few slaps from Lin Xian, he knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Do you believe that I won't barbecue you alive if you dare to resist again? Lin Xian's eyes shone with a piercing light. He cut off one of the youth's wings with a sword and then used the 9-yang divine fire to test it. Soon, the aroma of meat wafted out. The youth from the Golden Crow race was scared out of his wits. Stop, I'll lead the way. Not only did this person want to kill him, but he also wanted to eat him. He didn't dare to imagine what would happen if he went against Lin Xian. Very well, lead the way obediently. Lin Xian said as he continued to test the Golden Crow's wings. At the same time, she said to Yang Hao, who was next to her, to watch over them. If they dared to slack off, just kill them. Yes, senior brother. Yang Hao was extremely excited, while the surrounding saints were extremely envious. This was a peerless powerhouse who didn't care about anything. Especially the golden roasted wings in his hand, which made them drool. However, they didn't have a share. Lin Xian didn't use them, which was already a huge favor to them. Lin Xian didn't immediately release the seal. After all, a 20,000-year-old flame lotus was enough to cause a huge storm. Indeed. The Flying Fire Python clan didn't have the ability to swallow it. This time, they were here to dig out the lotus to curry favor with the Golden Crow clan's 7th prince. However, they didn't expect Lin Xian to kill them halfway. Next, Qi Lin, Shi Wu, and Qing Yan began to explore the path. Their fate was very miserable. After taking a few steps, they might ignite a wisp of flame. The terrifying flame burned them until they screamed crazily. Although they were powerful and were fire elemental powerhouses, they were still very miserable. Half of Qi Lin's body was burned, and he quickly retreated in fear. Shi Wu's legs were also burned, and even the Golden Crow powerhouse was pierced by the flame. The three of them wanted to escape, but Yang Hao was at the side, supervising them seriously. When he saw someone escape, he directly lashed out with his whip. Damn it, the whip hit the three of them, making a clanging sound. To be honest, words couldn't cause too much harm to them, but it was tantamount to slapping their faces. One had to know that not long ago, Yang Hao was tortured to death by the three of them, but now, he was standing there energetically and began to torture the three of them. The tables had turned too quickly. Of course, no one dared to resist, because there was still a great demon king there. Lin Xian enjoyed it very much. He directly used the law to create a throne. He sat on it, holding the golden roasted wings in one hand and a pot of spirit wine in the other. This wine was given to him by the Heavenly Tao Union. It was very good. Junior brother, take it. Lin Xian threw half of the golden roasted wings to Yang Hao. After Yang Hao received it, he was overjoyed. Thank you, senior brother. He took a big bite without hesitation, then almost jumped up in excitement. It was too delicious. He had never eaten such delicious meat in his life. The face of the Golden Crow youth who was scouting ahead was terrifyingly dark. He finally could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, this is going too far. As a result, Xianxia's whip landed on his face. Behave yourself. Otherwise, you'll lose your other wing too. The Golden Crow youth had no choice but to behave. 10 days later, Lin Xian and the others arrived at the depths of the blazing mountain. The temperature of the flames here was extremely high. Even the saints of the fifth heaven were frightened. Lin Xian was also moved. As expected of the heaven's mandate star, there were actually such terrifying flames in the depths of 100,000 volcanoes. If he wasn't careful, he might even get injured. What made him even more shocked was that he smelled a fragrance. This was the fragrance of heaven and earth spirit medicine, and it was very fragrant. Thinking about it, it should be the legendary 20,000-year-old flame lotus. Thinking of this, his eyes lit up. One had to know that a 10,000-year-old flame lotus was already very popular in the outside world, let alone a 20,000-year-old flame lotus. In front of them, Qi Lin, Shi Wu, and Qing Yan were in a very sorry state. They had been burned to the point of hovering between life and death. Their bodies were heavily injured and charred. However, when they smelled the fragrance, their injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Good stuff. Their eyes lit up. As expected of a legendary saint spirit medicine, it could even heal bones. After advancing for another 2 days, they finally stopped. There were monstrous laws waving in front of them. In the endless lava, a lotus flower bloomed. It was only the size of a palm. However, it attracted everyone's attention. Was there really one? Shi Wu and Qi Lin were both shocked. To be honest, they had only received information that there might be one inside, but they were not too sure. They did not expect it to really be there. The youth from the Golden Crow race was also very excited. He had originally come to seize the 20,000-year-old flame lotus and prepare to give it to the 7th prince. He did not expect to become a prisoner now. No, he had to think of a way to get it. Such a terrifying divine medicine, there must be a powerful demon beast guarding it. When Lin Wudi and the demon beast fight, I will fish in troubled waters. The youth from the Golden Crow race thought quickly in his heart. Yang Hao, who was beside him, was also excited. He looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian stood up. As expected, there was one. Junior brother, when the fight starts later, you should find a safe place. Yang Hao nodded. The flames here were enough to threaten his life. Lin Xian took a step forward. He walked forward. He said, the 3 of you go and see if there is a formation in front. Is there a beast? If there is, lure it out. F*CK, 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 F*CK. The 3 of them vomited blood. Was he really treating them as lab rats? Why? Not willing? Do you believe that I won't kill the 3 of you right now? Lin Xian slapped each of them. The 3 of them felt their blood boil. Their bodies split open. The 3 of them could only brace themselves and walk forward. Buzz, as soon as they got close to the flame lotus, the surrounding flames suddenly tumbled, forming a sea of fire that rushed towards the 3 of them. Not good, retreat quickly. The 3 of them were scared out of their wits. The temperature of the flames here was too terrifying. They did not dare to resist at all. There was indeed a beast. Lin Xian snorted. He gave the order to attack from afar. Shi Wu and the other 2 began to attack from a distance. The terrifying divine light surged forward and exploded in front of them. Endless flames spread, tearing the void apart. Near the flame lotus, under the sea of fire, there was a roar. Wah! A terrifying sound accompanied by a sky full of flames swept out in all directions. The 3 of them retreated frantically. Did they come out? Lin Xian's eyes burst with a piercing light. He shouted and punched forward. All the flames were shattered. Then, he saw a fiery red crow cawing in front of him. Its demonic eyes stared at Lin Xian and the others. Soon, the fire crow stared at Lin Xian. It seemed that it had also sensed that Lin Xian was the most threatening. It turned into a stream of light and rushed over. Beast, you're courting death. Lin Xian snorted coldly and struck out with his palm, engaging in a fierce battle with his opponent. This was great. The Golden Crow and Qing Yan were overjoyed. They had been worried that Lin Xian would use them as cannon fodder. They did not expect the fire crow to be so smart. It immediately locked onto the strongest person. Will senior brother be in danger? Yang Hao had already been ordered to retreat far away. At this moment, he also became nervous when he saw this scene. This was because he also sensed that the fire crow in front of them was extremely terrifying. It was even stronger than the Golden Crow youth. Sure enough, Lin Xian had met his match. This fire crow had cultivated for thousands of years and had really become a spirit. Its strength was shocking. Especially when the other party had condensed a law weapon. This was no ordinary law weapon. It was really terrifying. It was a furnace, and the light it emitted formed countless flaming crows that swept out in all directions. Lin Xian pulled out the unparalleled sword and fought against it. The battle between the two was like two worlds colliding. This was a good opportunity. Seeing Lin Xian and the fire crow fighting, the Golden Crow elite was ecstatic. He could start to fish in troubled waters. On the other side, Shi Wu and Qi Lin were the same. However, their movements were not as fast as the Golden Crow youth. The Golden Crow youth transformed into his true form. The wings that had been cut off grew out again. He displayed his flight. He rushed towards the 20,000-year-old fire lotus with monstrous flames. Haha, this is mine. A pair of Golden Crow claws reached for the fire lotus. Wow. Wow. The fire crow who was fighting saw this scene and roared. It opened its mouth and spat out a flaming blade. The power was too terrifying. It directly split the Golden Crow youth in half. Ah! The young man from the Golden Crow tribe screamed miserably. His broken body quickly retreated. This attack had almost taken his life. He was so powerful that Yang Hao was shocked. Shi Wu and Qi Lin were also frightened. The two of them glanced at each other. Then, their bodies quietly merged into the sea of flames. Then, they quietly inquired. They did not dare to be as brazen as the Golden Crow youth. The two of them moved very slowly and did not attract the attention of the fire crow above. Lin Xian had already used his great mystique and was locked in a fierce battle with the fire crow. It seemed that the other party did not have too much energy to pay attention to them. Finally, they arrived below the fire lotus. Looking at the fire lotus in front of them, Shi Wu and Qi Lin trembled with excitement. They wanted to laugh, but they held it in. When they completely obtained the fire lotus, they would escape this place and swallow it. At that time, their strength would increase greatly and they would seek revenge on Lin Wudi. They swore that they would trample the other party beneath their feet. With such a beautiful wish, Snake Dance and Qi Lin grabbed the flame lotus and prepared to uproot it. However, at this moment, a change occurred. The flaming lotus rotated, and an extremely terrifying flame burst out, instantly enveloping the two of them. No, Shi Wu and Qi Lin screamed crazily. They wanted to escape. But in an instant, they were burned to ashes. Even their souls didn't have time to escape. Both his body and soul were destroyed. Wow, the fire crow cawed twice with a hint of disdain in its eyes. Lin Xian snorted coldly as well. These two people thought that they could deceive everyone, but how could they escape from his eyes? He had been watching the two of them. If the two of them succeeded in seizing it, then he would send out a clone to hunt them down. However, he felt that it would not be so easy to seize it. Sure enough, the two of them turned into ashes in an instant. It could only be said that the two of them were courting death. There was another person who was courting death, and that was the Golden Crow youth. The two halves of his body were healed again after using a great mystic technique. He even burned his bloodline and transformed into a stream of light that charged in. His eyes were red. He swore that he would definitely obtain the flame lotus. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, the great destruction spear flew out, transforming into a bolt of lightning that pierced through the void and pierced the Golden Crow youth's body. Furthermore, it nailed him in a sea of fire. Ah, the Golden Crow youth's body that had just healed was severely injured again. However, he did not die. Instead, his heart was penetrated and nailed to the void. He wanted to escape, but no matter how he resisted, he could not escape. Demonic chi even appeared on the great destruction spear, which directly turned into black chains that shrouded him and completely sealed him. The ants have been dealt with. You're next. Lin Xian's eyes emitted a biting cold light as he stared at the fire crow. The unparalleled sword in his hand suddenly shone brightly as dragon roars sounded. Boundless nomological laws accompanied the sword energy as it slashed down. The 100,000 mountains trembled as if they had all been split apart. Heaven and earth lost their luster and the flames were about to be extinguished. Lin Xian began to use his killer move. He did not want to waste any more of his energy. Wah wah, the fire crow roared crazily. He sensed the danger of the sword and did not dare to take it head-on. He pushed the furnace in front of him and it suddenly enlarged as if it had turned into a huge mountain to meet the attack. Boom, boom. Boom, in the blink of an eye, the two collided more than 1,000 times. It was earth-shattering. 100,000 mountains collapsed. Then, they quickly retreated along the safe path and were pushed outside. At this moment, the thousands of people outside were also dumbfounded. Was the great demon king fighting inside? Were they from the Golden Crow clan or the Flying Fire Python clan? They did not know. However, they thought that they must have met someone powerful. Otherwise, the mountains would not have collapsed and the rocks would not have crumbled. After countless collisions, cracks had appeared on the large furnace. The fire crow roared crazily. His heart was bleeding. At the same time, he was shocked. How could the human in front of him be so terrifying? The other party was not old. Was he still not willing to stop? Then I can't let you live. Lin Xian's eyes burst out with a piercing cold light. Endless light blades rushed out along with the dark green light waves. The fire crow had a splitting headache and almost fell from the sky. He endured the injury to his soul and suddenly opened his mouth to spit out a flaming light blade. It was this light blade that had easily cut open the body of the Golden Crow youth. This light blade was definitely not weaker than a sacred artifact. This was the fire crow's killing move. It could not be used consecutively. Every time it was used, it had to be nurtured and stored in his body with the laws. Only then could it be used. Now, he finally activated the second light blade and it instantly flew out. With such an unexpected attack, it should be able to kill the other party, right? Lin Xian sneered. With a wave of his hand, the stellar transposition turned into an arc and charged back at the fire crow. With a puff, it slashed the fire crow's body. A large number of feathers fell from the fire crow's body. His flesh split open, and his internal organs could be seen. His face was filled with horror. He turned around and fled. It was too strange. He could not defeat this human at all. If he continued to fight, he would definitely die. He fell into the sea of fire and disappeared. Lin Xian ignored him. Instead, he stared at the 20,000-year-old flame lotus and shot a few rays of sword qi down, enveloping the flame lotus. He wanted to collect it. The lotus bloomed with light and suddenly erupted with an incomparable flame aura. Lin Xian was shocked. He immediately took out the Great Sage Pagoda and went in. At the same time, he also brought the Great Destruction Spear and the Golden Crow youth in. At the same time, he scanned with his soul and found that Yang Hao had already left. The entire depths of the flaming mountain were boiling. After a long time, the power of the flame slowly dissipated. Lin Xian tested it 3 more times before he heaved a sigh of relief. The violent energy within the flame lotus had almost been depleted. He could collect it now. The flame lotus still resisted, but it was no longer a threat to Lin Xian. It was not easy for you to survive for 20,000 years. I will not harm your foundation. I will only take your lotus. If you understand what I'm saying, just drop the lotus. Lin Xian said to the 20,000-year-old sacred herb. As expected, the lotus struggled for a while. In the end, the root swayed gently and the lotus flew out. The root was hidden in the sea of fire. Presumably, it would be able to grow another flame lotus after tens of thousands of years. Lin Xian waved his hand and put away the lotus. Then, he took a look into the depths. He looked deeper and did not continue to investigate. Instead, he turned and left. After coming out, Lin Xian found Yang Hao. He split the corpse of the Golden Crow clan youth in half and gave it to Yang Hao. Then, he left with the other half. He did not kill the Golden Crow youth. Instead, he captured his soul. Tell me, where is the Crown Prince? Lin Xian asked. The soul of the Golden Crow youth floated in the air. Countless black chains bound him. At this moment, his soul was very weak. It was emitting waves of fear. It was too terrifying. His physical body had been destroyed by Lin Xian. Furthermore, he had almost been killed by Lin Xian. Humph, do you want me to betray my master? Impossible. It seems that you do not know your place. I have to teach you a lesson. Lin Xian used the heavenly secret divine eyes and pulled the youth into the locking spring and autumn. He did not collect the soul directly because he discovered that there was a seal in the youth's soul. It should be a seal to prevent others from capturing and searching the soul. He could not break the seal. If he forcibly collected the soul, the youth's soul would be instantly burned to ashes. He would not be able to find anything. This should be the work of an elder of the Golden Crow clan. After all, he had been by the 7th Crown Prince's side for many years and knew many secrets. That was why he added this system. Therefore, Lin Xian was prepared to torture the other party so that he would obediently spill the beans. The young man from the Golden Crow race had long been scared out of his wits. At this moment, he hadn't even experienced 100 cycles of reincarnation in the locking spring and autumn before he was already screaming and begging for mercy. Lin Xian let him out and asked, "How is it? Are you willing to talk? I can let you reincarnate 10,000 times. Let's take it slow," I said. The Golden Crow youth gave an address. To be honest, he was afraid, but he did not intend to betray them completely. This was because he had unlimited confidence in their 7th prince. If Lin Xian dared to kill their crown prince, then he would definitely die. Now that the other party had taken the initiative to deliver himself to them, their crown prince could obtain a 20,000-year-old flame lotus for free. Why wouldn't he do it? Thus, after struggling for a while, he decided to say it. However, he sneered in his heart. "Let's see how you'll die this time." "Very well, you'd better not lie to me. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death." Lin Xian locked him up and began his preparations. It was impossible for the 7th prince to act alone. There should be many experts around him. Thus, he was prepared to give the Golden Crow race a big gift. Lin Xian once again returned to the depths of the 100,000-year-old flame mountain. He came to the place where the flames were continuously erupting. He felt that it was not safe, so he walked further in. When even he was frightened, he used the Great Sage Pagoda to store the surrounding flames. When he felt that it was enough, Lin Xian stopped and quickly left. This kind of flame was dangerous even with his physique. If he attacked in groups, the Golden Crow race would not be able to withstand it. This way, he would not be afraid of being surrounded. However, this was not the end. Lin Xian naturally knew what the other party was planning. The Golden Crow 7th prince wanted this 20,000-year-old flame lotus. How could he give it to him? Therefore, even if the other party had an ambush, he had to eat the lotus first. Lin Xian returned to the black earth in a flash. Inside, the Golden Crow youth's soul was imprisoned. When he saw Lin Xian return, his body trembled. "Damn great demon king, what do you want? I've already told you everything I can. Don't be afraid, I won't kill you now. I'll let you see with your own eyes that I behead your crown prince. I'm only here to cultivate." Lin Xian sat down with a smile. Damn it. The Golden Crow's soul gritted his teeth in anger. He knew that Lin Xian still had a powerful pagoda. Why didn't he cultivate there? Why did he have to cultivate in front of him? Wasn't this deliberately provoking him? Lin Xian said, "I've filled the pagoda with endless flames and am preparing to deal with you. I can't cultivate in the Golden Crow race's place. Even I'm afraid of those flames." "Pooh, damn it, how dare you use such despicable methods?" The Golden Crow's soul screamed in anger. He had a bad feeling. Lin Xian sneered. "It's mainly to prevent you from surrounding me. Don't worry, I'll definitely give you a big gift this time." Buzz, he waved his hand and took out the 20,000-year-old flame lotus. He placed it in his palm and absorbed it. In the end, he felt that it wasn't enough. He broke off the petals and put them in his mouth. "You actually ate it." The Golden Crow's soul trembled in anger. According to his original plan, the other party would take the initiative to attack them. Their seventh crown prince would kill the other party and obtain the flame lotus. However, who would have thought that the other party not only prepared an escape flame to burn them, but also wanted to eat Zai Lianhua? Lin Xian opened his eyes and glanced at the other party. He sneered. Of course, if I don't eat my things, do you think I'll leave them for you? Speaking of this, he refined it with even more strength. The Golden Crow's soul fainted from anger. He felt that he had caused a huge disaster for his race and the crown prince. He was now extremely regretful. Why did he reveal the crown prince's whereabouts? He hoped that this guy wouldn't succeed. Otherwise, the disaster for the Golden Crow race would be unimaginable. However, he was destined to be disappointed. The flame lotus was really too terrifying. It melted in his mouth. Endless flames enveloped Lin Xian, tempering his laws and improving his physique. In just 7 days, Lin Xian opened his eyes. His laws were purer than before. More importantly, he felt that his divine body seemed to have improved. And it was an obvious improvement. The 9-yang divine body had evolved, his physique and strength had risen to a level. After Lin Xian felt the changes in himself, he was wild with joy. This was the celestial fate star. It was too miraculous. No wonder countless people wanted to come in. A day here was equivalent to 100 years of bitter cultivation outside. For example, his divine body. Under normal circumstances, it would be very difficult to improve it without cultivating for a few hundred years. But now, a lotus could save him a few hundred years of cultivation. Of course. This was not simple. If Lin Xian was weak, he would have been killed by the Golden Crow race, the Flying Flame Python, or even the terrifying Fire Crow. If one wanted fortuitous encounters, one had to be strong enough. If I am lucky, I might be able to make consecutive breakthroughs on this heavenly fate planet. Lin Xian felt that this was an opportunity. A chance for him to improve rapidly. Alright, it is time to go and kill your Golden Crow prince. Lin Xian stood up. As for the Golden Crow soul, it peed. Xiaochen could clearly feel that the other party was much stronger than before. Lin Xian steered the black earth and quickly flew to the location that the other party mentioned. It was a huge lake filled with flames. There were many people sitting cross-legged and cultivating. Golden Crow illusions appeared on their bodies, bearing fangs and brandishing claws. It was abnormally terrifying. Suddenly, the 4 of them opened their eyes. Their gazes pierced through the sky as they looked into the distance. Soon, they stood up. 3 beams of light descended from the sky and turned into 3 golden crows. The one leading them was Jin Kongjue. After he arrived, he asked, "Where is the 7th prince?" The crown prince left with his people. It seemed that he had received news of a golden palace and was preparing to investigate it. After they left, Jin Kongjue frowned. Originally, he wanted to give the crown prince good news. A bronze gate appeared. Really? That's great. When the crown prince returns, he can go to the bronze gate and search for treasures. These Golden Crow race experts were very happy. Jin Kongjue nodded and prepared to wait in this flaming lake for a while. What they did not know was that a black spirit boat was rushing towards them at high speed. Their target was none other than them. One day later, Lin Xian stood up and looked into the distance. Have they arrived? He steered the black earth and turned into a beam of light, instantly arriving above the flaming lake. At the same time, his voice rang out. Where is the Golden Crow 7th prince? Tell him to kneel and accept his death. The 7 experts from the Golden Crow tribe who were cultivating and waiting below suddenly opened their eyes. Their gazes pierced through the void like rainbows. Who is it? Who dares to insult their crown prince? Is this person seeking death by provoking their Golden Crow race? Die for me. An expert opened his mouth and spat out a ball of flames that flew up like a sun. In an instant, the black earth ship was enveloped, and a terrifying radiance exploded, illuminating half the sky. They revealed sinister smiles. Ants that didn't know what was good for them. The few of them sat down cross-legged. However, they were soon stunned. That was because they realized that the sea of fire had spread, but the black spirit boat was completely fine. This was a powerful holy artifact. These people were shocked, and some of them frowned. One of them snorted coldly. I'll go and kill the people inside. He was the crown prince's bodyguard. How could he allow others to provoke him like this? He arrived in the air, and a golden saber appeared in his hand. He slashed down from the air. With a clanging sound, the void was split in half. The black earth also suffered a violent impact and let out a clanging sound. However, at this moment, a large golden hand stretched out from the black earth and collided with the terrifying blade light. It tore apart the saber lights that filled the sky and slammed into the body of the Golden Crow tribe expert. Boom, the body of the Golden Crow tribe elite was torn into pieces. Blood spurted out, and a miserable cry rang out. The 6 people below were originally sneering. Those who dared to provoke them would definitely die. However, their smiles froze on their faces. How could it be? Someone slapped away their bodies with a single palm. Who was this person? He was too powerful. Could he be a chief disciple? Boom, the 6 of them instantly stood up. Extremely cold light burst out from their eyes. Especially Xianxia, who took a step forward, and a flame illusion surged on his body. Who exactly are you? How dare you go against the Golden Crow tribe? Is the Golden Crow tribe very powerful? I'll go against you. What can you do to me? A figure walked out from the black spirit boat. Xianxia's pupils shrank. Lin Wudi? You're courting death, is he Lin Wudi? The eyes of the remaining 5 people turned red in an instant. Let's join forces to kill him. Yes, there was no need to talk about rules with him. The 5 of them soared into the air. Kid, go to hell. The 5 of them displayed their great abilities and crazily charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered. He knew that they were despicable and shameless, so he had already prepared a big gift for them. Buzz, he waved his hand and took out the great sage pagoda. He opened the flames inside and poured them down. Using flames to deal with us? You're courting death. The Golden Crow elite sneered. They were born from flames. Moreover, it was rumored that they cultivated the fire of the sun. How could mere flames do anything to them? This Lin Wudi was not much. He had no brains at all. The 5 of them were filled with disdain. Soon, they were terrified. Something was wrong. The power of the flames was too violent. In an instant, 2 of them were injured. Their arms were burned and turned into ashes. The other 3 people's bodies were also charred black. The pain almost caused them to faint. Damn it, retreat. There was something wrong with the flames. The 5 of them roared crazily and quickly retreated. They were no longer as arrogant as before. Lin Xian snorted. Weren't they very powerful before? Weren't they disdainful? Why were they running away now? His finger was like a knife. With a slash, he directly chopped off the head of a Golden Crow elite. At the same time, he used another punch to shatter the body of another Golden Crow elite. The 2 of them screamed in the air. In an instant, the 5 of them were severely injured. Damn it. Below, Xianxia did not make a move. He originally thought that the 5 of them would not be able to take down the other party easily. He did not expect the other party to be so strong. It was beyond his expectations. Despicable and shameless kid, do you dare to fight me head-on? Xianxia roared at the sky. Why wouldn't I dare? I'm here to kill the 7th prince. Where is he? Get him out here. The 7th prince is not here. Moreover, the crown prince does not need to do anything to kill you. I can kill you. Xianxia was furious. This kid was too arrogant. He even dared to kill their crown prince. Today, he was determined to slay the other party with his blade. Not here? Lin Xian frowned. Was there a mistake in the information, or did the 7th prince leave? The information should not be wrong. Otherwise, Xianxia and the others would not be here. That crown prince probably had something to do and left. He was really lucky to be able to escape with his life. That's good as well. I'll let your 7th prince live for 2 more days. Today, I'll take you down first. Lin Xian looked at Xianxia. Xianxia soared into the air. Ignorant ant, do you think you can fight against me? Previously, I did not make a move against you at Crescent Moon Lake because I fear the demonic race army. Otherwise, do you think you could have left alive? Today, on Heavenly Fate Star, there is no demonic race army. Let's see how you are going to fight me. Boom. Jin Kongjue attacked. A palm released a fiery light and a golden crow image, causing space to tremble as he threw a palm strike forward. Alright, I'll use you to practice. Lin Xian waved his fist. His physique had improved and he wanted to try it out. Let's try it out on his opponent. His fist and his opponent's palm bloomed in the sky, bursting out with unparalleled light. Boom, both of them were evenly matched. Jin Kongjue snorted. Kid, I was just testing you. I didn't use my full strength. Go to hell now. Another punch, more violent than before. On the other side, Lin Xian nodded slightly. That was his previous strength. Now, it was his new strength. His fist was like a dragon. With a bang, the sky fell and the earth cracked. This time, 3 cracks appeared on the golden palm. How could it be? Jin Kongjue felt his palm crack. The pain made him shocked. How could his opponent's physique become so strong? Just as he was in a daze, Lin Xian attacked violently. His right hand was like a knife and he slashed his arm. His arm was broken instantly. Lin Xian's left leg flew up like a dragon and kicked his waist. With a bang, he was sent flying. With the injured area as the center, cracks spread out in all directions. Many cracks appeared on his body. His whole body looked like it would shatter at any time. How could it be? Lin Xian injured him in an instant. The 5 Golden Crow tribe experts were also stunned. They were resisting the sea of fire while watching the battle. Seeing this scene, their scalps went numb. Impossible. I must be dreaming. Although Jin Kongjue wasn't the crown prince, he was an extremely terrifying genius of the Golden Crow tribe. He even dared to challenge a top genius like Lei Zhen. But now, he was no match for Lin Wudi. This was impossible. Jin Kongjue was stunned. He couldn't believe it. How could Lin Xian injure him so easily? Damn it, how did your strength become so strong? He was horrified to find that Lin Xian's strength and physique seemed to have increased to an unbelievable level. This was simply too unbelievable. One must know that not too long ago, he had seen her at the Crescent Moon Lake. At that time, he was able to sense that she was merely on par with him. But now, his opponent had actually surpassed him. Lin Xian coldly snorted. Geniuses naturally have to improve every day. Do you think I'm the same as an ant like you, still stuck in the same spot? Damn it, I don't believe it. Die. Jin Kongjue roared. He was infuriated. The other party actually called him an ant. He couldn't stand it. A pair of golden wings grew out of his back, continuously flapping as he charged over. Flames surged, terrifying radiance blotting out the sky. His feathers flew out, turning into countless rays of light. After each feather exploded, they pierced through a part of the world. With over 1,000 feathers, he was confident that he could kill the other party. Boom. Boom, sparks flew in front of him, piercing through the void. Jin Kongjue stood in the void and roared towards the sky. Let's see how you'll die this time. Although they had suffered heavy losses this time, several of their people had been burned to death, and the remaining 2 were seriously injured and on the verge of death. They had lost the ability to fight. But so what? In the end, he still managed to kill the other party with ease. There was only one outcome for those who dared to oppose the Golden Crow clan: death. Humph, is this your ultimate technique? It's just SOSO. A pair of large hands tore apart the flames. Lin Xian walked out. The 9 Yang divine body shone even brighter. How is this possible? You're not dead? I don't believe it. Jin Kongjue was dumbfounded. His opponent actually didn't die after such a violent attack. Moreover, it seemed that he wasn't injured at all. What kind of physique is this? Then, you'll have a taste of my fist. Lin Xian started to swing his fists. He was extremely violent, even more violent than the other party. He beat Jin Kongjue until his entire body trembled. Damn it, every time they collided, Jin Kongjue's bones would break. If not for his strong vitality, strong physique, and strong recovery ability, he would have died. He would have been beaten up long ago. Even so, he couldn't hold on for long. "Damn it, I'll fight it out with you," Jin Kongjue roared, and a golden crow phantom appeared in his body. He also reverted to his original form and roared towards the sky. This time, he opened his mouth and spat out a monstrous flame, turning into a flaming golden crow, burning fiercely. "Not good, retreat quickly." When the two surviving Golden Crow tribe experts saw this scene, they used the last of their strength and quickly retreated. They knew that Jin Kongjue had used his ultimate move. This was an ultimate move, the Golden Crow's raging flames attack, enough to sweep away everything. Just as they retreated, the area in front of them exploded. Countless rays of light filled the sky, and the raging flames were enough to destroy everything. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and punched in all directions, turning into fists one after another. In the end, 18 fists were like 18 blazing suns, circling the sky and stabilizing the area. This made the Golden Crow Phantom unable to get close. "Is this your trump card? If you don't have a new trump card, you can go and die." Lin Xian sneered, and a cold light shone in his eyes. "Damn it." Jin Kongjue was so angry that his entire body trembled. When had he ever been looked down upon like this? He flapped his wings and swooped down. A pair of sharp claws tore through the void, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. These two claws were really too strong. They shone with a sharp light, like two saint weapons. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Competing with him in physique was an act of seeking death. Boom, boom. Boom, the two of them exchanged blows, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack, destroying everything. The mountains and rivers within thousands of miles were constantly collapsing, and the destruction was still spreading. Buzz, suddenly, Lin Xian slashed out a ray of sword qi, tearing through the void. Jin Kongjue did not dare to resist at all. His body suddenly turned, and he dodged the sword by a hair's breadth. However, he was still hit. A crack appeared on his wing, and half of his body lost consciousness. His opponent's sword qi was even more terrifying. If he was hit by it, he would definitely be split in half. "Brat, you forced me to do this. I will definitely kill you. Even if I am seriously injured, and my foundation is damaged, I will still send you to hell." Jin Kongjue flew up, and his body covered the sky and the sun. The flames on his body started to burn, and there was even a trace of red light on them. This guy started to use the power of his bloodline, and even ignite his bloodline power. Flames danced on those golden feathers, and in the end, they formed the Golden Crow, circling unceasingly. This was really too shocking. At this moment, there were thousands of Golden Crow silhouettes circling, making it impossible for people to distinguish which one was real. The aura on the silhouettes was abnormally terrifying. With the power of one person, he could create thousands of clones? That was too terrifying. The two experts from the Golden Crow tribe behind were also wild with joy when they saw this scene. With this divine skill, his opponent should be dead for sure, right? Kill. There was a roar in the sky, and thousands of Golden Crow silhouettes swooped down. Nothing could stop them wherever they passed. Lin Xian's expression was very serious. He had to admit that the Golden Crow race was very talented, and this Jin Kongjue was one of the best. This kind of bloodline talent was really too strong. It was naturally much stronger than other races. However, Lin Xian was not afraid at all. He pulled out the unparalleled sword and the dragon sword spirit roared. Its eyes shone with an unparalleled light. Countless dragon-shaped swords flew out and intertwined in the sky. They formed a picture of 10,000 dragons on the tip of his sword. 10,000 dragons against the Golden Crows. This was a peerless collision. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Countless large cracks intertwined, making everyone despair. In the distance, some people saw the scene and were terrified. Who was fighting? Should they go over and take a look? Did they want to die? They would be courting death if they went over with such terrifying power. They were definitely two top-notch experts, and they stayed far away from them. If such a person went berserk, anyone who got close to him would die without a doubt. At this moment, no one dared to go and watch the battle. They could only run away quickly. However, with a quick glance, they saw countless golden crows circling in the sky. It was the experts of the golden crow race. Heavens, there were at least 10,000 golden crows. Did the golden crow group have so many experts? These people went crazy. At the same time, they were even more curious. Who was the expert who was fighting with the golden crow race? All of a sudden, they saw tens of thousands of giant dragons roaring at the same time, and there were very few in all directions. Those were the dragons. Did the people of the dragon race appear? The dragon race against the golden crows. This was a battle between two powerful divine beasts. These people went crazy. Golden crows were torn apart by the dragon claws one after another. Of course, some of those dragons were also burned to ashes. The two sides kept fighting. There was a figure that kept shuttling back and forth. It was Lin Xian. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a golden light. He used his heavenly secret super ability to the extreme. He started to search for Jin Kongjue's true body. At the same time, he used stellar transposition. Any destructive power that got close was repelled by him. He turned into a bolt of lightning and shuttled through the void. He found it. Soon, he sneered and attacked with the unparalleled sword. The sword landed on the golden crow and sent that person flying. Half of Jin Kongjue's body was chopped off. Ah, damn it, how is this possible? The fact that the other party could create 10,000 giant dragons to fight against his 10,000 golden crows was already shocking enough. For someone to be able to resist his bloodline absolute art was simply too unbelievable. Now, he was scared out of his wits. Damn it, the other party was actually able to see through his real body. How did he do it? He resisted with great difficulty and recovered his body. However, after a few strikes, he was split open again. This person was too terrifying. His strength was too strong. Jin Kongjue felt despair. Could it be that this person had entered the Bronze Gate? He suddenly had an idea that made his heart beat wildly. Damn it, he had to leave. If the other party had really entered the bronze door, then he was no match for him. He wanted to leave, and then he would also enter the Bronze Gate and obtain great power to kill the other party. Thinking of this, he turned around and wanted to leave. Did he escape? Jin Kongjue actually escaped. The two Golden Crow race experts who were watching the battle from afar were dumbfounded. Lin Wudi was too powerful. They had 7 experts on their side. Aside from Jin Kongjue, there were 6 more. However, right from the start, the enemy had killed one of them and burned 3 more to death. Right now, the 2 of them had narrowly escaped death from the raging flames. They were seriously injured and on the verge of death. They had placed all their hopes on Jin Kongjue. Who would have thought that Jin Kongjue was also trying to escape? Who else could kill him? Could it be that the 7th Crown Prince had to make a move himself? Lin Xian would not give Jin Kongjue a chance to escape. He attacked forcefully, beating the other party until his flesh was badly mangled and feathers fell. In the end, Lin Xian collected half of his feathers and even used the Great Destruction Spear to create a demonic domain to suppress him. Jin Kongjue was seriously injured and on the verge of death. He could not escape at all. His face was ferocious. Damn it, how did you find this place? He was too shocked. Was it a coincidence? Did you think that your Golden Crow race was a monolithic block? Come out. Lin Xian waved his hand and grabbed a soul from the black earth, tossing it forward. That person was the soul of the Golden Crow expert. At this moment, he was trembling. How could this be? When he was in the black earth, he had already seen the scene outside and was scared out of his wits. In his opinion, even if the 7th Crown Prince was not around, Jin Kongjue could still kill the other party. However, the result was beyond his expectations. The other party beat Jin Kongjue to the point that he could not fight back. It was you. Damn it. You dared to betray the Crown Prince. Jin Kongjue was so angry that he vomited blood. How could he not recognize the other party? This was someone by his side. No wonder the other party could find this place so accurately and make preparations in advance. It was their people who betrayed them. No, it was not me. I did not betray them. I only wanted to. That soul trembled. However, it was instantly killed. Jin Kongjue used his strength to kill that soul traitor. I will make it so that you will never reincarnate. Boundless flames burned that soul. I did not. The soul screamed miserably but soon turned to ashes. Good move. Lin Xian laughed and clapped. However, don't worry. You will reunite in hell soon. Damn brat. I will not let you succeed. A trace of despair appeared in Jin Kongjua's eyes. Suddenly, his body swelled up like a small mountain and instantly turned into a 10,000 zhang tall mountain. He exploded with a boom. Die. He let out a ferocious roar and his soul turned into a small golden crow. It broke through the void and wanted to leave. Buzz, Lin Xian was taken aback when he saw how crazy it was to self-destruct. He hurriedly took out the great sage pagoda to block the violent attack. At the same time, he waved the great destruction spear and locked onto the other party's soul. It turned into a black light that flickered in the sky and instantly pierced through the other party's soul. I am not satisfied, Jin Kongjua's soul dimmed and disappeared. If I can enter the bronze door, I will not be defeated. He turned his head and stared at Lin Xian. Although you killed me, the 7th crown prince will avenge me. I will wait for you in hell. Finally, his soul disappeared. Lin Xian kept the great destruction spear and walked out of the great sage pagoda. He was abnormally cold. You can go to hell obediently. However, I can swear that the one who will meet you in hell will not be me but your 7th crown prince. Lin Xian's eyes exploded with cold killing intent. He turned his head and stared at the two people in the distance. The two golden crows were scared out of their wits. They wanted to run but their bodies were already heavily injured. How could they escape? Lin Xian's palm covered the sky and grabbed the two of them. Locking spring and autumn, reincarnation, tortured the two of them until they opened their mouths. Lin Xian killed the two of them and took their storage rings. Then, he fell into deep thought. It turned out that the 7th crown prince had found a golden palace and went to search for the secrets inside. Jin Kongjue had rushed over later. The other party brought news of the bronze door. This news naturally reached Lin Xian. Lin Xian killed 13 members of the Flying Fire Python clan and 8 members of the Golden Crow clan. He now had 350 Dao flowers on him. It was unbelievable. One had to know that it hadn't been a long time, and he hadn't met many people. It was already incredible to have dozens of Dao flowers on him. But now, Lin Xian only had 350 Dao flowers on him. Lin Xian felt that it was time to go to the Bronze Gate. He also wanted to see what was inside. He took away all the Golden Crow corpses. They were all delicious. Lin Xian wouldn't miss them. Then, he flew in the direction of the Bronze Gate. After he left, the people in the distance dared to come up. They saw the shattered sky and blood everywhere. But there were no corpses. They were puzzled. These feathers should be the feathers of the Golden Crow clan. Heavens, were the Golden Crow clan members injured? They were too shocked. Who dared to fight against the Golden Crow clan? I don't think it's as simple as being injured. Someone said, look at the sword energy and flames here. I thought of someone, Lin Wudi. What? Are you saying that Lin Wudi and the Golden Crow clan fought? Someone nodded. Only he would dare to do that. If it was Lin Wudi's battle, then the disappearance of the Golden Crow clan members' corpses could be explained. The Demon King must have taken them back to make delicious food. Thinking of this possibility, everyone's scalps went numb. Soon, the news spread. Some people were shocked when they heard that the Golden Crow clan members had died and their corpses were taken away by the Demon King. The Demon King had become terrifying again. They must not provoke him. Demonic beasts like the Demon City felt their scalps go numb. Damn it, they were now scared because their bodies were all delicacies from land and sea. If they were caught by the Demon King, not only would they be killed, but they would also be eaten. They couldn't accept such an outcome. Everyone was in a panic, afraid that the Demon King would kill them. However, Lin Xian wasn't in the mood to care about these people. At this moment, he came to a quiet place hidden in the mountains. It was very strange. What was even more bizarre was that there was a bronze door. The bronze gate was simple and unadorned. There wasn't much radiance, and it carried the vicissitudes of time. There were mysterious symbol carvings on it. Lin Xian circled the bronze door a few dozen times before he realized that it was really just a door. Behind the door was a mountain range, and there was nothing special about it. Could it be that he had to push it open? He walked up, placed his hands on the bronze door, and gave it a hard push. Boom! Boom! The bronze door trembled as it slowly opened. A green radiance flowed out from within. Lin Xian looked over and found that it was hazy inside. He couldn't see clearly from the outside. He took a step forward and walked in. After he entered, he was greatly surprised. He had previously investigated behind the bronze door, but there was nothing behind it. But when he entered, he discovered that it was actually a vast hall. How mysterious. This bronze door was too strange. Could it be connected to another space? Was someone finally here? Welcome. A deep voice rang out in the hall. Lin Xian was startled. Was there someone else behind the bronze door? Who was it? Shocked beyond belief, he looked around with his golden eyes. The next moment, he saw a figure appear out of thin air in front of him. A spatial ability? Lin Xian was too shocked. That figure was wearing bronze armor and even had a bronze mask on his face. I'm the envoy here. You can call me the bronze envoy. I'm in charge of everything behind the bronze door. Young man, what do you want to exchange for? There was actually a bronze envoy behind the bronze door who was in charge of everything. Was he even alive? Was Destiny Star under someone else's control? What kind of power was that? Even the sacred city couldn't control it. Could it be a great sage? Or someone even more terrifying than a great sage could control it? Lin Xian didn't know. He felt that everything was shrouded in mystery. Taking a deep breath, he temporarily suppressed the doubts in his heart. Senior, this is my first time here. I don't know what I can exchange for in the bronze door. What kind of treasures are there? Indeed, Lin Xian only knew that the Dao flower could be exchanged for, but how? He still didn't know. The bronze envoy smiled. You'll know when you see this. With a wave of his hand, a screen of light formed in front of him. There were diagrams and words on the screen. Lin Xian looked. The diagrams should be the items to exchange for, and the words should be the conditions. Lin Xian was shocked when he saw the first line. At the very beginning were saint weapons, saint medicines, and martial arts abilities cultivated by saints. Clearly, there were no ordinary items here. Behind each item was a list of the required quantity for the Dao flower. Lin Xian gave it a cursory glance and saw that some items were marked with question marks below. The number of Dao flowers wasn't written. This puzzled him. What was going on, Senior? What's the meaning of this? The bronze envoy said in a low voice. You can't exchange for the items below, so there's no number. Could this flood martial scripture be the ultimate divine ability of the flood martial emperor? Lin Xian suddenly cried out in surprise. That was because he had found something below where the question marks had been placed. However, he didn't quite believe it. Wasn't the flood martial scripture Emperor Flood Martial's inheritance? It was so precious that only the imperial clans had it. Moreover, he remembered that Yan Nantian had received the flood martial scripture, but he'd already killed him. It must be someone with the same name. However, the bronze envoy did say that it was indeed a great inheritance. One could exchange for an emperor's inheritance here. Lin Xian was stunned. That couldn't be, right? How many Dao flowers would that require? 108,000 heavenly Dao golden lotuses. Upon hearing this number, Lin Xian immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. That meant that there was no hope at all. That was because the strongest person he knew of right now was probably his senior brother. Vhumad, right? Last time, Vhumad had created 6 heavenly Dao golden lotuses, shocking the second astral realm. However, compared to the 108,000, it was not even a fraction of the 108,000. Lin Xian shook his head. Let's be realistic, he had 350 now, so he could only exchange for some of the earlier ones. Lin Xian's heart was burning with desire. He found many things that made his eyes red, but they were all in the tens of thousands. It seemed that when he got out, he'd have to hunt down his enemies and get a large number of Dao flowers, then come back to exchange. Young man, you're the first to open the bronze door, so you have a discount this time. I'll give you half the price of the items you exchange. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian was stunned. This was truly an unexpected surprise. Lin Xian was overjoyed. Great! This way, the items he exchanged could be upgraded by a grade. This meant that his 350 Dao flowers could be exchanged for more than 700 items. He hurried to find them. There were many items that could be exchanged for, but 3 of them tempted him. One was an elixir that would increase his cultivation by 500 years. 1 elixir for 500 years of cultivation was tempting. However, Lin Xian didn't immediately exchange for it. Instead, he looked at the other 2. The second was a 13,000-year-old sacred medicine that could enhance one's soul. Lin Xian was very tempted. The third was a mystique, the 5-element ring. It had 2 uses. One was as a tool, and the other was to bind and restrain people. Lin Xian was also tempted. After all, he cultivated the 5-element Dao. If he could cultivate it, he would be exceptionally terrifying. Lin Xian thought about it and felt that it was better to increase his strength first. After all, this was just the beginning. Next, he would have to fight more and more battles. 500 years of cultivation might not be enough for him to raise his cultivation level. As for his soul, his heavenly secret godly I was still enough. Therefore, Lin Xian decided to exchange for the 5-element mystique. Senior, I still need time to exchange for this. After collecting Lin Xian's 350 Dao flowers, the bronze emissary reached out a finger and tapped Lin Xian's forehead. In the next moment, some information appeared in Lin Xian's mind. Thank you, Senior. Lin Xian left the bronze gate and made a mark near it. This would make it easier for him to come in the future. He could also tell his friends and fellow sect members about this mark. After coming out, Lin Xian found a place to seclude himself. He wanted to study the 5-element ring. The 5-element ring used the 5-element Dao in an array formation to form the 5-element ring. This arrangement was unknown to those who didn't cultivate it. Lin Xian was shocked after reading it. The 5-element ring was indeed mysterious. If he hadn't been the first to enter, it would have taken him a long time to exchange for it. Now that he was able to grasp it in advance, its might was truly boundless. 10 days later, Lin Xian opened his eyes. He could already begin to condense the 5-element ring. He condensed the 5 stars and flew out. Immediately, several large mountains were completely penetrated by him. The incision was even and there were no cracks. This move was very powerful, which made Lin Xian very happy. Moreover, this 5 stars also had a special characteristic, which was that it could be nurtured within one's body. It was similar to a law weapon, but it took less time to nurture. After a month or 2, or even a few days of training, he would be able to use the 5-element ring once. Its power was quite terrifying. Someone actually came. Lin Xian was surprised. He wasn't far from the bronze door, so he could sense that someone was coming. It seemed that someone had also found the bronze door here. Look who it is. He glanced over, and then his expression became extremely interesting. It was actually them. Lin Xian was too surprised. With a sway of his body, he charged forward. A few figures streaked across the sky. The power of thunder on these people was abnormally terrifying. Unexpectedly, instead of finding Lin Wudi, they found the bronze door. It was really an unexpected surprise. He would mark this place and report it to senior brother Lei Zhen. A man appeared in the sky. It was Wan Xiao. Beside him were a few fellow disciples from Thunder God City. There were a total of 5 people. They looked at the bronze door with incomparable joy. Senior brother Wang, since we've already found it, why don't we go in and see what's inside? We'll have a goal and motivation in the future. Someone next to him laughed. Wang Xiao also nodded. That's right, let's go in and see. They flew forward. At this moment, Wang Zhao's body was surrounded by nearly 200 Dao flowers. It was exceptionally magnificent. It seemed that these days, he had killed many people. Obediently hand over the Dao flowers on your body, and I can leave you with an intact corpse. At this moment, a voice sounded in the sky. After everyone heard it, they were stunned and then angry. Courting death, who dared to rob them? Did they want to die? We're from Thunder God City. Get out here. Wang Xiao sneered, his eyes sweeping in all directions. The next moment, he froze. It's you. The others were also stunned. Lin Wudy, they were really stunned. Ha ha ha, what an unexpected surprise. Wang Xiao laughed. Not only did he find the bronze door, but he also found Lin Wudy. One had to know that this mission was to find Lin Wudy. Kid, do you know that we've been looking for you all over the world? You actually didn't hide obediently, and still dared to be arrogant in here. What Lin Wudy? He's nothing. One of Thunder God City's people sneered. He didn't even have a Dao flower on him. Could it be that his original 4 had been robbed by someone else? These people sneered again and again. Wang Xiao narrowed his eyes. I originally wanted to take the Dao flowers on you, but I didn't expect you to have no value at all. Of course, some people frowned. After all, Lin Wudy's reputation was too great. Senior brother Wang, should we hurry and send a message to senior brother Lei Zhan and have him come? Wang Xiao waved his hand. There was no hurry. Lin Wudy was just a legend. How could he be the one to do it? At this moment, he had infinite confidence. He had more than 200 Dao flowers on him, which was a symbol of his strength. Lin Wudy didn't even have one on him. Such a person wasn't worthy of his senior brother's attack. He could deal with him. Kid, kneel on the ground obediently and hand over your secrets. Then, wait for my senior brother's arrival. Wang Xiao looked at him disdainfully. The experts at the side also sneered. Brat, you dare to go against our Thunder God City with just you? Today, we'll send you to hell, sigh, a group of ignorant people. Lin Xian girl. Since you don't know what's good for you, I'll give you a big gift. With a wave of his hand, the 5 stars ring appeared in his hand, and he threw it forward. Boom, the 5 stars ring flickered between heaven and earth. Not good, senior brother, be careful. Thunder God's people are facing a great enemy. Wang Xiao snorted. A sacred artifact? Do you think I'm afraid of you? He opened his mouth and spat out a lightning ball. It suddenly expanded into the size of a small mountain, blooming in the sky with a destructive aura. This was a lightning ball, a peerless ability that could even block a sacred artifact, so he wasn't afraid at all. Poof, the 5 elements ring jumped and tore the lightning ball apart, then blasted Wang Zhao's body. How was that possible? Wang Zhao's pupils constricted. His lightning ball was torn apart in an instant. What frightened him even more was that the 5 elements ring's power was far beyond his imagination. With a hong sound, he was sent flying, moreover broken at the waist, split in half. This scene seemed to be frozen in time. The people of Thunder God City were completely stunned. Ah! Wang Xiao let out an angry roar. His eyes were filled with horror and disbelief. The other party had cut him in half at the waist with a single blow. How was this possible? He was a top genius with more than 200 Dao flowers on him. These were all symbols of his strength. The other party didn't even have a single Dao flower on him. How could he compete with him? However, the outcome of the matter was far beyond his expectations. Even Lin Xian was shocked. He knew that the 5-element ring was powerful, but he didn't expect it to be so powerful. This strike had actually pierced through a top-notch expert. This is great, Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. If he placed the 5-element ring in his body and cultivated it for a while, then he might be able to pierce through the chief disciple. As expected of the destined star, it was indeed a peerless ability. So this is your strength. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? I have to say, you're courting death. Lin Xian looked at the other party and sneered. Damn it. Wang Zhao's body quickly reassembled. His wounds came into contact with countless lightning runes. His eyes burst out with cold killing intent. You actually dared to trick me. He guessed that the thing just now was definitely not ordinary. It was very likely a terrifying saint artifact, or the other party's trump card. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy to hit him. I was careless just now. Now, I'll let you know what it's like to live a life worse than death. Endless thunderbolts gathered in his hand, forming a thunderbolt bow. Then, a thunderbolt arrow appeared in his hand, and thunderbolts exploded all over his body. He pulled the bow and released the arrow. In an instant, the sound of thunder rang out. the arrow turned into a lightning dragon and rushed forward. Countless Dao flowers surrounded it. It was abnormally terrifying. Lightning feather arrow was a killing ability. It seemed that Wang Xiao was really angry and wanted to kill him in an instant. In the distance, the other people of Thunder God City also revealed cold smiles. Their little senior brother Wang was serious now. Killing the other party in an instant was as easy as pie. Kid, you can't escape. My lightning arrow won't come back until it's stained with blood. Wang Xiao laughed in the air. However, to his surprise, Lin Xian did not dodge at all. Damn it, was he looking down on him? Wang Zhao's face turned cold. No one dared to underestimate him. He would make the other party pay a painful price. Buzz buzz buzz, Lin Xian floated in the air. His body blossomed with light. The 9 suns divine flame danced and turned into golden crows that surrounded him. This scene was extremely terrifying and strange. Those golden crows spread their wings and circled around, bringing with them powerful flames. When the thunder feather arrow flew into the sea of fire, its speed instantly slowed down. In the end, he was even entangled by countless golden crows, unable to move forward at all. Lin Xian, on the other hand, stretched out 2 hands and gently caught the flying feather arrow between his fingers. Then, he looked ahead with a disdainful smirk. This is the peerless divine ability you were talking about? You want to use something like this to take my life? I say, is your brain flooded with water? A disdainful voice rang out, causing Thunder God to be dumbfounded. How could this be? Why wasn't Lin Xian injured at all? Wang Xiao was also stunned. He could not believe that Lin Xian had broken his peerless divine ability so easily. Ah, I want you dead. I must kill you. Thunder surged on Wang Zhao's body. His big bow kept flickering with light. Arrows flew out one after another. 9 arrows danced in the air. Each arrow was more powerful than the previous one. Lin Xian also made a move. His terrifying palm covered the sky. At the same time, a terrifying sword chi flew out from his body to contend with it. The two fought fiercely. Lin Xian's physique was simply too valiant. It swept through all 4 directions. Those arrows were all slapped away by his big hand. His sword chi was unparalleled. The unparalleled sword bloomed in the air and split the remaining arrows. After 100 moves, Wang Xiao was smashed into pieces and fled in panic. What followed was a merciless pursuit. After 200 moves, Wang Xiao was like a dead dog, lying on the ground. The other 4 people from Thunder God City were completely stupefied. Their senior brother Wang Xiao had been seriously injured by someone and had been thoroughly sealed. Damn it, is this Lin Wudi already so terrifying? Quick. Send a message. They instantly sent the message out. At the same time, they roared crazily. Damn kid, let go of our senior brother. That is, kneel down and accept your death. Kid, you are too arrogant. I have already sent a message to our chief senior brother. When our senior brother Lei Zhen arrives, it will be the time of your death. Peng. Ah, Lin Xian did not reply. Instead, he made a move. How could these 4 Thunder God City martial artists be his opponent? Although they were all heaven's prides, they were beaten miserably at this moment. They fell to the ground like dead dogs and were stepped on by Lin Xian. Lei Zhen is coming? What a surprise. Well, I will give him a big gift here. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. Before entering the heavenly fate star, there were a few people who were very arrogant. They said that they would kill him if he entered the heavenly fate star. Today, he wanted to see how these people would kill him. Wang Xiao and the 4 sages of Thunder God City were completely suppressed by him with the 5 elements mountain. He started to set up a formation around him. He also released the remaining half of the flame of the Great Sage Pagoda and merged it into the formation. Feeling the terror of the flame, Wang Xiao and the others from Thunder God City felt their scalps go numb. Damn it. Lin Xian still had such a trump card. Wang Zhao's face was pale. Previously, he was not convinced and thought that Lin Xian was careless. But now, seeing the flame, his face completely changed. If Lin Xian had used this flame from the start, he would have been seriously injured even if he didn't die. His ending would be worse than now. Why was Lin Xian so strong? When he saw Lin Xian before, he was confident that he could kill him. Suddenly, he had a thought. Could it be that Lin Xian had entered the Bronze Gate? That must be it. The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. Why was he so stupid before? There was a Bronze Gate nearby, and Lin Xian didn't have a single Dao flower on him. It was obvious that he'd just entered the gate and exchanged for a treasure. It was laughable that he'd thought Lin Xian couldn't obtain a Dao flower because he was too weak. What a huge irony. This wrong judgment not only harmed him, it might even harm their entire Thunder God City. Could senior brother Lei Zhen withstand it? To tell the truth, they didn't have much confidence. On the other side, Lei Zhen stopped flying and looked at the formation in his hand. His eyes shone with a piercing light. What's wrong, senior brother? The surrounding sages of the Thunder God City also stopped, their faces filled with doubt. Lei Zhen let out a cold smile. He had found that lad. When the sages of Thunder God City heard this, they were shocked as well. Was it that Lin Wudi? That was great. They had finally found him. Senior brother Lei, what should we do now? Are we still going to the Golden Palace? Some of them asked. Lei Zhen thought for a moment and said. The Golden Palace was definitely not an easy place to attack. Even if we were to delay for a while, it wouldn't matter. Let's go and kill this Lin Wudi first. If I don't kill him, I won't be able to swallow this anger in my heart. Alright, senior brother, we got it. These sages of Thunder God City started forming seals with their palms. Lightning surged from their bodies. One of them took out a saint weapon, forming a huge lightning bolt that wrapped around everyone. Thereafter, the lightning bolt tore through the void and flew into the distance. Below, there were a few people who were tearing each other apart, reaching an abnormally intense state. Suddenly, at this time, they all felt their blood run cold. They all stopped. They looked up into the sky. An intense crack appeared in the sky, and a boundless black aura spread out. What was that? These people were shocked. It was as though a lightning bolt had struck them. It couldn't be, right? Was that a heavenly tribulation? Perhaps it was the people of Thunder God City. They weren't the only ones. Following that, wherever he went, those people were all stunned. The aura of this lightning bolt was way too scary. Furthermore, it was so fast. Just what was going on, they had no idea. In fact, they couldn't even catch up to this lightning bolt even if they wanted to. They could only guess. Thunder God City's top disciple, Lei Zhen, should be the one who possessed such power, right? That was the legendary Thunder Spirit body. On the other side, near the Bronze Gate, Lin Xian was cultivating while waiting. After waiting for a long time, he stood up and said impatiently. Did you guys send the wrong message? Send it to me again? Why isn't your senior brother here yet? The people of Thunder God City were stunned. What the F***ck? Was this lad in a hurry to die, or was he trying to kill their senior brother? Looking at the surrounding true skills and flames, they spat out saliva. Damn it. Senior brother, please don't come. They were praying in their hearts. Lin Xian directly grabbed a person's head and coldly asked. That person was so scared that he almost fainted. He wanted to resist, but after 2 slaps, his face was smashed. Next, Lin Xian began to torture these people. These people from Thunder God City were tortured to the point that they wished they were dead. Damned brat, kill me if you have the guts. Wang Xiao screamed crazily. He had never been tortured like this in his life. Humph, you think I'll let you go? Killing you is a must, but I won't kill you so easily. When I'm done with the torture, I need to find a few more spectators. I will let you personally witness your senior brother Lei Zhen die by my hands. After that, I will send you all to hell. The surrounding people felt their scalps go numb. This was truly a demon king, making them feel a deep sense of despair. All of a sudden, they were shocked and raised their heads to look. In the distance, there was a huge crack that was spreading rapidly, extending all the way to the vicinity. Too fast. What was that? It's Thunderbolt. It's our Thunderbolt divine boat. These people screamed. Our senior brother is here. Wang Zhao's eyes were blazing with passion. Great, senior brother Lei Zhen is here. Brat, your time of death is here. I will return the torture that you have inflicted on us 100 times, 10,000 times, I will let you know what it means to wish you were dead. They screamed crazily, but what welcomed them was Lin Xian's foot. Lin Xian stomped on their faces. At the same time, he stood up and looked at the sky. Is it finally here? A cold smile appeared on his face. The hunt was about to begin. That huge lightning was actually Thunder God City. It was a spiritual boat that was formed by a powerful sacred art. It was called the Lightning Spiritual Boat. Its speed was extremely fast. At this moment, the Thunder God Sage in the Lightning Spiritual Boat said, "Senior brother has arrived at the destination." Lei Zhan opened his eyes, an endless light burst out from them. "Follow me." He waved his hand, and a group of people walked out of the Lightning Spiritual Boat. They stood in the void, looking disdainfully at the surroundings. They were like a group of gods descending from the sky. But soon, someone frowned. What was going on? Why was there no one to welcome them? Where was Wang Xiao? They were dissatisfied. This Wang Xiao was getting more and more arrogant recently. Could it be that he did not even put their senior brother in his eyes? Even a trace of dissatisfaction surfaced in Lei Zhan's eyes. However, when they looked down at the scene below, they were stunned. What was going on? They realized that their Thunder God Sage's men were lying on the ground, wailing in pain. They were tortured beyond recognition. Among them, Wang Xiao was one of them. Their Thunder God City's men were seriously injured by someone. These people were instantly stunned. They stared at a figure standing below. It was a figure that looked like a demon. Lin Wudi. They almost roared. Lei Zhan's eyes instantly turned red, and a biting cold killing intent surrounded him. You dare to hurt my men? He was really angry. Lin Xian snorted. You guys are finally here. I have been waiting impatiently. Get down here and die. They lined up in a row and kowtowed to admit their mistakes. He waved his hand, not putting the group of experts in his eyes. Damn it. Damn it, the Thunder God Sage's men were so angry that they vomited blood. Lei Zhan's face was also gloomy. His identity was so noble. Who dared to treat him like this? Even those elders did not dare to reprimand him. Go down and save our men. Don't touch this Lin Wudi. I want to kill him with my own hands. Lei Zhan waved his hand. Suddenly, 3 figures rushed down, wanting to save Wang Xiao and the rest. Lin Xian made a move. 3 sword lights flew out, instantly splitting the bodies of the 3. You guys dare to save people in front of me? What a joke. Let Lei Zhan do it himself. Lin Xian snorted. The 3 souls fled in panic. Damn it. They were too frightened. The other party had destroyed their bodies in an instant. At the same time, they realized that the other party had stretched out a golden hand, wanting to grab their souls. Eldest senior brother, save me. The 3 of them screamed for help. Lei Zhan was also angry. You are courting death. How dare you hurt my men in front of me? It was unforgivable. He roared. Endless lightning struck down from the sky like a lightning tribulation. If you dare to attack, I will tear you into pieces. Lin Xian sneered. You are not qualified to threaten me. His golden hand blocked the lightning that filled the sky. At the same time, golden light blades shot out from his eyes, killing the 3 souls. All the 3 souls screamed. They wanted to escape, but Lin Xian's Tianji divine ability was so powerful that they were instantly destroyed. Is he dead? The sages of Thunder God City in the sky were completely stunned. Their companion had been killed so easily. At this moment, they felt fear once again. After Lin Xian killed the 3 of them, he sneered. Who do you think you are? Do you think everyone has to listen to you? Do you think you can attack just because you want to? Let me tell you that you don't have the final say in this world. Lei Zhan was so angry that his whole body was trembling. He couldn't stand Lin Fan's provocation. Soon, the anger on his face disappeared and was replaced by coldness. Kid, are you trying to provoke me? Unfortunately, it's useless. I've been through hundreds of battles and killed my way up. The battles I've experienced are not something an ant like you can imagine. This kind of provocation has no effect on me. Today, I'll kill you and use your blood to pay tribute to my Thunder God spirit. One had to admit that Lei Zhen was too strong and his martial will was very firm. He recovered his state of mind so quickly. Indeed, he was a tough opponent. However, Lin Xian wasn't afraid. He didn't intend to break down his opponent mentally. What he wanted to do was to crush him in terms of strength. Is that so? If you want to attack, then attack. I heard that you have a thunder spirit body. I wonder what's so special about your blood. After I kill you, I'll suck your blood dry and use it to cook a pot of golden crow soup. It should be a delicacy. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up into a cold smirk. The others felt their scalps go numb when they heard that. Go to hell, Lei Zhen couldn't hold it in anymore. Even if he had a firm mind, he was still furious when he heard Lin Fan's words. He roared and lightning bloomed all over his body. His long hair danced in the wind. At this moment, he was like a god. He was dazzling. The thunder god sages around him retreated frantically. They knew how strong the thunder array was. Once they started fighting, the entire world would be destroyed. Now that Lin Wudi dared to act so recklessly, he would definitely end up in a miserable state. Boom, Lei Zhen made his move. His palm was filled with endless lightning law. A terrifying power surged like a sea of lightning, pressing down from the sky. Boom, Lin Xian was fearless. He rushed forward with his golden fist and attacked his opponent. Their attacks collided in the sky, causing the void to explode in an instant, causing countless large cracks to appear. The terrifying power of thunder and fire intertwined in all directions. The thunder gods' people frantically retreated. This power was beyond their imagination. As for those who were sealed below, they were sent flying. Among them, the bodies of 4 people from the Thunder God City were torn apart in an instant. Their souls were also completely annihilated by the collision of this energy. He was also heavily injured and flew into the distance. Lin Xian glanced at it and frowned slightly. He'd long since taken their Dao flowers. Now, he had nearly 300 of them. However, what made him frown was that the lightning array was so cruel that it didn't care about the lives of its fellow disciples. That man kept saying that he was going to avenge his junior brother. Yet, when he attacked, he ended up affecting these people with his battle. Lei Zhen didn't even blink when the people of Thunder God City died. Even Wang Xiao didn't seem to care at all. This showed that he was an extremely selfish person. He only cared about his own interests. Everything else was fleeting. Such a person, coupled with his powerful strength, could be said to be extremely dangerous. Lin Xian sneered. How despicable. You keep saying that you're going to avenge your people. But in the end, the 4 of you who died were all killed by you. Kid, they all died because of you. So I'll cut off your head and offer it to them as a sacrifice to the heavens. Lei Zhen wasn't affected at all. He attacked crazily again. At this moment, he was truly like a god wrapped in endless lightning, dazzling and resplendent. This lightning was much more terrifying than the lightning of ordinary Thunder God City. That was because he had a lightning spirit body. He was born for lightning. As expected, the cultivators of Thunder God City were also trembling. Although Lei Zhen's previous actions had chilled their hearts, they didn't dare to say anything. However, no one dared to say anything. That was because the opponent's physique was simply too special. His strength was simply too violent. Even in the Holy City, Lei Zhen's attacks were also wild. It was common for him to injure his own comrades. They didn't dare to resist. Lin Xian was also dignified. He couldn't help but admit that his opponent was too strong. Among the top geniuses, there weren't many who could resist this kind of lightning aura. Buzz, Lin Xian's body shone brightly. Endless golden flames rushed to the 9 heavens. At the same time, the black Qilin tattoo appeared on his body. It was as if the Qilin was resurrected. It was a kind of extreme yang energy that could tear the 9 heavens apart. At this moment, Lin Xian had turned into a god of war. In the distance, the cultivators of Thunder God City who were watching the battle were dumbfounded. To be honest, they didn't dare to believe it. In their opinion, Lei Zhen's lightning spirit body was enough to sweep through everything. There was nothing else that could compare to it. However, the aura that Lin Wudi displayed at this moment was actually so strong. It wasn't any weaker than Lei Zhen. It was really too shocking. Could it be that Lin Wudi also had a supreme physique? Could it be that his physique wasn't any weaker than the lightning spirit body? This was really too shocking. Lei Zhen frowned. There was actually someone who could block his lightning spirit body in terms of physique. He couldn't bear it. Kill, he turned into a stream of light and rushed over. For a long time, he had been the only one in Thunder God City. He was an unparalleled genius. But recently, Thunder God City was filled with legends about Lin Wudi. This made him feel that his light was being taken away by the other party. He couldn't bear it. In this battle, he must kill the other party with his own hands. No matter what kind of physique the other party had, it couldn't be compared to his lightning spirit body. Lei Zhen came, bringing with him a vast sea of lightning. It was a sea of lightning. He was like a god descending. His palm touched the sound of thunder and unleashed a terrifying lightning blade aura. The lightning in the sky was like a small mountain. It was huge and fell from the sky. It was so dense that it covered the sky. It was too terrifying. Although the other party's cultivation was only at the middle stage of the fifth heaven, it was so clear that it seemed like it could tear the sky apart. It was estimated that people of the same realm couldn't even block a single lightning bolt. At this moment, thousands of lightning bolts were attacking Lin Xian together. Would Lin Xian be able to withstand it? Lin Xian's body bloomed with radiance, illuminating the 9 heavens. How could he be afraid of the other party? His physique was also a divine body. Moreover, he had also been through hundreds of battles. He had even experienced more battles than Lei Zhen. The other party dared to look down on him in battle. It was ridiculous. The 9 suns' divine fist drew 9 golden crows, circling between heaven and earth. It was too terrifying. As Lin Xian's divine body grew stronger day by day, the 9 suns' divine body became more and more terrifying. Now, when the fist was used, it was like 9 suns, moving freely between heaven and earth. This kind of power made the spectators in Thunder God City feel terrified. Lin Wudi was too strong. He was definitely a formidable opponent. It was no wonder that Wan Xiao and the others were severely injured and tortured to such an extent. Other than Lei Zhen, none of them were a match for Lin Wudi. They could not even take a single punch from him. Boom! 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 Both of their fists collided in the air. Countless lightning blades swept across the sky, and terrifying flames spread out like an ocean. At this moment, it was as if 2 worlds were about to be destroyed. The scene was horrifying. Boom! Boom! After the first blow, both of them continued to attack in all directions. They fought from the mountains to the rivers, and from the sky to the ground. The intensity of the battle was beyond imagination. Each strike caused the void to shatter for millions of miles. In the end, the entire area was blown apart. Far away, the crowd was shivering. Countless roars and cries could be heard as beasts crawled on the ground. At this moment, everyone looked at the place where the endless flames and lightning were spreading. Was this the end of the world? These people were frightened and retreated. The experts from Thunder God City were also dumbfounded. They knew that Lin Wudi was very powerful, but they didn't think that Lin Xian would be able to contend against their lightning array. One had to know that these people had been by Lei Zhen's side all year round, fighting in all directions. Naturally, they knew how strong Lei Zhen was. He was invincible among the younger generation. In fact, Lei Zhen even had a high chance of entering the legendary Pilgrim Board. Such a person's future was definitely limitless. But now, he was locked in a fight with Lin Wudi. This made them feel incredulous. Although the 2 of them were both chief disciples, there was still a huge difference between them. Lin Wudi had only been in Wushuang City for a few years. Even if he was the chief disciple, he could not be any younger. But Lei Zhen, although Lei Zhen was the chief disciple of this generation, he had been the chief disciple for 100 years. The difference between the foundation of both sides was too big. More importantly, Lei Zhen's cultivation was at the middle of the 5th level, and Lin Xian was only at the middle of the 4th level. The difference between both sides was a few levels. But both sides were still tied. What did this mean? Didn't this mean that Lin Wudi's potential was more terrifying than Lei Zhen's? Damn it. What should we do now? The expressions of the experts from the Thunder God City were incomparably ugly. Kill him. he had to kill him. Even if he couldn't kill him, he had to severely injure him. But if that happened, senior brother Lei Zhen would blame him. Some people felt their scalps go numb. A total of 15 people came this time. These people frowned. 6 of them said, "You don't have to do anything. The 6 of us will do it." "Could it be that you want to use the 6 divine thunder formation?" they said in horror as they resisted the energy shockwaves around them. The 6 of them nodded. "That's right, we're in the 6 lightning god formation. As long as we can injure them, we'll be doing senior brother thunder god a huge favor. This kind of person is not only senior Lei Zhen's enemy, but also our thunder god city's 1,000-year-old enemy. We can't let him continue to be arrogant." After discussing for a while, the 6 of them quickly made their moves. These 6 people were all mid-stage 5th heavenly layer experts. Of course, their strength couldn't be compared with Lei Zhen's. Compared to Wang Xiao and the others, they were only slightly weaker. It could be said that they were all elite and terrifying core disciples. At this moment, the 6 of them joined forces and formed a formation called the 6 Lightning God Formation. The formation was able to increase their strength to an unimaginable level. Therefore, they wanted to sneak up on Lin Wuti. They were confident that they could succeed. The 6 of them quickly turned into streams of light in the air and charged towards Yiwu. The battle in front of them was very intense. Lei Zhen was extremely shocked. At the same time, his heart was filled with a strong killing intent. His opponent's cultivation was much higher than his, but his strength wasn't any weaker than his. This kind of person frightened him. If he gave him a few hundred years to grow, he would be terrible. Therefore, he had to kill him. Suddenly, he frowned. He naturally felt that someone was secretly attacking. It was the 6 Lightning God Formation. Was it the people he brought here? Were these people trying to frame him? To be honest, if it was under normal circumstances, Lei Zhen would definitely be angry. Why would he need to use such despicable means when he was standing with others? However, at this time, he had a trace of selfishness. He didn't care. He even hoped that his subordinates could injure Lin Xian through the 6 Lightning God Formation. He wanted to kill Lin Wuti too much. Therefore, he didn't stop them. On the other side, Lin Xian sneered. Did they really think that he wouldn't be prepared for a sneak attack? When the 6 of them approached, he immediately activated the array formation. The terrifying flames of 100,000 volcanoes pierced through the void and enveloped the 6 of them. The 6 of them were completely enveloped by the flames. They screamed like pigs being slaughtered. Damn it, he had a formation. This kid had actually put up a defense in advance. They were extremely frightened. Damn it, come back quickly. The 9 people watching the battle from afar also exclaimed in shock. They didn't expect Lin Wuti to have set up a formation in advance. Damn it, why didn't Wang Xiao and the others warn them? Suddenly, they remembered that Wang Xiao and the others had already been killed by the lightning god's energy. How could they warn them? The 6 of them screamed miserably and rolled in the air. They ran quickly. At this moment, they couldn't care less about the assassination. They could only escape. However, the power of the flames was far beyond their imagination. Even if they were top powerhouses, they couldn't withstand it. Senior brother, save us. The 6 of them began to cry for help. At this time, only Lei Zhen could save them. Lei Zhen's expression was extremely ugly. Damn it, a bunch of trash. Even a sneak attack couldn't succeed. How did he raise a bunch of useless subordinates? However, those people were all top geniuses and core disciples of the sacred city. They were very obedient to him. Although angry, Lei Zhen still decided to save them. He stretched out a palm. On it, there was a terrifying aura of the path of lightning. It crossed the void and enveloped the 6 of them. He wanted to put out the flames on the 6 of them. However, at this time, Lin Xian seized the opportunity and instantly threw out the 5-element ring. Buzz, the 5-element ring cut through the void and shuttled between heaven and earth. Suddenly, it appeared in front of Lei Zhen. Lei Zhen's pupils constricted. Not good. He felt a sense of danger, and in a panic, he dodged. He cultivated the path of lightning. In addition to the violent power of lightning, it also had extreme speed. Therefore, his speed was also very fast. However, the 5-element ring was too sudden. In addition, Lin Xian attacked with all his strength. It still hit him in the shoulder. With a boom, his shoulder was directly smashed open and his entire body flew backward. A roar sounded between heaven and earth. 100,000 black holes bobbed together. How could it be? Senior brother Lei Zhen was injured. The 9 people who were watching the battle almost fainted from fright. The 6 people who were being burned by the raging flames were also dumbfounded. They forgot to resist. Impossible. Lin Wuti injured senior brother Lei Zhen, they couldn't believe it. Senior brother, they screamed for the last time and were burned to ashes. Lei Zhen's hair was disheveled, and his face was ferocious. His shoulder was completely blown apart, and one of his arms fell off. Blood dyed his armor red. He was still in a daze because he couldn't believe that Lin Wuti could hurt him. What was that 5-elemental light just now? It was too terrifying. Lei Zhen came back to his senses, and his body trembled with anger. With a roar, boundless lightning condensed, and the broken arm was restored. He quickly charged forward. Kid, you've completely angered me. I wanted to play with you before, but now the game is over. A big bow appeared in his hand, carrying the Tao of heaven and earth. Thunder Feather Bow. It was a real saint artifact. Lei Zhen also took out an arrow. He was going to use the Thunder Feather arrow. His power was much more terrifying than Wang Zhao's. Buzz, the arrow flew out, and the void shattered. All kinds of strange phenomena erupted. It seemed that he wanted to kill Lin Xian on the spot. Buzz, Lin Xian pulled out the unparalleled sword. The sword vibrated, and he slashed it. At the same time, he sneered. It's useless. I've seen this before. You're not my match. You'd better show me something else. There was a hint of disdain in his eyes. Lei Zhen was furious. You're courting death. I'm not someone you can compare to. I'll show you the true power of the Thunder Feather arrow. He stood in the void, and like the god of thunder, he continuously drew the bow. Countless runes of the great Tao flickered around him. Buzz, an arrow flew over, and a sea of lightning descended, about to swallow the world. The second arrow flew over. This time, the merciless lightning intertwined and formed many demonic beasts that rushed over. At the same time, the third arrow came. This time, countless lightning formed many lightning mountains that descended from the sky. In an instant, 3 arrows were shot. This might was enough to shatter the heavens and shatter the earth. Lin Xian also became serious. He had to admit that Lei Zhen was very strong. The power of that arrow surpassed all of Wang Zhao's previous attacks. What's more, 3 arrows were fired at the same time. Did they take it seriously? Good, Lin Xian's eyes erupted with a biting cold light. He brandished matchless sword, and similarly unleashed 3 sword strikes. A sword came from the west, and a towering divine flame spread in the sky, as if countless golden crows were floating in the sky. The second sword transformed into many giant dragons roaring, their voices shaking the 9 heavens. The third sword was like a wave. It kept surging. These were all waves of sword energy. They were incomparable and carried extremely powerful attacks. The 2 divine abilities collided in the air, exploding with extremely dazzling light. Not good, retreat quickly. The 9 lightning god experts watching from afar quickly retreated. A monstrous power erupted. The destructive aura continued to linger for a long time before it finally dissipated. The 9 lightning gods flew over from the distance. That brat should be dead, right? That's for sure. How could he block the lightning feather arrow? These people flew forward with a cold smile on their faces. Anyone who dared to go against them would definitely die. But just as they flew forward, they heard a roar. Damn it, what's going on? The 9 of them were stunned. They could tell that the voice belonged to Lei Zhen. What could have made Lei Zhen so angry? Then, they heard another voice. Your lightning feather arrow is not much. Although it's stronger than Wang Zhao's, that's all there is to it. You want to use it to kill me? You're dreaming. That should be Lin Wuti's voice. How is that possible? The 9 of them spat at him. How is he still alive after such a violent attack? Is Lin Wuti already so heaven-defying? Finally, when they approached, they saw 2 figures in front of them. One was the handsome Lin Xian, who looked like a god of war, and the other was the flustered and exasperated Lei Zhan, who was covered in lightning. That brat is really fine. The 9 of them were stunned. Kill, Lei Zhan could not accept it. He continued to shoot. Lightning feather arrow after lightning feather arrow flew out. Its power was unparalleled. Lin Xian fought with him. Wherever the 2 of them passed, everything was destroyed. The more Lei Zhan fought, the more shocked he became. He realized that his lightning feather arrow could not do anything to his opponent. Go to hell, brat. Suddenly, the power in his body exploded, and a mysterious lightning bolt appeared. The arrow in his hand emitted a dazzling light. Buzz, the power of this arrow surpassed all the previous ones. The 9 of them were shocked. They were first sent flying by the power of the lightning. Then, they cried out in surprise. Great! Senior Brother Thunder God is using the 9 revolutions divine lightning. He used the secret technique. That brat is dead for sure. Lin Xian was shocked as well. He quickly dodged the attack, feeling shocked. Is it the 9 revolutions divine lightning? He had seen this secret technique before. Lei Qian had used it before, and he knew 3 revolutions. Previously, Wang Xiao did not have the chance to use it. He was directly defeated and suppressed. Now, he saw Lei Zhan use it again. The other party's attainments and secret techniques were also extremely terrifying. This arrow made him shudder with fear and trepidation. Lin Xian also had a secret technique. However, he did not use it immediately. He wanted to test the limits of his physique. With a roar, Lin Xian held the unparalleled sword. His body bloomed with golden light. The long sword in his hand was also dyed golden. It was as if it had turned into a golden sacred sword. With a roar, he split mountains and rivers. There was no technique involved in this sword strike. It was the simplest strike from the sky, and what it used was a violent force. The power of the sword and the power of the physique merged perfectly at this moment. Kill, boom. Boom, the sword and the arrow collided. This attack emitted a destructive aura. Heaven and earth were destroyed beyond recognition. He should be dead now. The 9 of them exclaimed. Lei Zhan's mouth also curled into a smile. You can't even withstand a single blow. I only used the first revolution of the 9 revolutions divine lightning. You can't even block it? His eyes were filled with disdain. But soon, his pupils constricted. He heard a cold voice in front of him. What thunder secret technique? That's all there is to it. I didn't even use my secret technique for that attack. Lei Zhan, I've said it before. You're no match for me. Hurry up and kneel on the ground, kowtow, and admit your mistake, that brat is still alive. The 9 sages who were watching the battle were dumbfounded. Now, they were all kneeling on the ground in fear. Lei Zhan could not believe it. His face was extremely gloomy. Kill, he attacked again. The arrows flew out, but the power was even more terrifying. They were the first revolution divine arrow, the second revolution divine arrow, and the third revolution divine arrow. Especially the last arrow, which contained the power of the third revolution divine lightning. It was really unparalleled. The terrifying lightning aura shook the world. The sky shattered and the earth sank. Countless canyons were formed, and countless abysses appeared in the surroundings. Lin Xian countered simply. He used the purest strength to deflect the arrow. He blocked the second arrow, but he was pushed back by the third arrow. His whole body was wrapped in lightning as if it was about to be pierced through. Boom, the power of the divine body erupted again. Mysterious runes flowed on it like a sun. At the same time, the black Qilin appeared and roared at the sky. Lin Xian crashed into countless mountains and shattered countless voids. He stopped with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Third revolution lightning. Lin Xian pondered in his heart. Although the 3 revolutions divine lightning had sent him flying, he had only suffered light injuries. He hadn't suffered any serious injuries. In other words, he could block it. He wanted to send the third revolution lightning flying, but with his current physique, it was a little difficult. If the opponent continued to use the fourth revolution lightning, he would not be able to block it. Perhaps, his physique would be injured too. In other words, the third revolution lightning would be ineffective against him. Thinking of this, Lin Xian nodded. His physique was stronger than expected, but there was still room for improvement. Kid, you are already injured. You can't even block the third revolution lightning. I can use the fifth revolution lightning. What do you have to compete with me? Lei Zhen strode over like a demon, his hair dancing wildly. The other 9 spectating Thunder God sages were also ecstatic. Great, Lin Wudi was injured. Their senior brother Lei Zhen was better. This victory would belong to them in the end. It's too early for you to be happy. It's just a small injury. It won't affect me at all. Also, let me tell you, I didn't use Wushuang City's secret technique at all. Do you think you are qualified to show a victorious smile in front of me? Lin Xian stood up and snorted. His body flickered with light. The injury had already healed. It can't be, right? The 9 spectating Thunder Gods were all stunned. Did he not use Wushuang City's secret technique? That was impossible, they couldn't believe it. Lei Zhen snorted. Kid, don't deceive yourself. If you didn't use Wushuang City's secret technique, how could you compete with me? What a joke. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes. He did not believe it at all. In his opinion, the other party was using psychological tactics to shake his martial will. But how was that possible? His Dao heart was extremely firm. Lin Xian shook his head. He wasn't lying. He was telling the truth. Previously, it was all his strength, but now, he could use an unparalleled secret technique. Brat, there's no need to resist. You're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. You can't stop it. You used an unparalleled secret technique, but you were only able to block my third revolution, causing me to use the power of the fourth revolution divine lightning. Let's see how you're going to block it. Lei Zhen raised his hand again, and a thunder feather arrow appeared in his hand. The power of the thunder god revolved around it, emitting a dazzling light. You don't know what you're talking about. Do you really think that your thoughts are the truth? I will tell you how cruel the truth is. Lin Xian took a step forward, his strength exploding. With a slash of his sword, he continuously activated unparalleled secret techniques. Boom, on the other side, Lei Zhen had also made his move. 4 divine lightning arrows shuttled between the heavens and the earth. Die, boom boom. Boom, boom. The heavens and the earth were filled with light. The 9 thunder sages were sent flying again, vomiting blood. How terrifying. Even if Lin Wudi died, he could still be proud. No matter how powerful he was still defeated by senior brother Lei Zhen. These people sneered. They wanted to cheer, but their necks seemed to be grabbed by someone in an instant. They couldn't make a sound. In the sky filled with lightning, a sword tore open a crack. The pitch-black spatial crack continued to spread, splitting the heavens and the earth in half. Lei Zhen was sent flying. A sword mark appeared on his body, as if it wanted to tear his body in half. How could this be? Was my fourth reincarnation lightning destroyed? Lei Zhen couldn't believe it. His face was filled with shock. The pain was unbearable. With a roar, endless lightning revolved around his body, forming the fifth revolution divine lightning. Block it, a terrifying force rushed out of his body, sending the terrifying sword chi flying. Boom, boom. Boom, he stopped, gasping for breath. Blood dripped from his body, but his wounds quickly healed. His handsome face was unusually pale as he raised his head abruptly. His long and narrow eyes stared straight ahead like lightning. Damn kid, I want you dead. Fifth revolution divine lightning. With an aura that could destroy everything, it was as if it would kill any god or Buddha that stood in its way. Nothing could stop it. Buzz, on the other side, Lin Xian didn't say anything. There was only one word in his mind, and that was to kill. With the unparalleled sword in his hand, he continuously used the unparalleled secret technique. Previously, he had activated the unparalleled secret technique 3 times stronger to block the fourth revolution divine lightning. Now, he attacked again. Soon, he activated the unparalleled secret technique 5 times stronger. A ray of sword light shook the heavens and earth, shining in all directions. At this moment, everyone lost their splendor. Lei Zhen's pupils violently shrank as his face became incomparably ugly. This was because this sword strike made his hair stand on end. With a bang sound, he was blasted flying outwards. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, his body continuously breaking apart into pieces. Ah! A frenzied roar sounded between heaven and earth. In the distance, the 9 spectators felt their scalps go numb. How could senior brother Lei Zhen be injured? No, they couldn't believe it. They were all crazy. The 5th revolution divine lightning was so terrifying. Once the divine lightning was used, no one could block it. But now, Lin Wuti had seriously injured him, and even his body had been destroyed. How strong was Lin Wuti? Could it be that no one could subdue him? The 5th revolution divine lightning was just SOSO. Could Lin Wuti use the 6th revolution divine lightning? Lin Xian looked to the front like a god, looking down on everything with his eyes. Ah! The fragments of the body quickly healed and reformed into Lei Zhen's body. Lei Zhen was extremely ugly. Was he defeated by his opponent? He couldn't believe it. He was crazy. He must use the 6th revolution divine lightning. However, his body that had just healed suddenly ruptured. No. The 6th revolution divine lightning wasn't that easy to condense. With his current physique, he couldn't withstand the power of the lightning at all. Perhaps, before he could kill anyone, he would be crushed by this power. Senior brother Lei Zhen, you can't use the secret technique rashly. The 9 spectators in the distance also exclaimed. Although Lei Zhen was a lightning spirit, the secret technique of Thunder God City was too terrifying. If he used it forcefully, he might be killed. Senior brother, he must have entered the bronze door and obtained the fortune inside. That's why he's so strong. Yes, senior brother, push it away first and find another bronze door. After you enter, you'll definitely be able to defeat him. Someone exclaimed in the distance. Lei Zhen calmed down as well. Just you wait, kid. The humiliation you brought me this time, I'll return it 100 times, 1,000 times over. I'll tear you to pieces. With that, Lei Zhen turned and shot into the sky, intending to leave. Who were the other 9 people with? It seemed they didn't want to fight anymore. None of them were Lin Wuti's match. You want to leave just like that? Leave your heads behind. Lin Xian snorted coldly as the sword chi between heaven and earth surged over like waves. You're courting death, Lei Zhen was enraged. 5th revolution lightning flashed between heaven and earth, forming a sea of lightning to contend with the sword energy. The 9 people were also roaring crazily. That damned brat, he was going too far. Let's kill him together. Someone rushed out in a frenzy. Go to hell if you don't know what's good for you. Lin Xian activated another formation. Flames rushed over like 100,000 flaming mountains, erupting between heaven and earth. Damn it, he still has that kind of fire, there's a formation here. Let's run. The 9 saints were instantly burned by the flames. They screamed in agony. In fact, even Lei Zhen was enveloped by the flames. The flames made his eyelids twitch. He could only use his 5th revolution lightning to defend himself. Blue tide rising. A terrifying eye technique appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. It swept toward the 9 saints. The 9 saints' souls were struck by the attack. They could have resisted for a while, but now they were burned miserably by the flames. They didn't have the energy to resist at all. In an instant, they were gravely injured. The 9 saints clutched their heads and screamed in the air. Their bodies were on fire, emitting black smoke. Damn it, stop, we admit defeat, please, Demon King, spare our lives. The 9 saints screamed crazily. Damn it, don't beg for mercy. Lei Zhen roared. It was too humiliating. But the 9 saints were scared out of their wits. We're willing to hand over all of our Dao flowers. The Dao flowers on their bodies flew out. They wanted to trade for their lives. But Lin Xian didn't relent. I want the Dao flowers. Do I need them? I can get it myself. With a wave of his hand, he grabbed all of the Dao flowers in the sky. At the same time, his other hand transformed into tens of thousands of golden warriors, which burned together in the world. He was instantly sent flying. 5 of them had their bodies shattered, while the other 4 coughed out mouthfuls of blood as their bodies shattered. Run! The 4 of them seized the opportunity and quickly fled. They burned everything. Some of them even used Third Revolution Divine Thunder, while others used Fourth Revolution Divine Thunder to escape for their lives. As for the other 5 people, they screamed. One of them decisively abandoned his physical body and rode on a lightning bead to break through the void. The other 4 also wanted to escape. However, Lin Xian smacked it down again with boundless divine fire. The great spear of destruction flew out and sliced the 4 people in half at the waist. The souls of the 4 people were also shattered. Then, Lin Xian turned to look at Lei Zhen. You want to leave? Leave your Dao flower behind. He killed his way out. The great Dao haunt on Lei Zhen's body was very plentiful, making him extremely jealous. Because the other party had condensed 500 Dao flowers on his body. He really didn't know how the other party had condensed them. Damn it, how dare you, Lei Zhen roared crazily. The 500 Dao flowers were his foundation. He still wanted to enter the bronze door and exchange for treasures. How could he give them up? He attacked crazily. The 5th Revolution Divine Thunder formed a terrifying blade light in the sky that flashed in all directions. Lin Xian used the terrifying 9 Suns Divine Fist to contend with it. The two collided continuously, as if 2 worlds were constantly fighting. At this point, both of them were truly enraged. Although Lei Zhen had been defeated before, he was still powerful. At this moment, countless mysterious runes appeared on his body. Even his bloodline power was burning. On the other side, Lin Xian kept triggering unparalleled secret techniques. There was even a dragon's roar in his body. When the dragon-shaped sword chi appeared, its power was even more powerful. It forced Lei Zhen to retreat, and several more cracks appeared on his body. Moreover, he couldn't erase the sword chi in a short time. Damn it, how was this possible? His opponent still had a trump card. Lei Zhen was terrified. He'd never seen this sword chi before. Just as he was in a daze, he roared, his heart bleeding. This was because the unparalleled sword had enveloped him with sword chi, cutting down all the Dao flowers around him. He felt as if a force had been forcibly extracted from his body. He wanted to redeem himself, but the sword cut off his arm. Damn kid, I won't rest until you're dead. Lei Zhen tore open the void and fled. Lin Xian grabbed the 500 Dao flowers in the sky and absorbed them into his body. He roared at the sky, sweeping in all directions like a peerless sword god. After defeating Wang Xiao and the others, he'd obtained merely 400 Dao flowers, enough for 9 people at home. And Lei Zhen's 500. At this moment, he had 1,600 Dao flowers on him. As he walked, he brought with him a strange phenomenon. With so many Dao flowers, Lin Xian finally felt the effect. His nomological laws were automatically cultivating. The laws they cultivated were not complete. They needed to continuously evolve and break through to get closer and closer to the heavenly Dao laws. At this moment, under the nourishment of these 1,600 Dao flowers, he didn't need to deliberately cultivate. His laws were improving. What a wondrous feeling! Lin Xian let out a look of astonishment as he sensed this astonishing change. He wondered what it would be like to condense 3,000 Dao flowers. 3,000 Dao flowers were enough to form a heavenly Dao golden lotus. He wondered how fast the heavenly Dao golden lotus would allow his nomological laws to cultivate. Even though Lin Xian was immersed in this miraculous cultivation, it was only for 5 days. 5 days later, he stood up and prepared to go to the bronze door. He was going to go in and exchange for some treasures. To be honest, he was a little reluctant. This feeling of cultivation was wonderful. However, exchanging for treasures was more important. After all, he had seen the treasures inside the bronze door. They were really too many. If he didn't make a move now, he wouldn't have a chance in the future. It seemed that this was also a choice. Whether to cultivate laws or exchange for treasures, everyone's choice was different. Lin Xian streaked across the void and flew towards the bronze door. There were few people around, but there were still some people. Some people also found the bronze door. Some went in to exchange, some came out, wild with joy. There were also some people waiting for their companions. Suddenly, they all looked up. What was that? In the next moment, they were dumbfounded, their eyeballs almost falling out. Heavens, there were so many Dao flowers, there must be at least 1,000 of them, more than that. 1,600, who was this? Was it Lei Zhen who had condensed 1600 Dao flowers? Or nine-headed Qilin? It could be the seventh prince of the Sun Crows, or the chief disciple of the Grand Desolation Mansion. The crowd discussed fervently. It was too shocking. It was already shocking enough that they had 100 Dao flowers. It was enough to make their eyes red with envy. Most of them had dozens of flowers and were considered experts. However, compared to the other party's 1,600 flowers, they were like fireflies that could be ignored. Wait, none of them. That person seemed to be the Demon King. Someone cried out in alarm. The others could only hope to see him, but then they gasped. Run! The Demon King is here. They ran away like madmen. Hey, what's going on? Don't run. The people who came out of the bronze door were displeased. What the hell? Why did their companions run away? Didn't they say they would leave together? In the next moment, they were so scared that they almost wet their pants. Damn it, wasn't that the Demon King? 1600 Dao flowers. They were terrified beyond belief. At this moment, they finally understood why their companions had decided to flee. How many people had the Demon King killed to create so many Dao flowers? We don't have any more Dao flowers, Demon King. Don't attack us, Demon King. They looked like they were about to face a great enemy. Lin Xian glanced at them, then shook his head. He wasn't interested. They heaved a sigh of relief. That was a disregard for them. If anyone else had said that, they would have been furious. But the great Demon King's words made them delighted. They were so emotional that they were about to cry. Sometimes, being weak was also a kind of luck. Many thanks to the great Demon King for showing mercy. The few of them were deeply grateful. They bowed and hurriedly left. Lin Xian took a deep breath and walked through the bronze door again. When he pushed open the door and entered for the second time, Lin Xian was still shocked. We meet again, young man. You're here already? The bronze emissary chuckled in front of him. Suddenly, he paused, then revealed a look of surprise. 1,600 Dao flowers? You're really surprising. To be honest, during this period of time, he had also received many people who came to exchange. There were very few people who could exchange for 100 flowers, and those who could exchange for 200 flowers were even rarer. Lin Xian brought 350 flowers on his first trip, which was almost impossible. Now, Lin Xian had returned with 1,600 flowers. Tell me your name, young man. Junior Lin Wudi. Lin Wudi, this is the title you gave yourself, right? You are indeed ambitious. Lin Wudi, you're the first to successfully condense 1,000 Dao flowers, so you've broken another record. You're entitled to special privileges. Did he break another record? Lin Xian was surprised. Of course, he knew that this record was different from a few hundred years ago. Instead, it was after they opened it this time. What a pleasant surprise. I wonder how much discount I can get this time. Is it still the same as the first time? Half off. If that was the case, he would be rich. He would be able to exchange for even more valuable items. The bronze emissary waved his hand, summoning the barrier once again. The treasures were arranged in order. At the same time, he said, since you've broken the record, you have an additional privilege. That is, in addition to the items you can exchange for, you can also exchange for items that are not on the list. You can make requests of me. I will satisfy your corresponding requests based on the number of Dao flowers you have. You can make additional requests. Lin Xian froze, a look of surprise on his face. Then, he became overjoyed. This meant that he had more choices, but soon, he was surprised. The corresponding request meant that he couldn't ask for a sky-high price. He could only ask for the price of 1,600 Dao flowers. Still, this was incredible. What is your choice? The bronze emissary asked. Lin Xian began to think. He looked at the barrier in front of him. With his current Dao flowers, he could exchange for more powerful combat arts than the 5-element rings. He could also obtain more precious pills. Of course, he could also make his own requests. That would be more suitable for him. His unique skills, cultivation base, and swordsmanship were currently in his possession. Lin Xian thought for a moment, then said, I want to condense the Edict of Death. Can I? His physique had just improved. It was unrealistic to improve it again. The same went for the Edict of Five Elements. In addition, the Dragon Sword Soul and the unparalleled secret technique were also very powerful. However, there was one thing that also had unparalleled potential, but it couldn't keep up with Lin Xian's progress. That was the Taiji incantation. It was something he had discovered in the mist of death, and possessed boundless power. But now, he couldn't absorb the power of death. And he couldn't advance further. If he could condense the Edict of Death, then the situation would be different. Therefore, Lin Xian was prepared to form new edicts in addition to the five elements. The bronze emissary waved his hand, and the barrier disappeared. Then he said in a low voice, I can send you to a place. Here, you can quickly cultivate the Edict of Death. But whether you can condense it and how powerful it can be depends on your luck. 1600 Dao flowers will allow you to stay in that place for 3 months. After 3 months, you will be teleported out. Are you willing to go? Yes. Lin Xian nodded solemnly. Good, the bronze emissary stretched out a finger and tapped on Lin Xian's forehead. Endless Edict of Death filled the air, enveloping Lin Xian. Lin Xian's body disappeared in an instant. At the same time, a thunderous voice resounded in the 9 heavens above the entire celestial fate planet. Congratulations to Lin Wudi for being the first to condense 1,000 Dao flowers. The 9 heavens congratulate you, and the world rejoice. He thought of this voice 3 times. Between heaven and earth, countless rays of light scattered. At this moment, everyone on celestial fate planet looked up at the sky. Their eyes widened. What was going on? Who was speaking there? Had Lin Wudi already condensed 1,000 Dao flowers? These people were going crazy. They looked at the dozens and hundreds of Dao flowers on their bodies, and the corners of their mouths began to twitch. They thought they were already amazing, but why did they seem so weak compared to Lin Wudi? Some people really believed it was the Bronze Gate. It was the existence behind the Bronze Gate. This Lin Wudi was too amazing. He actually made the Bronze Gate announce it to the world. Damn it, I'm so angry. In a mountain range, a few people sat there dejectedly. They'd been discussing how to fight back, but when they heard the news, they spat out a mouthful of blood. These people were naturally Lei Zhen and the others. They'd just fled for their lives, but then they heard news of Lin Wudi. Moreover, it was news that the entire world celebrated. To be able to do this, it was definitely the Bronze Gate's doing. These people were so angry that their faces almost turned green. They knew that Lin Wudi only had a few hundred Dao flowers. His breakthrough to 1,000 was all because he'd stolen them from them. Damn it, kill him. I'll tear him to pieces. Lei Zhen gnashed his teeth, his eyes blazing with killing intent. The princes of the Fiend City, Suncrow Tribe, and New Moon Tribe all wore cold expressions when they heard the news. We have to speed up. We can't let Lin Wudi continue to be so arrogant. They began a frenzied hunt. The Crimson Dragon, Northern Yao, and the others were shocked. This kid was so fast. The Crimson Dragon was shocked. Northern Yao smiled. Brother Lin was indeed powerful. On the other side, a smile appeared on Murong Qingqing's face. Great! It's Brother Xian. In a mysterious cave. Shen Jingqiu stood in front, lost in thought as she stared at the cave. Suddenly, she heard a voice in the sky and looked up. It was Big Brother Lin Xian. Did Big Brother Lin Xian break a record? It was really too amazing. Xiao'er had to work hard too. Xiao'er had to keep up with Big Brother Lin Xian. She seemed to have made a decision. Resolutely, she walked into the mysterious cave abode. As for the cave, it rapidly healed itself. Then, it actually disappeared before their eyes. In a swamp. More than 10 demonic beasts were roaring nonstop. A figure stood in the middle of them. It was a very handsome man. Their bodies were stained with blood, but it wasn't theirs. It was the enemy's. They'd hunted down many people in the past few days. These powerful monsters didn't have many Dao flowers, but the man in the middle had 1,200. As he walked, multicolored light and laws fell. It was truly dazzling. Great, it wasn't a waste of effort. His Highness was the first to condense 1,200 Dao flowers. He'll definitely shock the world. One of the monsters laughed. The other person also said. That was natural. He had the Qilin bloodline and the nine-headed heavenly snake bloodline. His natural talent was extraordinary. Who could compare to him? Even Lei Zhan and the Golden Crow Prince are no match for us. If we break the record this time, it will definitely shock the world. At that time, everyone will have to crawl under our feet. These people from the Demon City were very excited. As for the handsome young man in the middle, he had a smile on his face. Although he didn't say anything, there was an incomparably domineering and confident look on his face. He was the nine-headed Qilin, a peerless expert with 9 lives. At this moment, they were flying through the air in the direction of a bronze door. In Destiny World, there was more than one bronze door. They were scattered all over the world, and these people had to search for them. The people of the Demon City knew one of the locations of the bronze gates. At this moment, their speed was extremely fast. Soon, they arrived before the bronze gate. Your Highness, please go in. We will wait here. The greater demons of the Demon City replied respectfully. The nine-headed Qilin nodded his head and proceeded forward with utmost confidence. He was getting closer and closer to the bronze door. He guessed that once he entered, he would be able to break the record and shock the world. Accept the admiration of the world. But when he was a meter away, a voice came from the sky. Congratulations to Lin Wudi for being the first to condense 1,000 Dao flowers. Congratulations to all of you. The loud voice echoed through the sky. The nine-headed Qilin stopped in his tracks, the smile on his face frozen. Behind him, the peerless greater demons were also dumbfounded. How was this possible? The greater demons came back to their senses and roared wildly. They felt like they'd gone mad. They couldn't believe it. There was actually someone who was one step ahead of them and had already broken the record. Damn it, Lin Wudi. It was him. How had he done it? Had the people of Peerless City been helping him? Impossible. This time only the younger generation had come from Peerless City. Those old guys hadn't come in. Who was helping him? Could it be the Sky Fiends? The greater demons of the Demon City had all gone mad. As for the 9 Qilins, they stood there without saying a word. His face was terrifyingly dark, and his eyes flashed with shocking killing intent. The void around him was collapsing. He was incomparably furious. He'd been just one step away from entering the bronze door and breaking the record. When the time came, he'd be the one to be shocked and revered by the world. However, when he was only a step away, he stopped abruptly. Someone had beaten him to it. However, there was one person who was one step ahead of him and completed what he wanted to do. This was something he'd never felt before. He was the nine-headed Qilin. How terrifying was his bloodline. He didn't even care about Lei Zhan, the Golden Crow Prince, and the others. As for Lin Wudi, he didn't care about him at all. Although Lin Wudi had killed many greater demons, the nine-headed Qilin still didn't care. In his opinion, he could kill Lin Wudi with a single move. But now, this ant in his eyes had actually spoiled his plans. The nine-headed Qilin turned his head and said coldly, "Find Lin Wudi. I'll kill him with my own hands." "Are you all right, Your Highness?" The greater demons felt their scalps go numb. Their Highness hadn't gotten angry or even said anything. However, they could hear the biting cold murderous intent in his voice. Perhaps His Highness was truly enraged. How dare he steal my fortune? I'll let him know how the word death is written. The murderous intent in his eyes was unparalleled. The greater demons began to frantically search for Lin Xian's whereabouts. In another place, in the depths of planet Tianming, there was a group of people. These people were also outstanding and had powerful auras. Their faces were also unfamiliar. They were incomparably mysterious. At that moment, they also heard the voice in the sky. One of them laughed. Lin Wudi? What an arrogant guy. How dare he give himself such a name? Are there any new rising geniuses recently? Another person frowned. At that moment, a short-haired girl walked over with a formation disc. Many words and images revolved around it. Lin Wudi, the third-generation chief disciple of Peerless City, had only joined a few years ago. However, it set off a huge wave. Next, all the information about Lin Wudi was revealed. After hearing this, the greater demons revealed a look of surprise. Yes, he was an incredible genius. However, he was too young. It was better to include him in the observation list. Interesting. They didn't expect to add another person to the list in addition to nine-headed Kailan, Lei Zhen, and the Golden Crow Prince. So what? Although these people were geniuses, they were too young. If they fell behind, they would fall behind forever. A tall man walked out with disdain in his eyes. If anyone else had heard this, they would have been stunned. Someone was actually disdainful of Lei Zhen, the 9 Qilins, and the Golden Crow Prince. Was he even human? It was probably a joke. However, no one would dare laugh at him after seeing his situation. That was because he had 1,700 Dao flowers on him. The sky was so bright that no one could open their eyes. None of his companions were weak. All of them had more than 1,500 flowers of the Dao. There were even a few who had more than 2,000 Dao flowers. As expected, another person snorted. Who do they think they are? It's just that we didn't go to the Bronze Gate. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the right to be so arrogant. Enough, don't underestimate them. These geniuses aren't any weaker than us. If they're given the chance, they might soar to the heavens. This time, the heavenly fate planet was a perfect opportunity, so he couldn't afford to underestimate it. A man walked out from the front. He had a hazy aura about him, as if he would ascend to immortality at any moment. Beside him were 2,800 Dao flowers. It was simply too shocking. Someone had actually managed to condense so many Dao flowers on celestial fate. He only needed 200 more to form the heavenly Dao Golden Lotus. Just who were these people? Boss, could it be that you still think highly of them? Someone sneered. Our opponents should only be those on the Holy Pilgrim rankings. Those below the Holy Pilgrim rankings are nothing to be afraid of, they're the boss's match, not yours. Another woman began to correct them. The man with the hazy aura stood with his hands behind his back. They couldn't be underestimated. Don't forget, Peerless City has Vhumad. Back then, he was also an earth-shattering figure on the Pilgrim rankings. Now, there was another, and he was the chief disciple of Peerless City. This was Vhumad's junior brother. He might be able to make waves in the future. That's because Vhumad was born a few hundred years earlier than you, boss. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to beat you on the Pilgrim rankings. Enough with the flattery. Let's get to work and form the Heavenly Dao Golden Lotus first. They began to move. There were several groups of people like them. Each of them had nearly 2,800 Dao flowers. They were very close to the Heavenly Dao Golden Lotus. From the looks of it, they wanted to form the Heavenly Dao Golden Lotus and then enter the bronze door to shock the world. These people are doing the same thing. A man in dark blue armor with a stern gaze said coldly. A mere 1,000 lotuses of the Great Path were nothing to be afraid of. What we need to do is to condense the Heavenly Dao Golden Lotus. I will definitely surpass the others and be the first to condense it. They moved quickly and began to hunt. However, not long after, these people were all stunned. They were even dumbfounded. Even the man with the hazy aura from before was frowning. The mighty man in the dark blue armor was so angry that he roared, shattering the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Another voice rang out in the sky, congratulating the old demon of the Black Mountain for condensing the Heavenly Dao Golden Lotus. At this moment, the entire Heavenly Fate planet was stunned and in an uproar. Now, they all knew some secrets. For example, 3,000 flowers of the Great Path could form a golden lotus of the Great Path. It was said that the cultivation effect of the Heavenly Dao Golden Lotus was even better. It was also something that countless people dreamed of. But now, someone had done it so quickly? Everyone felt that they were going crazy. In particular, the top geniuses on the Pilgrim ranking were also dumbfounded. Who was it? They immediately thought of a few people who were as famous as them, but they realized that it was not them at all. It was not their old enemy. The old demon of the Black Mountain. Who was this old demon of the Black Mountain? They roared crazily. They had never heard of this name. Their subordinates also frowned. To be honest, they were also scared silly. Go and find out who this old demon of the Black Mountain is. For a moment, there was an undercurrent. It could be said that everyone was trying to find out who the old demon of the Black Mountain was. Only two people were dumbfounded. The northern demon, the Crimson Dragon. The old demon of the Black Mountain? Oh my God, it can't be that old demon, right? The Crimson Dragon sucked in a breath of cold air. The northern demon's eyes also flickered. Was it really his master? Thinking about it, it should be only him. To be able to condense a heavenly Tao golden lotus in such a short time. Probably no one other than Black Mountain, who had been to planet Tianming, could do it. Even those peerless geniuses would not be able to accomplish such a feat. These two pieces of news swept in all directions like a hurricane. One was Lin Wudi, and the other was the old demon of the Black Mountain. It could be said that they were well known. In particular, the old demon of the Black Mountain was even more famous. Because they had never heard of such a person before. But now, the other party had suddenly appeared and achieved such a dazzling result. It seemed that a storm was brewing. They did not expect that there would be such a big dark horse other than Lin Wudi. No, they had to get rid of these people. They could not leave such a disaster alive. One order after another was given. The person involved, Lin Xian, no longer knew anything. He used his privilege to make a request and was teleported away. When he reappeared, he found that his surroundings were gloomy as if he had arrived at the 18th level of hell. Where was this? What was this place? Lin Xian frowned. The cold wind around him gave him goosebumps. Buzz, the nine-yang divine body was activated, illuminating a part of the world. However, there was still a strange aura in the places that could not be illuminated. He was surprised. These bronze messengers were too powerful. Their methods were unpredictable. They could instantly bring him to such a place. Was this still planet Tianming, or had he already left planet Tianming? He did not know, but he knew that the other party did not lie to him. Why was the surroundings so gloomy? The death aura was too dense. It was very suitable for him to cultivate. There were only 3 months. He had to make good use of it and condense the law of death. Thinking of this, he flew towards the depths. He wanted to find the place with the densest death aura and start cultivating. After flying for a while, Lin Xian stopped. He could not go any further. The death aura here already made his hair stand on end. If he went any further, he would not be able to take it. He sat down cross-legged and began to circulate the Taiji art to absorb the death aura around him. It had to be said that this place was really mysterious. It was a place that was born for death. His death aura was constantly spreading. The Taiji art in his body was circulating rapidly. Fortunately, his physique was strong. After eating the 20,000-year-old flame lotus, some of the medicinal effects that had not been refined were also being refined crazily, providing his body with strong vitality. To balance the Taiji art. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Lin Xian felt that his power of death had increased rapidly and had reached the level of a nomological fragment. However, he could not condense it into a real nomological fragment. This was already very heaven-defying. To be able to increase his power of death to such a level in 10 days. In addition to Lin Xian's abnormal talent, the resources and death aura of this place were also of great help. However, Lin Xian felt that it was not enough. A nomological fragment was only one step away from becoming a real nomological fragment, but it could be trapped for hundreds of years. If he did not have a special fortuitous encounter, it would be difficult for Lin Xian to condense a nomological fragment within 3 months. What should he do? He stopped and began to think about whether he should dive deeper. Suddenly, all the hair on his body stood on end. Who was it? He suddenly turned his head. Golden light blades and terrifying flames shot out from his eyes, sweeping toward the rear. The cold wind behind him was instantly torn apart. However, there was no one. Lin Xian didn't let his guard down. His heart had almost jumped out of his chest at that moment. A strong sense of danger had come from behind him. In this place, other than him, there were other living beings. Were they some dead living beings? He did not know. The bronze emissary did not tell him these things. Suddenly, he exclaimed again and moved his body horizontally. A gust of cold wind swept past the place where he was originally standing. The void there was shattered. Damn it, there was indeed someone. Who was it? Lin Xian activated his divine ability to the extreme and looked in all directions. However, in the next moment, his body froze. A pitch-black hand covered with black fur covered his mouth. All the hair on Lin Xian's body stood on end. The power in his body erupted, wanting to blast the other party away. However, in the next moment, another pitch-black hand grabbed his neck. A terrifying and vast aura of death instantly surged into his body. Lin Xian felt his body turn cold as if he had fallen into a 10,000-year-old ice cave. He could not use any power at all. Damn it, who was it? Who was this person? It was too terrifying. Lin Xian didn't even have the strength to turn his head. He didn't even know who had ambushed him. At this moment, a low voice sounded in his ear. If he wanted to cultivate death power Upanishad, how could he not experience death? Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's pupils shrank. Could it be that this person wanted to kill him? Moreover, how did she know he wanted to cultivate the death Upanishad? What was going on? He could no longer think. Because he felt as if his soul was about to fall into a bottomless abyss. That feeling of pitch-black loneliness and helplessness instantly surged into his heart. This was the first time he had experienced such a feeling. All along, he had been fighting and winning every battle. No matter how strong his enemies were, he would always be able to counterattack. But this time, the feeling of death was really too strange. Is this the feeling of death? Lin Xian's heart pounded wildly. Although he possessed the power of death and had killed countless experts, this was his first time experiencing the taste of death. So that's what it was like. Lin Xian felt that he had a deep understanding of death in an instant. At the same time, he recalled the other party's words. Without experiencing death, how could he condense the law of death, fight it out? Lin Xian gritted his teeth. He decided to fight it out. His eyes slowly closed, and so did his soul, which was swallowed by the darkness. After an unknown period of time, Lin Xian's eyelashes trembled. He opened his eyes. He was incomparably weak. A chilly wind blew, causing one's hair to stand on end. Where was this? Was this the netherworld? Lin Xian felt that his soul was like a weak flame that could be extinguished at any time. Why am I here? What happened? His mind went blank for a moment. But soon, he remembered. Could it be that he had already died once? He didn't know. The feeling of death from before was still fresh in his memory. After comprehending his own law, he realized that his law fragments had become more condensed. He was only a step away from the true law. It was indeed useful. The strange experience had given him a deeper understanding of death. But it wasn't enough. Did he have to experience it again? Lin Xian frowned. He couldn't let this kind of life and death be in the hands of others. He had to control it in his own hands. Locking spring and autumn. Lin Xian activated his ocular technique and pulled his soul into the Tao, locking spring and autumn. He created an illusion and let him experience life and death through 10,000 reincarnations. Moreover, he injected all the feelings he had experienced before into the illusory world. This way, he could experience that feeling 10,000 times. Time slowly flowed by. The people outside were in a frenzy, constantly fighting over the Tao flowers. In this cold darkness, Lin Xian experienced reincarnation again and again in the illusory world. Boom! Boom! On the 3,200th time, the black fragments on Lin Xian's body fluttered. They formed one strange rune after another. This was the law of death. At this moment, it was finally condensed. The law of death. It carried a sinister aura that was too terrifying. It could strip away everything. However, Lin Xian didn't stop. He continued to reincarnate in the spring and autumn. Crack! Crack! On the 7,200th time, his law of death once again erupted with unparalleled brilliance. An even more sinister aura descended. The law of death had broken through. Finally, after 10,000 reincarnations, Lin Xian's soul returned to his body. He opened his eyes. His originally golden pupils instantly turned black, incomparably pitch black, with a soul-stirring aura. The surrounding black storm also swept through the 9 days as he awakened. Had it formed? Lin Xian comprehended the law of death. What a strange aura. Moreover, the law of death was very strong. Indeed, the 10,000 reincarnations made him experience 10,000 life and death situations. During the 10,000 times of comprehension, Lin Xian seemed to have experienced 10,000 years. How could he not be strong? He didn't know how much time he had left to get out. The fact that he was still here meant that the 3 months hadn't been up yet. He continued to sit cross-legged and consolidate the law of death. A day later, countless rays of light appeared on his body and directly teleported him away. When Lin Xian came back to his senses again, he found that he was already outside. It wasn't the Bronze Gate, but a mountain range on planet Tianming. Was he out? That was close. He was only 1 day away. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Then, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. This experience had greatly increased his strength, especially the law of death. It was incomparably strange. Very few people could resist it. He wondered what had happened outside in the past 3 months. He wondered how many Dao flowers those people had condensed. Did they enter the Bronze Gate and exchange for any strange Dharma treasures? It seemed that he had to find some people to investigate. Lin Xian rose into the air and quickly flew into the distance. However, just as he flew, a palm directly grabbed at him from below. It was a huge black hand that made one's hair stand on end. In an instant, he recalled the black palm in the 9 Serenities ground. The hand that made him experience death. No, it wasn't that palm. Lin Xian came back to his senses and shook his head. That palm made him feel despair, but it didn't have the power of death on it. It only had a ferocious power. It seemed to be the palm of a monster. The black palm slapped out, and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Countless cracks spread, and the light dimmed. Lin Xian was caught instantly. But in the next moment, endless light flew out from his fingertips. It was a black light, as black as ink. It was extremely strange. As soon as it appeared, the huge palm trembled and then quickly withered. The essence blood on it disappeared, and it turned into skin and bones. Then, even the skin was gone, and only bones were left. And this terrifying change spread from the palm to the arm. Roar, below, a crazy roar sounded, and a black mountain suddenly became bigger. It turned out that it wasn't a mountain, but a black demonic ape that had been in a deep sleep. After waking up, it stood tall like a demon god. However, the arm that turned into bones was extremely shocking. The demonic ape stared at Lin Xian and spat out a black light blade from its mouth. It was like a black river that slashed across. The void was torn apart in an instant. Lin Xian snorted and waved his hand, and the stellar transposition pushed the river to the side. The surrounding dozens of mountains collapsed instantly. Lin Xian stretched out his left hand, and the law of death filled it. He gently slapped down, and the huge body trembled. It withered rapidly. Roar! Roar, roar! The demonic ape let out an unwilling roar, and its eyes were filled with fear. His body began to tremble violently. At the same time, countless monsters in the surrounding mountains were crawling on the ground. They were also stunned. The demonic ape was an overlord of the surrounding area. It was a 5th firmament demon sage with great strength and a strong physique. No one was a match for it. But now, it was easily subdued by a young man. Moreover, they could clearly feel that the demonic ape's physique and essence blood were rapidly draining. In the end, the flesh and blood of the huge corpse dried up and turned into white bones. A mountain of white bones stood tall on the ground. The pitch-black storm swept out in all directions. The plants withered, as if winter had arrived, and everything was dyed with a layer of indescribable blackness. The surrounding demonic beasts fainted from fright. Some of them even knelt down and kowtowed. Lin Xian revealed a look of surprise. How terrifying! Was this the law of death? It could really turn mountains and rivers into hell. With a wave of his hand, he withdrew the law of death that was lingering in the air. Then, the 5 elemental precepts flew out, and the wood precepts circled around. The desolate land was once again flourishing with vegetation and flowers blooming, returning to its original state. However, the mountain of white bones was still standing there. The law of wood could bring about powerful vitality and recovery, but it could not bring the dead back to life. Lin Xian soared into the air and left the area. As he flew, some demonic beasts attacked him. For example, there was a giant python that was 10,000 meters long. It was lying on the ground like a river. It suddenly attacked Lin Xian. Lin Xian directly used the law of death to form a corpse of white bones. There was also a demonic bird that came down from the ninth heaven. Like a sharp sword, it was smashed into pieces by Lin Xian with a slap. After that, no one dared to provoke him anymore. Buzz, Little White jumped out of the black earth and rubbed its dazed eyes. Then, it pulled Lin Xian's hair and pointed down. "Little guy, are you hungry? Well, I'll find some spirit fruits for you." He activated his eye technique and looked around. He found that there were indeed many spirit fruits below. Some of the spirit fruits were good in the eyes of many people, but Lin Xian was not interested. The little white monkey was even less interested. Among them, there was one that made Little White wild with joy. It was a peach tree, and it was not an ordinary peach. It seemed to be 10,000 years old. He did not expect to encounter such a thing. Lin Xian's figure flashed and descended. Little White could not wait and directly disappeared into the air. The peach tree below covered the sky and the sun. Its branches were like horned dragons, and it was very old. Little White picked a few in an instant, held them in his arms, and ate happily. Lin Xian plucked one as well. After consuming it, the strength that he had consumed during the journey instantly recovered. Suddenly, he was stunned and turned his head to look into the distance. Someone was coming. Above the ninth heaven, 3 figures were shuttling quickly. One was holding an array formation, and the other was holding an ancient mirror. It seemed that they were searching for treasures. Suddenly, a woman exclaimed, "Big brother, there's something good below." The woman had an ancient mirror in her hand that flickered with a strange light. Another man was holding an array formation, and runes were jumping on it. "Come, let's go." The 3 of them landed and came nearby. They exclaimed. It was actually a spiritwood peach, and it seemed to be 10,000 years old. "Great, we're rich this time." Their speed became even faster, and they arrived in the forest below in an instant. When they arrived, they saw that someone was already picking the spiritwood peaches. It was a little monkey. It was so intelligent. The woman exclaimed and wanted to reach out to grab the little monkey. However, she caught nothing. She was surprised and wanted to make a move, but the 2 men beside her looked around inadvertently. In the next moment, they were so scared that their hair stood on end. "Don't do it." "What's wrong, big brother?" The girl turned her head in confusion. She was so scared that her face turned pale, and the ancient mirror in her hand fell to the ground. "The great demon king!" she screamed. They were not disciples of the sacred city. They came from some of the top clans. Therefore, they had already done their homework on some particularly powerful geniuses. For example, the great demon king's face was deeply imprinted in their minds. That was because such a person was definitely not to be trifled with. However, they did not expect to meet him here. The 2 men hurriedly said, "Lin Gongzi, our 3rd sister is ignorant and has offended you. Lin Gongzi, please forgive her." The girl came back to her senses and said with a pale face, "I'm sorry, Lin Gongzi. I didn't mean to say that." They could call him the great demon king in private. However, if they called him that in front of him and angered him, they would die instantly. Lin Xian stared at the 3 of them, his eyes flickering, but he did not say anything. The 3 of them were nervous. At this moment, Whitey returned with a bowl full of spiritwood peaches on its head. At this moment, Lin Xian spoke. "You know me?" The 3 of them nodded. "That's easy. Tell me, what happened during this time?" "You don't know?" The girl was stunned, then she realized. "That's right, you entered the bronze door, broke the record, and disappeared." "How did you know?" A cold light appeared in Lin Xian's eyes, and the law of death spread out from his body. A black storm blew and the 3 of them felt as if they had fallen into a 10,000-year-old ice cave. They were so scared that they were about to cry. Lin Gongzi calmed down. "It wasn't that we wanted to investigate, but everyone knew about it." The 2 men hurriedly told Lin Xian the truth. They were afraid that Lin Xian would be angry. Lin Xian's expression became extremely strange when he heard that. Everyone knew that he had broken the record. Damn it, who did this? Could it be the bronze messenger? Why did it turn out like this? He wanted to hide his strength and give those people a surprise. But now, it seemed that these people would be wary of him. Moreover, some of the top geniuses would be looking for him all over the world. That was indeed the case. It was said that in the past few months, some experts had been searching frantically, but they couldn't find him. That was why they gradually gave up. What else? Lin Xian asked. The girl said that after you entered, you broke a record and caused an uproar. Not long after, another person broke the record. He was the first person to condense the heavenly Tao Golden Lotus. It was also celebrated by the 9 heavens. Someone condensed the heavenly Tao Golden Lotus. Lin Xian was too shocked. Who was it? One had to know that it was equivalent to 3,000 Tao flowers, twice as many as him. 9-headed Qilin, Golden Crow Prince, or other terrifying geniuses. The man said that it was none of them. We don't know who he is. We only know that he is called Black Mountain's Old Demon. Black Mountain's Old Demon. Lin Xian's expression turned strange. Could it be that guy from Black Mountain? Thinking about it, it made sense. Only he could condense the heavenly Tao Golden Lotus so quickly. This old demon indeed knew some secrets. Lin Xian said, "Tell me everything you know and I will let you go." We don't know much either. We only know some shocking things. For example, the 2 things that I mentioned before. Right, there was one more thing. That was the appearance of the Roland's Golden Palace. It attracted many forces to gather. It was said that there were a few treasures from the Roland's Golden Palace. One was obtained by the Golden Crow Prince, and the other 2 were obtained by 9-headed Qilin. The Roland's Golden Palace. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It seemed that everyone had gone there. If he went there, he might even be able to meet Qingqing and Rizalong. Where was the Golden Palace? If you kept flying towards the east, you would soon see a Golden Palace. The palace floated between heaven and earth. The man pointed into the distance and said. Following this, he bitterly laughed. The 3 of us aren't strong enough, so we don't dare to get close at all. We can only look for other opportunities outside. However, young master should be able to enter the Roland's Golden Palace. Lin Xian nodded. He then took out 3 spiritual peaches from Xiao Bai and gave them to the 3. This is the reward for the 3 of you. With that, he tore through the void and left with Little White. The 3 siblings held the spirit peaches in their hands as their minds went blank. The great demon king didn't kill them. Instead, he gave each of them a spirit peach. What was going on? The young girl's face was also a little red. The great demon king was not as violent as the rumors said. Why do I feel that he is very kind? I don't know either. The 2 men smiled bitterly. One of them said that perhaps he wasn't the great demon king in the first place. He was just related to the heavenly demons and was given the title of Great Demon King. Moreover, the people he killed were mostly the experts of the sacred city who went against him. Other than that, no one had heard of him killing the innocent. Forget it, sister. There's no need to think about it. People like him are worlds apart from us. The 3 of them kept the spiritual peaches and left the place. East, Golden Palace. A golden palace floated above the 9 heavens. It emitted millions of rays of light and attracted countless gazes. At this moment, there was a huge battle near the Golden Palace. However, there were more people who were observing and waiting for the right time. The mountains and valleys near the Golden Palace were all occupied by people. Among them, there were a few figures who were abnormally terrifying. One of them had a towering divine flame and was extraordinarily mighty. He was the 7th prince of the Golden Crow tribe. He led the experts of the Golden Crow tribe to occupy a mountain. On the other side, there was an extremely handsome man who had many powerful demonic beasts by his side. He was the 9-headed Qilin. There was another person who was covered in lightning and looked like the god of thunder. He was Lei Jin. At this moment, Lei Jin's face was extremely cold and emotionless. Previously, the Golden Palace had spat out 3 treasures. One of them was taken by the 7th prince and the other 2 were taken by the 9-headed Qilin. As for him, he did not even get a single treasure. How could he be happy? On top of that, the incident with Lin Wudi made him feel even more depressed. Next, no matter what treasures appeared, he must get them. Other than these three extremely dazzling top heaven's favorites, there were many other sages around, all of whom were extremely powerful. However, compared to the three of them, they were overshadowed. However, no one left. Because they all knew that the Golden Palace was a huge treasure trove. The treasures that fell out were already so shocking. If they could kill their way in, their opportunities would be unimaginable. Therefore, no one would leave. Instead, they were all envious and guarded the place. In one of the valleys, Zishui, Tianchen, Sherbufan and the others were there. Other than them, the people of Wushuang City were there. However, these people were all injured. Damn Lei Shenqing and the myriad demon city. These people are too despicable, and the Golden Crow clan, they are specifically targeting us. These people were gritting their teeth. To be honest, they were also the geniuses of the sacred city. Although they were not the best, they were still a terrifying force. Especially Guili, the people of Zishui City were extremely terrifying when they joined forces. However, they were being targeted by someone. The sacred city had joined forces to suppress them and there were a few battles. They were all injured and some were even killed. These people did not dare to find trouble with eldest senior brother, instead, they found trouble with us. That's right. When eldest senior brother comes back, he will kill them all. Before senior brother Lin comes back, we can't fight them head-on. Anyway, the Golden Palace is not open yet. Moreover, even if it is open, we may not be able to enter. Some opportunities look great, but we need to be strong. We can go to other places to find other opportunities. Zishui Tianchen said in a deep voice. He had a very clear view of the situation. The others nodded. Indeed, although there were many people here, only a few of them would be able to get the treasures in the end. Most of them could only become cannon fodder. You know your place. Since that's the case, you ants can get lost. A cold voice came from afar. Then, another voice sounded out. I feel that ants like them are useless in this world. We should just send them to hell. Damn it, Zishui Tianchen, Guili, and the others turned around and saw Lei Shenqing, the experts of the myriad demon city and the Golden Crow clan. If any one of them came alone, they would not be afraid. However, they could not defeat the three forces together. If you have the guts, let's fight one-on-one. So what if you have the advantage in numbers? Sherbufan walked out and roared crazily. You want to fight one-on-one? I'll satisfy you today. A person from the Golden Crow clan walked out with terrifying flames all over his body. A great demon also walked out from the Thousand Demon City. She was a female demon with some beautiful fruits growing on her body. She had a terrifying aura. When this person came out, Ghostly and the others' faces changed. They had seen this person before. When they were fighting for the treasure, they had seen her attack. The fiery red fruits on her body looked bright as if they were spiritual fruits, but their power was terrifying. At that time, they saw a few red fruits flying out and exploding. It was enough to smash 5 saints into pieces. The other party still had dozens of fruits on her body. If she threw them over together, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. That expert from the Golden Crow clan was also powerful. He once split 3 experts of the same level with one slash. The last person to walk out was Lei Shenqing. He was even more powerful than Lei Qian. It was obvious that some of the top experts had come. Damn it, they were too despicable. Zishui Tiancheng, Ghostly, and the others gritted their teeth. Although they were disciples of the Holy City, they had not cultivated for many years. Their foundation and strength could not be compared to these veteran geniuses. However, the 3 of them still attacked. They used their strongest skills and attacked with all their strength. The people on the other side were also angry and attacked crazily. The result was obvious. Ghostly, Zishui Tiancheng, and Sherbufan were all injured. What a waste. You can't even block 3 of my moves. The people from Thunder God City sneered. The people from the Golden Crow clan looked disdainful. Such trash also had the qualifications to have ideas about the Golden Palace. Damn it, didn't you enter the Holy City a few hundred years earlier? If you give us a few hundred years, who knows who will win and who will lose, Vhumad and the others roared. They were really unwilling. Ants were ants. There was no excuse for them. The banshee with red fruits all over her body said coldly. Are you really that strong? If you have the ability, go find our senior brother Lin. Let's see who will be defeated. The people from Wushuang City roared. Hearing the name Lin Wudi, the three people on the other side frowned. Lin Wudi is powerful, and we can't beat him. But so what? Someone would deal with Lin Wudi. To tell you the truth, your senior brother Lin has been targeted by many people. As long as he dares to appear, we can guarantee that those people will make him die without a burial ground. Hearing this, the faces of the people from Peerless City changed. It seemed like Wushuang City was already in such a dangerous situation. Alright, there's no need to waste time with you. I'll send you to hell. The elite of the Golden Crow tribe walked out. The other two also stepped forward. Don't worry, you won't be lonely in hell. Your senior brother Lin will soon go to hell to find you. A golden crow circled in the sky, bringing with it a powerful flame as it charged down. Vhumad and the others were in despair. They simply could not block such an attack. Could it be that they were all going to die here today? Haha, give it to me, I'll die. The terrifying golden crow descended, bringing with it heaven overflowing flames that burned everything. Vhumad and the others wanted to clench their teeth and fight back. However, in the next moment, the situation changed. A treasure bottle appeared in the sky, and the golden crow and the flames in the sky were all taken back. The terrifying scene disappeared in an instant. Shui Tiancheng and the others opened their eyes. What was going on? They were not dead. Could it be that senior brother Lin had returned? Thinking of this possibility, they were ecstatic. The faces of the three people on the opposite side changed drastically. Was it Lin Wudi? They kept retreating. The elite of the Golden Crow tribe roared, "Who is it? Come out. You dare to interfere with our Golden Crow tribe's business? Do you want to die?" The Golden Crow tribe was too arrogant. A cold voice sounded. Then, there was a flash of light between heaven and earth. Then, there was a scream. That arrogant Golden Crow clan elite was cleaved into two halves. Ah! He roared crazily, wanting to fight back. However, the seven-colored light brushed down and instantly turned him into a bloody mist. Even his soul did not escape. He was dead. Everyone was stunned. Such a terrifying expert from the Golden Crow clan was actually killed in a single move. Who was it? Was it Lin Wudi? Most likely, only he possessed such astonishing power. No, it was not Lin Wudi. It was a woman's voice. They looked around one after another. The people of the Golden Crow tribe roared, "Damn it, come out." In the sky, a figure descended. A woman dressed in white descended from the sky. She wore a veil, but it couldn't hide her beautiful face. She was so beautiful. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Who was this person? They all looked puzzled. Because they did not know her. Even the people from Peerless City were stunned. Who are you? Feeling the terrifying aura from the other party, the elites of the Golden Crow tribe asked coldly. Meanwhile, the people on Lei Xianxing's side screamed. Could it be that goddess? Soon, they all came back to their senses. Previously, when they were in the moon realm, there was a seven-colored spirit boat that descended, causing an uproar. Some top elites went and asked for an audience. In the end, they were all blocked outside the door. At that time, even Lei Xianxing did not see them. And now, the other party shot out a seven-colored light. Maybe it was that person. Thinking of this identity, the people of the Golden Crow tribe gasped. Their nerves became incomparably solemn. We have not offended you, right? Why did you kill our people? The woman in white said coldly. I have protected the people of Peerless City. Do you have a problem with that? The people of the Golden Crow tribe opened their mouths but could not say a word. They could only stand there with dark faces. However, their gazes turned to the side. The three of us have joined forces. Are the two of you just going to watch from the sidelines? The two of them looked at each other and then gritted their teeth. The demoness with fiery red fruits on her body said coldly from Thousand Demon City. You are meddling in other people's business. Let's see what's so special about a goddess like you. As a woman, the other party's beautiful face and noble temperament made her very unhappy. The fiery red fruits on her body jumped, and she wanted to attack. When Zishui Tiancheng, Guili, and the others saw this scene, they quickly said, "Goddess, be careful. Those fiery fruits are very terrifying." The woman in white turned her head and glanced at them. Her expression was indifferent, as if she did not care at all. The demoness was furious. What kind of gaze was that? Was she ignoring her? She was so angry that her body trembled. Go to hell! Those fiery red fruits on her body bloomed with a monstrous light and were about to fly out. At this moment, a shout came from afar. "Let's see who dares to attack." Everyone was stunned again. Even the woman in white was stunned. She raised her head and looked at the sky. A woman in a brocade robe flew over from afar. She stood in the void and looked very domineering. "Do you want to die?" the woman shouted. "Who do you think you are? Go to hell." Countless red fruits flew out. The demonic woman was really mad. What day is it today? Why are there so many women who are prettier than me provoking me again and again? She must kill one of them. More than 10 fiery red fruits flew out and blasted the sky apart. Not good, it's over. Ghostly and the others were in despair. Even 5 or 6 sages would die under such an attack. Can the woman who rushed over block it? Humph, you dare to clamor with me? The demonic woman sneered. The people of Demon City were also disdainful. But soon, they were stunned. The fiery red light and terrifying energy that filled the sky were collected by a sleeve. Then the energy disappeared. The woman in the brocade robe stood in the void and was not injured at all. How stingy! How can an ant like you be arrogant in front of me? She extended a jade-green finger and pointed downward. With a bang, the demonic woman's head was opened and her soul was destroyed. Her eyes were wide open and she fell to the ground dead. Until her death, she did not believe that this woman could kill her with a finger. So powerful, at this moment, everyone was stunned. The people of Demon City were dumbfounded. The people of Golden Crow Clan and Thunder God City were stunned. Zishui Tiancheng and the others were also stunned. What kind of woman is this? Isn't she too terrifying? The woman in white also revealed a look of surprise and looked curiously at the figure in the sky. Who are you? How dare you attack our Demon City? The woman in the sky snorted. I'm Li Hongxiu. If you're not convinced, let your 9 Qilins come. Li Hongxiu, the people of Demon City felt their scalps go numb. The people of Thunder God City and Golden Crow Clan also took a breath of cold air. Damn it, this woman is the legendary Li Hongxiu. She is the daughter of a sage king. Her identity is so noble and her strength is absolutely terrifying. Perhaps no one can suppress her except the chief disciple. The appearance of 2 peerless beauties shocked everyone. Initially, there were countless experts gathered in the surroundings. Hence, the commotion at this moment naturally attracted the attention of countless others. They all rushed over. Heavens, the white-clothed woman was too beautiful. Although her appearance couldn't be seen clearly, it was definitely enough to topple cities and topple the world. Lower your voice. She annihilated the Golden Crow race's powerhouse with a single slash. Do you want to die? Someone said. The others felt their scalps go numb after hearing this. The other woman was also very beautiful. Was she tired of living? That was the daughter of the Saint King, Li Hongxiu. When these words came out, no one dared to say anything else. Originally, they had thought that the 2 peerless beauties could get close to each other and perhaps have a romantic affair. Now, it seemed that he was courting death. Not only the onlookers, but the experts from the Golden Crow tribe, the Thousand Demon City and the Thunder God City also moved out crazily. Attacking their people at this time, was he courting death? A large group of experts had arrived, but the 7th prince, 9-headed Qilin, Lei Zhen, and the others were nowhere to be seen. He was probably cultivating and preparing to snatch the treasures at any time. These 3 people didn't come, but there were many other experts who came. Some of the core disciples who were ranked very high had arrived one after another. They stared at Wushuang City with unfriendly expressions. Wushuang City would undoubtedly die today. No matter who came, they wouldn't be able to change this fact. The newly arrived Golden Crow race man was very domineering. He stared at the white-clothed woman. Go to hell. He was going to destroy her ruthlessly. However, the result of the battle was shocking. The Golden Crow race powerhouse's body was shattered and he fled in fear. Everyone was terrified. This woman was really too mysterious. Who was this person? Some people said that there was a seven-colored light on her body. It was very likely that she was the seven-colored goddess who had descended back then. When these words came out, everyone sucked in a cold breath. So it was her. No wonder. It was rumored that the mysterious woman back then didn't even meet Lei Zhen, but she met Lin Wudi alone. It seemed that she had a special relationship with Lin Wudi. Now that the other party had attacked to protect Wushuang City, it was understandable. The people of Wushuang City suddenly realized that there was such a thing. It seemed that these were all eldest senior brothers' friends. Li Hongshou also said, Lin Xian is my friend. His junior brother is my junior brother. Let's see who dares to touch him. Demon City was not convinced. A young genius had appeared. This was a golden rock. He was very powerful and his bloodline was even more terrifying. However, he was still defeated by Li Hongshou. This Li Hongshou was too strong. Yes, he was probably not weaker than Lei Zhen and the others. And that white-cloaked woman, she also had the strength of a chief disciple. Would Lei Zhen and the others make a move? They probably wouldn't. These three people had reached the most critical juncture. These things definitely wouldn't attract them to make a move. Unless Lin Wudi came. Would Lin Wudi come? Everyone didn't know, but a powerhouse had come from Thunder God City. He was called Lei Yuan, an existence even more terrifying than Wang Xiao. He came on Lei Zhen's orders. If there was anyone among these people who hated Lin Wudi and Wushuang City, it would be Lei Zhen. Therefore, the powerhouse he sent was very terrifying. Where was Lin Wudi? He asked him to come over and take care of him. After the thunder source had arrived, it had clamored under the heavens, shocking everyone. Lin Wudi didn't come, but if you clamor, I can guarantee that you will go to hell now. Li Hongshou stood out. On the other side, the white-clothed woman didn't say anything, but there was a hint of killing intent in her eyes. In the sky, countless moonlight appeared, turning into a few figures. One of them stepped on a crescent moon, like a fairy in the moonlight. Everyone looked up to her. Heavens! She must be the princess of the New Moon clan. So beautiful. What day is it today? The beauties of the second astral realm were all here. They were definitely here for the Roland's Golden Palace, but they were here on the way. But why was the princess of the New Moon clan here? Wasn't the New Moon clan hostile to Lin Wudi before? Everyone was confused. Li Hongshou and the white-clothed woman also looked up. Li Hongshou frowned and asked, Gao Yu, are you here to make a move too? Gao Yu shook her head. Although Lin Wudi and my clan have some conflicts, he has no conflicts with us. Moreover, he saved me before, and I am indebted to him. Today, I am here to repay him. It was related to Lin Wudi again. The surrounding people were stunned. The people of the three sacred cities were also shocked. They thought that Wushuang City was weak, and Lin Wudi wasn't here, so it was a good opportunity for them to make a move. But who would have thought that Lin Wudi had made so many friends? Lin Wudi didn't come, but so many powerhouses came. Each powerhouse gave him a headache. After that, Gao Yu attacked Lei Yuan. Lei Yuan fought back crazily, but how could he be Gao Yu's opponent? He was quickly killed. I'm here to repay my kindness. Does Thunder God City still want to make a move? Why don't you give me some face? Gao Yu's voice was very pleasant, but the people of Thunder God City had ugly expressions. They discussed for a moment, then said, all right, let's let them live a little longer. Next time, I think Fairy Gao Yu won't stop us anymore, right? Naturally. There was only one chance to repay a favor. Gao Yu said. When the people of Thunder God City heard this, they waved their hands and left. They quickly left with their people. They actually left a sacred city. Everyone was in an uproar. What about you? Do you want to scram or die? Li Hongshou nailed it. People of Demon City. Let's go. The people of Demon City gritted their teeth. Li Hongshou's identity and strength were not weaker than Gao Yu's. She was even stronger. They naturally couldn't make a move. That's fine too. I'll let these people live for a while longer. When Lin Wudi came, they would deal with them together. The people of Golden Crow clan also left. The spectating experts and geniuses were all stupefied. They were too powerful. 3 women had scared off 3 great holy cities. If this spread out, the world would definitely be in an uproar. But thinking about it, these 3 women were really too terrifying. Each of them was not inferior to the chief disciple. When Li Hongxiu saw that the enemy had left, she snorted coldly. She turned her head and stared at the woman in white, then asked. People of Kunlun Pavilion, N. The woman in white nodded. My name is Murong Qingqing. Your brother Xian's friend, right? Thank you for making a move this time, Murong Qingqing, it's really you. Li Hongxiu suddenly realized and asked. I'm indeed Lin Xian's friend. What about you? Are you also a friend? Murong Qingqing smiled sweetly. I'm brother Xian's woman. When these words came out, the people of Peerless City were stunned. Then they were surprised. As expected of eldest senior brother, he was indeed blessed. Of course, there were some people who were puzzled. For example, Wang Xiaofeng and the others. What about Xinjing? They knew that Xinjingqiu was also Lin Xian's woman. At this time, Murong Qingqing turned to look at them. Oh right, where's brother Xian? Where is Qiu? Where are they? Hearing this, Wang Xiaofeng was relieved. It seemed that Xinjingqiu also knew about the existence of Murong Qingqing. Forget it, it was better not to worry about their eldest senior brother. Li Hongxiu also asked, yeah, where's Lin Xian? Why hasn't he appeared after causing such a big mess? We don't know either. Senior apprentice brother Lin hasn't appeared yet. He's probably still inside the bronze gate. Then, they turned to look at Murong Qingqing and said, as for junior sister Shen, we didn't meet her either. She didn't come with us, and we don't even know if she's reached the celestial fate planet. Murong Qingqing frowned when he heard that. She wasn't too worried about Lin Xian, but she was a little worried about Xinjingqiu. She didn't know what had happened to Qiu. Qiu was blessed by the heavens. She should be fine. Murong Qingqing thought. At this time, Li Hongxiu also said, that kid hasn't come yet. It seems like you guys are in danger. Let me give you a piece of advice. This place is too dangerous. You guys should look for opportunities elsewhere. Thank you, fairies. We think so too. Zishui Tianqing cupped his fists. The other martial artists from Wushuang City were also very grateful. After they expressed their gratitude, they quickly left. The news spread quickly. The entire area around the Roland's Golden Palace was in an uproar. There were already many top experts here. Now, with the addition of 3 stunning beauties, the surrounding area was in an uproar. These 3 beauties weren't just beautiful. Their strength was also top-notch. They were all top disciples. This situation was even more confusing. No one knew who would be the final winner. It was hard to say. Lei Zhan and the rest were strong, but the newcomers, Li Hongxiu and the rest, were equally strong. In the next few days, everyone was shocked again. Other than these few people, more experts arrived. Every one of them was very famous. However, this had nothing to do with Wushuang City anymore. Zishui Tianqing and the rest quickly left the Roland's Golden Palace to look for opportunities elsewhere. Halfway there, they stopped. They met 2 people. The North Demon and Rizalong. The North Demon, Rizalong, was also surprised. Why are you guys back? Have the treasures been divided? Zishui Tianqing sighed. Senior brother Lin isn't here. We don't have the strength to occupy the Roland's Golden Palace. Moreover, we were previously besieged by 3 holy cities. Fortunately, eldest senior brother's 3 friends arrived and helped us out. Otherwise, we would have been wiped out. What? There's such a thing? The Crimson Dragon jumped up. The North Demon frowned. These holy cities are too much. Although they weren't from Wushuang City, they were close to Lin Xian. Moreover, they had fought side by side with Zishui Tianqing and the rest. They were familiar with each other. The Crimson Dragon asked. Who are his friends? The Holy King's daughter, Li Hongxiu, the new moon race's princess, Gao Yu, and a mysterious goddess, Morong Qingqing. It's them. The North Demon was shocked. The Crimson Dragon was also shocked. I know. Are you guys going to leave just like that? I'll bring you guys back. If we can't do it openly, we'll play dirty. Damn it, aren't they despicable and shameless? I want to see how they're going to work together. The Crimson Dragon gritted his teeth. The North Demon's eyes were also filled with killing intent. Yes, we have to fight back. All right. Guili, Shirbufan, and the rest gritted their teeth. They already had the idea of fighting back. However, they didn't have a leader. Now that the North Demon and the Crimson Dragon were here, both of them were extremely powerful. Especially the Crimson Dragon, who was proficient in formations. If he could lead them, they might even be able to take revenge. Then, these people quietly went back to kill. The Crimson Dragon set up a formation. First, he tricked the people from Thunder God City, then, he killed the people from Thousand Demon City. He even tricked the people from Golden Crow Race. It caused a commotion in the city. In an instant, the people around Roland's Golden Palace were in a state of panic. Everyone knew that a formation expert had recently made his move. Especially against Thunder God City, Thousand Demon City, and Golden Crow Race. Needless to say, it was definitely related to Wushuang City. Thunder God City and the rest gritted their teeth in anger. They searched frantically, but they couldn't find anything. This made them so depressed that they were about to vomit blood. Damn it, don't let me catch you guys. Otherwise, I'll cut you into pieces. The experts from Golden Crow Race roared frantically. The beasts from Thousand Demon City also looked unfriendly. In the dark, the Crimson Dragon and the rest sneered. In Water Sky City, Shirbufan and the rest were incomparably excited. Finally, they got their revenge. This time, the three holy cities had lost a lot of geniuses, and they could finally vent their anger. However, the Crimson Dragon was still unwilling to give up. According to his words, this was only the beginning. This king would slowly play them to death. Ever since Lin Xian received the news of the Roland's Golden Palace, he had been flying towards the east. However, he was a little far away. He flew at full speed for a few days but still did not see the Roland's Golden Palace. He was not worried. As long as he was in the right direction, he would see it. After another 5 days, he finally saw a golden light in the distance. It was circling the heavens and earth. The dazzling light was shining like the sun. Come to think of it, that should be the Roland's Golden Palace. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile when he saw the phenomenon. Just as he was about to increase his speed, a cold shout came from below. Get down here. At the same time, 2 rays of blade light slashed down. The 2 attacks were extremely terrifying. They cut through the void and slashed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's strength was so great that he dodged the attack with a flash of his body. Now, there was someone who dared to attack him. Wasn't he courting death? He frowned and looked down. He wanted to see who was so reckless. Below him, there were more than 10 figures. Their auras were extremely powerful. He even saw people from the Thousand Fiend City and the New Moon clan among them. It's these people again. How dare they provoke me? Are they courting death? Lin Xian's face darkened. With his strength, other than the 2 chief disciples of the holy cities, no one else was worthy of his attention. Since these people were here to die, he would fulfill their wishes. His body swayed and he flew down. The people below were stunned. This person was not simple. The 2 people leading the group frowned. However, they soon sneered. This was even better. They needed some powerful geniuses. Thousand Monster City, New Moon Clan, do you want to die? Where is 9-headed Qilin and the First Prince? Tell him to get down here and die. After Lin Xian came down, his cold voice was heard. Among the people below, a few of them jerked their heads up. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. It was him. They were dumbfounded. The 2 leaders frowned. Who was this kid? How dare he be so arrogant? After coming down, he shouted in front of them. Brat, who do you think you are to be so arrogant? Come down at once, and kneel before us, and await our judgment. The two of them looked very arrogant. Lin Xian was also stunned. That shouldn't be the case. These people didn't recognize him. One had to know that he did not disguise himself. This was his original appearance, and everyone in the world knew that. Why did these two people still dare to treat him like this? Are you too blind? Don't you know who I am? Lin Xian sneered. How dare you speak to me like that? The other two were furious. You're courting death. Kid, do you know who we are? There was no need to talk nonsense with him. This brat was too arrogant. Just take him down. One of them harumphed coldly and stretched out his hand. The power was extremely terrifying, and even Lin Xian was shocked by it. Something was not right. These two people did not seem to be ordinary people. He also stretched out a palm and slapped forward. With a boom, the two retracted their palms. Lin Xian swung his arm. His strength was quite strong. Compared to ordinary geniuses of the holy city, he was much stronger. Who were these two people? A piercing light appeared in his eyes. The person opposite him was even more shocked. His arm was numb from the shock. How was that possible? Could this person be the chief disciple? Who are you, kid? Before Lin Xian could speak, a genius of the New Moon clan next to him spoke. Don't you know? He was Lin Wudi. Yes, didn't the two of you want to find some top genius saints? This Lin Wudi is more suitable than us. Oh, he's Lin Wudi. The two people were stunned, then their eyes bloomed with incomparable light. You're Lin Wudi, you're the first to condense 1,000 Dao flowers. That's right, it's me. Lin Xian nodded. Who are you? The two people did not answer, but sneered. Kid, who do you think you are? You think you can break the record? Let's show you our strength. The two people snorted, and light bloomed from their bodies. Countless Dao flowers circled them. They bloomed with multicolored light, illuminating the world. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. One of them had 1,800 Dao flowers, while the other had the Dao flowers. The other one had 1,700 flowers. What was going on? How did these two have so many flowers of the Dao? It was incredible. How is it, kid? Are you shocked? Let me tell you, we condensed these Dao flowers a few months ago, far shorter than you. That's right, we just didn't enter the bronze door. Otherwise, you wouldn't have the right to be so arrogant. The two of them looked at Lin Xian with disdain, not taking him seriously at all. Lin Xuanzu frowned. Something was not right. These two people were not ordinary people. Sacred City disciples couldn't be so strong. When he encountered the lightning formation, Leijin only had 500 Dao flowers. No matter how strong the others were, they couldn't be much stronger. However, these two people were clearly beyond his imagination. They'd been able to condense nearly 2,000 Dao flowers in such a short time. This was very unlikely. Unless they'd killed many top powerhouses in succession. But why hadn't he heard of such a person? Among the crowd, those from the New Moon clan and Myriad Monster City sneered. Humph, Lin Wudi was dead for sure this time. Although they were also in a precarious situation, it seemed they had a scapegoat now. They wanted to see with their own eyes how Lin Wudi would be killed. The reason for that was because they knew how frightening the strength of those two individuals was. Who are you people? Lin Xian asked in a low voice. Listen up, kid. We're from the Grand Desolation Mansion. We're going to recruit some geniuses as our subordinates. You should be honored that we've taken a liking to you. Come with us obediently. It'll be the greatest honor of your life to work for our young master. Grand Desolation Mansion. Lin Xian frowned and snorted. I was wondering who they were. So they're from the Grand Desolation Mansion. I've already killed one of Huang Shisan's clones. How dare a mere chief disciple act so arrogantly in front of us? Were these two people out of their minds? The two of them looked at him with disdain. Kid, it seems like you're really ignorant. Our young master isn't a chief disciple. He's even stronger than a chief disciple. Our boss has already condensed the heavenly Dao Golden Lotus. This is far beyond your imagination. If he wants to kill you, he can do it with a glance. So, obediently submit. This is your only chance to live. How could there be such a powerful person in the Grand Desolation Mansion? Lin Xian was stunned. He couldn't believe it. Even a chief disciple couldn't be so powerful. Besides, if they weren't a chief disciple, who were they? Kid, I'll let you know before you die. Listen carefully. Our young master is a prodigy on the pilgrim roll. He's not someone you can compare to. The pilgrim roll, Lin Xian's pupils constricted. To think that there was such an existence. It should be a roll. Those who could make it onto the roll were the most outstanding powerhouses. Their strength should surpass that of the chief disciple, but why hadn't he heard of them before? Seeing Lin Xian's silence, the two men thought that Lin Xian was scared out of his wits. Kid, now you know that there's always someone better than you. Do you think you're strong just because you defeated a few sacred city cultivators? Let me tell you, you're far from it. Now, obediently submit to us. Seeing Lin Xian's silence, the people from the New Moon clan and Myriad Demon City sneered. Haha, the arrogant Lin Wudi is finally going to bow his head. They were happy to see that. But as soon as they laughed, someone snorted. What are you laughing at? You're slaves too, go ahead and explore the cave. If you're slow, I'll break your legs. Immediately, the faces of the people from the New Moon clan and Myriad Demon City turned ugly. Damn it, they really deserved to die. They were also powerhouses. Which one of them wasn't high and mighty? Now, they were being treated as slaves. Damn it, why do I want to see Lin Wudi unleash his power? That's right, although we're rivals with Lin Wudi, I want to see him show off his skills too. Impossible, these two men are definitely stronger than Lin Wudi. Damn it, aren't those on the pilgrim roll active in the depths of planet Tianming? They shouldn't be in the same region as us. Why did they come out? These people gritted their teeth. Hearing these words, Lin Xian came to a realization. It turned out that there was a group of top-notch experts who had entered with them. Usually, they wouldn't be in the same region as them. But for some reason, they had come out to capture some people as slaves. It seemed that they had encountered some trouble and needed some people to probe. It should be an ancient formation or a restriction. These people were really ruthless. They actually captured the experts of the Holy City and used them as guinea pigs. However, the other party actually came looking for him. It could only be said that they did not know the difference between life and death. Was the pilgrimage list that powerful? Hurry up and kneel down, kowtow to me and apologize. If I'm in a good mood, I might leave the two of you with an intact corpse. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Xian's words made everyone's eyelids twitch. The people of Demon City and New Moon clan cried out in surprise. The arrogant Great Demon King had returned. They knew that with Lin Wudi's character, even if he knew he couldn't win, he wouldn't be so silent. As expected, the other party was about to make a move. The two experts from the Great Desolate Mansion were startled, and their faces darkened. Kid, do you know what you're talking about? You're courting death right now? I'll give you one last chance. Kneel down and float, or I'll cripple you. We will make you wish you were dead. People who can't be used by our young master are enemies. There is no need to keep them. You have two paths to choose. The two of them looked extremely cold, and no one dared to resist them. Those who dared to resist either knelt down or died. My choice is for you to die. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and an unparalleled light burst out from his eyes. He attacked crazily. Two huge palms, covering the sky and covering the earth, struck forward, and a terrifying light tore through the void. In an instant, it shrouded the two of them. You're courting death. The two of them roared, and the other party dared to attack. They dodged the attack, and their faces darkened. Who's going to fight? The two of them looked at each other, and the skinny man stepped forward. I'll fight. Why? You want to fight one-on-one with me? The two of you are not enough. Let's fight together. On the other side, Lin Xian waved his hand. The two of them looked cold. One of us is enough to deal with you. The skinny man charged forward. 8 desolate fist. Boom, the fist carried a desolate aura, and it swept across the sea and the wasteland. Lin Xian was completely enveloped, and the place where he was turned into ruins. The destructive aura was so powerful that it made the eyelids of the people in the holy city twitch. The skinny man retracted his palm, and a cold smile appeared on his face. You're not going to kill him, are you? I'm going to capture him and torture him until he's better off dead. The other person frowned. The skinny man said, we still have a mission, and we don't want to delay any longer. The two of them were calm, as if they could kill the arrogant demon king with just a raise of their hands. The people in the holy city were completely dumbfounded. Was this the strength of the pilgrim roll? These two people were not even on the pilgrim roll, but the subordinates of the pilgrim roll were already so powerful. They felt a sense of despair. The two of you are nothing much. What's there to be arrogant about? At this moment, a voice rang out from the void that filled the sky. Then, a figure tore through the void and strode through the air. It was Lin Xian. His body was unharmed, and he was shining brightly. Although this strength is strong, it's still not enough to hurt me. I really don't know where you get your confidence from. At the end of the day, the two of you are just subordinates. If you let your master fight, you might be able to fight. But the two of you are not enough to fight. You're still alive. The two of them were stunned. They turned their heads, and their eyes were filled with unparalleled killing intent. How dare you underestimate us? Die, the skinny man rushed over again, and he turned into a torrent. He felt humiliated that he could not kill his opponent in one move. This was a black mark in his life. Ants should be killed in one move. He used the 8 Desolation Fist again, and this time, its power was even more terrifying than before. The sky in front of him kept shattering, unable to withstand the power. The saints and skyprides of the demon city and the New Moon clan were trembling. He was too strong. Even if all of them attacked together, they would not be able to withstand this punch. As I said, the two of you don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me. Come at me together. Lin Xian shouted coldly and attacked. How dare he not dodge? The skinny man snorted coldly. This time, the other party would definitely die. However, in an instant, he realized that something was wrong. The other party's fist seemed to have become even more terrifying. It was like a golden crow flying between heaven and earth, and it collided with his 8 Desolation Fist. That terrifying power caused his arm to go numb. At the same time, what made him even more terrified was that after this punch, the other party's fist kept falling like meteorites. In an instant, his arm was bent. Damn it, in terms of strength and physique, he was suppressed by the other party. Impossible. He roared crazily, and the 1700 Dao flowers on his body bloomed with light. His fist came down from the sky. He was like a fierce tiger that wanted to destroy everything in the world. Lin Xian raised his palm and a ball of black aura pulsated above it. They turned into black runes one after another, and with a terrifying aura, they slammed forward. Lin Xian retracted his hand after 3 consecutive slaps. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back. The people below were stunned. Was the battle over? In the sky, the powerhouse from the great desolate mansion roared madly. He wanted to attack, but as he ran, his body quickly withered. There was a lot of white hair on his head. In an instant, his body withered as if he had aged 1,000 years. What was going on? Damn it, how could this be? The man roared in the sky with endless fear in his eyes. Do you think you can fight against me? Lin Xian looked down at him. To put it bluntly, you're just a slave. What right do you have to be arrogant in front of me? You're too weak compared to the chief disciple. You've only cultivated for a few hundred years, so there's nothing to be proud of. Lin Xian's words were ruthless. The people from the great desolate mansion couldn't stand it. Damn kid, what did you do to me? This was especially true for the man who had aged over 1,000 years. His face was filled with fear. He rushed over as if he had gone mad. Die for me. Everything was over. Lin Xian slapped out a pitch-black palm. The law of death erupted and swept forward. A black storm blew across the whole world. Wherever it passed, not even a blade of grass was left. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the law of death disappeared, and a pile of white bones fell from the sky. There were 1,700 Dao flowers on Lin Xian's body. Damn it, how could this be? The people from the New Moon clan in the myriad demon city widened their eyes in disbelief. To be honest, they also hoped that Lin Wuti could win so that they could be free. However, they couldn't imagine that Lin Wudi would win so easily. He was a super powerhouse from the Great Desolate Mansion. Their generation couldn't resist him. However, he couldn't even withstand a single blow from Lin Xian. Moreover, he died in a strange way. He had actually turned into a pile of bones. Damn it, what exactly is Lin Wudi using? Why did that person become so old? Why do I feel like he's capable of taking away lives? These people felt their heads go numb. The other expert from the Great Desolation Mansion roared furiously. Damn it, how dare you kill our people? Do you know what kind of people we are? If you kill us, our young master will definitely not let you off. Our boss is a top expert on the pilgrim rankings. If your boss were to say this personally, it might be useful. But you don't have the qualifications to threaten me. As for the pilgrim rankings, although I don't know much about it, I can tell you that one day, I will also be able to step onto it. Therefore, your boss has nothing to be arrogant about. On the other hand, you guys act high and mighty, but in fact, you guys can't even withstand a single blow. Any of the chief disciples would be able to defeat you, let alone me. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. It was true that these two were strong, but their talent, bloodline, and martial intent couldn't be compared to the chief disciples. Although these people were showing off, once they left Heaven's Fate planet, the chief disciples would surpass them. That was the advantage of being a super genius. Even if they started late and weren't as strong as the other experts, once given the chance, they would soar into the sky. That kind of improvement was something that others couldn't achieve in their lifetime. Therefore, Lin Xian had many enemies, such as Lei Zhen, the 7th Crown Prince, and the 9-headed Qilin. However, Lin Xian had yet to treat these two people as his opponents. They didn't have the qualifications. You brat, you're arrogant. Just you wait, I want to see if you'll still be so arrogant when our young master personally arrives. The man soared into the sky, intending to leave. Was he trying to escape? The saints below were dumbfounded. They had been forced to become slaves, but they hadn't expected such a powerful person to try to escape. Had Lin Wudi become so terrifying? You can't escape. Stay here. Lin Xian turned into a streak of light and charged over. He tore through the void, invincible. The man pulled out a long sword and slashed in all directions. A desolate aura filled the air. The man knew that Lin Xian was powerful and seemed to be able to take his life, so he didn't dare to fight too hard. Instead, he relied on his terrifying ultimate skills to fight against it. The Great Desolation Mansion had a secret ability called the Great Desolation Scripture. It was incomparably terrifying, and it was being used by this man. This aura was very strange and inexplicable. However, its power was unfathomable, and it made people's hair stand on end. Lin Xian was still fearless, especially when the laws of death were endless. He used the laws of death to form many death crows, which rushed over and completely enveloped the man. No. The man's life was quickly draining away. His hair turned gray, and he aged more than 1,000 years. He was terrified. Damn it, he cut off an arm and self-destructed. The rumbling sound tore those black crows into pieces. Then, he fled into the distance. Lin Wudi, I will not rest until you are dead. He fled frantically. Want to leave? Leave me one. Lin Xian activated the law of death once more, and the gray crows that blotted out the sky rushed over once more. And this time, he activated the unparalleled secret technique, which stimulated 5 times the power, causing his laws of death to skyrocket in an instant. This power was too terrifying. It was overwhelming. Everywhere the black torrent passed, it was as if a black hell had descended. In the end, the powerhouse was also killed. Was he dead? The people below were completely stunned. They were dumbfounded. This was simply a miracle. Would their chief disciple be able to withstand it? They didn't know. Damn it, this Lin Wudi was too terrifying. Yes, who could stop his footsteps? Damn it, he didn't seem to know this kind of laws of death before. How did he cultivate? He entered the bronze door. What did he get? Was it this kind of laws? At this moment, these people were completely scared out of their wits. The previous Lin Xian was already incomparably powerful, making people despair. Now, there was an additional law that was close to death. Who could resist it? Lin Xian ignored these remarks. At this moment, his body was undergoing a strange change. After killing the other party, he had an additional 1800 Dao flowers. The two added together, it was already 3,500. 3,000 Dao flowers could condense into a heavenly Dao golden lotus. At this moment, those great Daos were rapidly interweaving, and were undergoing astonishing changes. Between heaven and earth, laws danced, and aura pervaded. Finally, it formed a golden lotus, bobbing up and down beside Lin Xian. The golden lotus in the sky was completely condensed from the great Dao. It was abnormally vast and majestic, emitting thousands of rays of light. There were even mysterious notes that pulsed between heaven and earth. It was as if an ancient god was whispering. What a wonderful feeling! Lin Xian was surprised. Was this the heavenly Dao golden lotus? Compared to the Dao flower before, the effect was much better. If he could maintain this state of cultivation for a long time, he estimated that a year would be comparable to a few hundred years outside. This was a very rare cultivation opportunity. One had to know that Lin Xian hadn't cultivated for long, and he had to face all the powerhouses in the universe. In this way, time was very important to him. Now that there was an opportunity to greatly shorten the gap in time, how could he miss it? The heavenly Dao golden lotus, heavens, he actually condensed the heavenly Dao golden lotus. The people below were all stunned. Suddenly, their bodies trembled because they felt the other party's gaze looking down. Retreat, these people quickly fled. You want to leave? Lin Xian snorted coldly. The death Dao turned into black chains that swept out in all directions, completely sealing this part of the world. Please, don't kill us. These people were terrified. This kind of death Dao made their hair stand on end. They could only support their own laws to resist. Even so, they felt that the slightest carelessness would deprive them of their vitality. The death Dao was a very strange law, and its power was unfathomable. These people didn't dare to resist at all. I'm willing to offer the Dao flower and beg for our lives. These people didn't have many Dao flowers on them, only about 100 or so. It seemed that these people should have passed through the bronze door. But it was better than nothing. More than 800 Dao flowers appeared beside Lin Xian. A golden lotus bloomed, surrounded by countless flowers of the great Dao. It made Lin Xian look like a god. You can escape death, but you can't escape punishment. I'll suppress you for 500 years. Lin Xian conjured 2 mountains to suppress these people. These 2 mountains, one of them was the 5 Elements Mountain, the other was the Death Demon Mountain. They covered the sky and earth, completely sealing these people. The earth trembled, the clouds rolled, and all sorts of miserable cries for mercy rang out. However, Lin Xian did not pay any attention to him. Instead, he turned his head and looked ahead. Previously, the 2 men from the Great Desolation Mansion had wanted to capture some geniuses to explore the cave ahead. In that case, there should be something in the cave. He flew in the direction he had come from. Sure enough, there was a cave in front of him. Looking at it from a high altitude, the mountain looked very strange. It was like an overturned gourd. There were 2 caves with 1 entrance. The cave at the front was small while the one at the back was large. He wondered what was inside. Lin Xian used his Tianji God eyes, but he couldn't see through it. Since that was the case, he might as well go in and take a look. Lin Xian had originally planned to go to Roland's Golden Palace, but this cave had piqued his curiosity. Since the Roland's Golden Palace couldn't run away, why not explore this mysterious cave first? Lin Xian turned into a stream of light and rushed forward. In the blink of an eye, they entered the cave. It was very dark inside the cave. Some places were covered with moss, and there was even the sound of dripping water. It seemed to be a very ordinary cave. However, the further in he went, the more Lin Xian felt a mysterious aura. He found some skin. He didn't know what kind of demonic beast it was, but it was very old. It turned into ashes with a slight touch. Suddenly, Lin Xian noticed that there seemed to be a faint light flashing in front of him. In this dark cave, it was like a bright pearl. He quickly turned his gaze and looked forward. He found some broken stones in front of him, and there was a light under those stones. Lin Xian waved his sleeve and all the stones flew out. Soon, the light became stronger and brighter, illuminating the entire cave. The next moment, Lin Xian sucked in a cold breath. This is the elixir of immortality? His eyes were wide open. He was too shocked. He had seen this elixir in the nest of 10,000 dragons. However, there were countless experts and saints in hibernation in the nest of 10,000 dragons. That elixir was incomparably mysterious. He had only seen it before, but he couldn't obtain it at all. He didn't expect to see it again here. The immortal elixir in front of him was the size of 2 palms. It was like a small true dragon, vivid and lifelike. The aura emitted from it was really too terrifying. Lin Xian discovered that this small immortal elixir kept hitting the surroundings, but it was bounced back by the array formation. There was actually an array formation sealing it. But thinking about it, how could such a precious elixir not have an array formation protection? Lin Xian began to walk around the array formation to observe. He frowned. This array formation was very strong, but it had been set up for too long. Its current power was no longer the peak of the past. It wasn't impossible for him to destroy it. Lin Xian decided to use the Great Dragon Sword Soul. To be honest, he was really too excited. One had to know that only a great emperor was worthy of possessing the immortal elixir. If others could obtain it, it would be a heaven-defying opportunity. If they obtained it, they would be able to live a second life. This was equivalent to having 2 lives. Although Lin Xian was still young, the path of a great emperor was incomparably difficult. No one could guarantee that they would be able to take that step in the end. Now that there was such a divine elixir here, how could he not be moved? Taking a deep breath, he took out the Great Dragon Sword Soul and used all his strength to break the array formation. This was a difficult battle. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The Great Dragon Sword Soul was such a terrifying, unparalleled saint art, but at this moment, it only left a small crack. However, Lin Xian wasn't discouraged. Not to mention a month, even if it took 8 to 10 years, he would still break it. In the blink of an eye, another 2 months had passed. During these 3 months, the Roland's golden palace outside spat out a few treasures, causing everyone to fight. Leijin put his life on the line and obtained one. Other than that, Li Hongxiu, Morong Qingqing, and Gao Yu all fought hard and obtained a treasure. There were even some who obtained it. Among them, there was a woman in a black dress who was very mysterious. Countless people exclaimed. Were the people of the Ghost Hell Land also here? This battle caused the 3 rivers to shatter, the heavens to fall, and the earth to crack. Many experts fell, and some of the younger generation rose up and became famous. After this battle, everyone went into hiding again, waiting for the next opening of the Roland's Golden Palace. In the gourd cave, Lin Xian also let out a sigh of relief. Great! His eyes exploded with a piercing cold light. In the beginning, it was difficult to break the array formation, but after a small crack, the speed at which it was broken was simply 1,000 miles a day. It was really too fast. This array formation would soon break. 10 days later, with a cracking sound, a crack appeared in the array formation. The surrounding light quickly dimmed. That's great. Lin Xian waved the dragon-shaped sword, causing the crack to widen again. He reached out a hand and grabbed inside. Not old medicine, here I come. All of a sudden, the godly herb let out a cold laugh. Following that, it turned into a ray of light and pierced toward Lin Xian's forehead. Lin Xian jumped in fright. He hadn't expected the immortality elixir to be so powerful. It made his hair stand on end. He couldn't dodge in time and could only use his heavenly secret divine eyes to shoot out terrifying golden light blades. Even the sound of the blue tide was used by him. The surrounding void continued to shatter. With a clang, the eye-technique light blades he shot out were actually shattered. Even the blue tide had a crack in it. That thing was right in front of him. Fortunately, his heavenly secret divine eyes weren't for show. That thing was also affected and screamed crazily as it rolled away. Damn brat, how dare you hurt my soul? The voice was full of resentment. Lin Xian also frowned. What's going on? Is this the aura of a divine medicine? He focused his attention. In the next moment, he was extremely shocked. No, the appearance of the true dragon divine medicine has disappeared, and there's no great path or light in front of me. In its place was a toad lying there with a pair of big eyes that emitted a terrifying light. What's going on? Lin Xian was stunned. Where's the true dragon divine medicine? Was it snatched away by the other party? Or is there no true dragon divine medicine at all? Is this all a trap? Who are you? Why are you here? Lin Xian asked coldly. The toad snorted coldly and then laughed. Don't you know who I am, kid? I have to thank you for helping me break the array formation and letting me see the light of day again. At the end of his sentence, he began to chuckle. Oh no. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. Damn it, it's really the other party. The true dragon divine medicine from before should be the other party's illusion. I didn't recognize it. This toad's cultivation was way too deep. Moreover, why would it be sealed here? One had to know that this was the celestial fate star. It opened once every 500 years, and each time, only the top elites could enter. They were looking for the celestial fate and opportunities. However, they couldn't stay here indefinitely. After searching for opportunities, they would be teleported away. The celestial fate star had been sealed for a long time. Why would it appear here? Is it a creature from the celestial fate star? Was it sealed by the last expert who came to the celestial fate star? Who am I? Humph, kid, I'm a supreme demon saint with a supreme bloodline flowing in my veins. You're just a puny human. Why aren't you kneeling and greeting me? You? Toad? Lin Xian's face full of disdain. It seems that you don't know my strength. Well, I'll subdue you first. That toad's arrogance. He puffed his cheeks and tssss. Lin Xian originally had a look of disdain on his face. However, when he sensed the liquid, his expression changed. His figure flickered as he quickly left. Tia gug, the Uran S pierced tts with a squeak. He opened his mouth, and his tongue seemed to turn into a bolt of lightning, instantly attacking. Lin Xian's face darkened. He snorted coldly. I don't care what you are. I think you've been sealed for too long. How dare you attack me? He raised his hand, and countless laws revolved around him. The 9 yang divine fire danced, and this attack completely enveloped the other party's zzz. In the next moment, the toad screamed and retracted its tongue. Its eyes were filled with shock. Damn it, it scalded me. Kid, if you dare to burn me, I'll drown you. As he spoke, he puffed up his cheeks again, and with a swoosh, he spurted out a terrifying wave. The law of water was unparalleled. It could actually contend against the 9 yang divine fire. It was really too unbelievable. What's the origin of this toad? One had to know that the top geniuses outside weren't Lin Xian's. Was this toad's strength not inferior to the chief disciples? At the thought of this, Lin Xian decisively made his move and charged forward. The two of them fought, and the more the toad fought, the more shocked it became. To be honest, its origin was very extraordinary. Although it was suppressed, it didn't mean that it was weak. Now that it was out, it originally thought that it could laugh in all directions. However, it didn't expect to meet a difficult opponent as soon as it came out. Damn kid, why is he so strange? Toad, you want to sweep through the world? Let me tell you, I'm the weakest in the outside world. You can't even defeat me, yet you dare to go out. I advise you to obediently dig a hole and bury yourself in it. Impossible. The toad jumped up, its face full of fear. This is the weakest strength? It wouldn't believe it even if it was beaten to death. Or could it be that the outside world had undergone earth-shattering changes? Lin Xian sneered. He could feel that the other party's heart was in a mess. Because there were some flaws in the other party's divine abilities. He seized the opportunity and quickly counterattacked, suppressing the toad to a disadvantage. At the same time, he approached the toad with his strong physique and kept hitting it. The toad kept rolling on the ground as its eyes rolled back. However, what surprised Lin Xian was that the other party's physique was incomparably strong. He couldn't break the other party's body. Damn it, it hurts. The toad was so angry that it was foaming at the mouth and rolling its eyes. I'll fight it out with you. His body suddenly swelled, and his cheeks were like pinwheels that kept bulging. A terrifying aura flowed out. It seemed that the other party was going to use his trump card. Lin Xian also attacked decisively. A piercing light burst out from his eyes, and the death law flew out, turning into dozens of black chains that rushed forward. Take my killing move. The toad opposite him shouted. Just as he was about to attack, he realized that many black chains had appeared around him, trying to bind him. He had a disdainful expression. His physique was so strong that even if the other party trapped him, they couldn't hurt him at all. However, in the next moment, he screamed in horror. Damn it, what's this? His swollen body instantly caved in, and his entire body bounced up, tearing through the void. He snatched away the cage. You actually know this kind of law? He was too shocked. Just now, his chi and blood seemed to have encountered ice and became weak. He hadn't felt this kind of feeling for many years. Damn it, who are you? Are you the successor of the Ghost Emperor? Or the successor of the Emperor of Death? He screamed crazily. Ghost Emperor? Emperor of Death? Lin Xian was surprised. Could it be that he's a great emperor-level figure? This toad actually knows about great emperor-level figures? He asked. What? Since you know my background, it seems that your background isn't small either. Kid, don't try to trick me. The toad said in bewilderment. Now, let's go our separate ways. I have my own matters to attend to. With that, his body swayed, wanting to leave. Lin Xian waved his hand, and countless laws of death condensed in the sky, forming a black curtain that pressed down from the sky. He stopped the other party. Damn it, what do you want now? The toad jumped in fright and hurriedly retreated, pulling away. Don't you think it's too easy to leave? I was the one who saved you, but what I wanted at that time was the immortal medicine. Who would have thought that it was a toad like you? You owe me an immortal medicine. Now, return it to me. Damn, kid, don't take advantage of the situation. The toad directly jumped up. Let me tell you, I'm not to be trifled with. Don't think that your laws are powerful. If I want to fight, you might not be able to beat me. Is that so? Then let's try. Lin Xian attacked again. Courting death. The toad was also angry, and the two fought again. This time, heaven and earth shattered, and the surroundings kept collapsing. He didn't know what was strange about this gourd mountain. After such a terrifying battle, it wasn't damaged at all. Alright, let's stop fighting. After thousands of moves, the toad begged for mercy. He was in pain all over, and his blood was boiling. He even vomited blood. There was no choice. Although his skin was thick, the other party's strength was too terrifying. Moreover, there was the law of death. He was in danger at any time. Stop fighting? Lin Xian sneered. He wouldn't let go so easily. The great dragon sword soul in his body rumbled, and a dragon's roar sounded. The toad's bloodline trembled, and it revealed a look of shock. Dragon's roar. Damn it, who exactly are you? As soon as he finished speaking, he was sent flying by a sword light. This sword almost split him in half. Stop, I admit defeat. I'm afraid of you, okay, the toad was really afraid this time. Don't you want treasures? I know, I'll take you there. Hearing this, Lin Xian stopped and asked coldly. Don't play tricks with me, or you'll end up very miserably. Humph, don't underestimate me. Since I've said it, it's hard to take it back. As he said that, the toad waved his claws. Follow me. He hopped in front and led the way, while Lin Xian cautiously followed behind. Soon, he realized that Toad wanted to continue walking inside. This was originally a gourd cave. The front cave was small, while the back cave was large. He had released the toad from the front cave. At this moment, the place they were heading to was the large cave at the back. This cave had become even darker, there was a mysterious aura around him. But fortunately, Lin Xian was very strong. Moreover, after cultivating the law of death, the cold aura around him was no longer a threat to him. However, he didn't know what the treasure was. After walking for a while, the toad stopped and said unhappily, "We're here. It's just ahead." Lin Xian condensed his divine flame into a small sun that floated above his head, illuminating the surroundings. There was nothing in front of him. Lin Xian frowned. Damn toad, what are you up to now? The toad snorted coldly. Brat, what do you know? The treasures here are not something you can understand just by looking at them. You'll know what they are once you walk over. I guarantee that you won't be disappointed. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xian sent him flying with a kick. Then help me scout the way first. The toad drew an arc in the air. F***ck, you dare to kick me? The toad fell to the front and was very dissatisfied. It rubbed its cheeks and wanted to fight back. However, it rolled its eyes and turned its head, starting to dig at that place. It was unknown what it was digging. The next moment, it became excited. Good stuff, it was indeed good stuff. Buzz, Lin Xian grabbed Little White out of the black earth. Little White was eating the spiritwood peach unhappily. Lin Xian asked if there were any treasures in front. Little White's black gem-like eyes looked for a long time and revealed a hint of suspicion. I'm not sure. Lin Xian was surprised. I'm not sure. That's interesting. One had to know that Little White was an expert at finding treasures. If there was one, there was one. If there wasn't one, there wasn't one. He didn't know what it meant. Could it be that there was really something mysterious in front? This toad wasn't lying. Thinking of this, he decided to give it a try. He walked forward. When the toad saw Lin Xian walking over, it took 2 steps back. Kid, I'm definitely not lying to you. As it spoke, it pointed forward. Lin Xian took another step forward and walked in the direction the toad pointed at. At the next moment, he activated his ocular technique, wanting to see what was going on. At this moment, the toad beside him suddenly retreated. Ha 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 ha. It let out a smug laugh. You definitely can't imagine my acting skills. Go and die. Not good, it's a trap. Lin Xian turned his head. Before he could use his power, he instantly disappeared. There was a trace of spatial power in front of him. The toad jumped up and sneered. You want to fight with me? I'll play you to death. Just as it finished speaking, space-time shattered and a huge palm grabbed at it. Damn, it could actually counterattack. The toad was shocked and hurriedly dodged. You have some ability, but you're definitely going to die. It dodged the golden palm and let out a smug laugh. Just as the voice chuckled, a shabby little bull suddenly appeared above his head and put him inside. Buzz. With a sway of his body, he disappeared as well. The flames in the cave were extinguished and pressed down again. Even the gourd mountain outside slowly disappeared as if it had never appeared. There was a loud bang. A low voice came from the empty hall, followed by the toad's crazy roar. Damn it, who dares to plot against me? Just as he finished speaking, he was stepped on by a foot. His eyes were about to pop out. Lin Xian's cold voice sounded. I told you not to play tricks, but you didn't listen. Do you really think I can't kill you? Damn it, damn kid, let me go. I'm going to fight you to the death. Lin Xian didn't let go. He stepped on the toad with one foot and asked coldly. Tell me, where is this place? If you let me go, I'll tell you. Lin Xian shot out the chains of the law of death and locked them on the toad's body. Then, he let go of his foot. If you dare to play tricks again, I'll turn you into a pile of bones. Damn it, how dare you kidnap me? The toad was very dissatisfied, but after being slapped a few times, it quickly became obedient. Its eyes darted around, as if it was very puzzled. It had already dodged the other party's palm, so why was it still brought here? In the next moment, it saw a little monkey sitting on the other party's shoulder, and a shabby small bowl on its head. Damn it. How could it forget? It was that bowl that brought it here. Could it be a treasure bowl? It gritted its teeth, and its eyes lit up. Wasn't this guy too mysterious? Whitey also looked at the toad, and then revealed a look of disdain. It stuck out its tongue and stuck it out at the other party. What an ugly toad. Damn it, little guy, who are you calling ugly? The toad jumped up. In the end, it was stepped on by Lin Xian again. Hurry up and say, I'm impatient. Kid, you are very lucky. Do you know where this is? This is the famous Roland's Golden Palace. There are countless treasures inside. This is a place that countless experts want to enter. However, even if they break their heads, they might not be able to enter. Now, you have been sent here by me. This is the good fortune that you have accumulated over 3 lifetimes. How dare you treat me like this? Roland's Golden Palace, you are saying that this is the Roland's Golden Palace? Lin Xian was stunned. His destination was the Roland's Golden Palace. He thought that he would be delayed for a while. However, he did not expect to arrive at the Roland's Golden Palace. Wait, that's not right. Why is it so desolate? There was no one around except for them. Didn't they say that countless experts and geniuses had come to the Roland's Golden Palace? He looked at the toad with suspicion. This made the toad very unhappy. Damn, kid, what's with your eyes? Are you suspecting me? Lin Xian nodded. I am very suspicious of you. Damn. The toad was so angry that it was about to vomit blood. However, at this moment, a deafening sound came from outside. It came from the passage and reverberated in the hall. What was that sound? Lin Xian frowned. The toad sneered. There must be people outside attacking the Roland's Golden Palace. Did those reckless fellows think that it would be so easy for them to come in, attacking the Roland's Golden Palace? Lin Xian frowned after hearing this. This meant that countless geniuses had gathered at the Roland's Golden Palace. However, the situation was different from what he had imagined. Those people did not come inside. They were all outside the Roland's Golden Palace. Perhaps it was very difficult to enter. Therefore, those experts and geniuses were all outside attacking. As for him, he had arrived here with ease. That was interesting. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. If that was the case, it would be a pleasant surprise. He looked at the toad and said coldly, Damn toad, since you know that this is the Roland's Golden Palace, you should know where the treasures are. Lead the way. You owe me an immortal divine herb. As long as you give me treasures, I can spare your life. Kid, don't go overboard. What is an immortal divine herb? The Roland's Golden Palace does not have it. Indeed, no matter how mysterious and powerful the Roland's Golden Palace was, it might not have the immortal divine herb. That item was too rare. Even a great emperor might not have it. However, Lin Xian's reply was a terrifying foot and the terrifying law of death. The toad was very cowardly and quickly compromised. I'll take you there. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth and rolled his eyes. Lin Xian warned from behind. Last time, you set me up, so I let you off this time. If there's a next time, I'll madly activate the law of death and destroy your soul. Lin Xian didn't know if the toad was really obedient or if Lin Xian was just lucky. Not long after, they found a treasure trove. To be exact, it was a side palace. There was a stone platform inside, and on top of it was a bowl. Inside the bowl, there was some liquid. It was as white as jade and emitted a wave of pure energy. Lin Xian was overjoyed after reading it. Could this be dragon marrow? After seeing this, the toad's eyes turned red. It opened its mouth and wanted to eat. He was sent flying by Lin Xian's slap. Whitey came to the stone platform and cried out excitedly. It used its small claws to touch the liquid and tasted it. It was rolling in the air happily. Lin Xian also picked up the bowl and drank a mouthful. Gulp. He felt as if the power in his body was about to explode. That kind of comfort was even better than eating 10 golden crows. Damn, kid, don't go too far. Leave some for me. The toad's eyes turned red. He was really anxious. This really was dragon marrow. Dragon marrow of the earth wasn't something that belonged to the dragon clan. It was condensed from the earth's dragon veins. This wasn't ordinary dragon marrow. It was the highest level of dragon marrow. After 1,000 years of condensation, the dragon veins of an entire world would only produce 1 drop. The amount of dragon marrow in the bowl was only about 1/3 of the bottom of the bowl. However, it was still condensed from dozens of worlds over 1,000 years. Even the holy city didn't have such wealth, but here it was. How could the toad not be anxious? He wanted to go all out. His body swelled again. The black chains of the law of death began to tremble violently. Lin Xian was shocked. This toad was indeed extraordinary. He still needed it to continue searching for treasures. So he stopped. There are 3 drops left for you. What? Only 3 drops left. The toad's heart was bleeding. Its eyes seemed to be able to kill people. Lin Xian sneered. Why don't we split it? You're ruthless. With a swoosh, he sucked the 3 drops into his mouth. In the next moment, his body was covered in a colorful light. It was too comfortable. He was so excited that he jumped wildly. It was as if he was going to tear the world apart. Lin Xian sat down cross-legged. How could he waste such a good thing? He quickly refined it. His physique might even be able to reach a higher level. There were more than 30 drops in the bowl. Lin Xian ate 20 drops, Whitey ate 10, and the remaining 3 were given to the toad. Lin Xian's body glowed as he ate. The dragon sword soul in his body roared. This thing was very useful for the recovery of the dragon sword soul. On the other side, the toad didn't attack. Instead, it hugged the bowl and sucked crazily. The bottom of the bowl was rotten. I can't waste it. In the end, it wanted to eat the entire bowl. It almost burst its mouth. It could only spit it out again. Let's go and search again. Not long after, Lin Xian stood up. The toad's eyes were about to pop out. Damn, kid, you've digested it, you haven't improved your cultivation. It looked as if it had seen a ghost. More than 20 drops. That was top-grade dragon marrow. It could be condensed in a world. After eating it, Lin Xian should have improved by leaps and bounds. But it seemed that there was no change. Lin Xian said, "How can you know my foundation? Lead the way." To be honest, he was also shocked. This thing had made his physique stronger, but it hadn't broken through. After all, what he cultivated was a divine body. The legendary physique was harder to cultivate the further one progressed. The resources required would also increase exponentially. In the end, it would increase by dozens or hundreds of times. Therefore, it was much more difficult to improve the 9-yang divine body. In particular, there was still the dragon sword soul. It was probably even harder to evolve than the 9-yang divine body. Therefore, this dragon marrow was really not enough. Let's go and find it. The toad was also spirited this time. He began to bargain. In the end, Lin Xian decided to give him 5 drops. The toad was about to go crazy with anger. However, on second thought, it was better than 3 drops. Therefore, he couldn't wait to start searching. Sure enough, this guy really found it. There was another stone platform with a bowl on it. The amount of dragon marrow inside was about the same as before. After the few of them divided it, they were incomparably excited. Lin Xian could clearly feel that his strength had changed, especially his physique and dragon sword soul. They had become stronger than before. He didn't break through. If he wanted to break through, he would need much more energy than others. However, his strength had still improved. Moreover, his laws were tempered by the heavenly Tao Golden Lotus, and his physique and dragon soul were nourished by the dragon marrow. His strength could be said to have improved comprehensively. But when they found the 3rd stone platform, they were stunned. What's going on? The bowl is empty. The toad jumped up. Lin Xian also frowned. It seemed that it was eaten by someone 500 years ago. There was still some energy left on it. It was eaten by someone just now. Damn it, who was it? Someone came in. The toad screamed. Lin Xian was astonished as well. The little white monkey beside him took a closer look and nodded as well. Yeah, the ugly toad was right. Someone just got it. Lin Xian was too shocked. What's going on? Is there anyone else in the Roland's Golden Palace other than them? Had the people outside already broken in? Damn it, don't let me know who it is. Otherwise, I'll teach them a lesson. The toad gritted its teeth. This shocked them. Soon, they found that the door of a secret room in front of them was pried open. The array above was also broken. It can't be, who is it? This time, the toad was really panicking. The dragon marrow on the stone platform was stolen. There was no problem. It was someone else's good luck. However, how could the restriction be so easily broken by someone else, that made his hair stand on end? Damn it, could it be that someone in the Roland's Golden Palace was alive? The toad trembled. Lin Xian also frowned. He asked, what's going on? Is there someone else in the Roland's Golden Palace? He was too shocked. The toad knew that it had said something wrong, so it quickly shook its head to deny it. What did I say? Someone must have sneaked in. Let's go and find that guy. I must find him. How dare he steal my summon? I'll teach him a lesson. The toad jumped in front of them hurriedly. Lin Xian knew that this toad must have a lot of secrets in its heart. However, the other party would definitely not say it out loud. Forget it, now is not the time to talk about these things. When the time comes, let's see who took the treasure. The political and legal department here was not broken. The toad was very excited. It seems that we are ahead of that person. Can you break the array? Lin Xian asked. The toad looked for a long time and said, it's not easy to break. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. What's there to be happy about? The toad was also angered to the point of vomiting blood. At this moment, a voice rang out behind them. The few of you actually managed to find this place. Do you want this old man to help you break the array? Hearing the voice, Lin Xian and the others were shocked. Then, they turned around. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. Toad, on the other hand, jumped up crazily. Damn, what the hell? How dare you play me? Behind him, a pitch-black figure floated. The aura on his body was incomparably mysterious. He wore a large black robe, and his face could not be seen clearly. The other party floated in the air, looking indescribably terrifying. Naturally, he jumped like a toad. Lin Xian was shocked. Then, he was overjoyed. It really was you. Old ghost, you're not honest. Haha, laughed the figure. How am I being unkind? Didn't I say that the opportunities on the Heaven's Fate planet depend on yourself? I didn't even bring my disciple with me. I'm already being very kind to you. It turned out that this mysterious figure was none other than He Shan. He had disappeared after entering the Heaven's Fate planet. During this period, no one had seen him. The only news Lin Xian heard was that He Shan was the first person to condense the Heavenly Tao Golden Lotus. He did not expect to meet him here. It seemed that the other party was indeed mysterious. He knew the secret of the Heaven's Fate planet. Otherwise, how could he appear here? He Shan was also shocked. You're amazing. You actually managed to come here. Outside, countless geniuses and chief disciples were going crazy. They didn't even manage to enter the Golden Palace. You also seem to have obtained a lot of good stuff, right? To be honest, He Shan was indeed shocked. He could come here because he had been to the Heaven's Fate planet once. But where was Lin Xian? Why was Lin Xian here? Not just anyone could enter the Roland's Golden Palace. It was a coincidence. It was all thanks to this fellow. Lin Xian pointed at the toad. He Shan also looked over and revealed a look of surprise when he saw the toad. His aura was not ordinary. The toad felt goosebumps. He stiffened his neck and said, Old Black, what are you looking at? Have you never seen me so handsome? Hearing this, Lin Xian's mouth twitched. He Shan was silent for a while. He also said, Can I beat him up? Sure, whatever. This fellow's skin was very thick. Lin Xian shrugged. He Shan let out a strange laugh and started to attack. Damn, how dare you bully me? I'll fight it out with you. The toad wanted to fight back. However, it ended up in a miserable state. It was beaten black and blue. Damn, how could this old black be so powerful? The toad felt that it was unbelievable. Especially the mysterious aura coming from the other party. It could not see through him. Damn it, this was an incredible person. Although his cultivation wasn't very strong, his aura was simply too mysterious. Alright, kid, hurry up and find your opportunity. I'm going to find mine. After saying that, He Shan turned around and floated away. Let's go too. Lin Xian and the rest went on their way again. Outside the Roland's Golden Palace. At this moment, the elites had already started to attack. Because there were no treasures flying out during this period, they were not satisfied. Especially the chief disciples, who were terrifying elites. They decided to attack the Roland's Golden Palace. If they could break through the defense and enter, it would definitely be a great opportunity. Especially the chief disciples who took the lead. Everyone was full of confidence. They started to attack crazily. However, the result was out of their expectations. They attacked together for 5 days, but they could not break through the defense at all. This made them feel hopeless. Could it be that they could not enter at all? Damn, how could it be? Lei Zhen, the nine-headed Qilin, the seventh prince, and the first prince gritted their teeth. They could not accept this fact. Damn, I don't believe it. They attacked crazily again, but it was useless. Just as they were in despair, there was a change in the Roland's golden palace. Countless lights appeared above the Roland's golden palace. The door opened. However, it only lasted for a short time. This shocked everyone. What was going on? The Roland's golden palace opened on its own. That's great, they waited quietly. They were waiting for the next time it opened, and then these people would fight. Everyone wanted to enter, but the time was too short. These people wanted to be the first to enter. In the end, it was a stalemate. When the Roland's golden door closed, no one entered. Everyone vomited blood. Ah, damn, this is bad. Let's split up and enter in order. The seventh prince walked out and said loudly. Sure, I'll be the first to enter. The nine-headed Qilin was extremely handsome. His voice was not loud, but it spread clearly. You're courting death. The seventh prince was furious. He made this suggestion because he wanted to be the first to enter. How could he let the other party get what he wanted? Nine-headed Qilin turned his head and stared at the other party. He was not afraid at all. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you to the end. The suggestion was naturally impossible. None of these chief disciples were willing to submit to others. Therefore, when the Golden Gate opened for the second time, these people fell into chaos once again. However, Lei Zhen turned into a ray of light. A pair of thunder wings appeared on his back. There were runes on it. His thunder spirit body and bloodline were fully activated. This allowed his speed to reach the extreme. Buzz, in an instant, he rushed forward. In the next moment, he disappeared from the Golden Palace. Damn it, how dare you! The seventh prince roared crazily. The first prince also roared and attacked. The surrounding people were all furious and attacked crazily. The laws were like waves, blotting out the sky and covering the earth as they swept forward. However, the Golden Palace was closed. The energy only caused a slight ripple when it hit the door. It did not cause any damage at all. Damn it. Nine-headed Qilin's handsome face was covered with ice. The others were also gnashing their teeth. Damn it. Why did he let this Lei Zhen beat him to it? That's great. On the other hand, the Thunder God City's side was cheering. Their chief disciple had entered and he was the first to enter. Not only that, he was the only one to enter. Didn't that mean that the entire Golden Palace had become Lei Zhen's backyard? He could take as many treasures as he wanted. Thinking of this, the people from Thunder God City were so excited that they almost fainted. The others naturally knew this too. Therefore, their eyes were red as they stared at Thunder God City with unfriendly expressions. Damn it, the seventh prince was the first to get angry and attacked first. The first prince also attacked. Even nine-headed Qilin attacked. Damn it, what are you guys trying to do? The people from Thunder God City were so scared that their hair stood on end. You guys can't do this, they were sent flying in an instant, coughing up mouthfuls of blood. With someone taking the lead, the other experts naturally attacked as well. In an instant, the people from Thunder God City screamed miserably. Some of them were seriously injured. Many of them vomited blood crazily. Of course, no one died. It seemed that these sacred cities knew their limits. Perhaps, they were afraid of Lei Zhen. After all, it was unknown what kind of heaven-defying fortuitous encounter one would obtain after entering the lightning array. They were only attacking now to vent the anger in their hearts. However, even with this being the case, Thunder God City was still dealt with in an extremely miserable manner. Damn it, damn it. Some of the disciples gritted their teeth, but they were stopped by the experts. Don't worry. Wait for Lei Zhen to come out. At that time, we'll be able to sweep through everything. Yes, wait for senior brother Lei Zhen. These people began to wait expectantly. Inside the Golden Palace. With a flash of light, a silhouette streaked across the sky like a bolt of lightning. He was Lei Zhen. After he came in, he threw his head back and laughed. Ha 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 ha, that's great. He was really too excited. He was the first to come in, and also the only one to come in. He could have as many treasures as he wanted, so how could he not be happy, deep in Roland's golden palace? The toad was startled. Damn, who's making that weird noise? Could it be that Black Mountain old ghost? Lin Xian also stopped in his tracks and frowned. It wasn't He Shan, it was someone else. Someone had entered. Let's go and take a look. Lin Xian naturally knew that some of the commotion outside could be heard. During this period of time, those experts and geniuses outside had been attacking crazily. Thinking about it, someone must have succeeded. He wondered how many people had entered this time. Were the people from Peerless City among them, and Chou'er and Qingqing, were they here? Did Ruzalong and the North Demon come in? Lin Xian was very concerned about this, so he was prepared to go and take a look. Damn, kid, you're not going to look for treasures? Forget it, I'll go with you. The toad called out twice and realized that Lin Xian didn't turn back, so it could only follow. Actually, they had also realized that other than the treasures at the beginning that were easier to obtain, the remaining treasures had extremely strong seals that were hard to break. This golden palace might have some other secrets. Lin Xian wasn't in a hurry. He had to find out who had entered. On the other side, Lei Zhen stopped laughing and started to look around curiously. The spacious hall had tunnels that extended in all directions. They were bottomless, and no one knew where they led. But thinking about it, no matter which path he took, there should be treasures. He took the main path, turned into lightning, and flew forward quickly. After flying for a while, he stopped. What was going on? His eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. His smug smile froze on his face. Lin Wudi. It's you, damn it, how is this possible? How could you be here? Lei Zhen screamed crazily. He was about to be confused. Wasn't he the only one who came in? Why was there someone else here? Moreover, the other party was in front of him. Could it be that the other party had already come in? How was that possible? They had been guarding the Golden Palace all this time. During this period, they didn't notice Lin Xian's figure at all, let alone such a big thing as someone coming in. It would definitely alarm them. Therefore, they were sure that no one could enter. Yet, the other party had appeared here. Lei Zhen was completely bewildered. In front, Lin Xian also stopped, revealing a hint of surprise. Then, he sneered. I was wondering who it was, so it's you, the loser. Why, is it only you? Where are the powerhouses of Thunder God City? Stop lying in ambush and come out quickly. Oh right, where are the Golden Crow Prince and Nine-Headed Qilin? Let the two of them come over and die. Are you courting death? Hearing the words loser, Lei Zhen was so angry that he vomited blood. Kid, I don't need anyone else, I can deal with you alone. Lei Zhen gritted his teeth. Losing to the other party last time was a great humiliation to him, so he must kill his way back. With just you, Lin Xian was disdainful. You are not my opponent. Lei Zhen vomited blood. Don't underestimate me, my current strength is much stronger than before, and I even obtained a treasure. Do you really think you can defeat me now? The corner of his mouth raised into a cold smile. Indeed, he risked his life and obtained a treasure. He obtained a piece of talisman paper, a very ancient talisman paper. There was a great Tao drawn on it, and he didn't know who carved it. However, its power was unparalleled. There was a long sword carved on it. After Lei Zhen obtained it, he studied it and found that as long as he poured his energy into it, the long sword on the talisman paper would appear and be used as a weapon. Its power was much stronger than an ordinary saint weapon, it was a high-grade saint weapon that could reach the moon level. That was too extraordinary, one had to know that it was very difficult for ordinary people to own a saint weapon. Even if they did, it would only be a low-grade saint weapon. It was already very rare to have a mid-grade saint weapon, let alone a high-grade saint weapon. Although this talisman wasn't a saint weapon, it could erupt with the power of a high-grade saint weapon. Of course, there was a flaw, and that was the time and number of times it could be used. Lei Zhen guessed that this thing was left behind by an ancient super saint and could be used 3 to 5 times. The number of times it could be used wasn't much, but it was enough to kill the opponent. This was equivalent to a trump card, and Lei Zhen planned to use it from the beginning. Kid, I'll let you know how powerful I am. Lei Zhen took out the ancient talisman and released his energy. The ancient talisman bloomed with light, and a thunder sword appeared in his hand. The aura it emitted was too terrifying. The current Lei Zhen was confident that he could fight against a minor saint. Damn, there's actually a treasure! The toad exclaimed, and so did Lin Xian. He narrowed his eyes. This aura, is it a high-grade saint weapon? No, it's not an ancient saint weapon, but something similar to one. It seemed that this Lei Zhen also had a fortuitous encounter. Lin Xian was surprised. This was already very amazing. One had to know that his unparalleled sword was only a mid-grade saint weapon of the moon level. After all, it was forged based on the weapon of the Saint King. It was more of a symbol of status. In addition to the unparalleled sword, Lin Xian also had the Great Destruction Spear. This was an inherited weapon, so Lin Xian didn't know its specific grade. But thinking about it, it should be very mysterious and powerful. Anyway, Lin Xian's strength had increased, and he felt that the power of the Great Destruction Spear had also increased. Other than that, he had never seen a high-grade saint weapon. He didn't expect that the opponent had something similar. Kid, are you afraid? If you're afraid, then kneel down obediently. Lei Zhen began to laugh maniacally. Lin Xian snorted coldly. You don't know what's good for you. I don't need to personally deal with a loser like you. Toad, you're up. Lin Xian kicked the toad away. I'll give you a chance to prove yourself. Defeat him for me. Damn. Brat, don't go too far. The toad was also angry. I'm not your little brother, so what right do you have to order me around? Lin Xian said. If you beat him, I'll give you 3 more drops of dragon marrow next time. Damn, kid, you're a man of your word. I'm going to fight it out with him. The toad turned its head and stared at Lei Zhen. Come over here and kneel before me, obediently admitting defeat. Lei Zhen was fuming with anger. A toad dared to show off in front of him. Lin Wudi, what do you mean? Are you afraid to fight me? Lin Xian shrugged. You're no match for me. I'll just let my underlings fight. The toad was also enraged. Damn, you actually dare to ignore me? I'll beat your face until it blossoms. It opened its mouth and spat out a green poisonous liquid. The liquid spread between heaven and earth and swept towards Lei Zhen. You're courting death. I'm going to kill you today, then kill that kid. Lei Zhen's eyes flashed with terrifying lightning. He was really angry. The power of lightning exploded from his body. It was unparalleled, causing the entire world to shake. The toad was even more arrogant. When I ruled the world, your grandfather wasn't even born yet. Boom, Lei Zhen couldn't take it anymore and attacked. A terrifying fist exploded in all directions. The sky was filled with lightning. He didn't need to use his killer move to deal with the toad. Thus, he put away the paper talisman. The way he saw it, he would be able to pierce through the toad with a single strike. However, things were out of his expectations. The toad's strength was beyond his imagination. The toad moved freely between heaven and earth. After being struck by lightning, its body turned black and it let out a miserable cry. Damn, you dare to attack me? I'll vomit you to death. More and more green poisonous liquid spread between heaven and earth, melting the lightning. The toad charged forward. With a cry, it spat out a sound wave. The supreme Tao surged and the law spread. The sound wave was like a peerless heavenly blade that charged towards Lei Zhen. You're courting death. Lei Zhen was furious. How could a toad be so strong? He attacked crazily. The two of them fought. 1 move, 2 moves. In the blink of an eye, 100 moves had passed. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back and watched the battle. You dare to call yourself a peerless genius? I think you might as well go home and sell sweet potatoes. Ah, Lei Zhen was so angry that he vomited blood. It was too embarrassing. He couldn't defeat a toad after more than 100 moves. The toad was also clamoring. Damn, this kid's strength is not bad. He can actually fight with me for so long. Interesting. Look at my ultimate move. A ray of light flew out. It was like a piercing red sunset rolling in the sky, tearing apart the lightning. Lei Zhen was shocked and quickly retreated. However, the length of the ray of light was beyond his imagination. In the blink of an eye, he was surrounded. Then, it quickly grabbed over. Godly toad fist, the toad raised its claws and slapped over in an overwhelming manner. Lei Zhen's body was surrounded by lightning. Although his defense was strong, a few slaps landed on his face, leaving claw marks on his face. Lei Zhen's eyes immediately turned red. Go to hell, an unparalleled power of thunder erupted. The pair of thunder wings on his back turned into a heavenly blade. However, when the toad attacked, it took away the poison and seeped into Lei Zhen's body bit by bit. At this moment, Lei Zhen was poisoned. His face was a little green. Ha ha ha, the toad laughed. Now you know how powerful I am. Hurry up and kneel down. Go to hell, Lei Zhen was completely furious. He took out his trump card. The talisman paper turned into a heavenly sword and was held in his hand. With one sword, it split the poison law that filled the sky. It slashed on the toad's body and sent it flying. Let's see how you die. This sword would definitely destroy the other party's soul, right? The toad flew backward and screamed in the air. Damn, you dare to sneak attack me? I'll fight it out with you. What's going on? It didn't die, how is this possible? This is a high-grade sacred artifact. Lei Zhen was about to go into a daze. What kind of physique does this toad have? Why does it feel like it's even stronger than his thunder spirit body? The toad rushed forward, but it soon screamed back. Damn, kid, if you have the ability, don't use the sacred artifact. The lightning sword in the other party's hand was too terrifying. It hit the toad until it vomited blood. Damn, I don't want to play anymore. Fight with him. The toad wanted to retreat, but Lin Xian said, no need, I'll lend you a sacred artifact. He took out the Great Destruction Spear and threw it to the other party. Here. Defeat him. Damn, this is a good thing. The toad took the Great Destruction Spear, its eyes red. Kid, where did you get this treasure? Can you give it to me? The toad wanted to hide it secretly, but it was sent flying by Lin Xian with a slap. Hurry up and defeat him. The toad spat. Watch me take care of you. He held the Great Destruction Spear and charged towards Lei Zhen. The two of them fought earth-shattering. Lei Zhen was furious. This was the most aggrieved battle he had ever fought. Originally, he thought that losing to Lin Wudi was the greatest shame of his life. But now, it seemed that this was not a problem at all. Because now, he was very likely to be defeated by a toad. If this spread out, would he still have the face to live? Damn Lin Wudi, do you dare to fight me to the death? Lei Zhen roared crazily. You can't even defeat a toad. Do you think you have the right to fight me? Let's talk after you defeat my underling. Lin Xian waved his hand. Damn it. I'm so angry. Lei Zhen vomited blood. The toad was also unhappy. F*ck, kid, who's your underling? What do you mean? Kill. Suddenly, the power in Lei Zhen's body erupted. He turned into a stream of light that instantly broke through the toad's defense line and charged towards Lin Xian. He couldn't take it anymore, so he erupted with incomparable speed. At the same time, the talisman sword in his hand released a biting cold light. He wanted to use all his strength to kill the other party in one strike. Lei Zhen's speed was very fast. Previously, he relied on this speed to be the first to enter the Golden Palace. Now that he used it, he instantly appeared in front of Lin Xian. Die. The talisman sword fell, and the surrounding void collapsed. Humph, overestimating yourself. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The great dragon sword soul roared, and countless rays of light flew out from his hand, forming the 10,000 dragons diagram. With a wave of his palm, Wanlongtu flew out and blocked the sword. A sonorous sound rang out, and the 9 heavens and 10 lands shook. The toad was also sent flying by this force. The 10,000 dragons diagram roared and blocked the shocking attack. Lin Xian looked at Lei Zhen. Are you so reckless? I'll fulfill your wish. He struck out with his palm again. At this moment, the law of death filled his palm, and the pitch-black palm instantly slapped Lei Zhen's body. The aura of death surged into Lei Zhen's body and erupted crazily. No, how is this possible? Lei Zhen was already shocked that the other party could block his attack. But now, the other party's laws were taking his life. This made him even more terrified. Damn it! Lei Zhen instantly retreated. He realized that it was useless. The law of death locked onto him. He could use the talisman sword to slash away all the laws. However, the aura of death appeared in his body. His internal organs were rapidly festering. The feeling of death surged in his heart. He raised his head to the sky and roared. Endless lightning runes flashed on his body. His thunder spirit body had completely opened. A terrifying aura of destruction rumbled within his body. He wanted to erase the power of death. Brat, you actually dared to trick me. Lei Zhen's face was extremely pale. Set you up? Lin Xian snorted coldly. I already said that you weren't my match, but you didn't know the difference between life and death. You just had to fight me. He had no one to blame but himself for seeking death. Let me show you my strongest attack. Lei Zhen's face darkened as he made his move. The heavenly sword talisman was unleashed, and his bloodline power was activated rapidly. He wanted to kill his opponent with a single strike. However, at that moment, a white figure appeared behind him. It was Little White. It raised its little paw and slapped him on the head. Lei Zhen instantly became dizzy. Haha, this is a good opportunity to see my immortal toad art. Light flickered on the toad's body and a huge phantom rushed out. Even Lin Xian was shocked by the power of this attack. This fella actually had such a trump card. Lei Zhen was in a miserable state. Needless to say, he was sent flying, and there were many cracks on his body. Damn it. After the dizziness ended, he finally regained his senses. However, the power of this attack had already smashed him into pieces. No, Lei Zhen was about to cry, and his eyes were moist. He was really defeated by the toad. This feeling was even worse than death. Outside the Roland's Golden Palace, everyone was waiting anxiously. Firstly, they didn't know when the king would open again. Moreover, they were more worried about what kind of opportunities Lei Zhen had obtained in the king's Golden Palace. The top elites couldn't bear it. The treasures were right in front of them, and they could only watch as others snatched them away. Boom, they waited patiently amidst their impatience and uneasiness. At that moment, the door of the Roland's Golden Palace suddenly opened, and a ray of light flew out. What's going on? Did someone come out? No, treasures. The Roland's Golden Palace had started to spread the treasures. These people were all excited because the same thing had happened a few times before. For example, the nine-headed Qilin and the rest had obtained treasures before. Now that they saw the same situation, they attacked again. All of you, scram. The treasures are mine. The Golden Crow Prince roared, and the golden crows filled the sky. He would kill anyone who dared to stop him. He was really angry because he couldn't be the first to enter. This made him extremely depressed. He attacked without mercy. The first prince of the new moon rays swept across the area with countless moonlight. The nine-headed Qilin was even more terrifying. A monstrous light swept across the area, making it impossible for anyone to get close to him. The other powerful beings and geniuses in the surroundings did the same as well. But soon, they were stunned. They realized that it wasn't treasures that had come out, but a person. Moreover, they recognized this person. Wasn't this Lei Zhen? Why did he come out? What had happened? The surroundings were silent. The Golden Crow Prince, the first prince, and the others were also confused. Lei Zhen looked extremely strange. His hair was disheveled, his face was pale, and his eyes were bloodshot. There were even tears at the corners of his eyes. What shocked everyone was that the light on his body was dim, and there was a mark on his face. Was he being attacked by someone? Could it be that he had been beaten out? Looking at the claw mark, it should be a demonic beast. Could there be a guardian demonic beast in the Roland's Golden Palace? As soon as these words came out, everyone sucked in a cold breath. The people of the Thunder God City almost fainted. Impossible. They couldn't believe it. Their dreams and hopes were shattered. Previously, Lei Zhen, their chief disciple, had surpassed everyone and entered the treasury alone. They felt that he had a bright future ahead of him. But now, Lei Zhen had come out not long after he had entered. It seemed like he didn't return with a full load, but was beaten out by someone. Could such a scene lead to treasures? They felt hopeless. The people of the other sacred cities were gloating. A great demon from the Thousand Demon City walked out and cupped his fists. Why is young Master Lay out so soon? I wonder what it's like in the Roland's Golden Palace. Are there piles of treasures that can be picked up anywhere? The elites of the New Moon race walked out and laughed. Young Master Lay was injured. Could there be a powerful demonic beast that even young Master Lay couldn't defeat? The elites of the Golden Crow race snorted. Trash, you're just wasting your spot. Those people were also discussing. Even someone as strong as Lei Zhen was in such a sorry state. Of course, some of the elites were disdainful. Lei Zhen couldn't be compared to them. Being mocked by so many people, Lei Zhen felt like he was going to vomit blood. He couldn't hold it in any longer and roared. Tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. Damn you, Lin Wuti. I'll fight you to the death. They thought that they would be stronger than Lei Zhen and wouldn't be in such a sorry state. However, they were all stunned when they heard that. Even their minds went blank. What was going on? What was Lei Zhen shouting about? Lin Wuti? Wasn't he beaten out by the guardian beast? How did it have anything to do with Lin Wuti? Could it be that Lin Wuti beat Lei Zhen out of the palace? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air when they thought of that. No way, wasn't Lei Zhen the first to enter? When did Lin Wuti enter? Impossible, he hadn't appeared at all. He hadn't even seen the Golden Palace. How could he be inside? The elites of the sacred city shook their heads frantically. However, Lei Zhen's words were too strange and made them very confused. Gao Yu, Li Hongxiu, and the others were also surprised. Lin Wuti? Could it be that he was inside? This kid was a little interesting. Li Hongxiu narrowed her eyes. Morong Qingqing also raised the corner of her mouth into a smile. Brother Xian was indeed worthy of his reputation. He actually went in early. Indeed, after such a long time, Morong Qingqing was very worried about what had happened. But now it seemed that her worries were unnecessary. With Lin Xian's strength, she didn't need to worry about him at all. He had already entered the Golden Palace in advance. The Crimson Dragon, the Northern Demons, and the people of Wushuang City who were hiding in the dark were also shocked when they heard that. It was eldest senior brother defeated Lei Zhen. Damn, that kid went in. How did he do it? The Crimson Dragon and the others were also surprised. Of course, some people didn't believe it. What a joke, how could Lin Wuti be inside? From what I see, some people can't hold it in anymore and are starting to find excuses, right? The people of the Golden Crow clan and the Myriad Demon City looked at Lei Zhen with a hint of mockery in their eyes. The people of Thunder God City surrounded him. Senior brother, what's going on? Yes, what happened? Why did you come out early? Lei Zhen's face darkened. What should he say? Was he beaten out by a toad? Once he said that, how could he show his face? The whole world would probably laugh at him. Thus, he could only remain silent. In the end, when he was asked anxiously, he said that it was extremely dangerous inside. It was absolutely not a place that anyone could casually enter. Not to mention me, if anyone else went in, they would also be defeated. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. He could only grit his teeth and retreat into the distance, but his heart was still gloomy. Lei Zhen couldn't. You think you're worthy of being on the same level as us? The Golden Crow Prince stood out with a look of disdain. Nine-headed Qilin nodded his head as well. You're probably the weakest amongst all the chief disciples. I thought that you had the strength to make it to the pilgrim rankings, but now it seems that you still need to train for another 300 years. The first prince of the New Moon clan also walked out. Brother Lei Zhen, you can take a break now. Let us make our move. After all, if you were to attack again, it would be a waste of a spot. Being ridiculed by so many people, Lei Zhen was so angry that blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The people of Thunder God City were also extremely depressed. Previously, they had been attacked by these people, and had been beaten miserably. However, they accepted it. As long as Lei Zhen could take out a heavenly treasure, it would be worth it. But now, they had suffered a double loss. They had been beaten up for nothing, and Lei Zhen had also been eliminated. Next, form the Myriad Moon Great Formation and trap them. As long as you trap them for a second, I can enter. The first prince of the New Moon clan began to give orders to the experts beside him. Those experts held the formation in their hands, ready to move at any time. After waiting for 2 days, the Golden Palace finally opened again. Everyone was fighting crazily. Xianxia didn't attack, and neither did the people of Thunder God City. The Golden Crow Prince swept through the area with thousands of flames. Nine-headed Qilin was even more terrifying, his demonic aura soaring into the sky. In the end, it was the first prince of the New Moon clan who entered. The myriad moon great formation was activated, and the first prince brought several sacred artifacts to support the formation, blocking his opponent for a second. In the next second, he successfully entered. Great! The people of the New Moon clan cheered wildly. They saw boundless hope. Damn it! The Golden Crow Prince shattered the 9 heavens and 10 earths, burning the ground below to ashes. He was furious and didn't enter again. Nine-headed Qilin's handsome face turned ashen as well. He had failed this time, but he must enter next time. Find the void beast for me. He was going to use some of his trump cards. Princess, the situation isn't good. The first prince has entered. Gao Yu's people looked worried. Although they were all from the New Moon clan, they were like fire and water. No matter, let's wait and see. Gao Yu was also calm. Although the first prince is powerful, he's not much weaker than Xianxia. If Xianxia was beaten so badly, do you think the first prince will end up well? Moreover, it seems to be related to Lin Wuti. We're not in a hurry. Li Hongxiu, Morong Qingqing, and even the mysterious woman in black were all waiting and watching. Xianxia opened his eyes and snorted. You don't know what's good for you. Do you think there's a treasure inside? Going in is suicide. When he said that, everyone was shocked again. What does Xianxia mean? What's inside? However, no matter how they asked, Xianxia did not speak. At that moment, he had to quickly recover his cultivation. He had lost to the toad previously. Moreover, Lin Xian had a kind of death law that could deprive him of his vitality. This made him feel like he was facing a great enemy. What was even more despicable was that the path flowers that he had just condensed were all snatched away by the other party. That was close to 2,000. His heart was bleeding. This time, it was the first prince of the New Moon clan's turn to wait with hope. However, 3 days later, these people despaired. The others were also dumbfounded. It turned out that 3 days later, the first prince was also beaten out. His hair was disheveled, his body was covered in blood, and there were many claw marks on his face. Damn it! Lin Wuti, I'm going to kill you. After the first prince came out, he roared crazily. He was so angry that white smoke rose from his body. What's going on? Is the first prince defeated too? These people were stunned. He was not weaker than the chief disciples, even the 2 chief disciples had suffered a loss inside. What exactly was inside? Why did the other party call for Lin Wuti after coming out? Could it be that Lin Wuti was really inside? At that moment, everyone was extremely shocked. At the same time, they were extremely curious. What's inside? Impossible. The first prince, Your Highness. The people of the New Moon clan rushed over crazily. Their eyes were filled with despair. Gao Yu heaved a sigh of relief. They had really failed. Gao Yu, on the other hand, felt that there was something strange about the surroundings. If the other party called for Lin Wuti, it meant that Lin Wuti was inside. However, looking at the injuries on his body, it was obvious that he was injured by a monster. Was there an extremely powerful monster by Lin Wuti's side? Not only Gao Yu, but the others were also guessing. Only Xianxia's mouth curled into a sneer. Humph, I said that going in is courting death. Now. He had a feeling of schadenfreude. It seemed that the other party was also defeated by the toad. To be honest, now that he had someone in the same situation, he felt a little less depressed. After all, if he was defeated by the toad, then he would be laughed at by the world. But if many chief disciples were defeated by the toad, then it meant that this toad was unparalleled. It was understandable that they had failed. Xianxia was now looking forward to seeing Nine Heads Qilin and the Golden Crow 7th Prince go in and be defeated by the toad. The first prince turned his head and looked at the thunder array, gritting his teeth. He wanted to cry but had no tears. They were all in the same boat. Around him, in addition to the people of the New Moon clan, there were also people from the Sacred City. The powerhouses of the Golden Crow clan and the Demon City were also inquiring about the news. The first prince would rather die than say a single word. It was too embarrassing. After he went in, he saw Lin Wudi. He couldn't believe it. Then he made a move, but Lin Wudi didn't make a move at all. Instead, it was a toad that defeated him. How could he have the face to say it? It was a great shame to be defeated by a toad. Come back, there's no need to ask. So what if it's Lin Wudi? 9 heads, Kylan said in a deep voice. The Golden Crow Prince was incomparably powerful. 2 pieces of trash couldn't beat Lin Wudi. I'll kill him myself. Everyone was shocked. These 2 people were still so confident. It had to be said that they were too surprised. Among the chief disciples, these 2 people were also incomparably powerful. Was it really Lin Wudi inside? It seemed that a shocking battle was about to break out, but they couldn't see it at all. Everyone waited again, waiting for the Golden Palace to open. At this moment, inside the Golden Palace, Lin Xian was overjoyed. He now had a feeling of waiting for rabbits. It seemed that only one person could enter at a time, and the ones who came recently were all chief disciples. This was simply a fat sheep. Sure enough, Lei Zhan and the first prince came in one after another and were defeated. All the Dao flowers on the other party were snatched away. This was enough to condense a second heavenly Dao golden lotus. Sure enough. A second heavenly Dao golden lotus appeared beside Lin Xian. 2 golden lotuses danced around him. With a boom, a rumbling sound came from his body. Was he about to break through? Lin Xian was astonished. They had finally arrived. One had to know that with his divine body and dragon sword soul, it would be much more difficult for him to achieve a breakthrough compared to others. But during this period of time, he had condensed a golden lotus of the great Tao and eaten a 20,000-year fire lotus. Most recently, he had even eaten world-class dragon marrow. These top-notch treasures of heaven and earth finally erupted at this moment. This allowed Lin Xian's cultivation to make another breakthrough. From the middle 4th heavenly layer to the late 4th heavenly layer. Lin Xian sat down cross-legged with Little White guarding him. The toad was beside him, rolling its eyes. However, he didn't make a move in the end. It wasn't that Toad didn't want to, but he was scared stiff. At this moment, Lin Xian had a dragon's shadow and a Qilin's shadow running around him. There were even heavenly Dao golden lotuses around him. He was simply a god descending to the mortal world. Oh my god, even the ancient emperors were only SOSO. Just how many trump cards did this kid have? What made Toad even more shocked was that the other party had broken through, but he was only at the late 4th heavenly layer. Before breaking through, he was only at the middle 4th heavenly layer. Such a cultivation. Yet, he had such terrifying strength. It was simply unimaginable. It seemed. It was another golden age outside. Toad curled his lips. Although he had been sealed here for a long time, his origin was extraordinary and he had seen a lot. The 2 people he had beaten away before were all astonishing. They all had astonishing physiques, and now, a monster like Lin Xian had appeared. If this wasn't a golden age, what was it? Could it be that this time, a great emperor was really going to appear? Toad's gaze looked towards the depths of the Golden Palace. No one knew what it was thinking. Great. Lin Xian opened his eyes and felt the surging power. He couldn't help but want to look up to the sky and roar. Previously, he had consumed a lot of heaven and earth treasures, but the medicinal effects couldn't be completely absorbed. They were all dormant in his body. At this moment, when he broke through together, these medicinal effects erupted together. It was equivalent to letting his body undergo a sublimation and evolution. With his current strength, defeating Lei Zhan and the Crown Prince was simply a piece of cake. This was the powerful strength brought to him after breaking through. Pilgrim list, Lin Xian recalled the 2 experts he had killed before. He knew that there was a group of even more terrifying people on the chief disciple list who had entered. These people were currently fighting in the depths of the Destiny Star. Those people were on the pilgrim list. I wonder how big the gap is between me and those people now. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Those people's subordinates had strength comparable to the chief disciple, not to mention themselves. As he was thinking, suddenly, there was a roar in front of him. Lin Xian revealed a smile. Did someone come in again? Indeed, the golden palace had opened again. Someone walked in forcefully. This time, it was nine-headed Qilin. He summoned the void beast, and the moment it opened, it directly used the power of space to teleport him in. After entering, nine-headed Qilin was extremely vigilant. Although he was extremely confident, Lei Zhan and the first prince had both been defeated here, which made him realize that the first prince and the first prince had been defeated here. There was definitely a huge monster inside. He walked alone in the spacious hall with his hands behind his back, his footsteps echoing like muffled thunder. Not long after, he stopped and saw a few figures in front of him. There were people. There were indeed people. Nine-headed Qilin was shocked. It seemed that they weren't the first to arrive. He had already guessed this, so although he was shocked, he was still able to control his emotions. He took a deep breath, and a cold light burst out from his eyes as he looked forward. It's you. You must be Lin Wudi. He had never seen this person before, but he had seen his portrait countless times. How could he not recognize him? Lin Wudi crossed his arms and narrowed his eyes, sizing up the other party. This was a handsome young man, but he looked extremely demonic. Oh, you know me. Since you're able to enter, you must be no weaker than Lei Zhan and the others. Tell me who you are. I don't kill nameless people. Listen carefully. I'm the chief disciple of the demon city. Although you're powerful, you're no match for me. Kneel down obediently and give me your 2 great path golden lotuses, all your treasures, and secrets. I'll leave your corpse intact, and you'll die in a dignified manner. Nine-headed Qilin's eyes were filled with killing intent. He found it unbelievable that Lin Wudi had 2 great path golden lotuses. It seemed that Lin Wudi was the one who had defeated Lei Zhan and the crown prince. Otherwise, Lin Wudi couldn't have formed so many great path golden lotuses. Moreover, what made him even more furious was that Lin Wudi had stolen a creation from him. Previously, he had condensed 1,200 Dao flowers in an attempt to break the record. However, when he was 1 meter away from the bronze door, Lin Xian completed it ahead of him. Nine-headed Qilin would never forget the feeling of being robbed of his fortune. He swore that he would kill Lin Xian with his own hands. Now that he had met Lin Xian, he felt that the heavens were helping him. Young man, you're very confident. Lin Xian smiled. It's good to be confident, but I'm curious about what you're relying on. Do you think you're stronger than Lei Zhan and the others? Lei Zhan is nothing. Of course, I'm stronger than him. Can his Thunder Qilin body compare to my bloodline? Nine-headed Qilin was very confident. His body shone brightly, and an illusory figure appeared behind him. It was a very strange demon beast, the son of a Qilin and 9 heads. The 9 heads seemed to be able to tear apart everything in the world. Toad gasped when he saw it. Damn, what's that? He was stunned. Lin Xian said, you're too confident. Do you really think that Lei Zhan and the crown prince were defeated by me? The 2 of them aren't qualified for me to fight. They were defeated by my little brother. Toad, you go. Lin Xian kicked Toad away. Nine-headed Qilin's expression changed. Lin Wudi didn't do it, Lin Wudi's little brother? In the next moment, he saw Toad fly out, and his face turned green. Is the other party humiliating me? How dare you look down on me? He roared, and the terrifying phantom let out a rumbling sound. The 9 heads exploded in an instant, and the power was earth-shattering. I'm not fighting this battle. Toad retreated. Kid, don't try to trick me. The previous one was already very strong, and this one is even more terrifying. It's a combination of a Qilin and a 9-headed sky snake. How can I fight a guy with 9 heads? Toad rolled his eyes. Kid, I advise you to leave quickly. This guy's vitality is very strong, and he can't be killed. Is that so? So what? I'll just kill him 9 times. Lin Xian stood out in a domineering manner. You? You want to kill me 9 times? I'm afraid you won't even be able to do it once. The 9-headed Qilin snorted coldly. This despicable fellow was too arrogant. he would definitely trample on him personally. Do you think your bloodline is so strong that you can laugh at everyone? What a joke, isn't it just a Qilin and a snake? What was there to be arrogant about, half Qilin and half snake, how could it compare to a real dragon and Qilin? Lin Xian snorted coldly as black Qilin tattoos appeared all over his body. It formed a black Qilin phantom that circled around him. At the same time, the great dragon sword soul in his body roared, and countless sword chi dragon shadows rushed out and floated under his feet. Wow, both of them were incredible existences. I have to stay as far away as possible. The toad jumped into the distance to watch the battle. Whitey also landed at the side, hugging the spiritual wood peach. There was no need to worry. He patted the toad. The toad wanted to resist, but in the end, it was knocked unconscious. Damn, little guy, you're not allowed to use this kind of divine ability on me. Up ahead, nine-headed Qilin had originally been very confident. However, at this moment, his expression had turned extremely grave. Black Qilin, there was also the dragon's shadow. You actually have such a trump card, he was really too surprised. One had to know that he was extremely proud and thought that his bloodline was extremely strong because he had the Qilin bloodline. He also had the nine-headed sky snake bloodline. These two were incomparably terrifying bloodlines. Qilins were emperors, divine beasts. Although the nine-headed sky snake was not from the dragon clan, it was also a peerless ferocious beast that did not belong to the dragon clan. With 9 lives, it was even stronger than the average dragon clan. In his opinion, how could Lin Wudi compare to him, but now, he was completely stunned. The other party actually also had the Qilin Phantom and the True Dragon Phantom. Could it be that the other party also had these two bloodlines? Impossible. He had never heard of anyone who could have the two supreme bloodlines of a Qilin and a dragon at the same time. The other party must be using a smokescreen. Perhaps he had obtained some broken divine ability of the Qilin clan and the dragon clan. Kid, you're bluffing. Perhaps you've obtained bits and pieces of the divine abilities of these two great emperors. However, how can you compare to my supreme bloodline? Today, I'll let you know the difference between us. The nine-headed Qilin made his move. He slapped out a palm, and terrifying laws and bloodlines surrounded him, illuminating the sky. Terrifying demonic chi swept out in all directions. Incredible, this person is really too strong. The toad swallowed his saliva. He felt that this young man was very strong. Indeed, the nine-headed Qilin was confident. He did not even put the golden crow and Lei Zhen in his eyes. Naturally, he would not put Lin Xian in his eyes. However, Lin Xian was not afraid. He took a step forward, and the power in his body erupted as he punched out. A dragon shadow accompanied his fist, moving between heaven and earth. The power of the dragon fist was unparalleled. Boom, the two forces collided between heaven and earth. The nine-headed snake and the revered dragon were biting each other. A terrifying aura spread out, and the void collapsed. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. Fortunately, this was the Golden Palace, which was enough to suppress everything. Otherwise, half of the world would probably be destroyed. After that attack, Lin Xian withdrew his hand. The nine-headed Qilin was surprised that he was not injured. He was too shocked. He realized that Lin Xian's strength was beyond his imagination. The violent power in Lin Xian's fist and the terrifying aura of the Way of the Dragon shocked him. Soon, his face darkened. On the other side, Lin Xian was also shocked. He had to admit that Lin Xian was really strong. It seemed that Lin Xian had surpassed the first prince and Lei Zhen. He was a difficult opponent. However, so what? He was not afraid of Lin Xian. The black Qilin shadow on his body roared like a Qilin, as if it was about to come to life. In Lin Xian's palm, a black Qilin appeared, and it quickly slapped out with his palm. Are you trying to compete with me using Qilin superpower? You're asking for it. The nine-headed Qilin sneered. How could Lin Xian compete with him? He was someone who truly possessed the Qilin bloodline. A cold light burst out from his eyes, and two Qilin shadows streaked across the sky. They were like a vast ocean, striking the heavens. This time, he was really too strong. He waved his fists, opening and closing them. Endless Qilin phantoms filled the world. He attacked Lin Xian crazily. Boom! Boom, boom. Another earth-shattering collision. The area in front was completely engulfed. The toad continued to retreat, shocked. This nine-headed Qilin was too strong. Even if Lin Xian was defeated, he could still be proud. Oh, he's fine. Suddenly, the toad exclaimed. He realized that in the shattered void, two figures were as fast as lightning, constantly colliding with each other. This battle was earth-shattering. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged hundreds of blows, and then they each stood on one side. Only the great Tao continued to spread. The laws were still shattering. Dragon shadows circled under Lin Xian's feet, Qilin roared, and golden lotuses of the great Tao circled around him. Lin Xian's aura was getting stronger. On the other side, the nine-headed Qilin stood with his hands behind his back. Behind him stood the combination of the nine-headed sky snake and Qilin. I didn't expect you to be able to block so many of my attacks. I'm really surprised. I admit that I've underestimated you. Now, I'll reevaluate your strength. However, that's all. You're still no match for me. Nine-headed Qilin looked down from above, his eyes filled with confidence. Previously, he had already seen through the other party. Now, it was time for him to unleash his true killer move. On the other side, Lin Xian nodded. That's right, the test was over. It was time for the real attack. He took a step forward and strode forward. Nine-headed Qilin snorted. What a joke, was the other party just testing him? He did not believe that the other party was just putting on an act. Soon, he would make the other party despair. On his body, a terrifying light was circulating, and terrifying laws were spreading. 10,000 beasts fist, nine-headed Qilin attacked, and a terrifying light covered the sky. Terrifying demonic aura shook the nine heavens. This was a peerless fist technique. With one punch, it was as if 10,000 beasts were galloping between heaven and earth. It was extremely terrifying. Its power was much stronger than before. On the other side, Lin Xian was roaring as well. Every move he made had an aura of supremacy. He was going to fight with force. Previously, he did not use his full strength at all. Now, he was going to attack. He also threw out a punch, and the terrifying aura caused the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. On the other side, the 10,000 beasts all wailed. This punch was truly too terrifying. Lin Xian was already strong. With this breakthrough, his combat strength had increased by another level. Boom! Boom! The two of them clashed. The terrifying aura of the great Tao was spreading. When Toad saw it, he was shocked. These two people were incredible. He did not know who would win. That kid probably did not use his full strength. He looked at Lin Xian. Boom! Another earth-shattering sound was heard. Then, the phantom of the 10,000 beasts was completely destroyed. A golden fist swept in all directions. It charged towards nine-headed Qilin. Nine-headed Qilin's expression changed. What was going on? His 10,000 beasts fist was broken by the other party. Was this really unbelievable? Could it be that the other party did not use his full strength before? This was the other party's true strength. This person was indeed strong. No wonder he could defeat Lei Zhen and the first prince. But so what? He wasn't someone those two could compare to. 10,000 beasts fist. Wang Hu. With a roar, 10,000 beasts gathered. Great Tao surged, forming a ferocious tiger that pounced murderously. The ferocious tiger was a killing move of the 10,000 beast fist. Go to hell, he believed that this attack would definitely be able to kill his opponent. Seriously injuring the other party was not a problem at all. The ferocious tiger turned into a peerless wild beast, pouncing towards Lin Xian. The void around Lin Xian was constantly shattered. His entire body tensed up as he felt a chill run down his spine. Lin Xian's aura erupted. Endless black laws filled his hand, forming a long blade of death that he grasped. The saber slashed down. Between heaven and earth, black torrents and terrifying storms swept through. Boom! Boom! The peerless great desolate and ferocious beast howled in agony as it was split into two. The black saber light once again shot towards the nine Qilins. How could this be? Nine-headed Qilin was truly shocked this time. Even the killing move of his fist technique couldn't do anything to the other party. What was that black saber in the other party's hand? Was it a top-notch saint artifact? Why did it feel so cold? 10,000 beast fist, black tortoise. He struck out with his fist technique again. This time, the endless laws on his body formed a huge tortoise shell that blocked the shocking attack. This was a defensive fist technique, and black tortoise was a defensive technique. He was confident that the other party would definitely not be able to break through his defense. As expected, when the black saber slashed down, there was a clanging sound. Then, countless cracks appeared and shattered on the ground. Humph, nine-headed Qilin sneered. As expected, it was just as he had expected. However, his expression soon changed. The black saber light didn't completely disappear. Instead, it circled around him and even entered his body. He felt that his vitality had instantly decreased, and his qi and blood were about to dry up. The huge phantom behind him also became dim. Damn it, what's going on? Nine-headed Qilin's hair stood on end. At this moment, he finally screamed. This law could deprive him of his vitality. Damn it, he was too careless. If it was an ordinary law attack, he would be fine if he blocked it. However, this special law ignored his defense. Damn it. He was furious. The Qilin fire. The flames that belonged to the Qilin bloodline on his body jumped and began to burn the black aura. This bloodline flame was terrifying, and it burned away all the death aura. However, Lin Xian's expression didn't look good. Instead, it became gloomier. Previously, he knew that Lin Xian had a strong physique and had the 5 elemental laws. Lin Xian also had terrifying sword techniques, and he was confident that he could block all of them. However, he didn't expect Lin Xian to have such a death law. This was completely out of his expectations. In his carelessness, he was injured. You're only SOSO. You're stronger than Lei Zhen and the others, but not by much. You're still not my match. Lin Xian said coldly. Now that his strength had increased greatly, he wasn't afraid of anything. You're arrogant enough to compete with me, but you can't imagine my means. I'll make you despair next. Nine-headed Qilin's expression was cold as he walked over again. Terrifying flames appeared on his body, leaping and dancing. This was the Qilin fire, and it was extremely bright. At this moment, he was like a fire god, and the aura on his body became incomparably violent. His palms formed a seal, and a fire Qilin flew out from nine-headed Qilin's palm. It had a monstrous aura, and it shook heaven and earth. In the distance, the toad who was watching the battle was also shocked. Damn, this is the flame of the Qilin bloodline. This guy's bloodline power is really shocking. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He wasn't afraid of any of nine-headed Qilin's flames. However, he didn't use the Nine Suns' divine fire. Instead, he mobilized it again, and the death law condensed into a black Qilin that ran between heaven and earth. The fire Qilin fought against the black Qilin. The two Qilin's superpowers clashed in heaven and earth. They kept killing each other. It was as if two divine beasts were fighting. It was really terrifying, nine-headed Qilin sneered. Some poisonous snake phantoms appeared in his embroidered robe, and they instantly disappeared into the void. This kind of small movement, under such a violent light, could not be discovered at all. The fire Qilin and the black Qilin fought until blood flowed like a river, and they disappeared at the same time. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, and his lips curled into a cold smile. However, at this moment, he was stunned. Because he realized that a few snake phantoms had suddenly appeared beside him, and they coiled around him. On the other side, nine-headed Qilin laughed loudly. Kid, go to hell. This is the sky snake phantom. You can't stop it. There were a total of 3 snakes, and they coiled around each other, completely binding Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and his body shook. The terrifying power was earth-shattering. However, the 3 snakes didn't break. They were abnormally soft, and they changed as Lin Xian's power vibrated. In the end, they blocked the vibrations. Nine-headed Qilin laughed again. Useless kid, you can't break it. With that, he waved his hand, and the 3-headed sky snake attacked. One went for Lin Xian's throat, and the other went for Lin Xian's heart. This was a sure kill. It was vicious, and there was no hesitation. Boom. Boom, boom. Nine-headed Qilin sneered. Lin Fan was dead for sure. He would tear Lin Fan's body into pieces. Then, he would let the sky snakes eat Lin Fan's body. However, he was soon stunned. There was a sound of metal clashing in front of him, followed by a thunderous explosion. How could this be? Nine-headed Qilin's eyes widened. The sky snakes could not break Lin Fan's body. Is this your trump card? Lin Xian snorted. Do you really think you can restrain me? Break it, he roared, and his body shone with endless light. As his divine body opened and closed, endless flames burned. The two heavenly snakes could not withstand this attack, and they rolled around non-stop. Although they were like water and could withstand any kind of attack, there was still a limit to it. In front of absolute power, the two sky snakes could not withstand it and were torn into pieces. Lin Xian snorted and charged towards Nine-headed Qilin. Nine-headed Qilin's face changed. Lin Fan's body and power were beyond his imagination. He was shocked that Lin Fan could tear the sky snakes to pieces. But so what? His face was cold. Kid, do you think you have won? Now is the time for you to die. Go to hell. At this moment, only one of the three sky snakes was left. Once again, it bit towards Lin Xian. It could not withstand a single blow. Lin Xian snorted coldly as he revolved his body for 9 days. However, at this moment, he was stunned. That was because he discovered that the heavenly snake was not attacking his body, but his soul. Kid, are you surprised? My sky snake can not only devour your body, but it can also devour your soul. You have a strong body, but what about your soul? Can you withstand it? Nine-headed Qilin laughed proudly again. Lin Xian's soul had indeed been attacked, and he had sustained some injuries. His eyes shone with a sharp light. Soul attack? You are the one who does not know what is good for you. Lin Fan activated his heavenly secret divine eyes and a golden light appeared. At the same time, terrifying flames swept across the sky and Lin Xian covered the sky. He did it so that the other party wouldn't see what he was doing. After blocking the other party's line of sight, Lin Xian used his heavenly secret god eyes to attack the heavenly serpent. Sky Snake was being controlled. Very good. Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. The other party had used a despicable method to sneak attack him. Now, he was going to give him a taste of his own medicine. The flames that filled the sky disappeared. Lin Xian stood there motionless. A heavenly snake coiled around his body, hissing. Success, the nine-headed unicorn smirked coldly. It seemed like the other party's soul had been devoured. Humph, fighting with him? You're courting death. He strode forward, preparing to take Lin Xian's ring of holding and the secrets inside of him. When the toad saw this scene, it exclaimed, "Damn, is the battle over? Was that kid actually killed? Damn it, is the soul his weakness? No, I have to escape." The toad was about to escape, but Whitey slapped it twice. Hey, don't run. The nine-headed unicorn had already arrived beside Lin Xian. He reached out a hand and covered Lin Xian's body. What, Lin Woody? You're just SOSO. You're too inexperienced to fight with me. From now on, you'll have nothing to do with this world. The nine-headed unicorn was very happy to have dealt with a powerful enemy. However, in the next moment, he screamed and covered his head as he retreated. Damn it, how is this possible? How dare you hurt me? He was shocked. The one who attacked him was none other than his heavenly serpent. What was going on? He was dumbfounded and couldn't believe it at all. At this moment, the eyes of the motionless Lin Xian shone with a piercing light. How was it? Did it feel good to be ambushed? You're not dead. The nine-headed unicorn screamed. His handsome face was filled with shock. He was too shocked. Wasn't Lin Xian's soul devoured? Lin Xian looked at him as if he was an idiot. He sneered. Do you really think that a mere heavenly serpent can kill me? What a joke. Damn it, how did it turn out like this? The nine-headed unicorn was completely stunned. Not only was Lin Xian not dead, but he also controlled his heavenly serpent and even injured him. This method was too shocking. He felt cold all over. This kind of feeling was really too bad. Previously, he thought that he had everything under control and could see through Lin Xian. However, after exchanging blows, he realized that Lin Xian was like a bottomless pit. He couldn't see through him at all. He didn't even know if that was Lin Xian's final trump card. Boom, suddenly, his pupils constricted. He saw a fist that was like a giant mountain coming towards him. Boom, he was sent flying. The huge force made him spit out a mouthful of blood. Damn it. He roared and his eyes shone with incomparable light. His body was filled with demonic aura. Terrifying laws surrounded him and blocked the fist. At the same time, he also attacked Lin Xian with a terrifying attack. The two of them exchanged blows again and fought fiercely. Everywhere they passed, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The toad originally wanted to escape, but it stopped and looked shocked. Lin Xian didn't die? Lin Xian was so powerful. Xiaobai also heaved a sigh of relief. She knew it. How could Lin Xian lose? The two of them watched the battle again. The nine-headed unicorn roared crazily. Just a moment ago, he had received thousands of attacks. Those punches made his body numb. He fought back crazily and used the black tortoise fist. However, Lin Xian was not only powerful, but also had the death laws. He could only use the Qilin fire to defend himself. He didn't dare to be careless. At the same time, he activated the heavenly serpent bloodline to attack. Lin Xian was using the death laws. As a member of the heavenly serpent bloodline, he must have the poison laws too. Therefore, he used some poison to invade Lin Xian's body. Let's see who will die first. However, what shocked him was that after his poison dissolved into Lin Xian's body, it was silent. Lin Xian was not affected at all. How was that possible? Even a level 5 sage would die when the poison entered his body. However, nothing happened to Lin Xian. The nine-headed unicorn was completely stunned. He didn't know that Lin Xian had the great dragon sword soul in his body. It could destroy everything. The poison was nothing to be afraid of. As soon as it entered his body, it was smashed to pieces by the great dragon sword soul. Boom, Lin Xian punched the black tortoise seal. Immediately, cracks appeared on it. Then, he used another 100,000 attacks to break through Lin Xian's defense. He kicked Lin Xian's chin. There was a loud bang. The nine-headed unicorn flew out like a kite with a broken string. His chin was completely broken and his flesh was mangled. Damn it, how did this happen? Nine-headed Qilin was stunned and the pain was driving him crazy. After Lin Xian's attack succeeded, he attacked aggressively and his terrifying power engulfed the 9 Qilins. Then, a miserable cry was heard. Nine-headed Qilin fell to the ground. His body was in tatters and blood stained the ground. He was seriously injured. Toad's eyes bulged when he saw the scene. No way, this kid is too strong. Based on his previous analysis, the two of them should be evenly matched in a fierce battle. But now, Lin Xian was getting stronger and stronger and had seriously injured nine-headed Qilin. Nine-headed Qilin and nine-headed Sky Snake's bloodline, how could he be so miserable? You're only SOSO. You're stronger than Lei Zhen but you're still no match for me. Lin Xian's mental state was cold and his eyes were filled with a biting cold radiance. He walked forward. Ah! He roared at the sky as if he had gone mad. His long and narrow eyes were bloodshot. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He couldn't accept that he had lost. Everyone knew that he was a lofty figure, and believed himself to be one of the strongest among the chief disciples. But now, he had lost to his opponent. Lin Xian was just a newly promoted chief disciple and his cultivation was far inferior to his. This kind of defeat made him feel ashamed and humiliated. Lin Wudi, I'm going to tear you to pieces. Nine-headed Qilin stood up and roared crazily. His bloodline circulated and his broken wounds quickly healed. Soon, he was as good as new. Not only that, but the aura on his body had also become even more tyrannical. He was truly a super powerhouse. He was able to recover from such serious injuries in an instant. Lin Xian was expressionless and his eyes flickered. He knew that those injuries couldn't kill nine-headed Qilin. But so what? If he couldn't do it once, he would do it twice. He would definitely beat nine-headed Qilin up. What, do you want to fight? You think you can? Lin Xian's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Kneel down obediently and give me the Dao flower. I'll consider cutting off 8 of your heads and sparing your life. I'll make you regret it. Nine-headed Qilin roared and took out a fiery red treasure bottle. This was a treasure that had flown out of the Roland's golden palace. He had used his strength to snatch it. This was his trump card. At this moment, he was finally going to use it. The fiery red precious bottle was sparkling and translucent, carrying resplendent multicolored light, as if it was forged from immortal gold. The laws on it circulated, shaking the world. If other level 5 sages saw this, they would probably tremble in fear. A high-grade saint artifact. A true high-grade saint artifact. It was much stronger than the one Lei Zhen had used before. Moreover, there were no restrictions on its usage. It could be said that it was extremely terrifying. Kid, go to hell. The vase tilted down. Countless laws intertwined and flew out from the bottle. Each law was a sword chi. The nomological laws that filled the sky poured down in torrents. Endless sword light surged between heaven and earth. What do you have to fight me? No one under the minor saint realm would be able to withstand such a terrifying strike. The other party was definitely going to die. Buzz, Lin Xian's expression was cold as he circulated the energy in his body. He took out the Great Destruction Spear and circulated the death laws to the extreme. Black laws were attached to heaven and earth, especially on the Great Destruction Spear. It was extremely dark. It was like a murderous weapon from the devil world, carrying a monstrous killing intent. The long spear vibrated, destroying everything. The great dragon sword spirit in his body also surged. With a loud boom, heaven and earth cracked. The sword chi was instantly shattered. At this moment, the killing intent was soaring. Countless laws were shattered. Endless black death chi was sinking between heaven and earth. Nine-headed Qilin's expression changed. How could his opponent block such an attack, damn it? Could it be that his opponent also has a high-grade artifact? Kill, he roared in anger. Thousands of laws formed an even more terrifying light sword and slashed towards Lin Xian. This time, the power of the attack was even stronger. Lin Xian, on the other hand, rushed over and opened his great gate. Endless black laws turned into chains and swept toward the nine-headed Qilin. Once again, an earth-shattering battle broke out between the two. Boom boom boom, the situation did not change just because nine-headed Qilin took out a high-grade artifact. He was defeated again. In fact, he was defeated even more miserably. His body had been destroyed by the other party. Nine-headed Qilin was completely mad. After he took out his trump card, he was defeated even faster. How could this be? He could not believe it. I'm going to kill you. He took out his second treasure. In the battle between so many top disciples and elites, nine-headed Qilin was able to snatch 2 treasures. This was enough to show how powerful he was. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly. You've already lost. I'll finish you off today. The power of the great dragon sword spirit flowed out completely and poured into his body. It even coiled around the great destruction spear. With one strike, black demonic chi pierced through heaven and earth. The power of this strike was much stronger than before. It caused the high-grade sacred artifact to tremble. Before the second treasure could appear, nine-headed Qilin was sent flying. He vomited blood again. His body that had just healed was shattered again. Lin Xian's attack succeeded and he continued to attack. Endless laws of death condensed into a death demonic saber with the aura of the dragon soul. Inside, the death demonic blade was condensed, giving it a soul. Wherever the saber went, heaven and earth would split. Nine-headed Qilin's scalp went numb and he kept dodging. The void shattered and he was sent flying again. There were more laws of death on his body, which made him feel cold all over. His life was draining away quickly. He could not believe it. How could this be? How could he end up like this? Before entering, he had thought of countless possibilities, but he had never thought of such a possibility. Let's go, nine-headed Qilin quickly flew away, trying to escape. Now, he was no longer as arrogant as before. He wanted to escape. He turned into a stream of light and fled quickly. Lin Xian sneered. Don't you think it's too late to leave? The two of them, one in front and one behind, shuttled through the Roland's gold palace. Nine-headed Qilin had two powerful bloodlines, a strong physique, and vigorous life force. Even so, he was beaten badly. He was extremely miserable. He desperately hoped that the Roland's palace would open so that he could escape. He did not know if his good luck had come or if his thoughts had moved the heavens. The Roland's palace opened again. This was a good chance. Nine-headed Qilin was so excited that he was about to cry. He turned into a bolt of lightning and instantly rushed toward the exit. Outside the Roland's palace, everyone waited patiently. This time, the Golden Crow Prince was extremely powerful. It was finally his turn. He had to go in. The others were also nervous. Nine-headed Qilin had stayed inside for so long. It seemed that he had succeeded. He might have killed the powerful existence inside. The people from Thousand Monster City were even more smug. Humph, what powerful guardian beast. What Lin Wudy. Everything will turn to dust before our chief disciple. Hearing that, the Crown Prince's face darkened and Lei Jin vomited blood. Damn it, did Nine-headed Qilin succeed? They could not believe it. The people from Peerless City were nervous. Even Morong Qingqing, Li Hongxiu, and the others frowned. The situation did not look good. Morong Qingqing was worried that Lin Xian was in danger, so he decided to rush in and take a look. I'll hold the Golden Crow Prince back while you go in, Li Hongxiu said as she walked over. Morong Qingqing nodded. All right, thank you. The two girls were ready to make a move. The others were also ready. The Golden Crow Prince sneered. Whoever dares to take my spot will be torn to pieces. Everyone was terrified. Some of the elites retreated, not daring to provoke the Golden Crow Prince. Of course, Morong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu flew out. They were ready to give it their all. However, when the Roland's palace opened, the situation inside was beyond everyone's expectations. At that moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Even Morong Qingqing, the Golden Crow Prince, and the others were stunned. They saw a figure rushing out of the Roland's palace after it opened. Isn't that Nine-headed Qilin? Everyone screamed. They realized that it was indeed Nine-headed Qilin. However, what shocked them was that Nine-headed Qilin was not in good condition. His hair was disheveled and his body was covered in blood. It seemed that he was seriously injured. No way, Nine-headed Qilin is injured. He's seriously injured. Heavens, who injured him? Is there really a peerless guardian beast in the Roland's palace? These people were going crazy. The Crown Prince's eyes shone with a cold light. Lei Jin also stood up. They had mixed feelings. Firstly, they were taking joy in other people's misfortune. Even someone as powerful as the Nine-headed Qilin was seriously injured just like them. At the same time, they were terrified. Did Lin Wudy do it? Is he that powerful? The others were in an uproar. The people from Thousand Monster City were going crazy. They screamed crazily. How could this be? They simply couldn't accept the fact that the Nine-headed Qilin was beaten up so miserably. Li Hongxiu and Morong Qingqing looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. The two of them didn't attack again. Instead, they smiled. It seemed that the kid wasn't in any danger. Older brother Xian, it shouldn't be a problem. The two retreated, and no one attacked again. The Golden Crow 7th Prince was also stunned. To be honest, even he acknowledged the strength of the Nine-headed Qilin. However, he wasn't confident that he could defeat the Nine-headed Qilin. But now, the 9 Qilins were in an incomparably miserable state. It was as if they were facing a great enemy. Just what was inside the Roland's Golden Palace? Could it be that there was really a peerless demonic beast guarding it? For a moment, he did not dare to enter rashly. Let's go, the young master is coming out. The people of the Demon City prepared to receive him. The others were even more curious. This time, they had to find out what was inside. However, they were soon dumbfounded. Within the Roland's Golden Palace, a gigantic pitch-black palm covered the entire sky and enveloped the Nine-headed Qilin before grabbing it back. What was going on? Was the Nine-headed Qilin unable to escape? Oh, heavens, he was being dragged back again. The surrounding people were stunned. The people of the demon city screamed. No. Young master, damn it, hurry up and save the young master. The demon race powerhouses attacked crazily. They covered the sky and the earth as they charged over. However, they were all sent flying back. The Roland's golden palace emitted a mysterious aura that formed endless golden laws that swept through everything. They couldn't enter. The demon race powerhouses had all gone crazy. The others also gasped. What was going on? Why couldn't they enter? Could it be because the nine-headed Qilin didn't come out? The nine-headed Qilin was also screaming crazily. He was about to go crazy with anger. The way out was right in front of him. He could have gone out easily, but he was grabbed back by the other party. Damn you, Lin Wudy, hurry up and let me go. Otherwise, the demon city will tear you into pieces. Bam, he roared crazily, but what answered him was a fist. The punch broke his jaw and sent his teeth flying. He couldn't speak clearly. The people outside were all stunned. What was going on? Lin Wudy, it was Lin Wudy again. Could it be that the nine-headed forest was fighting with Lin Wudy? No way. Could it be that Lin Wudy injured the nine-headed Qilin? They were all crazy. They couldn't accept it at all. They could understand that the Roland's Golden Palace had powerful guardian beasts. After all, how could such a mysterious palace not have powerful guardians? But if it was Lin Wudy, they couldn't understand it at all. How did the other party get in? Moreover, the other party's strength was too strong. Just as everyone was puzzled, they finally saw it clearly. A figure walked out from the black light that filled the sky. He sent the nine-headed Qilin flying with a punch. That kind of power was incomparably shocking. It was Lin Wudy. Countless people screamed at this moment. It was Brother Xian. Morong Qingqing smiled. Li Hongxiu also said, it's really that kid. In Wushuang City, the Crimson Dragon, the Northern Demon, and the others screamed. Damn, when did this kid go in? The others were going crazy. Lin Wudy was incomparably strong. Was he beating up the nine-headed Qilin? They felt like they were in a dream. At the same time, they looked at the Crown Prince and Lei Zhen. Could it be that these two were also defeated by Lin Wudy? This Lin Wudy was too overpowered. Everyone swallowed their saliva. The martial artists of Demon City roared crazily. Damn Lin Wudy, let go of our young master. If you dare to attack again, I'll tear you to pieces. I'll teach you and the people of Wushuang City. I'll kill all of you, and you'll never be reincarnated. They were really mad. However, Lin Xian was even more ruthless when he heard the threat. He chased after the nine-headed Qilin crazily. The nine-headed Qilin kept vomiting blood. His bones were flying everywhere. All kinds of miserable scenes played out in front of everyone. Stop. We'll admit our mistakes, okay? The elites of Demon City started to beg for mercy when they saw that their threat had failed. However, it was useless. Lin Xian was strong. It seemed like he wouldn't stop until he killed the nine-headed Qilin. Lin Xian's expression was cold. To be honest, the nine-headed Qilin's life force was too strong. He had hit it so many times. An ordinary level 5 sage would have been killed several times. He couldn't be more dead. However, the other party was seriously injured. It was very difficult to kill him. This was especially true for his vitals, which had been narrowly avoided by his opponent. However, he still seized the opportunity. The great spear of destruction pierced the other party's heart and tore half of his body apart. Blood splattered everywhere, piercing through everything. The people outside were stunned. The nine-headed Qilin was split in half. It was too unbelievable. The people of Demon City were so scared that they roared crazily. Some of them even fainted. Nine-heads Qilin roared. His handsome face was now extremely ferocious. In the next moment, his body suddenly enlarged. He was no longer a handsome man, but transformed into his true form. The 9 heads of the Qilin danced in the air, looking extremely ferocious. Even though they were so far away, the experts in the distance were still shocked. 9 heads Qilin had transformed into his true form. Oh God, he was really angry. Transforming into your true form? Then you're courting death. 9 heads Qilin's true form was too big. Lin Xian used him as a target and destroyed him again. Nine Heads Qilin screamed and transformed back into his human form. Everyone was terrified. Nine Heads Qilin had been defeated to the point of no return. Nine Heads Qilin felt extremely aggrieved. He had never been suppressed like this in his life. Lin Wuti, I'll remember you. The next time I see you, I'll tear you to pieces. Nine Heads Qilin activated his bloodline and took out the Great Dao treasure bottle. Countless sword laws flew out and pierced through everything. He tore open a crack and was ready to escape. You want to leave? Go to hell. Lin Xian was completely enraged. He would never let Nine Heads Qilin escape. He raised the death demonic saber and the great dragon sword soul appeared and merged with the death demonic saber. A dragon roar was heard as if the demonic dragon had awakened. When the saber slashed down, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Many of the people outside fell to their knees. Some of the experts even screamed. Even Lei Zhen, the first prince, the Golden Crow Prince, and the other top disciples narrowed their eyes. What kind of saber was this? It seemed to be able to destroy everything. The death aura on the saber was too strong. No. The people of Thousand Demon City roared crazily. Nine Heads Qilin screamed and tried his best to block the attack. However, he could not block it at all. The death demonic saber slashed through his body. It took away all of his life force. Even his soul was destroyed by the terrifying energy of the great dragon sword soul. Nine Heads Qilin's body fell from the Roland's golden palace. Lin Xian held the demonic saber in his hand. He was as powerful as a god. This scene shocked everyone. Young master. The people from the Thousand Demon City rushed forward as if they had gone mad and caught the corpse. They raised their heads and looked at Lin Xian, their eyes spitting fire. Damn it. Damn it. A few people wanted to step forward, but in the end, they were killed by Lin Xian with a single slash. Too strong, these people frantically retreated. The others were even more shocked. Even someone as powerful as the nine-headed Qilin was killed. They all looked in the direction of the demon city. The great demon of the Thousand Demon City held the corpse and cried hysterically. Even his eyes were bleeding. Suddenly, a layer of blood-red light appeared on the nine-headed Qilin's body. Immediately after, the mysterious laws of heaven and earth filled the air as an illusory figure appeared. Qilin body, 9 heads. One of the heads suddenly shattered. At the same time, the nine-headed Qilin had completely awakened. His battered body recovered once again. In the next moment, it was as good as new. His closed eyes also opened. The terrifying light was like the light of a sword, piercing through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Lin Wuti, I won't rest until you know what's going on. He stood up and roared madly. Not dead? The surrounding powerhouses and skyprides of the holy city were dumbfounded. The Golden Crow Prince and the others were also shocked. Rumor had it that the nine-headed Qilin had 9 heads, which was equivalent to 9 lives. It was practically immortal. Now it seemed that the legend was true. Morong Qingqing also frowned. This person's bloodline was too extraordinary. Li Hongxiu and the others were also surprised. Great, the young master was not dead. The people of the Thousand Demon City heaved a sigh of relief, but they still gritted their teeth. The nine-headed Qilin stood in the sky with an unusually cold expression. Behind him, the illusory figure was already missing a head. This made his heart bleed. Not dead? It's amazing. Is this the nine-headed sky snake? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. The other party's vitality was beyond his imagination. It was practically immortal. However, the other party was not truly immortal. He looked down and sneered. Are you not convinced? If not, come up and fight. Today, I'll cut off all 9 of your heads. Wherever the long saber went, the void shattered. The 4-week genius powerhouse's scalp went numb. Is this Lin Wuti? He's too strong. He actually forced the nine-headed Qilin to such a state. Young master, you can't. The demons of the Thousand Demon City hurriedly persuaded him. It was obvious that Lin Wuti was extremely powerful now. The nine-headed Qilin could not defeat him at all. If he went up again, he would just be throwing his life away. The nine-headed Qilin's face darkened. Despicable, despicable. When had he ever been afraid? But now, he really did not dare to attack again. The next time I see you, I'll personally take your head and make you wish you were dead. He turned around and left in big strides. The people of the Thousand Demon City also said, "Just you wait, this is not over." They quickly followed the nine-headed Qilin. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly. His voice was loud and clear, spreading everywhere. "This is a grudge between me and you. If anyone dares to implicate my friends and fellow sect members, I'll kill them all. I'll definitely tear you to pieces." At the end of his sentence, an endless aura of death spread and swept around. Everyone felt that their lives were about to be taken away. Their scalps went numb. The people of the Thousand Demon City also had ugly expressions. Damn it, how dare Lin Wuti threaten them? The nine-headed Qilin left, and so did the people of the Thousand Demon City. The surroundings were dead silent. Previously, these people wanted to break their heads to enter the Golden Palace. But now, no one dared to move. This was because there was a godlike existence standing at the golden door. Despicable. Lei Zhen, the crown prince, and the others looked extremely cold. The Golden Crow Prince looked even more solemn. He stood there without saying a word. Lin Xian swept his gaze over and looked at the other party. "You are the seventh Golden Crow Prince, right? Come and die." Boom, the crowd was in an uproar. They could not believe it. Oh God, is Lin Wuti going to challenge the Golden Crow Prince this time? This is too crazy. First, he defeated the nine-headed Qilin. Now, he's going to attack the Golden Crow tribe. The Golden Crow tribe was also facing a great enemy. They all rushed over and surrounded the Golden Crow Prince. One of them shouted angrily. "You dare to challenge us? Are you courting death? Do you believe that I won't kill all of you from Wushuang City?" Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, a deadly blade light slashed across and split the Golden Crow tribe elite into two. His life force was taken away. The severed body fell and the huge corpse shattered the mountains and rivers. Lin Wuti's soul fled in a panic and the starry sky trembled. "How dare you destroy my body?" He was really shocked. Lin Xian snorted. "I said that you can attack me if you have the ability. Who dares to attack my friends and fellow sect members? I will definitely tear you to pieces. Do you think that I'm joking?" A pair of golden eyes appeared in the sky and shot out a golden blade light. It directly shattered the soul. With a blood-curdling scream, the divine soul of one of the Golden Crow clan's experts was extinguished. "You're courting death." The Golden Crow tribe elites were completely enraged. Lin Wuti had killed one of their elites in front of them. The people around felt their scalps go numb. Lin Wuti was too strong. Yes, they couldn't attack Wushuang City anymore. At this moment, everyone felt their hair stand on end. This was especially so for those who had attacked Peerless City previously. Their legs were trembling and they wanted to run away right now. "Do you really think you're invincible?" At this moment, the Golden Crow Prince stood out. The divine fire on his body surged into the sky. His golden hair danced wildly, and a pair of golden wings covered the sky. "You'll know whether I'm invincible or not when we fight." Lin Xian raised the death demonic blade again. "Come on, I've been waiting for you for a long time. I'm not in the right state to fight today," the Golden Crow Prince said. Everyone's blood was boiling. They thought they could see a shocking battle, but the Golden Crow Prince's words almost made them vomit blood. "Not in the right state? Not in the right state to fight, liar my ass." Who was the one who was so arrogant and said that he wanted to get an extra slot? He even threatened the others so that they didn't dare to attack. Now, he had the cheek to say that he wasn't in the right state. Feeling the disdainful gazes of the people around them, the Golden Crow Prince's face turned red. The Golden Crow Prince gritted his teeth. He was about to go crazy. However, he had to say that. Because he realized that even if he attacked, he might not be able to defeat Lin Wuti. Lin Wuti's last attack was too terrifying. Lin Xian laughed loudly after hearing that. "Not in the right state? What a joke." Lin Wuti was obviously afraid and didn't dare to fight with him. "What Golden Crow Prince? You don't even have the courage to fight with me. How dare you call yourself a genius? I think you're worse than Lei Zhen." Lin Xian's words made the Golden Crow Prince vomit blood. On the other side, Lei Zhen also vomited blood. What was the meaning of this? Why was he snatching the slot for no reason? Damn it, just you wait. Wait for me for 3 months. After 3 months, I'll tear you to pieces. The Golden Crow Prince was furious. No one had ever dared to look down on him like this. He swore that he would kill Lin Wuti. Lin Xian laughed. Alright, I'll wait for you for 3 months. After 3 months, I'll take your head. The Golden Crow Prince also left, leaving behind a 3-month agreement. Everyone was in an uproar. Even the Golden Crow Prince was no match for him. One had to know that the Golden Crow Prince was extremely arrogant and didn't care about anything. If he had the strength, he would have killed his opponent immediately. But now, the other party wanted to delay for 3 months. This meant that the other party had no confidence in being able to defeat the other party. Lin Wuti was too strong, one man could hold the pass against 10,000. The others naturally didn't dare to go either. Lin Xian looked into the distance and saw Morong Qingqing, Li Hongxiu, and even Rizalong flying out. Come over here. Lin Xian waved at them. Great, the Crimson Dragon. Peerless City's players excitedly flew over. Li Hongxiu and Morong Qingqing also flew over. The others were envious. Was he going to enter the Golden Palace under the protection of Lin Xian? What was in the Golden Palace? They realized that Lin Xian's strength had become much stronger than before. Could it be because of the Golden Palace? Morong Qingqing and the others arrived outside the Golden Palace and were about to enter. But at this moment, the Golden Palace changed. The golden law above formed a light screen, blocking them. What's going on? Everyone's expression changed. Morong Qingqing and the others stopped. The Crimson Dragon shouted. Damn, it can't be. He swung his dragon tail and slapped it, making a loud noise. But he couldn't break the golden law. Lin Xian frowned. He also swung his blade. The death demonic blade surged in the palace. The terrifying light blade slashed on it. Terrifying energy spread, and the golden light screen kept fluctuating. But it didn't break. This made him frown even more. Could it be that the Golden Palace was about to close? Lin Xian frowned. The surrounding people were in despair. If this was the case, wouldn't it mean that only Lin Xian could stay in the Golden Palace? This was a piece of despairing news to everyone. At this moment, a voice came from the depths of the Golden Palace. It was unusually deep and old. In 3 months, the Golden Palace would be fully opened. At that time, everyone could enter. Before that, the Golden Palace would be closed. Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Would the Roland's Golden Palace be fully opened in 3 months? This was really good news. At the same time, they were even more shocked. Was there someone else in the Golden Palace? Other than Lin Wuti, there was someone else inside. Who was it? Was it an outsider like them, or was it an original existence of the Golden Palace? The Crimson Dragon and the others were also shocked. Lin Xian could tell that it was He Shan's voice. Could it be that he found something inside? Qingqing, come back in 3 months. You have to make good use of these 3 months. Bronze Gate. There are many treasures inside that will definitely allow your strength to undergo an earth-shattering transformation. I know, elder brother Xian. Morong Qingqing nodded. The Crimson Dragon, the Northern Demon and the others also looked serious. Lin Xian looked at Li Hongxiu. Oh right, I have something to ask you. What is the Pilgrim Roll? You don't know? Li Hongxiu was shocked. I haven't been in the Holy City for long. Most of the time, I was outside. I really don't know. If I didn't meet some experts from the Pilgrim Roll, I really wouldn't know. Li Hongxiu said that the Pilgrim Roll was a list. The people on it were very terrifying. Currently, there were a total of 7 people on the Pilgrim Roll. These 7 people were all top experts. Their strength was very terrifying, surpassing the chief disciple. Their cultivation bases had also reached the little saint level. It could be said that they were extremely terrifying. Small Saint, Lin Xian was shocked. How did they come in? One should know that there were restrictions on the Destiny planet. Small saints were not allowed to enter. Li Hongxiu said that they suppressed their cultivation. Currently, their cultivation was suppressed to the late or peak of the fifth heavenly layer. That was why they could enter. Your senior brother Fu Hongye and Huangshi-san, whose clone you killed, were all on the pilgrim roll in the previous generation. This batch is the new pilgrim roll prodigies. They are very strong. Also, you have to be careful. There is also an expert from the Great Desolate Mansion. You killed Huangshi-san's clone. If he meets you, he will definitely not let you go. Hearing this, Lin Xian took a deep breath. He said, "All right, I understand. You should hurry to the Bronze Gate and find more opportunities. When the Roland Palace opens, we will kill everyone together." Morong Qingqing, Li Hongxiu, the Crimson Dragon and the people from Peerless City left. They had to make good use of the 3 months to cultivate. Lin Xian also returned to the Roland Palace. The Roland Palace closed again. Let's go. Lei Zhen soared into the sky. The first prince also left with his people. They had to make a breakthrough in 3 months. They would definitely take revenge. After everyone left, the Roland Palace floated in the sky. The surroundings were silent. As for this news, it began to spread. When the people on the Heavenly Fate planet heard this news, they were all shocked. They didn't dare to believe it. Lei Zhen had been defeated, the first prince of the New Moon race had been defeated, the 9-headed Qilin had been beheaded, the Golden Crow Prince had retreated without a fight. The news was like a clap of thunder that left them dumbfounded. Which one of these people wasn't an expert whose name shook the world? Furthermore, they were all chief disciples. Their strength was unparalleled. They were probably the strongest people below the pilgrim ranking. Moreover, it was rumored that these people would be able to make it to the pilgrim ranking once they left. But now, those people had actually been defeated. And they had been defeated by the same person. And that person was Lin Wudi. He was an extremely young chief disciple. What was even more shocking was that he was only at the 4th level. Was this guy going to defy the heavens? Was there no one among the chief disciples who could suppress him? He was too strong. He was the strongest among the chief disciples. Everyone was shocked. But there were also people who snorted. Being the strongest was too exaggerated. Although Lei Zhen and the others had been defeated, it was only the 4 chief disciples. There were many people from the sacred city who had entered this time, and there were many chief disciples as well. It was just that they had not met the other chief disciples. Otherwise, it was hard to say who would win. That was right. It was said that the chief disciple of the Grand Desolate Mansion had become stronger and was seeking revenge. There were other experts who were also very strong. Moreover, they had lived for thousands of years and were very experienced. Lin Wudi might not be able to stop them. Not to mention, the 9-headed Qilin and Lei Zhen were all top talents. Once given the chance, they would definitely break through. At that time, they might even be able to kill Lin Wudi. Now that you mention it, there really was one. The Golden Crow Prince had already issued a challenge. He would fight Lin Wudi to the death in 3 months. Moreover, it was said that the mysterious Huangjin Palace would be fully opened in 3 months. At that time, anyone would be able to enter. Hurry up and prepare. We have to go. Even if we can't get the treasure, we have to watch the shocking battle. The people who had entered were all excited. In the depths of Tianming planet, the mysterious existences on the pilgrim ranking had also heard the news. This guy was interesting. He had actually defeated Lei Zhen. He had even beheaded the 9-headed Qilin, some people exclaimed, while others snorted in disdain. This brat was too arrogant, occupying the entire Roland's Golden Palace by himself. Although we won't go to Roland's Golden Palace, we definitely won't let her succeed. Young master, why don't we go teach him a lesson? Several figures flashed out from the Great Desolation Mansion's side. There was a glimmer of light in their eyes, but hidden deep within them was a burning passion. The few people on the pilgrim roll didn't go to the Roland's Palace because they had better opportunities. These followers, on the other hand, were extremely jealous of the Roland's Palace. If they could teach Lin Wudi a lesson, they might be able to enter Roland's Golden Palace and obtain some heaven-defying opportunities. All right, go. The Great Desolate Mansion expert waved his hand. His 3 subordinates were overjoyed. Don't worry, young master. We'll definitely let that brat know how powerful we are. The figure in front said, "Don't make a move yet. Let my younger brother make a move first. Since he dared to provoke our great desolate mansion, we will definitely kill him. All you need to do is to protect him from the shadows." "Yes, young master, we will definitely complete the mission." The few of them quickly left. This person was called Yu Quan. His younger brother, Yu Yu, was the current chief disciple of the great desolate mansion. He didn't even need to make a move to deal with Lin Wudi. His younger brother would be able to deal with him. The other factions also sent out their subordinates to the Roland's Golden Palace to try their luck. All of a sudden, there was an undercurrent. Lin Xian returned to the Roland's Golden Palace and continued his cultivation. He and the toad set off again to search for treasures in the Roland's Golden Palace. However, most of the treasures were protected by array formations. They might not be able to break through in 3 months. They could only search for those that didn't have any defenses or gain insight into some mystique laws. Apart from that, he also saw 5 great halls in the 5 regions of the Roland's Golden Palace. These 5 great halls were currently sealed. However, there was a mysterious aura coming from within. These 5 great halls were extraordinary. However, they hadn't been opened yet. Would it have anything to do with what would happen in 3 months? Lin Xian was secretly shocked. He retreated. The only thing he could use now was the 2 great Tao Golden Lotuses on him. These 2 heavenly Tao Golden Lotuses allowed him to gain insights into heaven and earth at a very high efficiency. Therefore, he decided to go into seclusion for 3 months to gain insight into the law of death. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. At this moment, the Destiny Star was moving. Everyone had started rushing towards the Roland's Golden Palace as early as a few days ago. They knew that there was a great opportunity and a great battle that was about to break out. Lei Zhen walked out of one of the bronze doors. The aura on his body had become even more violent than before. It was obvious that he had obtained a great opportunity in the bronze door in the past 3 months. At this moment, his strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. "Lin Wudi, this is the time of your death." Lei Zhen was extremely confident. He flapped his wings and soared into the sky, disappearing into it. 9-headed Qilin walked out of another bronze door. At this moment, he had regained his composure once again. His aura had become even more terrifying than before. It was obvious that 9-headed Qilin had also obtained a great opportunity. "If you dare to take my life, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death." 9-headed Qilin transformed into a peerless divine beast and tore through the void. In a dilapidated ruin, a golden figure streaked across the void. It was a man with shoulder-length golden hair and a body that resembled a true dragon. His entire body was covered in terrifying flames. He walked through the air, looking extremely powerful. The Golden Crow 7th Prince. He had not been idle in the past 3 months. According to the information in their hands, he had investigated a broken ancient ruin. He had obtained a great opportunity there, which had greatly boosted his confidence. "Lin Wudi, 3 months have passed. I will take your head." The Golden Crow Prince streaked across the sky and flew into the distance. The first prince of the new moon race had also come out. His aura had become even more mysterious than before. He also headed towards the Roland's Golden Palace. The 4 chief disciples had made their move. At the same time, the other prodigies had also made their move. The Roland's Golden Palace, which had originally been quiet and desolate, had become extremely lively once again. Countless experts from the sacred city and major families had gathered here, each occupying a mountain peak. There were many discussions going on there. "I wonder what will be inside the Roland's Golden Palace this time." "Don't worry, we'll know once we enter. I'm more concerned about the battle." "Who do you think will win the battle between the Golden Crow Prince and Lin Wudi?" "It should be Lin Wudi. After all, he was too strong previously. Once the death demonic blade was unleashed, it took the life of the 9-headed Qilin." "That's right. Lei Zhen and the Crown Prince of the New Moon race were also defeated by him. No one could suppress Lin Wudi." However, some people snorted. "What do you know? You're too ignorant. As far as I know, the Golden Crow Prince, Lei Zhen, and the rest have been attacking with all their might. They either entered the Bronze Gate or the ancient ruins garden. They're no longer the same as they were 3 months ago. Just wait, they'll definitely come out strong. Everyone was discussing intensely. At this moment, a stream of light flew over from afar. It was extremely fast. At first, it was still at the horizon, but in the blink of an eye, it was in front of them. Along with it was a sea of fire that enveloped everything. There were flames everywhere in the void as if they were going to burn everything. It's the Golden Crow Prince, everyone was shocked. Oh my god, how did his aura become so strong? Some people were going crazy. They could clearly feel that the Golden Crow 7th Prince's cultivation had become more terrifying than before. It was obvious that he had improved. It was unbelievable. To be able to increase his strength so much in just 3 months, he was indeed a top genius. Your Highness, the martialists of the Golden Crow tribe quickly surrounded him. Their eyes were filled with excitement. That was great. Their Highness had become so strong. This battle was definitely not going to happen. Hasn't the Roland's Golden Palace opened yet? The Golden Crow 7th Prince stood in the void like a god of fire and said coldly. An elite from the Golden Crow race said. Reporting to Your Highness, it hasn't opened yet. We'll probably have to wait for a few more days. Alright. I'll let Lin Wudy live for a few more days. When the Roland's Golden Palace opens, it will be time for him to die. I'll let the world know who's the strongest. The Golden Crow 7th Prince was very strong. He descended on a mountain peak. He was too strong. Everyone swallowed their saliva. Previously, they thought that Lin Wudy would definitely win. But now, they were shaken. The Golden Crow 7th Prince's strength had increased. They wondered how the others were doing. The people from the sacred city were also excited. At this moment, the sky was filled with thunderbolts. It was as though the world was about to be destroyed. A figure appeared in the sea of thunderbolts. Oh my god, Lei Zhen, his aura had become stronger. Everyone screamed. Those people from Thunder God City cheered. The 7th Prince of the Golden Crow looked over with a cold gaze. It was as if an endless sea of fire was spreading. Lei Zhen also struck out terrifying thunderbolts that intertwined in the sky. I didn't expect you to break through as well. The Golden Crow Prince snorted. Lei Zhen's expression was cold. If you can't kill Lin Wudy, then let me do it. I will personally send him to hell. It was another person looking for Lin Xian to make a move. Everyone was shocked. The Golden Crow 7th Prince said, You have no chance. He will die in my hands. Is that so? But I also want to fight. At this moment, another voice rang out. Between heaven and earth, tens of thousands of beasts cried out in unison, with the illusory image of the Qilin and the illusory image of the heavenly serpent circling around. A beautiful man descended from the sky. The 9-headed Qilin had also become stronger. Everyone felt like they were going crazy. As expected of the chief disciple. As long as he was given an opportunity, he would be able to advance by leaps and bounds in a short period of time. Great, young master is here. The people from the Demon City were also excited. They wanted to see how the other party would die this time. Lin Wudy dared to kill me. I will make him wish he was dead. I will torture him for 10,000 years. After the 9-headed Qilin arrived, he said coldly. He definitely won't be able to live. The Crown Prince had arrived. Those who had been defeated by Lin Xian before had all arrived. They were much stronger than before, and they were all brimming with confidence. While chatting, Lin Xian's fate seemed to have been decided. It's over. Lin Wudy is in danger. Yes, after provoking so many terrifying geniuses, he wouldn't be able to sleep well in the future. The Golden Crow Prince was already so terrifying. With the 9-headed Qilin and the others, Lin Wudy's fate would be miserable. Many people shook their heads. Some sneered. Some were worried. For example, Wushuang City and Aqua Sky City were worried. The Crimson Dragon also had a solemn expression. Damn, how did these guys improve so quickly? He wondered if that kid had obtained any heaven-defying fortune in the Golden Palace. Morong Qingqing also frowned. Li Hongxiu said. Don't worry, nothing will happen to that kid. He might be able to beat these people away again. However, it's time for me to show my skills. I've met a few interesting opponents this time. Li Hongxiu's bloodline surged. As the daughter of a saint king, her strength didn't lose to these chief disciples. Other than these people, some powerful people appeared. Their strength and ostentatiousness weren't weaker than the nine-headed Qilin and the Golden Crow Prince. For example, Yu from the Great Desolate Manor came. He was a man in black armor. He was extraordinary. After he arrived, he attracted the attention of the Golden Crow Prince, the nine-headed Qilin, and the others. This person's strength wasn't weaker than theirs. He was a peerless enemy. In addition, there were also a few mysterious figures hidden in the dark, standing in different parts of the world. Clearly, they belonged to different factions. Some of these people revealed themselves and released a wisp of aura. It was shocking. Some hid themselves, but some people sensed them and their scalps went numb. They knew that this time, the Golden Palace really attracted the attention of various factions. There would probably be a shocking battle. After another 3 days, the Golden Palace in front of them blossomed with an incomparable radiance. The huge golden door trembled and then slowly opened. The Golden Law was also withdrawn and no longer blocked it. It opened, the Golden Palace opened. Everyone was extremely excited. The Golden Crow Prince and the others also stood up and looked at the sky. Was it finally opened? It was time to send that kid to hell. At the same time, in the depths of the Golden Palace, Lin Xian also opened his eyes. There were terrifying demonic shadows around him. His laws had also become more profound than before. Standing up, Lin Xian looked outside. Was it coming? His eyes flashed with a hint of battle intent. This time, he wouldn't let the Golden Crow Prince go. Everyone was waiting for the Golden Law to completely disappear. The moment it disappeared, everyone moved. Charge quickly. Countless people rushed in at a high speed. Humph, the Golden Crow 7th Prince rushed in with the Golden Crow race's experts. The nine-headed Qilin, Lei Zhen, and the first prince of the New Moon race also led their own people and killed quickly. Let's go. On the other side, Gao Yu led people into the sky. Li Hongxiu and Morong Qingqing worked together and leaped in the sky like fairies. On the other side, the Northern Demon and the Crimson Dragon also led the people of Wushuang City and charged in. At this moment, everyone was on the move. Was this the Golden Law? Great, they finally came in. The Roland's Golden Palace was incomparably huge. Even though everyone had entered, it still seemed incomparably empty. In fact, everyone felt as if there was a world inside. Now that they could enter, they were so excited that they cried. Look around, where are the treasures? These people searched frantically. They realized that the main hall was empty and extended in all directions. There were no treasures. Damn it, where are the treasures? Why isn't there a single one? Didn't they say that there were treasures everywhere? In their imagination, the Roland's Golden Palace was a huge treasure trove. When they pushed open the door, they saw saint artifacts scattered all over the ground. All kinds of 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs could be seen everywhere. However, they realized that the situation wasn't like that at all. Some people screamed crazily. Could it be that Lin Wudi had obtained all the good things? It was possible that he had stayed inside for 3 months and couldn't snatch any treasures. Damn it, quickly find Lin Wudi and kill him. Yes, they had to make him hand over the treasures. He couldn't take them all for himself, these people's eyes were red. It was even more so for those holy cities. How could such a treasure trove be taken by one person alone? At this moment, they began to frantically search for Lin Xian all over the world. Not good, Brother Xian is in danger. Morong Qingqing's expression changed. Li Hongxiu also said, are these people crazy? The Crimson Dragon, the North Demon, and the others also said, quickly find that kid and tell him not to show his face. At this moment, not only the Golden Crow Prince, but everyone's target had become Lin Xian. No matter how strong Lin Xian was, it was impossible for him to fight against so many people. Lin Xian didn't take the initiative to attack. Instead, he went to the depths of the Roland's Golden Palace. He realized that the 5 sealed halls were now open. Moreover, they were emitting a mysterious aura. He realized that the aura emitted by each hall was different. It seemed to represent different laws. Inside, he found the Sky Hall, Earth Hall, Human Hall, Yin Yang Hall, and Hall of All Life. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air after carefully sensing it. This palace was truly extraordinary. Basically, it contained most of the nomological laws. Other than some extremely rare laws, all the other laws could be comprehended here. In other words, after entering, one could be tempered and improved. Sure enough, the opening of the 5 halls was inextricably linked to the Roland's Golden Palace. Suddenly, Lin Xian turned his head and looked ahead. Had they all entered? He could feel countless auras surging. It was time to settle the grudges. He snorted coldly and decided to take the initiative to attack. Once he dealt with the Golden Crow Prince and the others, he would enter the 5 halls to cultivate. Outside, those people were frantically searching for treasures while searching for Lin Xian's whereabouts. All of a sudden, they froze. The reason for that was because they had discovered a figure walking out from the depths of the Golden Palace. It was that kid. Lin Wudi, he finally dared to come out. At that instant, countless gazes were directed toward the direction of the voice. There were even some experts from the sacred city who rushed up and surrounded them. Lin Wudi, hand over the treasure. Otherwise, don't blame us for being merciless. These people's expressions were incomparably cold. Let's see who dares to make a move. The dark red dragon roared, and the dragon's roar shook the 9 heavens, causing everyone's blood to boil. He rushed over. The North Demon also snorted coldly. The phantom of the towering divine tree behind him emitted a terrifying aura. The people of Violet Water City and Wushuang City also came to Lin Xian's side. They drew their swords and sabers. We will advance and retreat together with senior brother Lin. Brother Xian. Morong Qingqing came. Li Hongshou also came. The 2 of them came to Lin Xian's side. At this moment, a group of experts stood around Lin Xian. It was a powerful force. It made the people who had spoken arrogantly before change their expressions. Lin Wudi was already so powerful. Now, there were so many people. Especially Morong Qingqing and Li Hongshou. They had seen their skills before. They were not weaker than the chief disciple. These people were facing a great enemy. Some of them even quietly retreated. Do you think you can survive just because someone is helping you? At this moment, Lei Zhen walked over with tens of thousands of lightning bolts. Today, you will definitely die. The 9 Qilins also stood out. The first prince and the Golden Crow Prince also walked out. The Golden Crow Prince's eyes shone with a piercing cold light. Kid, March is here. Come and fight to the death. I will let you know that you are an ant in front of me. Lin Xian looked around and then sneered. The Golden Palace was extremely mysterious. There were treasures, but most of them were sealed. Those who had the ability to break the seal themselves. How could it be possible to come in and pick up treasures? What kind of place do you think this is? Also, what I get is my business. Do you have the right to know? I'll give you a chance. Hurry up and get lost. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. At the end of his sentence, the black chains of law on his body rushed out with a monstrous aura of death. The people around him felt their scalps go numb. The people around him trembled in fear and quickly retreated. Although they had the advantage in numbers, they still did not dare to attack when they felt Lin Xian's cold aura. Humph, a bunch of trash. Seeing these people retreat, Lin Xian snorted and ignored them. Then, he looked at the Golden Crow Prince and the others. You're so arrogant now. 3 months ago, you were running away from me like a stray dog. Do you think 3 months can change anything? You're courting death. The Golden Crow Prince was furious. 3 months ago, leaving without a fight was a great humiliation to him. He did not allow others to mention it. Now, the other party was obviously provoking him. Kid, I wasn't in my best state last time. This time I will personally send you to hell. And us. Kid, you will suffer a fate worse than death. Lei Zhen and the other 2 also stood out. Lin Xian, on the other hand, laughed. You 3 losers are not qualified for me to take action. I'll leave you to deal with the toad. He kicked the toad out of the cave. The toad cried out. Damn it, kid, are you trying to trick me again? Then, he turned his head and looked at Lei Zhen, the first prince, and the others. How dare the two of you come back after being defeated by me? You were defeated by me before. Are you not satisfied? Come and fight me. I'll teach you how to behave. The surrounding people were all stunned. Oh my god, what is the meaning of this? A toad jumping up and down dared to look down on Lei Zhan and the first prince. Did he have a death wish? However, Lei Zhan and the first prince's faces were terrifyingly dark. Their bodies began to tremble. Damn it, it's that toad again. This was the nightmare of their entire lives. That was because they had not been defeated by Lin Xian. Instead, they had been defeated by that toad. Damn toad, I'll pull out your tendons and skin you alive. I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death. Lei Zhan and the first prince's voices were piercingly cold and murderous. The surrounding people were all stunned. What was the meaning of this? Could it be that Lei Zhan and the first prince were defeated by that toad? They were all dumbfounded when they thought of that possibility. End of chapter 3900. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.